welcome back to another beautiful day of Hall of Fame 12. This year, we're launching Hall of Fame Live, a new experience where our online viewers get to join in on Hall of Fame week like never before. My name is Shay, and I am a host and content creator for Full Sail University.
And I'm Jess Ryder. I'm a staff writer and esports specialist here at Full Sail. And we're coming to you live from the Entertainment Business Building at the heart of the Full Sail campus in currently cloudy Winter Park, Florida.
I was going to say, it's not very sunny
Yeah,
today.
I was going to say sunny, and I was like, that's a lie.
Maybe not today. But we have so much to cover during today's Hall of Fame live stream.
That's right, Shay. We're going to be discussing alumni and notable guests on campus and showcasing interviews with Full Sail favorites.
Some of my favorites. I'm super excited.
My favorites,
We got some
too.
interviews in store today. I am ready.
It's going to be a good day. I already know it.
And of course, you can't forget to mention the exciting contests featuring Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting students and grads throughout the show, in addition to our coverage of panels and education sessions.
I just want to take a second to shout out all of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting students and Ellie, our grad, who has been here helping out all week. I don't know if you guys have seen them on stream, but they are just absolutely crushing it. Like, they're giving me a run for my money. I'm a little nervous.
Because they're professionals. They're trained in this.
Yeah.
We just threw you in here.
Seriously. They're fantastic, and it's just so great to get to work with the kids and give students real-world experience. That's what Full Sail University is all about. Am I right?
Absolutely.
But we're going to be wrapping up the week today with the highly anticipated induction ceremony. This evening, we'll welcome 6 Full Sail grads into our Hall of Fame.
Every year, we celebrate Full Sail graduates' accomplishments in art, entertainment, media, and technology through a week-long event complete with education panels, entertainment, and more. 6 new graduates are chosen for the Hall of Fame each year.
This honor serves as a tribute to the creative inspiration, technical brilliance, and determination of each inductee, their unyielding dedication to more than a decade of excellence in their professional career, and their heartfelt commitment to the students, faculty, staff, and graduates of Full Sail University.
That's right. But Jess, it's so much more than that. But don't worry, we have a video to explain. Let's show it off.
Every year, the induction of graduates into the Full Sail Hall of Fame is the capstone of a week's worth of events on campus. During the Hall of Fame week, students attend lectures, educational panels, and workshops, learning from industry experts and mentors. There's a career expo that connects students and graduates with employers, and a tech expo that gives them a hands-on look at some of the newest technology in the field. Alongside these conference-style opportunities to learn and network, there's also a whole lot of fun. From the Midway-style games and challenges of the creative experience and the displays of students' creativity and community to interactive esports competitions, cosplay contests, and a giant block party, Hall of Fame Week is a tribute to our accomplished alumni and a celebration of the Full Sail community's creative spirit.
So you see, Hall of Fame is kind of like our homecoming. It's the best time of the year. It's a time when all the students come back, all the grads come back. It's time to celebrate. We celebrate the success of past grads while setting up current students for a successful future.
I know it's my favorite time of year. It's like homecoming, but better. I don't know what's... Maybe we got to come up with like a few other... It's like all the great things that happen at a university. Yeah. We just like crush it all into one week.
Homecoming,
amazing.
Every... award show ceremony seasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it feels like award season too, like very like Grammy, Oscar vibes. That's how today feels, I think, especially. But every year, 6 graduates who are at least 10 years out from graduation have made significant contributions to the industry and have given back in some way to the Full Sail community are selected and inducted into the Hall of Fame.
This year's inductees hail from degree programs including film, game design, entertainment business, show production, recording arts, and digital media.
Let's learn a little bit more about them, huh, Shay? What do you say? A 2006 film graduate, Stephanie Dawson is a producer, line producer, and production manager for narrative, unscripted, and branded content. She is currently a producer for the PBS series Great Performances with WNet Group. Stephanie is also a founding member of Women Independent Producers, a networking group for New York producers, and serves as the Producers Guild of America's East Green Committee co-chair.
As a 1997 graduate of the digital media program, Bobby Jones is the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, a globally recognized strategic creative agency partnering with culture-shifting brands across wildly different industries, including Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal NBC, Hard Rock, Siemens, NASA, and more. An advocate for innovation and influential leader, Bobby pioneers Purple Rock's ever-growing team of strategists, creatives, and engineers to deliver best-in-class innovative experiences for clients.
Purple Rock Scissors is like a tongue twister
really
a little
is.
bit.
I was like, oh, goodness me.
As the current senior producer at Zynga, Nadi K is a 2011 game design graduate who began her career as an intern at ZG Games before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working in quality assurance on AAA titles like Loadout, Transformers Rise of the Dark Spark, and Star Wars The Old Republic. She has gone on to become a producer for indie games for Wicked Fun, in-casino gaming for Scientific Games, and now mobile mogul Zynga.
We actually had an interview yesterday with Nadi.
We did. I got
fantastic.
to talk to Nadi yesterday. She was so sweet. We had such a good time. And I heard that her, family is super supportive. I think that they're going to be here today. So she's really excited. Yeah, super fun.
After graduating from the Entertainment Business program in 2011, Phil Palin began his branding business immediately and has evolved into a leading brand expert with international media appearances on CNN, Access Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight, The Daily Mail, and many more. He has delivered keynotes on 5 different continents, and his non-conventional approach to personal branding and digital marketing has amassed a global audience.
2000 show production graduate Justin Rathbun has been the front-of-house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning Broadway musical Hamilton since its stage inception in 2013 before it landed on Broadway. Justin has also worked with Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda on the 4-time Tony Award-winning musical In the Heights, where he served as the A1. Justin was recently inducted into the Cinema Audio Society after winning an Outstanding Achievement in Sound Mixing Award for his work on the Hamilton theatrical release. Do you think Justin ever texted Lin-Manuel Miranda and asked if they could talk about Bruno?
Jessica, we cannot talk about Bruno.
Sorry.
No.
Forgive me.
With a degree in recording arts, Tom Todia is a sound designer, field recordist, audio engineer, and game audio director at Electronic Arts Tribune in Orlando. In the recording studio, Tom has experience in both major label and independent markets. His interactive credits include Maneater, Depth, NBA Live Mobile, Madden NFL, Tiger Woods Golf, NCAA Football, EA College Football, Deep Sea VR, Orca 360, and more.
What an impressive list of grads. What an amazing group. And now that you know more about our new class of inductees, let's take a little look at our schedule for today, huh, Shay? What do you say? Let's see what's going on in our 10 o'clock hour.
So at 10 o'clock, right here in Full Sail 3B, which is the Entertainment Business Building, we have Pursuing Your Dream Job in Sportscasting. Well, you know there's going to be a lot of Dan Patrick kids in there.
They're looking forward to it, I'm
Absolutely.
sure.
And then we also have Hearing Preservation. It's more than just earplugs, which is super important. You don't want that ringing in your ear for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I was definitely a victim to my headphones in high school way too loud. I was like, I want everyone else to hear what I'm hearing. I should have just carried around a boombox.
Well, you want to
mistake.
experience the music for the rest of your life, so don't ruin it early. It's more than just earplugs.
I think I might have to pop into that panel. I think I could use the advice.
What's happening at 12, Jess?
At 12 p.m., we're going to be featuring a panel right here on stream that you can watch, Working with and Managing Creatives. That sounds fun.
Absolutely. I don't know how to manage a creative. They're all over the place, so I feel like that would be imperative to sit in on that one and learn more.
Might be good for some of our entertainment business students who I know are looking to get a little more behind the scenes on the entertainment business.
Absolutely.
But don't forget to check out the Hall of Fame app for more info on today's panels and sessions. See what you want to go see today.
Yeah, and that's where you can get all of the latest news of what's happening on campus. And I know you've done your best to build that perfect Hall of Fame week schedule. You've been to panels, attended workshops, and even spent some time out on the creative experience before it was raining. But don't worry, the fun isn't over just yet.
Let's send it to our very own Tracy Wu. She's hanging out in the live lobby where later on tonight we'll be hosting the induction ceremony. Go ahead, Tracy. What's going on?
Good morning, Shay, and good morning to everybody else. Yes, we are here. The fun is definitely not over. This is the last day of Hall of Fame, and I am so excited right now because my friend Jeff Unai is joining me. Jeff, who is Hall of Fame 7, I believe. How are you, Jeff?
I'm awesome. Doing great. Yeah.
Well, for those who don't know who you are, when did you graduate? What are you doing now, and what degree program?
I graduated in 2002. Yeah, it's been a while. What was the other question?
From what program?
Computer animation.
Okay, and what are you doing?
What am I doing? I am working at Valve, and Valve is a great entertainment company in the Seattle area, in Bellevue, and I've been there for 13 years now, which is pretty crazy.
That is so exciting. So Valve, any exciting projects you're working on right now that you can tell us about?
Oh, there's always something really exciting happening at Valve, and there's a couple projects that I can't wait to get back on. Unfortunately, I can't talk about them, but rest assured, we've got some exciting news coming at some point. At some point.
At some point, we will find out. So, little tidbit of awesomeness. I was in the lobby the other day going through the memorabilia, and this student, an online student who flew down, was showing me all the things, and he goes, "Is that really a letter from James Cameron?" And I said, "It's not a letter. They're notes that James Cameron gave to Jeff. Not a letter, but notes."
Right. I was fortunate enough to work with James Cameron for a good solid 3.5 years on Avatar. I was supervising and leading the character crew that worked on all the characters' faces and the creatures' faces. So, I mean, we were in the hundreds just in terms of assets and high-level facial rigs that we had to build. Yeah. So, amazing person. Amazing person. If he wasn't a film director, he would be a general in an army or the president of the United States or Canada. No, he's one of the. He's just super sharp,
That's awesome, and you're super sharp. So behind us is this awesome thing. Yeah. Tell me about this awesome thing. I think it's a, what do you call them? I haven't slept in 4 days. A podium. It's a podium that was used in Hall of Fame 7, your year. Yeah. Tell us about this, and tell us about that day. What was it like?
Well, when I look at this, I see the signatures, and I just, I don't mean to get too emotional about it, but I see friendships, built, and my good friend Frank Schuring is on here, and he and I have been producing an independent film on the side about a baseball player, so we're super excited to talk about that at some point. Aaron Barrett, yes, we're telling Aaron Barrett's story with his family, and he's a baseball pitcher. He pitched in the major leagues for a long time, and we'll talk more about that at some point, I'm sure. But this is, one of the most special times in my life. I could tell you that, it's good to be back. It's been 2 years since we've done this, so here we are.
So for the Hall of Famers who are getting inducted tonight, big deal. They're writing their speeches. I'm sure they're super nervous. What was it like for you that day? And I'm sure it's so much more relaxing now that you've done it. But any advice for them of how to take everything in tonight?
Well, when you were saying like writing speeches, oh my God, that does not sound fun right now. But yeah, live it up. I mean, I guess that's the cliche answer to that, and it really is going to be unforgettable for them, and as all of us here, and just knowing that we can come back every year and give back to the students. I mean, what an opportunity to help expand the industries, and just try to stay sober through most of it, I guess, is probably the...
So when we did your Hall of Fame induction, we obviously created a video for you, which we've done for our new inductees. We went to Seattle. You got to show us around. How much fun did we have? I want to show everybody. Like, we've actually become really good friends because we had a great time, didn't we?
Oh, we did. We did.
What can you say on camera?
When are we going to do it again?
Just fly us out. We'd be more than happy to do behind the scenes of your film with Aaron and Frank. How's that?
Sounds great. Yeah.
All right. Well, right now, because you are so awesome, I think people want to get to know you a little bit more. We're going to roll your package that we created for you back in the day, and let's reminisce about the beautiful times with Jeff Unai.
My parents would tell me that when I was 4 years old, I was sitting by a window for hours, and they didn't know what I was doing. And I came back with this really detailed drawing of the shingles and everything of the house next door, and it had all the little details. And then they said, oh, okay, well, I guess this one's gonna be an artist. For me, modeling was like the most direct form into doing work in film. When I started Full Sail and I felt like I could, be able to work as a 3D modeler, with every model that I created, that goal became clearer and clearer. There was a guy that I went to school with at Full Sail. He got a job at Tippett Studio. He contacted me, and I couldn't believe that he was working at Tippett Studio. And I was like, oh my God, you're working on Hellboy and all these cool movies, Starship Troopers. And I got my reel to him, and he showed all the modeling supervisors and lead artists, and they liked my work, and that's how I got my start in the film industry. Now, I've worked in different industries. I've worked in different artistic mediums. Working on King Kong was the greatest artistic challenge that I've ever had. To be working on the hero asset with these amazing digital artists, like the top in the industry, I was completely in heaven. That was a big turning point, for me. After King Kong, there were a few companies that had reached out and they were interested in the work that I was doing on the faces. Long story short, I ended up being the facial lead on Avatar, and I worked on Avatar for 3.5 years. What I found was, working with a guy like James Cameron, if you were on the top of your game and you were teaching him things, then you were A-okay with the guy. There's this one moment where I was working on a number of shots on Neytiri and Jake Avatar, and feeling pretty good about some of these shots that we were delivering. We started rolling out some of the easier shots to him, just to kind of get him kind of warmed up. I remember him looking at some of these shots that I would consider kind of easy or easier than what we were doing already, and he was blown away. He was completely blown away, like, oh my God, she looks so real, and he looks so real, and you could see it in his eyes. Like, I remember even hearing him say, like, this is going to work, And I remember at that moment, I feel bad even saying this, but this is the truth. I remember at that moment, that's when I knew I had him. Because the stuff I was already doing, wait till he sees this stuff. And so that's when I knew, working with him was gonna be good. You're working with like the best animators in the world, and you're doing the best work that you can possibly do. Everyone involved on all these shots are just putting their heart and soul into it. But when you see it really all come together, it's just like you just want to like hug everybody and like sing Kumbaya, because you're like, yay, it's working. Those are like the really rewarding times that I've had in my career, was when everybody puts their heart and soul into the work. No one cares about anything else. Nobody cares about the politics, the money, or any of this stuff. They just care about the art. And you come together and you create shots that blow everyone away, including yourself.
Thank you, Tracy. Listen, Jeff, I know you can't tell me, but if it's Half-Life 3, can you tell me? I just want to know if it's coming out ever before I die. But I know that we're kind of disappointed CX isn't happening today, and that's okay. We have rain plans, right? There's tons of panels and presentations. Great way to enrich your day. But let's take a look at what happened so far this week during Hall of Fame.
Let's dive into CX.
Ooh.
During Hall of Fame, the creative experience is a space for students to engage, relax, and have a good time as they interact with unique creative stations, including the Paint by Numbers mural, tricycle races, silent disco, and so much more. Students, faculty, staff, and grads can grab good eats at the food trucks or stop by the student stage to see fellow Full Sail community members display their skills in live performances or head over to the arts and crafts area to create to their heart's content. CX, or Creative Experience, gives students the chance to interact with Full Sail clubs and social teams while securing awesome Hall of Fame 12 swag.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed to see we couldn't do CX today, but we'd rather have everybody safe and out of the rain, right? That's more important. Safety comes first, always #1 priority. But some other cool stuff happened the other day on campus. Like we opened a whole new space on our campus.
Oh yeah, which I haven't been able to visit yet. I want to.
Yeah, me too.
We're excited to announce the unveiling of a brand new facility that will bring the future of film production straight to our campus.
Full Sail's Studio V1 virtual production combines Unreal Engine, live event production, and filmmaking to help students and industry professionals create innovative storytelling right here on campus.
Unlike traditional film sets, virtual production allows creators to marry both computer graphics and live action footage in real time.
The studio will include high-end virtual production equipment like Brompton LED processors with hundreds of tiles, plus a massive LED wall with APG's hyper-pixel LEDs.
That sounds like it's in a very expensive room. I should not be allowed inside.
No, don't let us in there. Seriously, we're going to mess it up.
I was like, that looks cool. Don't let me in there. But continuing on, it's exciting with all of that equipment at Full Sail Studios V1 being the most technologically advanced on-campus studios in the nation.
In the nation. We're always doing awesome stuff in the nation, but we had a really fun event on campus last night for our Armada community.
Oh, I love them.
During last night's Armada Connects event, Armada students past and present had the opportunity to gather in the treehouse for an evening of networking, food, Armada swag, and of course a little gaming. Armada presidents past and present gathered together to celebrate 4 years of collegiate esports at Full Sail, while current club members were able to interact with Armada staff members, meet fellow athletes, and connect with grads in the industry from companies including eUnited and Evil Geniuses. Want to get involved with Full Sail Armada? Join us on Discord by heading to discord.gg/FullSailArmada and keep up with everything happening in the community.
I love that. It was such an amazing event.
Yeah, we had a good time. The food was good too.
Oh, yeah. And the Armada teams are led by amazing student athletes who will become a part of and then help to build Full Sail University's esports community. Let's check out a quick video profile of former Armada student president Megan Donaher, or as she's more commonly known within the community, Pepto-Abysmal. Pepto.
What being a student president for Full Sail Armada means is I work between the heads of the organization and the student body. I also help coordinate events so that we can run events that both heads of management and the student body will both love and enjoy. Some events that I've been involved with Full Sail Armada that I've been really, really proud to be involved with are the Hearthstone TESPA Championship. I got to shadow Miss Erin Eberhardt, and it was a great learning experience, and that was really what put me on the path to want to work in project and team management in esports. Another event that I did when I was with the Full Sail Overwatch varsity team was the Florida Collegiate Rumble, in which we got second place, which that was really, really amazing. Since COVID's been going on, we've been doing monthly club gatherings, and I've been able to participate in some online events with my Rainbow Six Siege team. Being a part of Full Sail Armada's community has really been an enriching experience where I'm able to make a lot of really good professional connections, even as I'm a collegiate athlete and student at the school. Like, for instance, I now have a really amazing mentor in Erin Eberhardt. She's given me a lot of really great connections and helped with any questions I might have about the industry that if she can't give me the answer, she can point me in the direction of someone who can. Also, just being able to get involved with a bunch of really, really amazing collegiate events is a way to also reach out to people from other states, other schools, and be able to make connections that way. Even if they're not professional, they might become a good connection down the road.
Gotta love Pepto. She is one of our favorite Armada grads just because she's always coming back, always giving back to the community, and now she's out there in the industry making moves. So it's so good to see it, and I was so happy to see her on campus this week, and I also absolutely love that video. You can catch more of our videos on our YouTube channel. You're there right now, so check it out later. We've got tons of profiles on our Armada players, and they're super fun to watch. But I'm joined now by Ellie Davis,
Hello.
Sportscasting grad. How are you doing today, Ellie?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. You must be excited. So a lot of the panels today that we're showing are like right up your alley. What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the day that I've been looking forward to the entire week and honestly all year since I heard, what the panels were going to be. I love Jay Harris. I have an interview with him after this.
Yeah, I'm excited for
So
you.
that'll be wonderful. So I'd just say, this entire panel is going to be a fantastic learning opportunity for students and myself. So
Great.
just the entire experience.
Awesome.
Alrighty, and don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHOF throughout the week to see your post featured live during Hall of Fame. Let's check in now with some recent tweets.
Ooh, let's see what we've got. We need more cables.
Oh, wow.
That might be my favorite tweet that I've seen so far on the screen. Do we need more cables? Whoever's wrapping those cables, kudos to you, because I'm so scared to wrap a cable. I always get yelled at I do it wrong. Over-under doesn't make sense to me, okay? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Alrighty, rise and grind. Even as an online student at Full Sail, still knows how to make homework a party with Hall of Fame week. We've got tons of online students, so definitely good to learn there.
Yeah, how fun. Great to have that gear in your house and just be able to kind of work and have fun at the same time. Gotta love it.
Yeah, of course.
Quite literally, Hall of Fame has proven to be one of the most impactful weeks in terms of solidifying the face that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be to make my dreams come true. I couldn't relate more. I'm a Full Sail grad, and now I work here. They couldn't drag me out of this place, and Hall of Fame is just the best week of the year. Are you enjoying it so far, Ellie? Hall of Fame?
100%. This is the best week of the year. It's Christmas at Full Sail.
Christmas at Full Sail.
Couldn't be happier. All right. What a great opportunity at Full Sail during hashtag Full Sail Hall of Fame, getting to meet my mentor, Mark Diaz. Thank you, Hall of Fame. Don't you just love to see that? They come here, they meet their idols.
Yeah, it's so cool. And it's great that our grads are so receptive to students just walking up to them and talking to them. If you see a Hall of Famer on campus, say what's up, snap a pic, tag them in it. They're going to remember who you are, and maybe that will build a connection in the future, right?
Networks.
It's a pretty big buzzword here at Full Sail. As of tomorrow, I will have worn each of my Armada jerseys to Full Sail HOF. Sad to see this is my last year after so long. Thanks to Full Sail Armada for everything. Hey, Schweeb, that's my boy Schweeb. Listen, you still could come back. You still could hang out. Okay, you're not kicked off campus just because you graduate, all right? We want you to come back and tell us what you've been up to. But the Hall of Fame induction ceremony is right around the corner, and you may be wondering, what's it all about? Let's take a look at this video to learn more about this exciting event.
At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus.
I think we're just about ready to jump into the first panel of the day. I'm so hyped to get into some enriching conversation with industry professionals.
I know I am. In our first panel up today, we'll hear from ESPN SportsCenter anchors Jay Harris, Nicole Briscoe, and Matt Barry as they discuss their journeys into and through the world of sportscasting. Let's check it out.
hands together for the greatest host of all time, Gus Ramsey.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Victoria. That was awfully kind. Welcome, one and all, to our panel today. Before I get to the introductions, I just want to say to the sportscasting students, this is probably the largest gathering we get of all of you in one place during the year outside of the kickball tournament. Shout out Mac, shout out Nico. But I just want to take a moment to just recognize you guys. I see how hard you're working. I see the work that you're doing. I know how hard this program is. I built it with all those wonderful, talented staff behind you. Yeah, give it up for them. This program is designed to be hard because the industry's hard, and you'll hear some of that today. But I just wanted to acknowledge you, as Roman Reigns might say, and the work that you're doing in front of my friends here, in front of the millions and millions of people who are watching the live stream. All right, so shout out to all the sportscasting students for all the hard work that you guys are doing. All right, introduction time. So, Nicole Briscoe is part of the guest faculty of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. We are honored to have her regular contributions to our program. Nicole recently went through what we call the TV divorce, where she was working with Randy Scott on the morning show for many years and has since been moved on to the nighttime show. So we're going to talk about upheaval with your schedule in this world and how it affects you, and you still have a job to do. So let's please welcome Nicole Briscoe. Jay Harris is also on the guest faculty of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. I would say that Jay is almost a student because he's in his class as often as some of you. Yes. So we're always happy to have Jay here. He shares a birthday with Dr. Jay, who's my idol. So I have two idols born on the same day. Let's please welcome Jay Harris. Now, let me paint a little picture for you, okay? So almost 2 years to the day, we did a panel for Hall of Fame week with SportsCenter anchors Jay Harris, Nicole Briscoe, and Randy Scott. That ensuing weekend, I went to Siesta Key for a little getaway. When I came back, full-blown pandemic. Here we are almost 2 years to the day later doing another panel for Hall of Fame. Nicole is here, Jay is here. I'm going to Siesta Key again this weekend. The one outlier in all of this, the cosmic change, the guy who can clean up the mess that Randy Scott created is here, Matt Berry. All right, now, we talk a lot in the program. I've already gone over how hard and difficult it is and how challenging it is for you guys. But we also talk about how much fun it is. So we're going to start with the idea of fun in this industry. And I'm going to ask each one of them to share a story or a moment from something that was just really, really cool and fun for them. I'm going to give them a minute to think about that, and I'll start with my own really quick. So I grew up a Mets fan, as this young man over here can attest. My first year on Baseball Tonight, the Mets and Yankees played in the World Series. And I had grown up listening to my father tell me stories of Subway Series and never thought in a million years that a Subway's World Series would happen in my lifetime. And then it did. And I'm working on Baseball Tonight. And before Game 1 of that World Series, I'm standing on the field around the batting cage at Yankee Stadium. I called my dad. I said, "Dad, guess where I am right now?" It was so freaking cool. I can't even begin to describe it. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. That's the kind of thing that this industry will give you. That's the kind of moment that just, you can't believe that you're ever going to get a chance to do something like that. Tyler Boronsky is here today, one of our grads. Tyler's working up there in Boston. Just in this past year, he's gotten to interview Bill Belichick. He's gotten to interview people who are playing in the Super Bowl. So he's living the dream. All right, so you guys are going to get there. So, Jay, let's start with you. Just something fun that has happened to you in your career.
All right, I'll start with this story. I like to tell this story. A few months into my tenure at ESPN, I get to do a show with the great Bob Lee. Now, before I got to ESPN, oh, I can hear me now. I started in news, so I was always a news journalism nerd, and I used to watch Outside the Lines every Sunday, like religiously. If I couldn't watch it, I would record it. So Bob was my guy, okay? So I get to ESPN, and one Sunday morning, I'm actually doing a Sports Center with Bob Lee. So I'm sitting there, we're writing the show, and he's sitting across from me in our pod, and I'm doing this, and I look over. That's Bob Lee! Bob Lee is sitting right there, right? My inner man is like, woohoo! Outside, I'm cool. Inside, I'm not cool at all. So we're writing, doing the show. We put the show together, makeup, walk to the set, and we're sitting there getting ready to go on the air, and I'm logging in with my IFBN. I look over, and he's still there. This is really going to happen. Bob is still there. You're Bob right now.
Thank you.
He's still there.
Honored.
And I look over and do this, and he looks at me like, what are you doing? It's like, you're Bob Lee. You are Bob Lee. You have no idea. You have no idea how much I've watched you. You have no idea. And he's like, oh, this guy's crazy. This is going to go off the rails really quickly. So he's like, all right, thank you. And we're going to ready to start the show. And about 5 seconds before the show comes on the air, he gives me one of these. And can I curse on the stream? Is that all right?
You're on a live stream. It's up to you.
Perfect. and he looks at me and he says, don't fuck it up. And then we both do that. We just laugh, and it's fun, and the light comes on, and the show starts, and we have a good show. But that was just an amazing experience. And I've done plenty of things with Bob after that, and he's one of my good buddies. And that's what this business will do for you. You get to meet your idols, and sometimes it's cool when you meet them, because they are just as cool as you think they are.
I'm going to let Nicole go next
That's
because,
polite.
Matt, I'm trying to go as long without you talking as possible.
I'm just here to be a prop.
Once he
I'm Bob
starts.
Lee.
Right. I think when you look in the mirror every day, you always see the childlike version of yourself. And like sometimes when I'm driving home from work and I pull into my driveway and it's like I own that house and there are these 2 kids running around the yard and I'm responsible for keeping those kids alive. And you're like, oh my God, how did I get to this point? So in my head, I'm still like the 11-year-old version of me that wanted to grow up and be the Monday Night Football sideline reporter. And so every once in a while, you have those moments where you see yourself for what you're actually doing in this moment. And I think for me, those actually happen every day. Because if we're not having fun in this business, what are we doing? Like you get into this business because you're a sports fan. So every day there's like a moment of joy where you're like, I get to do this. And I had one the other day. My cousin texted me because I was talking about Aaron Rodgers returning to the Packers, and my family is like cut up, the cheese runs through our veins. And he's like, it's so cool that you're doing that. That's your job. And I'm like, yeah, that's my job. And I hosted a show from the White House. And I called my parents 10 minutes before I interviewed the president of the United States. Politics aside, that's the freaking president of the United States. And I called my parents. I'm like, guys, this is really happening. But one time, I had surgery in the morning. On my schedule, I had Jay Harris. And I'm like, I'm not calling out of work. I'm going to work with Jay Harris. I had surgery in the morning. Obviously, it was minor. Surgery in the morning, went home, slept off the anesthesia as best I could, and I went to work because I wanted to work with Jay Harris. And I'm like, how many times is this man going to be on my schedule? Apparently more than I thought.
Yes, lots.
But that's like, you have those moments every single day. And I think that that's what makes this industry so great, because we do have fun. And you are, in some way, living your dream every single day. It's very cool.
You were her Bob Lee.
Yeah. I love it.
You've never told me to not F it up, though.
Yeah.
No.
Because he knew you wouldn't.
Because you were not going to.
Yeah.
Do you not remember?
I had faith in
That's
you.
like, let me tell you some stories.
Matt, what do you got?
Yeah, for me, it's funny because, you know, we can get into the journey later, but, you know, I made my way up through local TV, and so you kind of start at different markets, you get to a bigger market, and then I was fortunate enough to get to ESPN. And you hear all the time about what ESPN's like on the inside, sports Disneyland, and you never really grasp it until you're there. So I've got 2. One, I had just started at ESPN, and the running joke is you got to learn where the bathrooms are at ESPN first before you even know where to go to write your show, because it's just a massive place. So I'm a couple of days in. I hadn't been on air yet. You're shadowing. You're doing everything, kind of your indoctrination and getting to learn how ESPN does things. And so I said, I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I remember where there's a bathroom in the hallway. I'm going to get up and act this out, not the whole bathroom part. So I get in there, and I'm sitting there, and I go to the urinal. I'm just standing there getting ready to go. And I'm just locked in, and I see someone come up next to me.
I'm a little scared of this story.
Yeah, me too.
Building it up. So someone goes next to me. I see it in the side of my face. I was like, I'm not going to look. That's weird. But for some reason, I look, and it's Jerry Rice. And I'm like, oh, hell. I've been here for a cup of coffee, and I'm going to the bathroom next to Jerry Rice. And that was kind of like my welcome to ESPN moment. You really never know who's going to be walking through those hallways. It could be the greatest receiver of all time. I grew up a 49ers fan. And so that was a moment where I was like, okay, I'm really here at ESPN. From a work perspective, I'm a huge college football fan. I grew up college football. I do college football now at ESPN. But back in 2015, we just started taking the weekend morning show on the road, Sports Center on the road, for college football. We would lead into College Game Day. In College Game Day, I grew up idolizing the show. I still do. I think it's the greatest show in television. And we started taking it on the road, and a lot of the times I would be fortunate enough to be sent to the site where game day was. And they opened the gates for game day typically at 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. So all the kids either woke up early or they're still out from the night before. They run in, and they're loud, and they're having a great time. And our show started at 7 a.m., and so I'll never forget this. I don't care what I do for the rest of my career, but we were at Alabama, Mississippi State. There you go, Roll Tide. You guys are everywhere. Like, I can't go anywhere without that.
There's 3 on my staff. I don't know how I ended up hiring them.
Just stop. Mississippi State was the #1 team in the country. Their quarterback was Dak Prescott. And Alabama. So it was 1 versus 3. Sports Center on the road, College Game Day. We get the show first because we're at 7 a.m. And I'll never forget walking out from where our production office was, walking through the crowd with our ESPN security, sitting up on the desk next to game day before they start. And I'm up here, cameras are there, crowds behind me. And I couldn't believe that I was actually getting 5 minutes away from being able to do this for a living. And so, they both said it. You don't realize it until after the fact. There was a quote in a show one time. I wish someone would tell you these were the good old days while they were happening, but I cherish that moment forever because when I got up there, because I was so nervous about being on TV. I was like, all right, I can't screw this up. And then I said, you know what, I get to do this for a living.
So this is your life moment.
This is it. Like, I worked in small market TV. I went to college. I made no money to have these screaming, drunk Alabama kids behind me, and it was incredible.
By the way, everybody at ESPN has a bathroom story, right?
Yeah.
I once was what you don't. You still have time.
I think this setup is a little different.
Yeah, but you'll be working. You'll be working at nights now, so there'll be more people there than we are used to. And,
no one's on campus.
Oh, that's true. No one's on campus right now. Anyway, one time I was walking into the men's room and Nate Newton, former Dallas Cowboy offensive lineman who weighed all of 300 pounds, probably was walking out. And I decided I was going to go use the one upstairs just to be safe.
That would be a good idea.
I don't know how we got to this point in the conversation, but they all and I myself gave you examples of working at ESPN, but it happens where you start as well. In a lot of ways, the local market is the best because you will be with young people who are all starting out at the same time as you, hoping to light that fire on the rocket that's going to take you where you want to go. Often smaller workspaces. When I produced locally here in Orlando on the weekends, it was me, 2 anchors, a news editor, a PA, a photographer, like 7 or 8 people in the building. We had so much fun back then. So it's not just the glamour stuff. Nicole, start with you. What do you remember about those days in local that were fun?
So I had someone say to me within the last year, local news isn't for me. And I was like, oh, honey, local news isn't for anybody. But if I look at my career, like local news is what made me or what gave me that foundation. Like some of the most important, influential people in my career came from those days. But the very first job I had was actually in my hometown. I had like this little triangle of life. I lived with my parents, I worked here, and I went to school here. And I was a 19-year-old child at the time, doing the weekend weather. Do you want to know what I know about weather? nothing. But did I sell it? Yeah.
Hell
Did it give me 3 minutes of ad-lib time where I'm talking about something I don't know, but I need to tell you that I know what it is, and I'm learning, and all of this stuff is going on. But this is what the opportunity local news gave me was I did like everything. So I was the, at 21, I was the managing editor of the weekends. So
what does that even
assignment
mean?
desk. I ran the assignment desk. So you have to go here, you have to go here, you have to go here. I produced the show. I was the weather anchor, but I was also the lead reporter. So I had to write and edit and do my own stories and then the weather. So I would start the show in the control room. Then I would come out, unless my story was at the top of the show. Then I would go back to the control room. Then I would go back to the studio for weather. Then I would go back to the control room, and I would act on the set with the stopwatch. And we got into a thing where I was tapping my feet. That is how we knew when the show was ending. Because but I learned to do everything. And so I look back on it now, and it's like, I have an appreciation for how shows come together and how storytelling develops and how the show is not, this lives in a vacuum and this lives in a vacuum. Even if it seems on paper like it doesn't make sense together, it's all part of this living, breathing sort of like organism for however long you're on the air. And did I make anything? No, like I had to live with my parents. I couldn't afford. I remember when my paycheck went over $300 for the first time.
It was a big day.
That was a big day. I had to live with my parents, and it was an opportunity that I had to continue to do that. But I learned so much, and I would trade none of it, not a single second.
Did Nicole, the producer, give Nicole, the weather person, 6 minutes for weather?
Obviously.
Take it out of weather.
Yeah.
Matt, what about you? What are some fun times from the local days?
She hit on it. I mean, I was telling Jay this morning at breakfast that I lived in a basement with the other sports guy. I born and raised in Arizona, went to Arizona State, the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. My first college job was in Wisconsin. So you're taking a kid born and raised in the desert. I was in the Wausau Rhinelander market.
You know I was born there?
Really?
I was born in Wausau.
Look at this. See, we've worked together forever. You were born in Wausau
Yes.
Woodchucks. Go Spash. Stevens Point.
That's why my dad went to high school. My family is still there.
This is what happens. Small world. So right out of college, I'm a 22-year-old punk from Arizona State making no money, and I get to drive down to Green Bay and cover Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers, and I'm carrying all my own equipment, shooting my own stand-ups. But she hit it on the head. You do a little bit of everything. You learn to appreciate what it means to get your own sound, your own video. You're meeting these guys like Brett Favre that don't care who you are because you're in this small little market, in a market with Green Bay and Madison and all of that. So that was kind of like the moment where I realized I get to do this for a career. But the one thing I want to hit on about local TV that I can't sell enough, you will meet lifelong friends from the struggle of local TV. Here's a story for you. I'm working in a small market called Lawton, Oklahoma. It's the Lawton Wichita Falls market. You know where I'm at, right? So I'm working in the Lawton, and it was a good market because you were about 45 minutes from Norman at the time when Oklahoma was really good. Jason White was the quarterback, won the Heisman Trophy year after. Adrian Peterson was a true freshman. Bob Stoops was there. We'd cover Oklahoma State. Well, we had a job come open. I'd been there for about a year and a half, and we had a job come open. It was a hybrid job. It was you get to do sports a couple days a week, reporter, but you got to fill in as a news photographer. That's how local news works. If you want to get into you get in how you can. I got a split news job right out of college in Wisconsin. So we start fielding tapes. These 10 things, they're like this.
You used to use like
the VHS, VCR.
VCR.
So we're watching
Playing
tapes,
reports.
and we have our candidates down to the final 3. I don't remember who the first 2 were because they didn't want the job. We couldn't afford interviews. It was a smaller market. It was sight unseen. You just got to trust me on the phone that this was going to be a pretty good gig. I sold the Oklahoma angle. I was honest about the news. So then there's tape 3. Pop it in. I'm like, what do you think of this guy? What do you think? Yeah, we'll give him a call. Hey, yeah, Randy Scott. This is Matt Berry in Oklahoma. And this is Randy out of college at Northwestern. And he's sitting there thrilled to get this call from our station to have this job in Oklahoma. So you take it, like, we don't pay much, but it's a good gig. You got to do news. You got to be a news photog. So we end up hiring Randy to be our third sports guy and hybrid news photographer. Well, Randy and I have this story goes back, this is 2003, I think, where he would drive the news van because he was my photographer. And our favorite part of the day was because we were poor, we'd go to Sonic Happy Hour. Because
that just does not sound right to me.
I know.
Sonic Happy Hour.
But we'd sit there
Sonic
in this
sad
news
hour.
van. I know. We'd sit there in this news van and drink like cherry limeades and avoid going to work.
So you guys were making the Sonic commercials before the Sonic
That's
commercials.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But all of this is to say, like, this is 2003. Life comes full circle. We're now both at ESPN, but it's a bond that goes back 19 years.
Have you been back to Sonic together?
Yeah. Is there
No,
one?
we retired Sonic. But the relationships that you build in this industry, they're invaluable. I got a buddy of mine that now works as a CBS News correspondent. We came up through the local TV struggles. Got a guy that's the main guy at WGN. Point being, it's a small world. Cherish the moments. Enjoy being poor. Remember.
Really?
Seriously.
Oh, really?
No, yeah.
Really?
Like TV, we're all cheap, right?
Yeah.
Because we learned the value of $1 early.
Yeah.
But value the relationships, because Randy and I have been tight since, and it's just fun to be able to look when we do get the rare occasion to anchor with each other, to look and just laugh and have so many inside jokes. So that would be my local TV thrill for me.
Matt, I'm always a little worried that we might have students here who don't know who Dan Patrick is.
Mm-hmm.
What percentage of students at your school do you think know who Walter Cronkite is?
Oh, Arizona, we're live streaming, right? 100%.
Yeah, okay. Jay, what do you got?
Oh, I'm sitting here thinking how many stories I could tell, but it would take all day. But
We got to 11:45, so
okay,
go.
perfect. So if you notice, there are some themes with everyone's journey. Being poor, working in news, even if you want to do sports because you got to get a job because you want to eat, what the job is, and lifelong friends. And I'm going to say this real quick. See, I used to watch Nicole Mansky, and I knew Nicole Mansky was really good. So when we worked together,
You make me cry.
that's why I didn't tell you. I knew you weren't going to do it. My lifelong buddy, his name is Duke Grain. We worked radio together, and I started in radio. So one day I'm out on a story, and with radio, it's a little more free, I think, because it's just you and your voice. You have to set up a live shot. You have to go back and edit, just you and some sound. There's this big story in the Hampton Roads area. The woman lost her kid. Grandmother's going to raise the kid. Has some issues, and it just became this big story in Portsmouth. And we go to the story. All the TV folks are trying to get some sound, talk to people, and the grandmother wouldn't talk, and no one would talk. So they leave, and I stay and hang out, and I knock on the door, and she takes a liking to me. She lets me talk to the little boy. I'm the only one who gets to talk to this kid. We're walking down, talking, tells me about his mom, his grandmother. He's fine, he's good. So I write up the story in the news van, and I call it in. Well, I'm talking to my buddy, Duke, on the phone, who asks me, okay, what you got? And I'm telling him, yeah, I just talked to the kid. He's really cool. He says he had a great time with his grandmother. He misses his mom, but she's not as bad as everybody says she is, and blah, blah, blah. He said, what else you get? Well, the grandmother, she says she hopes this is resolved soon. And what else did you get? And I'm like, why are you asking me so many questions? And at the end of our conversation, I'm thinking, I want what? And he goes, well, that was Jay Harris live at the scene telling us about this latest story. I had no idea I was live on the radio. He didn't tell me. I had no idea. Now, my buddy, who gave me my first job, our news director, Don Roberts, he knew I didn't know. He told me when he got back, he was just saying, Jay, just please don't cuss. Just please don't cuss, and we'll be fine. Because I can say some words when I want to. But those experiences, the mistakes that you're allowed to make coming up, the mistakes that happen to you that you learn from next time, are we live on the air? Okay, then this is gonna go different than it did before. That's invaluable. We were talking this morning, people wanna, hey, so I just got here at ESPN, when can I be on the air? Well, you can't.
Yeah.
Because that's not how it works.
There's like a freedom
that comes from the beginning of your career.
Yes.
That you don't you don't have that later on. Like the stakes are higher, and you always have these people who are like, I want to be on SportsCenter right now. Like you have to be ready for it. If you're thrown to the wolves too soon, and you're not ready, you'll never get that moment back. Because like, can you swear on this stream? Well, it's out there. It lives there forever. And you only have so many chances to make that first impression. And when you're in the local news markets, you can make that impression there. You can make your mistakes. But the difference between Lawton, Oklahoma, or Wausau, Wisconsin, Rockford, Illinois, where the hell did you start?
Portsmouth, Virginia.
We're talking a population of 139,000 people. Like, that's a really low-rated show for us. Like, if you make a mistake in Rockford, Illinois, you can move on from it. But if you make a mistake on a show where 500,000 people or more are watching.
Especially now when it's going on social media like
right.
that.
And you continue to make those mistakes because you're making those mistakes. You're going to make mistakes when you're new. You don't recover. And then everything you've worked for, gone before it's even started.
Yeah, the analogy I like to use, sports broadcasting, we can all talk in sports analogies here. When you're working your way up to learn a sport, you start baseball, you start in T-ball, right? And you're not going to play high school ball when you're 6 years old. You got to learn how to hit the damn ball. They don't even let you hit from a pitcher. So then you learn how to, your hand-eye coordination, hit the ball off the tee. Well, that's small market TV. I just got to learn how to hold a microphone on live TV and be able to talk in a complete sentence. That's T-ball. Then you get to that next level where, you know what, maybe you will be able to hit off a live pitcher. Well, guess what live pitching is? You go to a little bit bigger market. You can do breaking news. You don't necessarily have to write out the script. Nicole said it so perfectly. Everybody wants to rush. Like Jay said, we hire these kids at ESPN. Now, when can I be on air? He said, you can't. Because, you can.
Yeah.
You'll be viral in 5 minutes, and you'll never work in TV again. And so that's the biggest thing I would say to all of you. Don't be in a rush. Enjoy local TV. Have those moments where it's okay to screw up. It's expected. If I looked at one of my old tapes, I'd laugh that I'm even here. Because I had to learn how to screw up, and then I had to learn why I screwed up. I had to learn how to get better from the screw up.
And I had to recover from the screw up.
How to recover. Because on live TV, you don't get to toss the commercial break on your own. Like, you're there, and you're exposed. And so the fact that you didn't know you were live is probably why it was so good.
Yeah.
How many local places were you before you went to ESPN?
Radio.
Or
Virginia.
a network?
A network?
I was going to say, like, how many local, smaller places were you before you?
Virginia, Pittsburgh, local and national radio in Pittsburgh, and ESPN. So I guess 2.
Okay.
I did Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Columbia, South Carolina, and then Dallas, Texas. So 4, and then ESPN.
Rockford, Illinois, Fort Wayne, Indiana, Indianapolis, then Fox.
Yeah.
Orlando and then ESPN. Sorry.
Oh, boy.
My favorite poor story was I was producing news here in Orlando. I think I was making like $12,000 or $14,000 a year.
You were rich.
I was. And I produced the 6 and the 11 on Saturday and Sunday. So I worked all day, both weekends, and often came to work knowing I was going to eat out of the vending machine that day. And so my dinner that night was going to be something from the vending machine with my 85 cents. And I wanted a Snickers bar, which on the vending machine was A10. What I didn't know was there was a button for A10. So I went A10, and A1 was Mr. Nature's Bag O' Nuts. So I had Mr. Nature's Bag O' Nuts for dinner that night instead of the Snickers bar. I walked in the newsroom and actually said, anybody want Mr. Nature's Bag O' Nuts? And there were no takers. But that's, the other part is you become friends with the anchors or whoever. They're making money. But we went to dinner at the Olive Garden, and I had this breadsticks and the free salad while they were having all the nice entrees, and they were looking at me like, are you going to eat anything? I'm like, this is all I can afford, this stuff that's for free. But we learned a lot of lessons in local besides the failing and the getting back up, which thankfully, because of the program we built, you guys are doing that here, and we encourage you to do that experimentation, that knowing that, all right, that wasn't great, how can I do it better? What are some other key things that you learned in the local experience that carried you through to even today?
I mean, some of the advice that I was given in local news, I still use it, or I still implement those things every day. Someone was like, one of the very first pieces of advice I was given was pretend that the camera is your best friend or your mom. Like, forget that is
There is no
a
everybody.
machine. Forget that it's a red light. You're just talking to your friend.
Yep.
Stop reading.
Yep.
And one of the things that someone said, do this, is write something and read it out loud. So still, here I am. I sit at my desk every day, and if I write something, I read it out loud. I say it out loud, because if I can't say it out loud and read it out loud at my desk, and I can't make it sound right at my desk, it's not going to sound right when I'm staring into a machine and trying to pretend the machine is my mom. So I still do that every day. But I remember, do you guys remember going into like the VO booths or whatever it was, and you're tracking your pieces and playing with your voice and literally trying to go down and make it seem deeper, or pacing and playing with that. Okay, today I'm going to do this when I read, or today I'm going to do this when I read, and trying to figure out what was me, trying to figure out what sounded right when it hit the tape. And I remember trying to emulate Diane Sawyer for a while.
Trying to figure out who you're going to be that day.
Yeah.
Because you haven't figured out who you are.
I went through a Diane Sawyer phase for a while where I was trying to, like, I'm still trying, I'm not, but like, I remember just that was a thing for a while.
And you're right with the tracking voice, because if I tried to track a package like I'm talking to you now, it just wouldn't sound good on TV. The only person that could do that was Rinaldi. Rinaldi's talk voice is the same as his track voice, and somehow it works. Brilliantly, by the way. I learned treat everyone and treat every job like it's your only job, because up until I got to Dallas, I shot my own highlights, I produced my own sportscasts, and I edited my own video. So I was responsible for everything that went on air. And you can tell who went through local TV at ESPN and who didn't.
It's an ownership.
Because exactly. You take ownership and respect for everybody you work with. It sounds easy, right? Respect people. It's not hard. Be nice, right? Being nice that's free. Just do it. But you'd be surprised how many people aren't. I have the same amount of respect for everybody I work with that holds a camera, because I did it and I know how hard it is. I mean, Gus may disagree with this. I respect all of the producers. And it sounds because I used to do it. I used to produce a 15-minute sportscast on college football Saturdays when Steve Spurrier was the head coach of South Carolina. I had an idea of what should be the lead, where the sound. I know what they're going through. Editing, writing, all of it. If you do it all and you understand and you embrace how to make each one perfect, by the time you get to a level where you don't have to do all of that anymore and you can hone in on the on-air craft, you've got a tremendous amount of respect for everybody that's around you, because I'm one of those people. I'm just a competitor by nature. I wanted to have the best highlights on Friday night for high school football in the market. I wanted my highlights to be the best. I wanted my sportscast to be the best. I wanted my highlights to. So I started making it a competition to make sure that I was the best at every single one of those crafts. And then by the time you get to a level where you're just concentrating on air, like we're fortunate enough to do, you understand what the producers are doing. You understand what the PAs are doing in editing, because you used to do it.
How does that make you better as a talent?
Because I know what it took to get there. And so I kind of know, Gus, when I'm looking at a rundown, my producer now, a guy named John Deaver, is a fantastic producer. Because you've done it, you can sell it because you know why they're going that way.
Like the buy-in factor?
Exactly. Because you would have done the same thing. And we're also, and Gus will tell you this, just ask him. There are anchors who will want to change things just for the sake of changing it. But because we all had to produce our own sportscast, we might go at it differently with the producer and say, hey, instead of going from the highlight right to the post-game sound and then the full screen with the stats, doesn't it make more sense off the highlight because Kyrie Irving had 50 points? Let's go highlight, button it up with the 50 point, what that meant, and then toss to the reaction, because that's how we were wired to do it at 22 years old.
There are also talent who don't want to change a thing. And as a producer, that was always a struggle. It's like, look, the rundown isn't over and complete until the show is over.
Right.
But an hour before air, some story breaks and you got to put it in the show. There's some talent who, I got to write another copy. Like that part of my day was over, right? And that's a challenge sometimes for the behind the scenes people to get people to see, look, this matters.
You hit on that there, and I know that you guys would agree. You've got to understand, like, our job it's not just us. So I know that for the director in the morning, if we're doing some complicated lead-in, well, it's polite to get the copy in for the director because then it's the director's job to make it look nice.
He sells your words.
And it's the graphic producer's job to come up with an idea. It's all because I know that I got to get this in so the person can edit it. I don't want to put that person in a bind. And so I'd say local TV taught me that whereas when we were coming up, we did 5 jobs. Mm-hmm. Now there's 5 different people doing the jobs, but I treat it like it's still all us.
You still care for 5. You still care about 5.
Right, and you understand, like, you get to a point where we get to focus on this part of it. This is the part that we wanted to go into. So we get to focus on this and try to be good at what we're doing now. Mm-hmm. But those guys chose to go into that. Like, that was, like, John Lavoie is one of the most creative producers that I worked with on the morning show. Lavoie, he's cranky. But, yeah, can be.
Bad dresser.
Like, he's really creative in how he packages things because he had a chance to go into that. That's what he chose to do. And it's like, I know while I appreciate the complexities, I know that I couldn't do that job, not to the level that he's doing it now, because that's what he got to hone in on. And I appreciate how good you can become at all of those things with time and effort and practice.
Yeah,
Jay, before you dive in, I just want to say we're probably going to move on from the local news conversation after this. So if anybody has a question specifically about working in local news, come on up to the microphone and we'll get to you before we shift gears.
You mentioned Deaver, Lavoie, Artie Dolan, same way. Yeah. When a producer puts a show together and they have a vision and they put some copy in because they have the whole show vision, most days I'm like, okay, if I can come up with something that I think maybe might work a little better, we can talk about it. But if that's the vision and it fits and it's good, I'm down because we're a team. We're working together. It is not my show. I may be the face with my co-anchor. It's not my show. It's our show. So if you have that throughout your career, you'll be okay. I mean, money, whatever, you'll make money, you might not, but you'll always be a good person. My grandmother, you may say be nice. My grandmother told me always be nice. Mm-hmm. And that's not hard to do because we're all in this together. It's a people business. And if you start out that way, hopefully you'll stay that way. And that's why you can't start at ESPN because to be on the air or whatever, because you want these experiences. Mm-hmm. You want to meet different people. You want to have conversations with people who grew up different from you, who look different from you, who think different from you, so you can get a broader perspective of this big old world we live in, as opposed to thinking that, well, you know, I grew up in such and such, and this is what it is, and boom, and I'm done. No, you're not going to go very far like that.
What about that example with you and I on, was that Tuesday? We had breaking news. We had the Aaron Rodgers news happen 10 minutes before we went on air.
Yep.
And the producer had how the show, they wanted it structured, knowing that we had the Aaron Rodgers breaking news. He and I talked, he just said it, like the rundown was what it was. We knew the news, it was already out there, but we needed to package it. Well, it was one of the times where I came in and I disagreed with it and had the conversation, and sometimes it's a difficult conversation because I really thought this was the way that it needed to be presented. We both kind of hopped in on it. We ended up keeping it the way that it was. But if you care about it would have been just easy to just go out there and be like, all right, let's go. But because we both care and we care about our job, but we respect how they line it, you got to have difficult conversations.
And no, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, you guys, like, no is a really powerful word across the board. But you guys shouldn't be using it right now, at least when it comes to your career. Like, you should be saying yes to everything. If it's outside your comfort zone, even better. Try something new. Do something that you didn't expect to do. Learn from that experience and take those experiences back to the thing that you thought you wanted to do. And you will be shocked and amazed. You all probably have a plan. This is what I want to do. And I hate to tell you this. You in your mind think, I'm going to go from A to B, and B is the road is going to look like this.
Oh, yeah.
And every twist and turn, because you said yes to something that you didn't expect, may eventually get you to the dream job. But it's so much richer and more fulfilling doing it by making yourself well-rounded and experienced. Say yes to everything right now.
I always say, you can't. Sure, give it up. People ask me all the time, how do I get to ESPN? And I said, well, Siri will tell you get on 95 and drive north.
Yep.
And outside of that, that's the only real direction that there is.
Yeah. Real quick, before we get to questions, following up on what Matt was talking about the other day, what we didn't know was behind the scenes, the producers and the coordinating producer were on the phone trying to make sure that, who was it, Graziano?
Dan Graziano, but then they got the Schefter curveball.
Yeah, and because Adam Schefter was working on a different story, so he couldn't come on and talk about Aaron Rodgers. He was working on
the Russell Wilson.
But see, we didn't know any of that. And they didn't tell us any of that because we don't need to know the chaos. And a good producer will keep all that chaos in the control room, because if we know the chaos, then we're like, oh, blank. What
If you know the control
hell?
room is a dumpster fire, chances are the dumpster fire shows up on TV.
Yes.
But if the dumpster fire stays in the control room and never makes it to your ear, then what you're selling and what you're putting out there for the world to see is generally so much better.
I would counter with, though, that it's good to know a little bit of what's going on.
Yeah.
Because had I known the Graziano, Schefter, and Spears situation, I probably wouldn't have kept pushing so hard.
But you know why? All of this happened like 45 seconds before the show started.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're attacking like it's hours. It was seconds.
There's also an experience part of the equation here. When I was first producing at ESPN, I was working with people who'd been in the building for 5, 6, 7 years. So even though as the producer, I felt like it was my show, I have talent who know more about how it works than I do at the moment. Mm-hmm. So in those instances, I probably deferred to them. Over time, as I grew more experience, there wasn't a talent in the building I felt could tell me what to do, but I would be happy to have conversations with them about what we should do. But a lot of producers will be very territorial about their rundown, and if you come at them, it's almost like an attack. I hear you laughing, Jamila. But you have to grow in your own self-confidence to understand this isn't my show. This is our show. We're all trying to get to the best place. We just may see it differently, what that route is to get there, but we got to have that conversation to figure it out.
There's a question?
KJ, come on down.
Thank you guys for coming. I think we all really appreciate it. I just wanted to ask you guys, when you were working in local, what do you think it was that differentiated you guys, that enabled you guys to be so successful and in the positions you're in now?
I mean, talent, obviously.
Really?
Other than that,
Devastatingly handsome and all that stuff.
You know what I did, because sports is such a competitive industry, my whole career playbook was try to find stories that could run in the newscast. So try to find stories outside of the X's and O's thing, because most local news directors hate local sports. Mm-hmm. It's true. Most of the news directors at the station, they don't like sports. They don't take time out of weather.
They take time out of sports.
They take time out of sports. So if you've got a 3.5-minute sportscast, something happens, guess where the minute of time's coming from? Sports. And I come from the local weather guy. They're the icons in the local market. So I used to try to find 2 stories in one. Here's the sports angle of it. Oh, here's the human interest angle of it to give to the news people. So that I got my job in Dallas. It was a top 5 market. I was 29 years old, because the news director saw my reel and she's like, oh, like that story's, I could run that in the 4 p.m. news. I could do this. And she called me right away. She's like, I love that your stories aren't just sports X's and O's. And that's how I did it, because it goes back to the versatility of it. And if you can get moms, grandmas, and people to love your craft because they're watching the news and not the sports, I mean, you'll go. because you have to learn how to appeal to all audiences.
I think that's the connection part of it.
Yeah.
Like you can do a great job and you can present the news, you can tell the stories, and you can do it in the perfect way and not make a mistake. But unless you're connecting with whoever it is that's watching you, there's no appeal. They don't have a desire to come back and watch you again if you're not connecting with them. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know what set me apart, how I'm here. We go back to that pulling up the driveway moment. I don't know. I'm so grateful because I have an amazing life and it's fun, but I don't know. I just know that I'm always trying to connect and to tell a story and to be real, and the human interest side of things is always going to be more impactful than the X's and the O's. The X's and the O's will get you there and that'll get you the score, but tell me something I didn't already know. That's the stuff that will make me remember you, and that might make me want to watch you again.
Combination of both. Learn your craft, because if you don't know what you're doing, no one's going to want you to do it for them, okay? You can't write, you can't interview, you can't ask good questions. If you can't do the basics, the journalism basics that people want to jump over and just get on TV and debate sports, no, be a journalist. Stephen A. was a journalist long before he started screaming across the desk from Mad Dog. I mean, for years and years and years and years, columnist, reporter. So that's in his background. But yeah, what Nicole said, I don't know. You meet people along the way. You learn from people along the way. You keep in touch with people along the way. And they remember, hey, this guy, boom, and then you're here. Or, hey, that tape looks good, boom, and then you're here.
That guy worked really hard. That guy added something to our team, our broadcast, our production, whatever it is. That guy, that woman made this better in whatever way that you're making it better. If somebody, because it's such a small world, if somebody 5 years from now is like, hey, I worked with that person on XYZ, and they were a joy to be around, that's going to get you the next opportunity over the guy that they're like unknown quantity.
And those are the yeses.
That was a
Yeah. Oh yeah. And the no.
Right. Yes. To KJ. And then look, these are just the people that said yes to us.
Yeah.
I have more no's than yeses.
And those no's are good no's.
Correct.
Yeah.
A lot of good no's out there. And then life takes over. You just never know. I have a friend of mine who probably could and should be hosting a network morning show right now. Got to a market, loved it. Met somebody, got married, and is still there. Okay, you do you. Life happens, and your happiness happens somewhere else. So it's not all. It might not be ESPN. It might be Jacksonville, Florida. Might be Sacramento, California. Might be LA. Wherever your life happens.
No one can tell you what your own priorities are. You have to know that for yourself.
There's a lot of people left ESPN and went to small markets or,
there you go.
or big markets, and they're perfectly happy doing what they're doing. I want to echo what Jay was talking about. The local markets for me is really the beginning of the networking, right? And I get to say I went Orlando to ESPN because guess who I worked with in Orlando? Stuart Scott. And Stuart let me know that they had a producer opening because Golf Channel started and 1 million people wanted to leave Bristol and move to Orlando, and I was the only dummy who wanted to go the other direction. But because I knew Stu, he got me an interview. So it's really the beginning of your networking that you're going to work with these people in small markets. And I tell you guys all the time, like, you can throw any network you want out. Either I or somebody on my staff, we know somebody who works there, in large part probably because we worked with them somewhere else before they got to where they are. So that's just all part of this huge tree of, yep, Indoor Lacrosse League, yeah, I know somebody there. Yep, the World Professional Cornhole Broadcast, yep, guess what? My brother's doing stats for them now.
Really?
And he just retired, yes. And now in his retirement, he's doing stats for, sorry, it's not cornhole, it's pickleball. Because he's a big pickleball player.
Big difference.
Oh.
Yeah, big difference, yes. So, but, oh, by the way, like that's a job for someone. You want to do stats for pickleball, that's a job now. So come on down, Mr. Moses.
My name is Moses, but I actually go by Hanky Q Hazelton.
Let's start with that. Can we start with that?
Sorry,
How do you guys feel about Hanky Q Hazelton as an on-air name?
My name is, excuse me?
Do you want to be in wrestling?
No, sir. Or no, ma'am. I want to be going to news, so I know I'm here at the Sportscasting school, but I've always been interested in news. I used to watch a lot of Lester Holt and Brian Williams and things like that. So Hanky Q.
You think?
So
I kind of like Moses, to be honest with you.
Hanky panky. That's all.
I kind of like this guy.
It's memorable, though.
It is memorable, but
This is what news directors are going to do to you.
There's a connotation. If you want to be in news, I'm just going to tell you how I feel.
Okay.
I tend not to lie. There's no filter a lot of the times. If that one person is like, that makes me think of something else, can I take you seriously? Can Hanky tell me the story about the kid who was child molested?
Yeah, but did the name get him in the room?
It may have.
Okay.
But can you tell me the story?
Yeah, then you change the name to Moses.
Okay. There you go. But I'm just.
That's the debate. You have no idea this debate is going on.
You have to know that going in. You have to know that going in.
These conversations.
I like him, but his name's Hanky. I don't know about it. Let's bring him in for an interview. Where did the name come from?
But be prepared for those conversations to work in your favor and maybe not.
Okay.
Sorry, now you
make sure your work blows them away.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely.
Because then your name, we can work with that.
I was just kind of curious with you guys being top talent, that being in the local network, how many times did it take you when you were doing a segment or a stand-up? How many times did it take you to get it, I guess, perfectly correct?
I'll let you know when that happens.
Yeah.
Did you do it multiple times, like 30, 40, 50 times?
We joke around about this all the time. I'm better live than I am if I know we're taping.
Yes.
Okay?
Look at it.
Because if we're doing a sports center on college football Saturdays, I do college football final with Jesse and Joey. We know we're taping it. So there's weeks where we tape it because the Pac-12 game is running late, and we butcher it all the time because we know we can tape. But if that college football final is live, we'll sing with it. Point being, if you're taping something, doesn't matter how many times it takes. Yep. Do it until you're happy with it. When you're live, your mind's going to be different because you know you're not allowed the second rep. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no right number. If I sit there and take one take wonder, it doesn't matter.
Now, the only thing is, like, at some point, if you need to do something 40, 50 times, that's not just on you. It's on the people around you who are making that happen, and there's a timing element involved. And are you going to be late? Are you causing people overtime? Like, those are other things you need to do. But there are things that you can do at home to prep, to get better, so you don't need 40, 50 times.
Did you do the look in the mirror thing?
Yes. Talk to yourself in the shower. Look in the mirror. Talk to yourself in the car. Like, practice your stand-ups. Practice talking in a way that makes you feel comfortable in all sorts of situations. Maybe not necessarily in the mirror, that I didn't do that, but people do. Figure out what that is for you so that you don't need 40, 50. Maybe you need 5, 6. Because it's not just about you. It's about everyone else around you who's in that moment trying to make that stand-up work. Unless, of course, you're a one-man band, which you might be. Then you can do 40, 50, and you're only bothering yourself.
It's still reps, right? It's
Yeah.
still practice.
Absolutely.
I say all the time, Steph doesn't walk into the Warriors practice, hit a 3, and turn around and leave. Like, he's still working on his craft. When we did 3-hour shows at ESPN, I often worked on the 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock Sports Center. And a talent would write a lead-in for the A block at 8 o'clock, and they'd be like, oh, that's good, let's run it back at 9 and 10. It was like, or you could write a different lead-in for 9 o'clock, make one stats-driven, or 10 o'clock, throw some quotes in there. Find different ways because you're still trying to find your voice. But you guys, more so than the people who are actually working at ESPN, you should be experimenting all the time. So if you're doing 30 reps, it shouldn't be 30 reps trying to get one right. It should be at least 2 or 3 different ways of trying to do something and see what feels good for you.
See what you stumble on.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it with this. So why is it that you would go with the Moses? Just, is there any specific reason?
What's your last name?
My real last name or my fake one?
I want the.
My real name is Moses Snyder.
Snyder?
Snyder.
Moses Snyder?
Moses Snyder?
God, that's a good name.
It is a good name.
It's strong.
My parents have never called me it, so
What do you want to go with?
I personally want to go with Hanky Q Hazelton because that's what I've always told people.
What about Hanky Hazelton? Could you drop the Q?
I can do that.
Okay.
All right. What's going to get me the job
Why
is
do you not want to be
what
you?
I'll do with.
Why do you not want to be you?
Why do I not want to be me? I think it's me, just it goes with my hair and my personality, and it's just like, oh, it's Hanky Q. That's just me.
You could be Moses. If I didn't know you, you'd be like, Moses could have been your fake name. I'd have been like, that fits.
Moses just kind of seems kind of like that, like older person, like, hey, Moses. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's.
But you're not carrying tablets or anything with a big beard.
Not yet. right.
Here's the deal.
I think at the end of the day, it's going to be less about your name and more about the things that come out of your mouth and
Thank you.
deliver it.
That's what I was going to say.
Your name will get you in the door, or it might not. But you need to be prepared for those conversations.
Yeah. If I see your tape, I don't care what your name is. Can you do the job? If you can't do the job, your name could be Walter Cronkite.
It could be Princess Sparkle Pony.
Yeah.
All right. I'll pray about it and we'll see what happens.
Do you think, bro?
Thanks.
My boy Moses Hanky Q.
You're talking to a guy whose entire life has gone by a name that isn't his. So, I'm not Gus. That's my nickname.
I changed my name in the middle of my career. Like Jay said it, like he watched Nicole Mansky, and I was Nicole Mansky for the first 30 years of my life, and then I got married, and I was not going to change my name because I was right. I was Nicole Mansky. That's who I was, and people knew me as that. And my husband doesn't ask for much. He's very chill. And my husband was like, it's important to me that we're a family. And he's like, I want you to represent our family. And I was like, well, I didn't go to medical school, so it's fine. Like, so I changed my name. And I don't know, like you're not attached to it that way.
It works.
Yeah.
You're still you.
Yeah. In the rundown, but it's always NB and MB. God, they butcher that.
That's a nightmare. I was like, guys, you got to go Matt and Nicole. You can't do NB, because otherwise we're writing each other's stuff.
We need those initials in the rundown.
Yeah.
They all know that. Look, the guy whose name is on the program here, his real name isn't Dan Patrick. Now, he's not Hazy Patrick, Hanky
Patrick.
Hanky Q.
Yeah, he's none of those things.
Hanky Q Patrick.
But
Danny Q Patrick.
sometimes you make a name that you think is going to work for you. So, what do you got, sir?
All right, before you answer my question, I believe there's an online question if you want to go ahead with that one first.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, what do we got?
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we have Michelle Montaigne joining us on YouTube.
Hi,
Michelle. And this question is for the crew. And Michelle says, one of the things we always hear is that authenticity is key in being successful in this industry. You three are so good at that aspect. And the question is, how did you work on and improve on the authenticity aspect of your delivery?
I want Nicole to start with that because she's told this story before, but I don't think recently, about your own authenticity and the two Nicoles.
Oh, God. I think for the longest time, the business can be tough. You have to have thick skin. And I sort of laughed at the Russell Westbrook this week where he's like, oh, people are making fun of my name. Well, that kind of comes with it. Not everyone is going to like you. And I think for the longest time, there's the TV Nicole, there's the professional Nicole, and then there's the real Nicole. And if you didn't like TV Nicole, that's fine, because that wasn't the real Nicole. And I think when I look back on it, it was a lack of confidence in me and who I was that sort of led to that. And the second I sort of said, and I just started being me, I think I got better. I think I got better at my job. I think I got more comfortable. I was obviously more confident. And everything about me was more relaxed. And I want you to like me. That is my job. I want you to like me. I want to connect with you. But if you don't, I'm not going to take it home with me at night, and it's probably not going to ruin my day like it may have. For every Twitter comment you get, let's say you get 20 throughout a show, 19 of them will likely be good. And then there's that one that picks on you for something.
Are you on a different Twitter than the rest of us?
I'm just throwing out a number. And there was a time when I would remember that one, and that one would stick with me, and it would bother me, and it would bug me, and it felt so personal. And now I don't give a damn. Because I know who I am, and I know what I'm sharing with you, but I'm also to the point where I'm sharing me, and I'm fine with that. And if you don't like it, I don't know, that's your problem, not mine.
I look at it, I'm not landing planes or clipping aorta valves, like I'm the same guy, they'll tell you, I'm the same guy on air and off air. Because this is gonna sound pretty minimal, but I don't care. Like, I know what I do is fun. If there is a tragedy or a story that I have to do that's sad, yeah, we've all got the capacity to understand the importance of the story, but I take the job seriously. I don't take myself seriously. And I think one of the greatest compliments that I ever get through my career was to be like, oh yeah, he's the same guy on air and off air. Because it's like, what are we doing? We're not landing planes. We're talking about
Curing
sports.
cancer.
Right. And so I've always had that approach, that I had something happen to me on my way up in TV where maybe before I had it happen to me, I would have taken it a little bit more seriously. I got Bell's palsy. And the left side of my face was paralyzed for months, and I was going to have to get out of TV. And I remember just looking in the mirror and saying, if my face comes back, I'll have a reinvention of similar to how she changed the way she looked at it. I was like, this is fun. Quit taking it so seriously. And when I was fortunate enough to have my face and my muscles and everything come back in my face, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to have fun doing it, and I'm going to be the guy you can have a beer with, and that's just how I'm going to approach it. And so I think that's how I've always attacked it.
You have to not care, but you also have to have a little bit of courage to be who you are. I mean, Nicole and I said it earlier, when you're like in the VO booth, who am I going to be today? Which voice am I going to be today? Who am I going to channel? Which one of the people that I like in broadcasting am I channeling today for this particular story? Until you get to the point where I don't need them, because I'm enough. You just have to have the courage to be enough. And the people who like it, great. People who don't like it, great. You just do you.
You're enough right now.
We're not actors.
No, you're enough right now. Like, actually, we're not actors. So, like, we wear hair and makeup stuff, right? Like, that you're sort of a better version of yourself in terms of appearance. Like, I probably spend my normal life in, like, yoga pants, whatever. This is who I am. And someone came in the other day, and she was like, oh, well, when I do Hallmark movies, I do this. And I was like, this isn't a Hallmark movie. I'm not playing a role. I'm just me.
Today on a very special sports center. By the way, Michelle, if you're out there watching, Nicole wants you to call her so you can talk about
Yeah, I need to know what's going on, because
Yeah.
I feel like I'm out of the loop, because he filled me in a little bit.
And,
Michelle's very cool, by the way.
And by the way, if you didn't pick up on it, Matt had a bumpy flight last night. That's why he's got such respect for landing airplanes.
Those guys.
Now, sir, thank you for deferring.
Of course. All right, first off, just want to thank you all taking time in your busy schedules to be with us today. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet all of you, and thank you very much. My name is Alan McDonald. The question I had, we spoke a lot about the local TV already.
Is that your real name?
Alan McDonald, yeah. Okay. I don't have anything to compete with Hanky, you know. But honestly, it's a legendary name. I think you should stick with it. But following up, though, as far as the local TV, I know there's probably not a student in this entire room that doesn't want to shoot for the goals to be on ESPN, a Fox Sports, a major network like that. But we know the reality of things is upon graduating, that's probably not going to be the reality. You probably will have to hit the local TV market. What is your biggest piece of advice for all of us that, you know, upon graduating, we don't hit that major network? What can you give us for advice for that?
Patience. One. I wanted to quit every job. In fact, I did quit. Quit TV after my first job. I quit, went and bartended in Newport Beach, South Carolina, because I was like, I went to Arizona State and the Walter Cronkite School to make $16,000 a year and live in Wisconsin. I'm out. So patience would be one. And two, Nicole said it earlier, say yes. I use the Wisconsin example because I think it's a perfect one for college grads. I grew up in Scottsdale, Arizona. Who wants to leave Scottsdale, Arizona for small town Wisconsin? No offense.
No. There's a reason why I don't live
No
in
one. But I knew I had to get in. I knew that I had to get in and go away from every comfort zone that I had to get into this industry. I had to say yes to a place I would never live if I had a choice. Mm-hmm. And so that would be my biggest advice. Patience and get in anyway. It may not even be an on-air job. If you've got an opportunity to go work in a big market I met my wife in local TV. She was a reporter at my station in Columbia. She didn't start on air. She worked at the news desk in a bigger market just to get in, and then started the on-air opportunities. It's not, like Gus said, it's not always going to go like this. So whatever gets you in the industry, get in by any means you can.
Most definitely.
I think if I look at my career, I was the kid who wanted, like I was 11, and I told you I wanted to be the Monday Night Football sideline reporter. Do you know the one thing I have never done in my career? I have never worked the sidelines of an NFL game. But do you know what I spent 7 years doing? Covering motorsports. Mm-hmm. Do you know what doesn't make sense in my life? Covering motorsports. Like, if you would have said to me when I was 30, you would have spent the last 5 years in motorsports, I would have, like, thrown the BS flag. So it made no sense. But it was an opportunity, because I moved to Indianapolis for a local news job, and the Pacers were in the playoffs against the Heat. And the two main guys, where are they going to go? They're not going to spend their days at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They hopped on a plane and they went to South Beach, and they sent the new kid to the racetrack. And the new kid knew nothing. I had literally never seen a car in person on a racetrack. I could turn in a couple times to a NASCAR race, but that wasn't my thing. I was sticking ball the whole way. And I was a sponge. I learned everything. I asked the dumbest questions until I tried to learn. And you know what happened at the end of that month? Because I had said yes to everything I could find, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network said, hey, we're down a pit reporter for a couple of races later in the year. Would you be interested? Yeah, because I said yes to everything, even if it didn't make sense. And eventually, I was that full-time with my full-time job in Indy. And back then, you had to have satellite time. And I was doing an exclusive report from a race in St. Pete. And the guy who was running Speed, which is Fox now, Speed, saw me send that report back and reached out the next week and said, hey, we're redoing a show, and I liked what I saw from you on that. Did it make sense for me to spend 10 years in motorsports? No, but I did it because it was an opportunity, and it turned one thing. I went from Indianapolis to Speed to ESPN, doing motorsports.
Satellite window.
Yeah.
All those eavesdroppers on the satellite.
Exactly. Like you.
Jay?
Everything that they said. And sometimes, if you're able to, sometimes you might have to work for free. That's how I started in radio.
Yes.
First 9 months of my career.
Yeah, literally.
Mr. Nature's Bag o' Nuts.
If you can do it. Fortunately, my dad and my mom were like, okay, this your dream? We'll float you for a minute. Do your thing. But patience, say yes, and just go.
Let go of the idea, too, that you're going to work like 9 to 5.
Yeah.
You're going to have all your holidays off.
Yeah,
Like,
there are no holidays.
Try to, like, get the
Weekends.
people in your life to understand that, too. Like, my mom and dad, for the longest time, were like, what do you mean you're not coming home for Thanksgiving? Like, it's not going to happen. It doesn't happen for us. And
No. We have Thanksgiving sometimes in December.
Yeah.
Or Tuesday
October.
or Wednesday that
Or Tuesday or Wednesday, yeah, whenever.
Like, get used to the idea of normal. Normal doesn't exist for us. Ever.
You're gonna just get used to being weird.
Of course.
Because we're weird.
Yeah.
Our days off aren't, I mean, fortunately in the football offseason, I'm fortunate enough to have weekends off, but my entire career, like, you're not gonna have weekends off. People look at that weird. They're like, oh, you don't? Well, I love Tuesday, Wednesday off because all you Monday through Friday weirdos are at the office. I get the whole place to myself.
Yeah,
Absolutely. We get the golf course to ourselves. We get the mall to ourselves.
Get used to being
fabulous.
Like, Mom, Dad, I can't do Christmas this year, but I could come in on December 17th. Can we do our family Christmas then? If you're okay not living by everybody else's calendar, you know, you'll be fine.
And take your time. Take your time, like Matt said. You don't want to go from here to here really quickly. Because if you do that, chances are they're going to get you cheap.
Excellent.
And then you'll never get out of the cheap.
And then you'll never get out of the cheap.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Hey, Rishi, throw out 5 markets where we currently have people working on air jobs.
Kennesaw, Washington, El Paso, Texas, Kirksville, Missouri, Johnstown, Pennsylvania,
And Bakersfield.
Like, no one is saying to you, go get the job in Bakersfield, California, and then you have to live there forever. I think the thing that maybe we glossed over, how long was your contract in Lawton?
No, I didn't have one. But they ask you, you do like a wink, like, hey, we'd like you to be here for a year.
We're talking a year of your life.
Yeah. But lifelong friends. And then I ended up liking it for a year because Oklahoma football was really good and I got to travel.
If you don't want to stay in Lawton, if you don't want to stay in Wausau, if you don't want to stay in Rockford, Illinois, you don't have to beyond that initial commitment. You use those places, you use those jobs for how they serve you. And then you move on and you learn from the next place. Like, I was in Rockford a little longer. It was like 2.5 years, but my family was there. And I also started when I was 19. I was in Fort Wayne for 2.5 years. I was in Indianapolis for less than 2 years. It's not forever.
The point being that none of you probably came here with the hope that you're going to get to go be on air in Kirksville, Missouri. But you have to understand that in order for your journey to be complete and to achieve your dream, those are the kind of steps that you're going to have to take along the way. And they're invaluable. When I work with clients in smaller markets, I always tell them, you're not doing your show for the good people of Des Moines or the good people of Kirksville. You're doing the show for your demo reel. You're just getting practice and reps every day on live television to help get you where you want to go.
And if you're doing something for you, you would hope that you're doing it at the best of your ability. So in turn, the people of Kirksville, Missouri are getting the best version of you, and then it ends up being a good product. I would do that. It's funny you say that because every show that I did, I was like, this is going to be the one I put on my tape. And you know what? That one never made the tape. Because when I stopped thinking about it, something would happen.
Yep.
There's no timeline.
Nope.
Don't put that pressure on yourself. Like there's no one sitting here saying you need to in 1 year be from here to there.
Nope.
Do what makes sense. Honestly, that was the best parenting advice I got, but I think it's actually some of the best advice you can get, period. Whatever works for you, it may not be what worked for your mom or your dad or your brother or your sister. Figure out what works for you and do that.
You should have a timeline, though, built in upon graduation. How long are you willing to give yourself to find that first job?
That's the key.
Before you have to go, all right, I'm going to go to the bagel shop now. I'm going to work there 40 hours a week. But give yourself a plan of attack. That whether it's 3 months, 6 months, a year, it's going to take a while to find jobs. But to Matt's point, just getting in, right? So we've had grads who've taken jobs in news because it was a job. One of those grads was working for a PBS station in Lakeland, got an on-air job in Missouri with an affiliate station, which he would have taken it anyway because it was sports, not news. But once you get into those affiliate stations, now you're in the pipeline. Now you know before the world where the next jobs are. And your news director understands you're only here for a year or two. I want to help you get to where you want to go. Let me call the news director in Bismarck now or whatever the next step is for you to help get you where you want to go. But you need to give yourself some kind of a plan upon graduation that says, and talk it over with your family. How long can we make this work for me? Because trying to find a job is a 24/7 job.
That was the hard part.
Yeah, be nice to your parents.
Seriously.
I'm serious, because if you guys are fortunate enough to have your parents help you out with college, in this industry, we were talking about it this morning, like I had to have my parents pay for my car insurance in my first job because I couldn't afford it. I made $16,000 a year. So like I couldn't afford it.
Or find a side job.
Little side
hustle.
hustle,
To pay your
right.
bills, like that allows you some flexibility.
Ask for gift cards at Christmas. I used to ask for gift cards at Christmas so I could go buy new ties. I had two blazers. Two.
You had two. You were rich. I had one and some ties.
Yeah, but in local TV, like we didn't have to stand up. So I'd go in in shorts, flip-flops. I was anchoring the weekend. And all you had to do was have your uppers, so you'd have...
You did that in local TV. I do that now.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, get creative with how you approach the task because we're weird. This is a weird industry with a lot of weird stops and a lot of weird asks. It's almost like a game. If you can perfect the game and find ways to cheat the system to make it better for you, you'll succeed.
Internships too have I feel like the word internship has almost become like a dirty word, but I'm team internship because that's something that you can do now. Call your local affiliates and get in the door. Because that's what I did. I had a college professor that said to me, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And he was sort of cynical and he was like, "Go get an internship to make sure it's actually what you like and what you want, because you don't want to wait until your 4th year of school and discover that the business that you've been dreaming of your whole life is not what you were expecting." So he said, "Go get an internship." So I did. That's how the 19-year-old ended up on air. Because my first year of college, as an 18-year-old, I went out and got an internship. And then they hired me as the PA or whatever, and then I was producing. And then before I knew it, they knew that I wanted to be on air. And in Rockford, we were short-staffed, as everybody is. They're like, "Hey, can you go do that story today?"
Yes.
Sure. Yes. The word is yes. Yes. So like get an internship now, this second. Yeah, you might not be graduating for a couple more years. I don't care. Get the experience and meet the people now. It will pay off. It will.
Don't worry so much about the steps you have to take. Worry what you're putting into each step, okay? That will determine your duration in this career. And be aware of the world around you and use your life experiences. When I started working for free in radio, they eventually found a little bit of money in the budget, but it was basically part-time. So I would get off the air at 9 o'clock in the morning and drive to Color Time Rent to Own, where I worked, for the rest of the day. And I would sell stuff, and I would tell people, you don't want to rent to own because it's too expensive. They hate it when I said that. It's too expensive. You want to save your money. Now, I need your TV now. Okay. And I would deliver it, and sometimes I would have to go get it. And sometimes I would have to go get it in places where I really didn't want to go. But that made me comfortable in going to places where I really didn't want to go. So when I got to Pittsburgh, and I was a full-time radio reporter and then eventually a full-time TV reporter, if we have to go into a neighborhood and talk to some kids who want to be in gangs, all right, I'll go, because they're just kids. They're smart kids. They're just in the wrong, they're doing the wrong thing. But if you look at what they're doing, they're really brilliant. They just need a different direction. I'll go talk to them. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody. I'm not afraid of anybody because of the experiences that I had growing up. So use everything that you have in this job because you'll need it.
You ever go somewhere and be like, hey, you sold me a TV. That's gay.
Oh, that's funny. No, I spend the rest of my life. ESPN. ESPN, yeah, right. Good job.
Is there another online question?
Yep, we have a question from Alfonso McCree Jr. He's joining us on YouTube. Alfonso asked, do you have any advice that has helped you through the times when you felt frustrated in your career?
No, I don't think I had any specific advice. I just had people to rely on. You end up with your we all have our people. You just rely on your people.
When you're frustrated, you're always frustrated at something.
Yeah.
At some point. I mean,
said I wanted to quit every time I was in a local. I was like, this isn't for me. I want to quit.
Yeah. I mean, we were frustrated with the start of the show the other day. I mean, how are we going to do this? I mean, the frustration doesn't stop. So that's the thing you have to learn. It is what it is. It's life. So you just deal with whatever it is in the moment and you move on. Because if you dwell on it, then you're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, there's no difference in job frustration than life frustration. Mm-hmm. Like, I was frustrated. I had to walk to the lobby this morning. I couldn't find the damn coffee machine. I'm like, where's the coffee at this place? I just needed coffee. I mean, but that's a frustration, right?
One of the best pieces of advice I ever got at ESPN, because I can get worked up.
No.
Is one of my bosses told me, on a scale of 1 to 10, everything can't be a 10. And when you start to process in the moment, all right, this is just a 2, right? Then the frustration can kind of wane away a little bit because you realize in the moment, it's just not that big of a thing. But I had a stretch where I was doing your old show, the 7 or the whatever time it might have been like the noon, which for me was early as a lifetime nighttime worker, but I was getting up at 5 in the morning, whatever it was, every day when I was still on Twitter, #survive in advance. I would tweet that on my way out the door as a way just to say, get through today, because you don't know what the next day is going to bring. And then at some point, they made me talent coach, which is something I've been asking for 10 years to do. And then 3 months later, they laid me off. So survive in advance. Right. But that frustration is kind of
life.
I want to get to Austin because we're getting a little short on time. For anybody who's going to be paying attention to the Hall of Fame ceremonies tonight, you will hear the great pipes of one Austin Dillingham as the voiceover guy.
Oh.
Yeah, Austin. Gus, you're making me blush in front of the Sports Center anchors. But thank you guys for
we
coming
can't
today.
see because of your masks.
Yeah. So my question for y'all is, maybe all 3 of you went through this, maybe none of you went through it, whether it was your first, second, third gig. And I know y'all been preaching, say yes to everything. But how do you know what is going to be the right fit for you in terms of a position or a place to go? Or how do you know when it's time to move on? Or,
So that one's near and dear to my heart because 2 jobs that I took were sight unseen. Small market, they can't afford interviews. They're not going to fly you in, right? So what you have to do, what I did, I'm a bit like the pro and con list, but I would look at it. This sounds, God, I sound old saying this, but this was even in the primitive days of search engines to be able to find out about local towns. The answer to the question is you're never going to know if it's the right fit until you do it. You got to take a leap of faith. I was like, well, hell, fine, I'll go live in Wisconsin or Oklahoma. You just have to know and have the confidence that everything's going to work out. So to answer the question, you never know if it's going to be right until you do it. It's like looking at this outfit. Like, he didn't know it was going to be right. He got tried on, right? Now look at my man. I mean, he looks good, but but if I'm looking at that, I'm like, nah.
You're such a knucklehead.
You tried it on and it looks great, so you're never going to know until you try it on.
And even if it's wrong, you can still get something out of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Austin, it's no different than choosing this school.
Yeah.
What did you know about us before you decided this is where you were going to come?
Just that Dan Patrick put his name on it, and
Right.
I listened to his radio show.
Right. So
what you make of it.
very little.
Anything you do is what you make
And
of
it,
it.
it hasn't been a great fit for everyone. We've had students drop out, go, this wasn't what I thought it was, so be it. But you made it work for you.
Hey, Austin, I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
I didn't want to go to ESPN.
No.
No.
Why is that?
Because I didn't know if I wanted to go from news to sports, move from Pittsburgh to Bristol. I didn't know if I wanted to do it.
Sports is more fun, though.
I didn't want to do
Well,
Sports Center.
I didn't know that. She didn't want to do Sports Center. I mean, I had a lot of fun doing news. You're granted, I can smile more when I'm doing sports, but it's just in my head, I knew what I wanted to do, and that wasn't necessarily it.
ESPN wasn't my destination. I didn't want anything to do with it. I was living in Dallas. It was a big, but you never know what's coming your way. And then you get there and you're like, I'm going to be at ESPN 9 years tomorrow, March 11th.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. That seems like yesterday, but it was never in my intention to end up at ESPN.
It never occurred to Matt that someday he and I could be playing softball together. And yet, we did and never won a championship either.
That's great.
Unfortunately.
We never
All right, we've only got about 13 minutes left, so let's hustle through some of these questions. If you have something specific for one person instead of all three of them trying to answer, we can probably get to.
He just cut, by the way.
Well, he's a Mets.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, I was
He's good. He was on deck.
Because you're wearing the Mets jersey.
Yeah, I get a free pass with Gus. My question is you guys have been talking about going and saying yes and everything. I'm a little bit of an older student than most of the students, so my time is a little bit shorter than theirs, I feel that way. What do you have as far as advice for someone who is an older student and looking to get into the business and everything like that?
Jay is the old guy. Why don't you take that one?
You look young to me, Jay.
First of all, no
and
one's
those
putting a
socks are
timeline
dope.
on you.
Say that again.
No one's putting a timeline on you.
Okay.
So don't put a timeline on yourself.
All right.
Just learn everything you can learn and go out there and try to do it. Sell your life experience when you're going for a job.
Right.
Because you are older.
Okay.
You may be able to, I can handle these stories better than whatever.
Right.
But I can't afford you because you're older. Well, yeah, we can work that out.
Okay.
We had a student come to the program who was a production assistant for me in the 90s at ESPN. Came to the program as an online student at age 49, graduated on the other side of 50, got a news reporter job in Chattanooga. All right,
For sure.
so it can happen.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lorenzo!
Why not?
I don't know why they do that. I love you too, Carlos.
Just enjoy it.
I will. As Carlos said, my name is Lorenzo Seabrook Jr. I am a part of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting here at Full Sail. Is it okay if I tell a quick story really quick?
Yeah.
Clock is literally right there, so you go.
So last month, I was in Mr. Stinton's class, broadcast writing.
Yay, Mike Stanton! Woo!
And we had the opportunity to speak to Jay Harris through Zoom, and I had a question for him, which was, how do you get over nervousness whenever it was your first day on the job locally, ESPN? And I asked that because obviously we're here to do play-by-play, sideline reporting, or be on ESPN, do whatever. And my biggest problem is being nervous on the first day. And so I want to ask him, how do you get over that? And his answer was, you just got to do it. And with that, after that, I gained the confidence. That was the biggest push that I needed. And after that, I signed up for my first Rollins game, and after that, I'm calling my first game tomorrow. And I wanted to come up here, and I didn't want to say this to you personally. I want to come up here to the mic and say it to everybody, because I know I'm not the only person who deals with this. I know that there's a lot of people out here who gets nervous and tends to back out or quit. But I'm telling you right now, I'm not even trying to say like I'm a veteran, I've done this before, because like I said before, my first game is tomorrow. Like, I've never done this before. But like, I'm in your shoes. I'm only in month 7. So for somebody to be in your shoes, I'm telling you right now, you can do it. It's like, you can do it. Like, I'm telling you, like, the fact that
When we're little kids, we all sit on the top of the slide, and we're scared to death.
Yeah. Right.
Terrified more than we'll ever be in our lives, more than Matt was on the plane last night. Well, once you go down that slide, oh my God, that was so fun, I want to do it again.
Exactly.
That's what you're going to experience tomorrow when you call that game.
I still get nervous. When I get thrown a new opportunity, I'd never done play-by-play in my life, never wanted to do play-by-play. It was never in my career path. They needed help. They asked me 4 years ago, did you want to call a college football game? Now I will never not do play-by-play, but I was nervous the first couple of times. I thought I had built up a career as a studio host. Was I going to damage that by doing play-by-play? We still get nervous. When we get put in a new opportunity, be it at ESPN, ABC, somewhere like that, you're going to be nervous. It's human nature. If you're not nervous, you're not alive.
Nerves mean you care.
Correct. Jay gave you great advice. And now you got Jay Swagger.
Now you owe me $200.
I'll take 10% of your volunteer.
Okay.
What's your Venmo?
Thank you, Lorenzo. Tyler, come on down.
Congrats. Have a good game tomorrow, man. Do your thing.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm Tyler Purdom. I'm also in month 7, as well as part of the largest class the school has ever seen. So shout out to these guys over here. Thank you, guys. So my question really revolves around, Nicole, you touched on it. You said, say yes to everything, but also, as all of you have also said, there's a thing where you have to crawl and walk before you can swim and run. So at what point in y'all's careers did it become, maybe this job isn't the best for me, maybe this opportunity isn't something I should pursue and maybe pick something else or so on?
I'm still not there.
Yeah, we don't know.
No, like Matt said, play-by-play wasn't really something he was interested in, but the opportunity presented itself. This is Matt Berry. Like that happened, how many years ago? It's like fairly recently in the timeline of his career. It's recent enough where things still happen and things change. I didn't think I'd be doing SportsCenter. It wasn't actually something that I wanted to do back then. Do I like it now? Yeah, it's great. It's fun. You don't know what the future is going to hold. So don't limit yourself now and say, well, I'm going to do this, because everything's always changing. And I think sometimes we get stuck in our heads where we think, this is my timeline. This is what I have to do. These are the steps I have to take. No.
Don't worry about trying to swim in the water. You be the water.
Yeah.
And you just flow. Exactly.
Water is also wet, by the way.
You'll have enough people in your life making those decisions for you, unfortunately. Like, this is what you're going to do now because you work for us. So you just take what you can when you can get it, because eventually it kind of gets out of your hands. As my father likes to say, some problems solve themselves. By the way, Jay, you're leading the league in needlepoint pillow quotes today with some of these things you're throwing at us.
And I would add, too, there are a number of people that I know that have gotten out of the TV career that have gone on to wildly successful careers in other areas, but the TV aspect was their foundation. My wife's a good example. I said before, she was a local anchor and a reporter at my station in Columbia. She just figured out, she's like, you know what? I don't know if I'm ready to do it. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Now she's an executive at Carrier, which is based in Jupiter, Florida. So I have placed it in West Palm and go back and forth. But she's wildly successful in her second career because she just knew. She's like, I don't know if I'm feeling this anymore. You're going to know and then find the experience that you use. Because little do you know about this industry that we're all in, it teaches you a lot of things that are applicable to other areas in career. So you'll eventually know. but know that you're getting the training to succeed in other areas if you wake up one day and decide this isn't for you.
Except medicine, you're not going to be a doctor. Not going to be a doctor.
Or fly planes.
You're not going to fly a plane.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Maybe those
Tyler.
Thank you guys so much.
Good morning. Thank you for being here again. My name's Nicolas Arciniegas. I go by Nico. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Nico, run with it. Love it.
I'm an international student. I've been here for 7 months as well. I wanted to ask any of you, if you care to answer it, what can a bilingual person do to distinguish himself really in this type of industry? What have you seen from your colleagues? Because I see John Sutcliffe, and that's who you aspire to be as a Latin person, I guess.
How many languages can you speak?
I speak Spanish, English, and a little bit of French.
Okay. I wish I could do that.
Me too. Yeah.
You could like write your own ticket.
Yeah. Don't be. We used to work with someone, and English was her second language, and she almost was apologetic. She would make mistakes, and then she would like turtle shell herself, and she'd like apologize for it because English wasn't her first language. I wish I could speak more than one language. Like, don't apologize for that. That is amazing. Look around this room. None of us are the same. So that's something that makes you different. That's something that sets you apart. That's something that makes you really smart. Build on that. Run with it.
Do you remember there was a day at ESPN we were taking a press conference, and at some point the questions started getting asked in Spanish and the answers were starting to be answered in Spanish. And the people in the control room decided to get out of the press conference because they just assumed that nobody in our audience apparently spoke or understood Spanish. So after that debacle, everybody in the building who was on air who could speak Spanish, their status raised, because now we realized we can just have someone out there who can speak the language, who can then interpret the questions and the answers for our audience. So that it's a huge advantage for you.
Yeah, I would say you have an avenue we don't. I can't go apply for a job, a Spanish-speaking job. I can't go live in Latin. I can't go do that. You can. And so whatever tools God gave you, whatever tools you have in your toolbox, use them. And that's a tool that I would ride that as long as I could, because it makes you more versatile than any of us.
Versatility is a really important thing.
And we've had bilingual students come through the program before you, and we encourage them to do stuff on air in the studio in their other language, because I want you to have that on your demo tape to go along with the English-speaking stuff. So, all right, we got 7 minutes, so let's try to hustle through a few more news.
I know.
Let's go to the top of the hour. I'm going to 45 because you guys got the interviews. Zach.
Hey, my name is Zach Mason. Thank you guys for coming in today. Jay, a couple weeks ago, you came into Rishi's class where me and Asa were doing a debate show, and our first topic was talking about diversity in the NFL. And we had a great conversation after our first take. And I just want to let everybody else hear what we had to talk about. What advice do you have to sportscasters when it comes to, and it goes to all of you really, when it comes to talking about diversity on television, what advice do you have for sportscasters, especially for people who are so young and aren't really informed about what politics are in today's age?
I would say don't be afraid of it and ask questions if you don't know. And don't be afraid to say, I don't know. Right. I would say, I don't know in a minute because I don't know everything. I can go find out. And if you know, you can help me with it. Just be that sponge. And don't just be that sponge and don't be afraid of it. That's what I would tell you. What else did you get out of the conversation?
Just don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to stick it and go with it. That's really what I got out of your conversation. And I still think about it, and it's been 2.5 weeks. And that's probably one of the best pieces of advice, not only from Rishi's class, but you came into Jamila's class as well. And you just gave us so much great advice, because I'm from the South, and the South isn't really, when it comes to learning about diversity, it's not compared to the rest of America.
Well, wait a minute. Let me stop you there.
Started on this state right now.
No, that's an American thing. That's not just a Southern thing.
No, I agree.
Because I grew up in North Carolina. I guess it's the South, but it's the same thing. Right. It's just a thing.
Your version of reality isn't everyone's version of reality. And I think if we all know that, Like how I grew up is not how Matt grew up. It's not how Jay grew up. And I can't assume that they follow the same things. Like you need to assume that about everyone. Your reality is not everyone's reality, and we need to appreciate everyone.
And in the South, you have both kinds of music, country and Western. Exactly. That's pretty diverse. So thank you, Zach.
I like country Eastern music myself.
So my name is Zach Hatchie as well. So I have a I have a question for all three of you. It's a 2-in-1 question. When you have to handle a tough conversation, like obviously like with a tough athlete or who impacted the game, say like with Kobe Bryant, for example, how would you give advice to how to handle that situation? Like it's so like not even knowing how to describe it.
Which Kobe Bryant situation are you talking about?
When his death happened like 2 years ago or so.
So,
like, how would you describe like how to do your best effort to like get through that?
I did the Tiger. I broke the Tiger car accident news. I had left, and they said you need to get back to the network immediately. And we all knew bare bones at the time, and it ended up going on air for about 2.5 hours, no commercial break, and they just kept feeding me guests. It's human nature. Like, if you're one of those people that laugh at tragedy, then it's probably not for you. I knew something serious had happened to a global icon, so I was prepared for that. Kobe's death, you know. You know.
How would you respond in
Right,
normal
instinct
life?
takes over.
Yeah.
See, as you're saying that, like I'm from Connecticut, so I'm a big New England sports fan. Besides the Patriots, but knowing obviously the Boston Celtics Lakers rivalry, you don't like seeing that no matter what, even if it's a rivalry. You're that.
Oh, so you're connecting it to your sports passion. That's the other thing.
Well, no, I know.
That's out of the equation.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
If I was a Phil Mickelson guy and the Tiger news came up, I'd still would like.
Exactly.
That's out of like we're all fans of something.
Nature.
It's right.
Part of it. The
Human
humanity.
Be a human being
Yeah.
in those situations.
Here's the good news. We actually teach this. You're going to have classes where we're going to give you stories of a serious nature to report on. The vocal team is going to put you through the paces and understanding the delivery that goes into that you can't deliver that story the same way you deliver a highlight.
Like, there are times when fandom comes into play. Like we got into this business because we're all fans of the sport, but then there's the time when you're a human, I'm a human, he's a human. Like we all share those common experiences. That's your job in that moment, not X's and O's and
of course.
fandom.
In Sports Center behind the scenes, if we're on a show and Jay's wrapping up a funny segment or a segment, let's say Marcus Spears, producer gets in both of our ears and say straight toss at the end because we're coming up to a serious story.
Yeah.
So he knows that he can't go to the Chuckle Hut with Spears. He's got to be like, Marcus, thank you, because coming out, I've got a reader on something bad that just happened.
Like almost like, oh, okay, we got to get serious now.
Right. You've got to have that component. In it.
I have a term I call it's rundown awareness. And I always try to make sure that both talent knew what was coming. So things like that. But as a producer, you wouldn't bump the not top 10 off of a serious story. You have to put your talent in a position where stuff like that isn't going to happen. So thank you for your question.
Thank you guys very much for the advice.
All right. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wrap it up. The good news is in an hour, a little over an hour, at 1 o'clock in the studio, the three of them will all be there. We're gonna have a very informal meet and greet. Anybody who's a sportscasting student, you're welcome to come over. But we do have deadlines, and Jay and Matt are actually going to go do some TV, and Nicole's going to do a little behind-the-scenes thing with me for our show. For those of you who don't know, Friday we're taping our first ever Full Sail Live. I can't believe I just said first ever. I hate first ever. I always correct people saying first ever, and I just said first ever, so that's bad. Yeah, our first
Annual
Full Sail Live show. Many of you students are involved
Friday.
in that. We're going to put that out there for the
Friday.
world to see. So that's a cool thing. And Jay and Matt and Nicole are all going to do things now that we're going to be able to use in that show. So we're going to wrap it up, and let's hear it for all of them for coming down. And if you were at the one yesterday, I know we did a little mingling after the fact.
us here at Full Sail's Hall of Fame, joined today by Jay Harris. Jay, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Ellie.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. So we just watched you do a phenomenal panel, so we're just going to grill you a little bit more.
Okay.
So you're heavily involved with the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting,
Yes.
okay? As a guest faculty member, what is your impression of the program so far?
The program's fantastic. I tell these students all the time, what you're getting here is invaluable. The hands-on experience, the people that you get to meet and talk to, so treasure that, learn from it, and do everything now to make sure your reel or whatever at the end of this thing is the best it can be, because you'll be further along than anybody else across the country.
Absolutely. How have you seen the program progress since the beginning of your involvement?
Natural progression. Once you do things and they become a well-oiled machine. In the beginning, it's like, okay, we're going to figure out how this works with this and that. But from Gus on down, it's fantastic.
What is it about this school, this program? You could go anywhere in the country. Everybody knows who you are. Everybody would love the opportunity to talk to you. What is it about this place that keeps you coming back?
Well, Ellie, I think it's the determination from the faculty to make sure that the people coming through this program are employed at the end of it or are skilled enough to not be out of work very long. And it's the determination of the students to learn everything that they can. I think I mentioned before, it's so hands-on, and especially here, I've seen in Hall of Fame week, the people that graduated come back and they share their expertise in their field. So when you're able to talk to someone and share that common Full Sail bond with them, and maybe say, hey, can I come and hang out with you, do an internship? That's fantastic. That's the best.
So we've seen you thrive on camera. I know I've watched you for as long as I can remember. And a lot of...
You sound old, Ellie, but that's okay. I don't mind, because I am.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm only 21.
You're a baby.
I am.
I'm sorry, I interrupted your question.
No worries. So we've watched you thrive on camera, and a lot of the students here want to be on camera. So what is your biggest piece of advice for those that want to head in that direction in their career?
Don't do it.
Helpful.
Go into medicine. No, I mean, have your dream, have your goal, but just make sure you do the things along the way that prepare you for whatever's coming next, because you have no idea what's coming next. But if you master your foundation, if you learn how to write, how to read, how to interview, how to do the basics of journalism, then you're going to prepare yourself. If you stay ready, you'll be ready for whatever comes. Really, that sounds cliche, but it is not. It's the truth. If you stay ready, you'll be ready.
Of course, I think that's great advice. Now, I could ask you 1,000 questions, get 1,000 different answers.
Oh, we probably don't have time for all that.
Probably not. But if you could tell the students one...
Nicole Briscoe, everyone.
If you could tell the students one thing to take away from all of your time here, all through Hall of Fame, what is the biggest piece of advice you could give to the following students?
Listen. Absorb everything. Make as many contacts as you can. Nurture those contacts, and then close your eyes and go for it.
Of course. Well, Jay,
Except
it was...
when you're driving. Don't close your eyes when you're driving. Other than that, go for it.
Well, students, you heard it here. Don't close your eyes when you're driving. Jay, it was such an honor to have you here. I cannot thank you enough, and I know all of the students in this program can learn so much from you, so we appreciate all of your time.
Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. So we are going to throw it back to the desk for right now. Stay tuned into Full Sail's Hall of Fame week.
Thank you so much, Ellie. What an absolutely fantastic panel, fantastic interview. Only 21 years old, so polished, ready to go. I am so excited to see where she goes with her career. Big shout out to Ellie. But while we're on the topic of sports, let's take a look at this video featuring Stephen Lynch, a 2009 film grad who's currently working as a senior producer for the NFL's Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's check it out. Yay, sports!
Maintaining the brand of an NFL football team is very intricate. There's a lot that goes into it. There's video, there's corporate partnerships, there's community events, graphic design. There's people across the board and behind the scenes that you never see. Now, I happen to be one of those people working in the video department for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now. What I try to do if I'm doing a video profile on a player or if I'm telling any story, I want to make sure that really you're able to connect with the subjects. Like we were doing with Levante David, where you're highlighting maybe some community work that they've done, or they recently were featured on the cover of a magazine. I want to get out of him really emotional stuff, you know what I mean? So when we're sitting down, I want to be able to get him comfortable, forget the cameras, because then he's truly able to open up. Okay, this guy's talking to me just like anybody else would. You know, this doesn't have to be some formal thing. We try to capture the environment. You know, right now we're in training camp, so we want to make sure that we're capturing, you know, the fans that are coming out, the little kids that are playing in the kid zone in the back, the cheerleaders that are dancing at intermission. We want to make sure that we capture the full emotion, so people that couldn't make it out here, we're able to show them exactly what they missed, and we're able to really almost make them feel like they were there because they saw a comprehensive look of everything. A regular day throughout the week, if you can even call it a regular day, it could range from, you know, you're starting the morning editing. You're starting the morning maybe putting some graphics together. And then in the afternoon, on a day like today, we have practice. And the 2.5 hours in the heat, we're lugging gear around, we're trying to tell the team's story. Game days are adrenaline from the moment you wake up to really the moment that you go to bed. You show up to the stadium and you're setting up for the game, then you have the game. Hopefully you win the game, and then you're breaking down. You're coming back, you're posting highlights, interview clips. It's nonstop until you get home, and then you're able to relax and kind of reflect on what just happened. Because no 2 days are the same, you show up and it's a blank slate. You don't necessarily know what's gonna happen. And the thing that inspires me every day really is the reason why I got into this business, why I wanted to get this job. And it's the guy who's gonna watch my work and be inspired by it. You're gonna be fired up for the season if, you know, I'm profiling Jameis Winston, you know, in his draft night process and what he went through and what he continues to go through, you know, during the rigors of training camp and preparing for a season. I want to sort of grab you and jolt you and be, okay, this is a little bit different here. This work is hopefully a little bit different than all the other stuff that I'm seeing on other teams' websites and things like that. I want you to leave learning something and feeling something. Like I felt like I was there and I was a part of that.
I absolutely love that he is living his dream and living the dream that a lot of students want to achieve and aspire to get to. But then he's also coming back and talking to students regularly and telling them how to achieve their dreams and how to get to where he's been. But let's all remember to connect with us on social media at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. And be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHoff throughout the week to see your posts featured live here during Hall of Fame. We want to see your pictures, we want to see your tweets, we want to see all of your experiences. And also, let's take a look at our schedule for today. At 12 o'clock, we have Working with and Managing Creatives. That's going to be here in the Full Sail EB lobby right at 12 o'clock. Super excited to get into that one. We're going to learn about working with and managing creatives in a panel featuring Hall of Famers Demo, Jack Geckler, and Jamison Doral, along with one of this year's inductees, Tom Todia.
Please put your hands together and help me give a warm welcome to our host, Miss Laura Daniel.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel very humbled to be on the stage with these four Hall of Famers. Of course, I'm here with Full Sail. I teach in the DAD, Digital Arts and Design program. And I'm here for you anytime you need me, so just let me know. But I'm going to go ahead and let these guys introduce themselves one at a time and say what's important to them, and then we'll open it up to questions after that, so we'll get all of everything talked about. So I will start right here. Right here.
All right, I'll run with that. I'm Jack Eckler. I'm a crowd supervisor at Industrial Light and Magic. I graduated from computer animation in 2000. I am currently working on an unannounced project, but I've worked on Hawkeye recently. I also was at Disney Animation for the last 3 years prior to that, where I had wrapped up Encanto and Frozen 2, and done a lot of other fun stuff before that. So just excited to be here with you guys on this panel.
What's up? I'm Jameson Doral. I'm a 2001 grad. Thank you very much. Game design and development. Spent time at Oddworld, EA, Deep Silver Volition, and am currently an advanced senior game designer at Insomniac Games, working on Spider-Man 2.
Cool.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tom Todia, and I'm an audio director at Electronic Arts Tiburon. Thank you. All right. Currently heading up audio for our college football title, which is in production right now. I've been there about 4 or 5 years. And before games, I was a studio engineer and did a little bit of film sound as well. And my interest is making friends here, which we also call networking. So thanks for coming.
Hey everybody, I'm Demo. I am a 2001 Recording Arts grad from Hall of Fame 5, right? 5, yeah. And I spent the last 2.5 decades working with some of the most amazing artists on the planet. I've worked every position from engineering to production to producing, creative director, executive producer, tons of stuff. And a lot of it working around managing creatives and helping creatives help me do my job better, which is kind of the field we're going to play in today. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited for all the questions. Y'all excited?
Nice. Well, then really, I think the best thing to do at this point is these guys have so much talent and so much experience that working with creatives and the like is what they know. So why don't we start with a question and maybe let it go through the process of
Actually,
developing.
you know what? I have one.
Okay.
I want to hear from everyone. It gives me time to figure out what mine is. But what is the one thing, Jack? Let's say we'll start with you. What is the one thing that you see is most important when managing creatives?
Honestly, it's one of the things that's super important for me, and it was kind of important in my career to get to a position to where I could manage creatives. Because as you go through your career, whether or not it's even doing this stuff or like early, like you had to work retail or you're a waiter somewhere, like you're always looking at how people are treating you. And it's usually a manager of some sort how they're treating you. And I would be in all these situations, specifically when I got in the industry of like, you knew pretty quick, like, I really don't like working with this person, or this person doesn't really know how to get people to do what they want to do. And I used to look at that and be like, I want to be where he's at so I could do it right. So it's one of those things that I've been excited to finally be in a position to do that, because I can look back and be like, I know what to do wrong. So now all those mistakes are out of the way. Now I know how to actually treat artists. And it's amazing once you kind of figure that out and start treating them the way you've always wanted to be treated. The amount of support they give you, like Demo was saying, they literally, they'll jump off bridges for you to support you, and that to me is amazing. Like the more I build them up, the more they build me up. So it's awesome. Like I love being able to do that now.
Yeah, that's great. I think the main thing for me is when you're working with creatives, it's about enabling and fostering the creativity, right? And there is no one size fits all for this. Everybody's creative process is a little bit different, and people that are just getting into this, like you guys are learning now, you're discovering what your creative process is, and understanding and asking the right questions. Of like, I'm someone who's neurodivergent. I am a wait till the last minute type person to get something done, but that pressure at the end is what allows me to quickly kind of get to the right answer. Whereas other people, they need that long lead time to kind of work on something, develop, collaborate more up front. So understanding how each individual does that best and then trying to help enable them to do that is something that fascinates me and I think is an important part of it.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'm going to speak specifically about the kind of work that I do right now because I used to work as an independent contractor mostly. My partner and I have a contract company. We work for EA, Ubisoft, different production teams. And that was very different because it was the two of us. We're both creatives. We both run around in circles. We both waste time. We both procrastinate. That's just the way that creative people are in general. As you get onto a larger team, like I work on a fairly large team now that I manage, things are very different. We need task management. Creative people sometimes are not great at keeping timelines, at making deadlines. They know they need to, but managing it is not simple. So we use really specific task management software. We scope out sprints where we know for the next 2 weeks, this is your assignment, this is what you're working on. It's my job to get you all the details of what you need to know to get that task finished and to do what we call just unblocking. I mean, our jobs as managers is always to make sure that our creatives are unblocked, they know exactly where they're headed, they understand velocity, and that they update us on a regular basis with their work. You know, because if you work for a whole week straight and then just say, oh, I'm done now on a Friday, that's really hard for us to manage. But if at the end of each day we add a little note, oh, I spent 3 hours working on this, this is how far I got, here's a link to the Google Drive where I put it, stuff like that. Now we can all manage each other's time, see how the work is flowing. I used to hate that kind of stuff as a junior sound designer, or as a junior music producer as well. Now that I'm getting older and I'm getting more into it, it makes life so much easier because you want your creative people to just feel like they can do what they need to do and not be stressed out about Excel documents or not be stressed out about time management things you might not be that good at. And if you're not, that's fine. If you're really good at what you do, I don't want you to worry about that kind of stuff. I want to make sure the road in front of you is obvious and that we're updating our tasks all the time. So at the end of the month, we all know exactly where the team is at.
Which one do you use?
We use Jira and a system called Jazz.
I use OmniFocus. You can get it in the App Store. It's really good. It costs a little bit to get the Pro one, but I think there's a free version. Do you got one, Jameson?
I use Jira as well.
Jira as well?
Yeah, what I find, like, the bigger the studio, they tend to go to a Jira system just so it's tracked really well across multiple sites.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lauren, do you have one?
There are plenty of systems. I think Asana is the one I mainly work with. I work with developers all over the globe on websites, and so that one seems to work well. But there are plenty of them that work.
That's good. Good to know. I saw somebody's hand about to go up. Back there? Do you have a mic for her right there? Say your name and your program.
Sure, absolutely. My name is Talia Rodriguez. I'm in the computer animation program. And one of the biggest things that I have realized looking at the topic of today is we're talking about creatives. And in that, we all know that as creatives, we all think differently. There's so many different types of creative types. So in the industry, with whatever you guys are doing or have done, how have you managed working with those creatives?
I'll start on that one. I have a really diverse team that I work with, all incredibly bright people, most of them way smarter and more creative than I am. But there are so many different personalities within a large team. For instance, there's one guy on my team that is literally a genius in everything that doesn't involve talking to other human beings. And he really does not appreciate it. He doesn't like it. It's not his thing. And we know each other quite well. So to get the best out of him and to make sure he wants to stay because he's enjoying being with us as well, I just take that out of the loop. I don't invite him to certain meetings. He's not going to enjoy it. If anyone asks him a question, he's going to get upset and not want to deal with it. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the way that he behaves. He doesn't have to be in every single meeting. And then I have other people that I have to keep them out of meetings because they will not shut up. They will take the agenda and move. I've got an idea, I've got a plan, and it's like, that's not what we're talking about today. So you really have to get to know your people on a personal level and know what their strengths are, but also not, everybody has to work together, but you can't expect to break people to make them something that they're not. If you're really good at what you do and you come to work every day and you work with us, I'm not going to try and force you into a box where you do not exist or you're not happy, only for selfish reasons, because that means in the next year or two, you're going to leave my team. And that's going to be terrible for me, you know. So we don't want to coddle people or like, you know, emphasize bad habits or make it think like you don't have to be professional or be on time and do your work. But within that framework, there's so much room to grow and let people feel comfortable and be what they're really, really good at. If you're with a group or a production team or a company that's not allowing that in any way, keep working, keep getting experience, but start looking for other places. There's other places out there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say for me, like, and specifically on the feature film side, when we do stuff, you know, we and I'm gonna come at it from a supervisor standpoint. We look at a show and we look at, okay, this is how many shots we have in a movie, and maybe it's a bigger show for us and it's 500 shots. As a supervisor working with creatives, and Tom was touching on this, you're always looking at like your team. What are all their strengths? What are their weaknesses? And then my job, you know, in this idea of like, okay, I know we have 500 shots on this film, is to really break it down to be like, one, where do I think everybody fits in this puzzle? Like what sequences I think you're going to be really strong at. But there's also managing too, like, I want you to be happy. So sometimes those conflict, right? And for me, I try really hard to find the middle ground, because clearly as a supervisor, and when we're in that position, we're answering to people above us that if we're doing our jobs right, you guys will never see or talk to, because we're handling that for you. But I want you to really enjoy working with me. So what I'll do typically in those kind of scenarios is like, I don't know if I can do it, but like, I'm going to test the water. So maybe I'll give you a couple shots in that sequence just to see how you kind of do, or one similar, and then I'll cast it appropriately. But there's other times I go in, I know right away, this guy's getting these 20 shots. He's going to knock it out of the park. I don't have to stress about it. So a lot of my time is spent with that. And part of that, too, is just getting to know the team. Like, I spend a lot of time with one-on-ones, just one-on-one meetings where I'm just trying to get to know you, because that tells me a lot about how I'm going to cast you, where you want to go, and kind of what direction, and basically how I should supervise you. Kind of what Tom was saying. I've worked with people like that, too. I know they don't get along with anybody else on the team, but they're such a powerhouse in this that I know I really need them. So I try to insulate that as much as possible, because, you know, the show still goes on. So you just try to find a way to make that work. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I like what I do. Yeah.
But I just want to quickly add, you led right into what I was thinking about, which is, you know, that getting the manager to understand you, right? You knowing how to facilitate that. When you start, you're not going to be managing. You're going to be the one that's managed, right? And it is important that you are very transparent about how you work, what is important to you, where you're going to excel, right? So then the manager has a better opportunity of putting you in the right places and giving you those opportunities. It is always a good idea to be like transparent about your goals and your ambitions and the way that you work best.
100%.
Yeah, I'm glad they kind of really all summed it up. There is two sides of it, because there's when you're managing and when you're being managed. For me, when I'm being managed, I got to constantly get my ego in check. Because sometimes you're going to be managed by somebody that shouldn't be managing you. I mean, that's going to happen at some point in your career. So, but I say to myself, okay, this person is saying something that's triggering me, or this person is saying, what really is it that's really triggering me? Like, okay, maybe I'm not as confident in this, or maybe I don't know whether I feel like I'm the right person for the job. So it's a good part of awareness, but what I manage across the board is I keep a good attitude. Regardless of what the person managing you is, I always keep a good attitude and professional. That's, even when you're managing people, you want to do that. And I do similar to Jack, where I interview a lot of people and I spend time with them. And then I start seeing how they're going to mesh with the other people I'm looking to bring on the team. So pre-production, a lot of pre-production in the front end.
100%.
Yeah. Lauren, you got anything on that, managing creatives?
I think just to be about, when you come into interviews and you talk to fellows like you, I think it's important that you be yourself, so that, and just like he was saying, be transparent. Let them know your likes, your dislikes in a diplomatic way. Right. And because part of working together is being able to work together and to get along and having similar, the similar goal. And I think that's super important. And is there anything else you can add about what you're looking for when you're actually interviewing Newcomers?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge thing. I actually talked about this a bit yesterday for me because I'm in the process, like, we still need to hire 4 to 6 people for my department. And so I've been going through these interview processes, and it's kind of surprised me the number of people who, and maybe it's just the new breed of people coming through who will show up to interviews with egos. You're talking about checking ego, but these are people who have just started. So I'm sitting in these interviews just mind blown. I'm like 20 years in, and they just their second job. And they're talking to ILM, which is maybe their dream studio, but they're, oh, this, me, this, and you're like, what? Okay, because I remember me, it was the most humbling experience. When I interviewed for ILM the first time, I'd been in the industry 15 years, and I was still humbled. So to have somebody new come in with that kind of just ego. Also, another thing with me is, I've had a bunch of people come there where they don't smile, and they're very stoked the entire interview. And my personality is I like to have fun because our team's so small, we have fun.
Yeah.
And if you're in an interview, even if you're the most talented, because I know you're talented, I'm interviewing you. That means I've looked at your resume, I've looked at your work, I've told HR, call him in for the interview, call her in for the interview. So I know that already. What at this point I'm doing is, do I want to work with you? Do I want you to be around my team? Will you mesh with my team? And at that point, to me, it's more about personality. So it always surprises me the number of people who I don't even think that they realize you have the job, it's yours to lose at this point. Because I have you here, so I want to hire you. Just be yourself, be calm. And I get nerves, but do your best to push through it. Smile, act happy to be there. That goes a long way.
Yeah, like write that down. Smile.
Be happy.
Remember to smile.
Yeah.
Be happy.
Yeah.
Be happy to be there.
Yeah, I bring that up because we have post interviews, meaning like it was usually me as another supervisor and our HR director, like a recruiter. And then when you hang up off the Zoom interview right now, we stick around and we talk about you. And like the last couple has been like right away, she didn't smile at all. And I would crack jokes where the rest of us would kind of laugh. Stoic. But that'd be like first thing we'll talk about. And it's like, we get worried. Like it's a flag. Like, oh man, is this going to be cool when we're like working late and we're all together? Like, is this going to be weird or awkward?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to make them feel awkward either, but I have 6 other people to worry about.
Yeah.
And that's how I view it.
And there's a big difference between confidence and bravado.
Yes.
You know, when he's talking about ego, confidence is really hard to manufacture if you don't feel confident. And I know that because I don't always feel confident. But here's something, stop telling yourself all the time you're not good with confidence. I hear people say this all the time. I'm not good with that. The second you say that, it becomes true. You just believe it. Instead, just say, you know what, I am confident. That seems like a really simple thing to do. It actually works. Being confident means you can sit in a room and look across the table at somebody, anybody, and just give me the impression, like he said, you're glad to be here. You want to be here. That's the point. Not that you deserve it, or like, why did it take so long for you to recognize how awesome I am? Some people come across that way, and it's a weird level of confidence. You don't want to do that, but you do want, and you also want to think about the word. We're talking about creatives, right? Like, what's the main word in creative? It's create. If you're a creative, that means you're creating stuff. When I'm interviewing, and lately in our industry, we have so much hiring going on right now. We've never been looking for more people in our industry. I'm not saying that as a joke. It's true. I've had open positions for so long that I'm trying to fill, and there's more and more of them all the time. It wasn't like that when I was looking into my field at all. It was really hard to find 15 years ago. Now they're everywhere. So we do tons of interviewing lately. And when I'm sitting across the table from somebody, I can see sometimes there's a body language issue, and I'm thinking, don't worry, relax. I know this is nerve-wracking. It's kind of nerve-wracking for me too, but take a deep breath and let's get through this and get to know each other. And if you're brand new, right, you're just getting out of school, so your resume might not be massive. You might not have an amazing demo. Maybe it's something you worked on in class. You didn't even like it that much. If I'm interviewing 5 people today, and one of the 5 people has a project they're working on that they can talk about right now, even if it's alone, just your own idea. You're a creative. You should be creating something all the time. If you're spending a week not doing a project, even a prototype, just a thought, an idea, something you want to try, that makes me really nervous. So during the interview, I'll often ask, what are you working on right now? And I see people shuffle and get to a point like, well, I'm not on any projects right now. So, well, not with other people, but what are you doing on your own? What are you working on, an idea? Nothing? Okay, well, you're not one of us then, are you? You're not really doing it. You have to be working on stuff all the time. And don't be afraid to share it. Some people think, I can't show this off until it's perfect. It's not right yet. It's just not right. I have to show off stuff to my management all the time that I'm not ready to show off, and I don't want to do. But that's just the way that it is. You have to do that as part of the process. I can tell you about rough mixes. There's nothing worse than playing a rough mix for somebody. You want to wait till the last second, playing the best thing, but that's not the way projects work. Have some confidence, look somebody in the face, and act like you actually want to be there, and be proud of the ideas that you have. I've had an idea in game audio. I've always wanted to try this. If it's interesting, I think, I never thought of that. That's a really cool idea. I don't think it'll work, but I get why you're thinking that way. Well, now we're having a real conversation, and that means probably if you join the team, you're going to come up with some other things that I never even thought of, and that's definitely what we're looking for.
Yeah.
I want to touch on a little bit what you were just saying, because I think the thing, especially when you're interviewing, we're not looking for a polished person. We know that all this is about the process, right? And what I always tell people is, have your portfolio, small 30-second segments that shows what you did, specifically talk about what you did on that thing, because what I can't see in a portfolio is your thought process and how you go through things, and that's the kind of things you should be talking about and ready to talk about. Like, if you don't have something you're working on, at least have a thought in your mind where you're like, it can just be as simple as I've got an idea for something that I've started the planning process for, and I've broken it down a little bit, and so that you can talk about how you do that and the way you think about that. And that gives us insight into, they kind of work how we do, or we see the bits that are important to us in our process, they can fit in here pretty well, and we can teach them the rest. Especially when you're new, we know we're going to teach you a lot, and that's okay. That's part of it.
We know you're new.
Yeah, right.
You're not fooling nobody. You're not fooling nobody. The interviewing process in general, and this goes when you start interviewing people for your team, it's not so much the work. The interview process, once you get it, it's like Jack said, it's yours to lose. Once you get the callback, which every one of you at some point will get the callback. Once you get the callback, you got the gig. They just want to know whether you're the right person, whether you're ready to take it. It's a difference, the nuance. So when you walk in, it's those kind of things like be humble. Now, being humble is not this. Some of y'all do this. It's humble. I'm just gonna cower in myself. No, you stand in your power. I've been saying that all week. It's like stand in you. There's some confidence in going, I don't know everything, but I'm willing to learn. That's what's expected when you leave here. That you have the attitude of learning. You came from a learning establishment where it's safe. Now you're going into the workforce where you will need to continue to learn. We do it all the freaking time. I mean, you can't get around it. You got to keep investing in yourself. So humble, smile, these things. Some of y'all should be writing this down. I see y'all kind of like, oh, this is great. I meant to write it down. You're going to forget it if you don't write it down. I know there was a question somewhere. That's right. This young man right here. Can you get him a mic, please? Name and program, buddy.
My name's Andre Johnson, and then the Game Design Master's Program. So I'm hoping to one day own my own company, and I'm wondering what techniques or methodologies you guys might use when the crunch time comes. How do you keep creative people creative under intense pressure?
That's a good question.
How do you keep creative people creative under pressure? We're always under pressure. I mean, that's literally what we do for a living. If you plan to make films, games, digital art, music production, it's literally pressure from the beginning to the project, the middle to the end of the project. You're never going to get rid of stress or pressure, but learning to manage it and not let it overwhelm you and use it as a little bit of fuel is crazy important. Also, but planning, because you said crunch time, right? We want to avoid crunch time as much as possible. Some people speak of it like it's a rite of passage and it's really good, and it's actually not. It's bad for the team, it's bad for our emotions, it's bad for our family life if we have one and then they don't want to come to work there anymore. So what you need to do is really plan carefully, and that takes a good manager. In all honesty, that's my job more so now, is to recognize everybody on my team and their scope and their velocity, what they're capable of, assign them the proper tasks, give them the proper window, and then follow up. Jack mentioned earlier, we do one-on-ones. I do one-on-ones with every member of my team as often as possible, every other week at least, where we sit down for a half hour, and it's basically like a safe space. If they want to rant and vent about something, fine, go ahead. If they want to say why things are not quite going well, they need a little support, They thought they knew how to do something, but it's not working out well. Is there anybody that can mentor them on it? The important thing is to communicate and not wait till the last second, which is hard to do when you work on your own. I've been a freelance contractor with my own LLC work, and I procrastinate and wait, and then crunch time is overwhelming, and you can literally get physically ill if you put yourself through that much pressure. So you want to space it out appropriately, give yourself time, and manage that data, and know that the creativity will always be there. It's something that you love. Like, I can't stop thinking about sound design. It's not going to dry up one day because I'm in a bad mood. It's always there. But you need to pace your time appropriately and not wait till the last second, because you're not doing anybody any favors. You're likely to lose a client that you do that with, because that means they're waiting too long to get the material as well. And even if it goes well, that might be the last time that they call you. So look at the whole project and really pace it out and think without the rose-colored glasses. I have a big problem of doing this. Someone offers me some work, and I look at it, and my brain says, that's 10 hours worth of work. That's 10 hours in a vacuum of perfection where I'm left alone and I'm in the zone and everything is going right. It doesn't happen that way. So if I know I'm looking at it and I think that's 10 hours of work, I know for a fact it's 20. There's no way it's 10. My immediate response is always too low and too wrong because I think I'm too good and I'm going to do it that quickly. So give yourself enough time and space to really do it correctly and space it out across the project. And there will be crunch time. No matter how good you do, at the end, we all get into a bit of overtime. You just don't want it to be 70, 80, 90 hours. A little bit of overtime, sure.
I want to add something real quick, because it's really important. You have to do the time. You have to figure out, okay, how much time is this going to take me? But you're also going to find times where you're trying to be creative and you hit a wall and you just can't do anything anymore. You need to stop. You need to do something else. I like to stop and do something physical. Go on a walk, make some food. Do something where you take it out of your brain for a second. Your brain's still working on it back here. Take yourself away from it, and then come back with fresh eyes, fresh mind, and you're going to find that it's going to be a little easier to be creative because you've taken some of the valve, you've taken the pressure off of a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, what I was going to add to that, like you in particular, with where you were saying you're 1 and 2, where you want to own your own studio, you're in another position, not just in trying to manage expectations of your team and keep them healthy, because that's one of the bad parts about crunch time, right? You're going to burn people out. You're also having to look at it from the financial standpoint, right? So if you're like, sure, there's a little buffer you're going to put in there for crunch time, but all that crunch is really doing is just adding money to the overall project, and that's not a good thing. Or you're eating it. So like now you're physically losing money when you're in crunch time, and I've seen both scenarios happen. And like Tom, I've always said, it is never a good thing. And I think all of us have been there, though, unfortunately. So we know what that's like. But every time I've been in that, I just have never got it, especially the days over like 12 hours. If you guys have ever done over like me, once I hit 12, I know now. After 20, 12 is my max. Anything after 12, you are just getting a body in a seat who is, I am not creating.
You're probably doing more harm.
Yeah, because those scenarios, you come back the next day and you look at whatever like your last file was or whatever, you're looking at like, oh. And then you're spending maybe 1 to 2 hours fixing what those last couple. So to me, it's never made sense. So back to that pre-planning, so important. So important up front.
Well, and on that point, speaking to you as the people who will be managed, you're going to be really bad at this at first, right? Like knowing how long it takes you to do something, knowing how to, work with your team to say, this is the kind of time allocation we have for this. This is how my piece fits, and understanding the scope of that stuff is difficult. You learn over time. That's another one of those times where you have to be open and honest about, I think it's going to take me this time. And then that planning now becomes an iterative thing, right? So as you're going through, being as open and upfront as possible is saying, hey, I'm not quite reaching this goal yet. Don't wait until the last minute to say you're getting behind, because the earlier you do it, the more resources and opportunities we have to fix it. We can give you support. We can scope. Those things help early.
That being said, and no matter how much pre-production you do, at some point or another, you're going to catch yourself in a situation where all hell is breaking loose.
Oh, yeah.
Every one of you. Here's the deal. If you're managing, everyone is going to look at you. Yeah. And if you're doing this, it is not going to work out. I'll tell you, my homeboy Scott Spieler's back here. He's another Hall of Famer. Give Scott a round. I mean, Sean. I said Scott. Sean Spieler's in back. I said Scott. I was thinking myself. I said Sean. But Sean would tell you this: like we've been on tour together, and sometimes the artist is going like they're pretty heated, and they're going crazy, and I just sit there with a straight face. Like I don't show the panic, and it actually helps because other people can. If he's not panicking, then we're okay. And it's the other way too. If you're being managed and everybody's freaking out, and this happened to me recently. I was part of something, and the person who was supervising had a complete meltdown. And it was a situation that it definitely rendered a meltdown. But I was cool, calm, and collected. Now, mind you, my heart was going 180. It was literally pounding out of my chest. I could feel my pressure rise. I was shook because I was like, this could be a really bad situation. Someone could actually get hurt because of the way this situation was going. But I just breathed. I said, okay, relax, cool out. Because if you start tripping, like you start firing off all sorts of things in your mind, you go into fight or flight and you don't think straight. In those situations, you need to think straight. So if you stay calm, centered, you say, okay, as long as no one's about to die, you just stay calm, centered, and say, okay, what's the next thing that needs to happen? What's the next thing that needs to happen? Because if you do that, everybody else, you got to kind of be the model. And if you're the model, everybody else tends to follow, whether you're being managed or whether you're the manager. So does that help? It does. All right. Give him a round of applause for the question.
Yeah. There was just one extra addition, I'm sorry, right before the question is to add to that, because you're talking about managing your own business. And really quickly, because I've done this before, is getting the right amount of information out of your client. That helps with crunch time. You learn that over time. If your information coming in is too vague, you can do some really amazing work and you get it to your client. You're like, yeah, that's not at all what I was thinking. This is what I had in mind. Okay, well, you didn't say that, and I already did the work, and you already spent the money. Yeah, but you're going to have to do it again now. So I've gotten to the point now where I qualify what my client needs, and we agree, or what we call alignment, on that ahead of time. And then when we turn in that creative work, if they go to my creative person and say, well, I need this redone, that's my job. I step in, no. You need to go back to your planning board and break off some more budget because we did our work appropriately. But you can't say that if you don't get the information up front, because you literally didn't know what they want, but you agreed to get that work done for that much money.
Cool.
My name is Preston Canavan, and I'm in the creative writing program.
Hey.
I was wondering, in the context of working with peers as opposed to a manager-managee hierarchy, how do you get people to, how do you inspire commitment? This might be a question more geared towards the ghost of Dale Carnegie, but how do you inspire commitment in deadlines and finishing things?
Oh, that's good that you're reading Carnegie. That's a good start.
Got it, buddy.
How do you inspire commitment? Well, you got to have a good elevator pitch. That's what I say. Like I never approach an idea unless I've sold myself on it first. And I'm never going to bring anybody else on board until I know for a fact that this is a really good idea. Because a lot of times, especially with peers, if you ain't got no money especially, it has to be something that they can see that it's worth their time and that there's a mutual benefit. So if there's a mutual benefit where someone either says it's going to help me grow, it's going to help my career expand, or it's going to be just something that I'm interested in, you're more than likely to get them to be interested in joining you. But a lot of times people say, yo, I got this project, you should work on it. And it's like, well, I don't want to work on that. I got my own things I got to work on. Like, why? So but when you sell something like, listen, I'm working with this amazing artist and this director, or I'm working with this incredible designer who has this incredible idea for a game or for a script, and this is going to be really fantastic. We can get some funding for it, but right now we don't, and this is what we're looking to do. The person's going, wow, this is something that could be interesting. So you got to sell the idea. You got to get a good elevator pitch before anything.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I would also say, I'm just going to be honest, I don't really go through that very much. The people that are on my team and most of the people that I work around are incredibly passionate about what they do. I know that's like a term that we hear so much. It's like, what does that mean? We don't just go to work to get a paycheck, although that is a really good way to remind people of commitment. You want to stay working and stay in this job. But generally, I don't ever have to address anything like that with people. One of the things, though, that helps with creative people is just making sure that they're not stuck in a corner or blocked. some people have this idea that asking too many questions is somehow showing that you are less than the other people that you're asking the questions of. What we do requires so much information. When I retire, I'm still not going to know it all. It's just not, it's never going to happen, right? So make sure that people feel comfortable asking other people that are experts questions, laterally, up and down. I'll go to people's rooms all the time and say, I know I could probably figure this out, but really, do you know how to do this? Because I need it done like right now. When you share that kind of stuff, things tend to work well. And also when you manage the team and work with a team of creative people, we're also egotistical. Not like in a negative sense all the time, some of us are, but in the sense that like, some people are, but in the sense that like we all want to do well. It's like a race and you just don't want to be the last person there. That doesn't mean you want it to be overly competitive, but there's a natural ego where if I do sound design and 3 other people here do sound design and mine's clearly not up to par over time, I put in extra time and extra hours because I just don't want to be that standout that's in the back of the pack. You don't want to access it too much because that can be a really negative thing. You don't want anyone to think that they're in trouble. There's always somebody that needs to go backwards and forwards, but sharing information and feeling really comfortable communicating and asking for help is super important. The worst is when someone on one of our teams gets stuck in a corner and spends a week there before asking, and you're like, this is a team effort. We're all slowed down because of this now. I could have helped you a week ago in an hour. And don't feel bad about asking. I've done it 1,000 times. You've done it twice. It's no big deal at all. There's no benefit to not asking people who are more experienced for help. And if you're on a team where people don't want to help, you know, they're kind of like that old IT person, like, get out of my way. That's a negative atmosphere, and whoever that person's manager is should probably deal with that as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, like I just want to add really quick to what Tom was saying. Like I have a rule that I had learned from, I forget what studio's out they had it, but it made sense to me, was a 10-minute rule. So what I tell the team, and this is a peer-to-peer too, like I tell them, because my team right now is only 6 people, so we're really close. So it's a 10-minute rule. If you spend more than 10 minutes trying to figure out that answer, ask. And it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be me. We've set it up to each of us, like, ask anybody in the room. Like, we have a meeting that starts every day at 3:30 where we're just on Google Hangouts with us, and it's like to BS, like we're back in the office, to ask questions, just to hang out. But that room's there for each of us to ask each other. Like, it's not just one thing, well, I can only ask Jack because he's a supervisor on the show. I've tried to set it up to where, no, because I might be in a meeting. And if you've hit that wall, like at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I still want you to get an answer, and most likely one of us know it. And it could be the junior you're working with right next to you. So that's, to me, is a real good rule of thumb, to just start with the 10-minute thing, because it really does keep it in perspective, because time's money.
That's so good. Did y'all do me a favor? Somebody write that down for me. Like,
I want a copyright at the bottom, Jack
when I walk out of here, please.
Because Tom's story there with the week thing, we have had that happen. Because people will just get very insecure, and they feel like if I ask that question, they're gonna know I don't know what I'm doing. I still ask questions all the time because, look, you're already at that level. Yeah. So if you're asking questions, we know it's just to try to get through. There's stuff that I've done 15 years, but if I don't do it for 2 years, I find myself back, and this just happened recently, I'm like, oh man, I gotta ask you this, dude. I haven't opened that in a while. They always get it. They're like, oh, I've been there, and nobody's upset at you. Like, they're just trying to get, and because they know at some point they're going to have to ask you something similar. And that's just how it's so secular.
Yeah, and the one quick caveat to that, though, is body language, though, too, because that's the worst. Always ask questions, always be friendly, always share. But we also have, we have studios that we work in, and we have doors. When a door is closed and someone is in that room and they've got the door closed and they're working and you see their head is down and they're in the middle of something, maybe you have a question, but that doesn't mean you go interrupt somebody that's deep in their zone. It's not always easy to get in the zone. I worked with somebody who could not read body language, and it was a supervisor, and I don't know how they got where they were. I'd be with my door closed in my room, monitors are on, everything's going, headphones on. That's the biggest clue that I don't want to be bothered right now. I'm literally ignoring you. Knock on the door, and I don't answer. Don't even.
He did that to you?
Yeah, and then come into the room, open the door. I didn't answer the knock, come up and interrupt me, and I've even looked before like this, and then I'm like, yes? What can I help you with? And then it's like, you've got to be kidding me. So that's the only one thing. Questions are always good, but if someone's really, really in this, just wait and come back in 20 minutes or so and make sure that you're not destroying their workflow.
Boy, y'all getting a lot of stuff in here.
Could I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, is there a secondary way they might get that question to you? Maybe an email or something like that so that it doesn't slip? Because you might be in that zone for 12 hours.
I know me specifically when that happens, because that does happen to me.
So
Tom, it hasn't
don't
happened
let
in a
that
while.
go. You know, if you have a question, get the question in there somewhere. If they're busy, know that, but make sure you find out.
I'll send a chat. What most companies you work with or whatever else, you'll have some system. Like right now we're on Google, so I'll just send a Google, or maybe it's Slack.
Yeah.
But if I see that, like Tom, I've seen that, I'll just walk away. I'll go back to my desk. I'll send it. Hey man, when you got a second, just let me know when you're free.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way.
Yeah, cool.
And Slack is great for that, too. This has been the best thing of COVID is us using Slack at EA for everything, where it used to be emails, and that was the worst, because if you're not on that email, you didn't even know what's happening. You don't hear that communication. But in Slack, I have access to every Slack channel within our company and a really good search engine. The odds are this problem that I'm having right now, someone else had it, and it has been answered by somebody in Slack. And a lot of times I can search and get the answer without even going to anyone and figuring out. So even when we go back to our building physically, I've said from now on, emails are still being used, but all questions that are being answered, get it into the Slack database, because it's just going to speed things up for everybody, and it's been really helpful.
You just reminded me of one quick thing. I've started now saying, can you point me to the answer, right? Because there's so much stuff in Confluence, you know, all those kind of things. So instead of trying, because I bet that person knows, but I don't want them to have to describe it to me. But if they could point me to that page that describes it, because you know sometimes search engines don't work as well if you don't key things properly or whatever. Right. So there's been a few times, and people are always quick to send a link. Like that's an easy thing to do.
Right. It's a good nuance. Write that down. You got one? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Martino. I'm in the computer animation degree.
Hey.
So you all have obviously worked very hard and made yourself stand out in order to get where you are now. So my question is, and this is something I think most or all of us will experience, how do you avoid or deal with burnout?
With burnout? Well, I didn't know that in the beginning, so I burnt out. I was like a machine. I just kept going for years and years and years, but it catches up to you, so it's a great question. Now, how I do that is I schedule my days off. So like on my calendar, it's color coordinated, so work days are usually green highlighted, but I schedule my off days, and they're usually about, you know, I do 12 hours an off day, so they're like in red. So that's one thing I do, but I check in on myself. You know, if I'm working on something, and you can get burnt out, you don't have to, it doesn't have to be a long period of time, you can get burnt out in a day. So I check in with myself after a couple hours, and I say, okay, when was the last time I took a break? Oh, I've been at this since 9 o'clock in the morning. It's 4 in the afternoon. All right, I'm going to chill for the next hour. And I'll do like Lauren said, I'll do something completely different for a while. That helps, but you got to just take inventory of yourself. It's the best way of doing it. Stay healthy, exercise, drink lots of water. Those kind of things kind of keep you going. Those help me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I was, just like Demo, in the beginning of my career, I was doing music production in studios, and that was back when they would drill you into the earth and could care less about your personal life, your health, any of that. Luckily, I'm in an industry now that actually seems to care about that, and they push me towards it. But it took me a while to figure out that if I don't get the proper amount of sleep, a 100-hour week isn't going to help anybody. It's not going to help me. My brain has to be refreshed. I have to wake up. I have to eat a breakfast. That sounds crazy to mention to people. I work with creative people who literally just wake up, drink a Red Bull, go into the office, and they think, no, that's okay, that's the way that I am. That's because you're 22. Stop doing that. It's not good for you. Wait till you get to my age. You're going to wish you had never done that before. Find your own rhythm, your cadence rhythm, you know, and make sure that you're following it appropriately, because you need to learn stuff. You're not absorbing everything just because you're in a room for 18 hours. At some point, you're sitting there and it's like, oh, how impressive. They're going to do anything, they're going to work. But that doesn't actually mean that you're being very productive at all. So give your brain a rest, give your body a rest, recuperate. And most importantly for me with burnout, if you have a family, if you have a significant other, whoever it is that's part of your life, mom, dad, whatever it is, show them some respect along the way. You can't just work 100-hour weeks and expect the people in your life to pick up all the other pieces, handle everything else, except you just do your career. Eventually, that turns into emotional problems. You get relationship breakups. In engineering and studio production, I've seen things go, Demo would know. I mean, it's really tough to maintain normal relationships in media production until you get the idea of treating yourself and people well and giving that time and space. Because those are the people who are going to be there emotionally, pick you up when you're having a really stressful day. They'll pat you on the back. It's okay, you're going to do it. I believe in you. I got you. You treat those people too bad for too long, they're not going to be there to pat you on the back anymore.
Yeah, I think the key part of this that we want to make sure we think about is it's up to you to recognize your burnout, right? Like your employer is not going to be gung-ho on asking you to work less most of the time, right? Like they're going to try and get, so you have to be the one that says, these are my limits. This is what I'm learning. It's going to take some time, right? But like all these things are great. And I would utilize those people next to you to help be that barometer, right? Like, am I working too much? How is my demeanor changing? Am I interacting with you as my partner the way I normally would? Or am I seeing a little extra stressed? And, those things are indicators to help show maybe I need to take a step back. Maybe I need to take a break I didn't think I needed.
Yeah, as a fellow computer animator, one of our biggest things is we sit at a desk all day. And I'm including even the standing desk guys, that you're still at a desk physically. And for somebody like me even more, I like to game. And I game at my computer too. So I know that's even a further extension of how much time I'm at the desk. So for me specifically, I try really, really hard to just at times get, like Demo said, check in on myself and to get up. Because that can be a hard thing for a computer animator. Like, and even if you're at a console all day, like it's just, you're in your zone, you're doing your thing, to just remind yourself, oh, you mean I can get up and walk somewhere else? And for me right now, it's amazing because I've been work from home now for 2 years. That all these little breaks that would happen during the workday, but now I'm home. So that's like this opportunity, like, oh, well, I can get up and do some stuff in the house. That little break for me is enough to kind of break up the day so I'm not feeling that burnout, which is important because I think, like all of us said, it's going to happen. And it's going to happen even with the best pre-planning in the world. It's just knowing I think that you said this, it's like knowing your limit. And being very clear with anybody who's your manager and letting them know, like, hey, look, I'm having a tough time right now. No one's going to hear that and go, okay, good talk, back at it. Right. Ideally, they're going to understand because they've been there too.
Lauren, you got something with burnout?
Well, I do. I know my students know I'm a yoga teacher as well. Okay. And I budget time every morning for practice. And I find the days that I miss practice, I'm more stressed out. I'm bitchy. I'll put it out. But I find when I take that time and I get up at 5 to do it. And everybody's like, well, gosh, you didn't go to bed till 10 or 11. I'm like, yeah, but it's important. I do that for me. So you need to find something that's important for you that is just for you. And it's not for anybody else. So you've given yourself that time, and you've taken care of self.
Does that help?
Yeah, good question.
You good with that? Give her a round of applause. Oh, look at that. You got a mic already? Wow.
Yes, sir. Hi, my name's AJ. I'm in recording arts. And my question is, when you're working on a project, how do you know when to stop yourself? Like, how do you know when it's, like, it's good, but there's always that voice in your head telling you that it can be better? How do you know when to shut that voice up?
That's practice. Because in the beginning, you want everything to be perfect. I mixed a record once for 6 months. 6 months. I'll tell you right now, I could hear that record right now, and I could still continue mixing it. I spent 6 months. I started. It was the first record we cut on this album, and it was the last record I turned in. And every day I toyed with that record. I heard some different, I could do this, I could change this. You can go on forever. You have to learn, and this is a learning process. You have to get to the point when you say, okay, it's good enough. It's good enough. Yeah. And that's it. And if you have a good system, I had a pretty good system because I had Timbaland, so I could always say, what do you think of this? And he'd go in and, we would think, I had Marcella, who's another Hall of Famer. We came up together, so I would ask her, what do you think of this? She'd be like, no, just do this. Or finally get to a point where I say, okay, it's good enough. But it took a while. Perfectionism is not really a thing. A lot of us strive for that, but in the arts, in any creative field, it's pretty ridiculous because you'll never achieve it. Nothing's ever perfect in art. That's the nature of art. Art is always evolving. It's just a thing you just got to let go, and just kind of work at it. And the more you work at it, you get better. But just get to a point where you say, okay, if this turned in, would I be happy if I heard this later? Yes, great. And if you get a no, you say, okay, well, what's the immediate thing that needs to fix? Okay, I need to fix this vocal, it doesn't work well, or I need to fix this keyboard, or this shot doesn't really work in the scene, or this graphic I got isn't really working. Just change it and then put it out.
Yeah, to add to that, because that's a really good summary, your peers and getting input from other people is really good. Of course, input is an opinion. So we might not agree anyway, but it's good to hear other people's opinions and think of it because we're our own worst critics. But when it comes to managing that, there's two sides to that. One is at the professional level. I work at a AAA studio. It doesn't matter how much of a perfectionist you think you are. I'm not giving you 5 months to work on a 1-week asset. It's not happening. So it's not actually going to go any further than that. We know when the cutoff point is. That's when it's done. And subjectively, it might not be perfect in every way, but it's one of 8 million things we have to do this year. So if in your head you actually have this mindset that everything you do needs to be this perfectionist, I couldn't be any happier with this kind of level, you're not going to be a good creative person. You're really not. It's not actually helpful to think that way. It doesn't work. If you're working on your own and you're getting started and you're building your own portfolio and prototyping ideas, set a time for yourself. Say, you know what, I'm going to work on this for exactly 2 weeks. And at the end of that 2 weeks, I'm done, I'm turning it off, and I'm not going back to it. The next project I'm going to do for another 2 weeks, and then review the one that I did last and see if I'm getting better or if things are moving along. But set guidelines and set deadlines for yourself and practice letting go of it at that date. Because when you get into a job and you're getting paid, we're going to force you to let go of it on that date, whether you want to or not. That's not, and if I've worked with people who will get to that point and be like, I need 3 more days, and get really adamant about it because they're so connected to their idea of that asset being a certain perfect. Now you're getting to the point where maybe you're not going to stick on the team for all that long because it's really not useful in the long run.
Yeah, it's what Tom said on that front. It's really important to learn, and it took me a while to pick this up because as artists, like we take such ownership of what we're doing, right? So there's 2 kinds of things. Is this your project or what I call a client project? And that's really easy because anything that isn't yours personally is a client project, and that's an artist, that's a studio, that's a director. It's theirs. And as an artist, when you start on this thing, you're like, well, no, this is my shot. Or this is my track I just mixed. Yeah, you think that, but it's not. So for me, once that sunk in a little bit more, it's like, cool, I'm going to give you this amazing first pass. It's kind of like, my take or whatever the first notes were. But everything after that is like, I'm just trying to get feedback to give them, whatever they like. And honestly, there's tons of times I look at it and I'm like, I wouldn't pick that. I wouldn't do it that way, but it's theirs, right? And that's something you're just going to have to learn to sort of like, okay, I'll walk away. And I see movies all the time. I see scenes. I'm like, I told them not to do that. But on the same note, there's other times I've done that and it's worked out the other way, right? But it's really understanding the difference between those two, right? And how that works. Because if it's for you, take all the time in the world, man. Try to search for that perfection if it works in your timeline. But if it's for somebody else, remember, it is for somebody else. And you're on their timeline. So just something to keep in mind.
There's a mantra that I often teach my students is it's not about you. It's about the project, it's about the goals, and it's about doing it as a team and being in there together. So you saying it's not good enough for me yet, that's the ego coming into it, and you're got to be a team player basically. It's not about you. That's all I wanted to add.
No, you guys covered it.
Yeah.
Good.
Did that help you?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Give it up for him. I think we got time for one more, right? Over there?
Hi, my name's Hunter. I'm a show production student.
Hi.
One last question here. I was curious, how do you guys inspire your team and increase creativity and efficiency while they're working?
I remind them of why they decided to join my team to begin with. And that usually does a trick because I spent so much time with them, gassing them up, showing them that there's a massive benefit to what's about to happen, that the outcome is going to be incredible, and that it's going to project them even further down the line of what they're going to do. And I constantly keep that carrot in front of them. And at this point, I wasn't always that good at it, but at this point, I've gotten really good at it. And I anticipate the problems before they happen. So as my team is moving through whatever the project is, if there's a problem, I deal with it right there on the spot. If there's somebody that's not happy, I pull them aside and say, what's going on? You know, this happened in my life, da, 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 da. And then I work through it. Okay, well, let's talk about it. How are we going to get through this? What do you need? How can I support you? And I make them feel safe. So I create a safe space for them. But yeah, the carrot, just dangle the carrot, dangle the carrot. And sometimes, you know, it's lucky when you get a budget, you know, that's a good carrot. You know, they're like, there's a lot of money at the end of this. Come on, let's get it moving. So, yeah, that's my trick.
Yeah, and I would say something that is just might be unique to me, but honestly, I do not feel like it's my job to inspire anyone. I know that doesn't sound good in a leadership or management position, but I really don't. I don't need to inspire anybody. I do need to show them the way if something is going wrong, right? And not be hypocritical. So if someone's having a tough time getting something done, sit down and work with them. Not to remind them that they care about what they're doing, but just to show them we all need that support sometimes. Most people in this room, the thing that you're into right now, even when it gets tough, you're not gonna suddenly lose interest in it. It just doesn't happen. Especially if you're around people that are better than you at what you do, that's insanely inspiring, just watching them go. I work with people that do the kind of work that I do in like half the time it takes me to do it. That inspires me to get better. Like, I can get that fast, I can get that efficient, I can get that good. Unblocking people so they feel creative is important, but honestly, if I thought someone on my team, no matter what was happening and they had everything that they needed, just weren't inspired and didn't feel it, it's probably time to go. If you've lost inspiration, what we do is really cool. I am a nerd for what I do. I love it. I enjoy my job so much. Stressful. Sometimes I want to break windows, but I never lose inspiration on that, especially if I'm around somebody. I'm just like, man, how did you do that? That sounds amazing. I never even thought of that. Inspiration comes in spurts, but if you've got a team and you think it's your job to inspire people or they're going to lose inspiration, I think you might have hired the wrong person.
For me, it's more about making sure people get little wins along the way. Right. And so, you know, where you get a point where, and that's about listening and understanding what's important to them and the things that help them feel good about what you're doing day to day. Because in a game, this is 2 to 3 years we're talking about, right? Like, your initial hype, it's gonna fade, right? So you got to get that, you know, you get that sine wave of the good moments and the bad where you're really excited and you kind of ride that for a while, but then you need that next win to kind of get you back up there. And so a lot of that is just about enabling people, understanding what's important and giving them opportunities to let their creative spirit make its way. And a lot of it's sharing your work with each other, showing progress updates, letting others see that what you're doing is as cool as you think it is and that it's helping the project as much as you hope that it is.
Yeah, that was huge because I try to do that as well. I've also, like, I try to let them know I'm invested. Like, not just in the project, but I'm actually really invested in them and what they're doing. And it's such small things. And it can be this, like, for me, if it's a shot we're working on and it's a super small shot, I try to notice that up front. And I really try to go out of my way to just, you know, compliment when there's compliments to be had. And and it sounds so stupid, but it's such a huge thing as an artist to just get that positive feedback. And even when I'm going to give notes, I really, really tried to add some positives even before we get to the notes, just to be like, hey, you're still killing it, whatever else. Hey, can we just make this quick change over here? Because it also lets the team see too. Like, they get kind of like, oh, okay, I'm never going to get slammed when I get a shot. Like, I've never wanted to be that guy because I've worked with those guys. And I've always asked myself, like, I think Tom was like, how did you get to this position? Like, it blows my mind. But it's always that reminder, like, even if it's a shot, I'm like frustrated, like, oh my God, I got to redo this, whatever else. I take that deep breath and realize, you know what? I was there. There was a moment I was there. So then I take a step back and be like, okay, how do I approach this with this artist, but still keep it positive? But I'm also going to give you 6 notes. Like, those are the things. Like, just invest in your creatives. It's just huge.
It's a lot of gold y'all got today. Y'all glad y'all showed up, right? Lauren, are we good still? Oh.
I think we're ready to wrap it up. So I want to thank you from the deepest parts of my heart. It's been so wonderful for me sitting here listening to this, and I hope you enjoyed it as much. We are grateful for the time you've given us, and I want to say, are you guys going to be around afterwards to talk at all, or? I don't know what you have planned next, but I thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back. What a wonderful session we just saw. Working with and managing creatives, featuring an amazing group of Hall of Fame alumni, Tom Todia, Jack Geekler. I mean, wow, it was amazing. I'm Scott Kirk.
And my name is Hanky Q. Hazelton. And we are students here at the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. And Scott, we just heard a lot of good information from some amazing Hall of Famers. Now, you're halfway through the program here at the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. Give us a little bit of your experience here.
It's been really, really fun. Full Sail has given me everything I've wanted and even more, with all the opportunities, all the great instructors, and the great people. And that's why I love Hall of Fame so much. The best thing this week, and I've been saying it all week, it's like the crossover episodes. All the programs are working together. You know, we're all connecting, and we're all doing this for one big thing, and that's the celebration of Full Sail grads achieving what we all want to do, which is make it big in the industry.
Absolutely. We're all here to help each other out and push each other forward to make a brighter and better future.
How about you, Hank? You are about a month from graduating, so, you know, what's kind of your mentality right now?
I'm super excited, nervous at the same time, but I don't know really where to begin, but I don't know. I just try to give maybe a little bit of advice to some students out there who are interested in the school sportscasting that, first off, it may not be for everyone, and that's okay. But if you are going to come here, it's a 2-year program. And I guess if you want to go a little bit longer and stretch it out, you can go for the 29-month program. But for me, I have learned so much when it comes to just being like conversational between me and you and having a conversation. But one of the things that I want to tell people out there is that learn to meet as many people outside of your program, even if you're not in sports broadcasting and media, because you're going to be able to put together things such as podcasts, just different stories of getting your reps in. And the last thing you want to do is go on, you know, YouTube and maybe, not to say like steal, but you want to borrow, is music and other things like that. So talk with the audio recording and engineers. Get to know as many people outside of your program that can help you push your content even further, because when you're putting together maybe a reel and you come to someone as like an employer and they want to know like what you've done, this is all stuff that you've gotten together with other students in different degree programs to help make your content even better. So meet as many people as possible outside of your degree program to make your stuff look even better and to realize like, wow, this was all done by a student.
For sure, Hank, and that's kind of what they were saying in the last session as well. All those Hall of Famers were getting together. They were talking about a work environment. They were talking about being creative and working as a team. Some really good and important context that we've gotten this week. And the ceremony tonight is going to be fantastic, and I cannot wait to hear from Tom Todia in his speech. He's been a great guy to speak with this week. So that being said, let's take a quick look at what's been happening this week during Hall of Fame 12. All week, the creative experience has been a space for students to engage, relax, and have a good time as they interact with unique creative stations, including the Paint by the Numbers mural, tricycle races, silent disco, and so much more. Students, faculty, staff, and grads grab some good grub at the food trucks or stop by the student stage to see fellow Full Sail community members display their skills in live performances or participated in arts and crafts to create their own heart's content. CX gave students a chance to interact with Full Sail clubs and social teams while securing awesome Hall of Fame 12 swag.
The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return, The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress saw the return of Hall of Fame this weekend with its latest installment, Infinite Arenas. Armada varsity athletes went head-to-head against student challenger teams in Rocket League, Apex Legends Arenas, and Halo Infinite. The winning team secured bragging rights and some incredible prizes from the event's sponsors. Campus students and guests got in on the action with replay, gaming stations, Armada swag giveaways, and trivia fun with Armada varsity stream team member and field reporter Al Ficino. Student challenger teams were the winners in both Rocket League and Apex Legends, while Armada's varsity Halo Infinite team continued to dominate, beating the challenger team in the best of 3. Want to see the whole stream? Head over to Twitch TV/Full Sail Armada and catch the full show. Want to learn more about the esports at Full Sail? Follow us on social at Full Sail Armada to keep up with all the gaming action. So, shout out to Armada varsity and the challenger teams for a great event. What else has been happening this week, Scott?
You know, it's been fantastic. We've seen a lot of Full Sail grads. You know, on Monday, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress welcomed back to campus the Full Sail Tech Expo, presented by Sennheiser and Dell. Featuring vendors in some of the tech industry's most cutting-edge and creative spaces, the expo welcomes students to experience and interact with presentations, new product demonstrations, breakout sessions, and clinics across various disciplines, including virtual production, audio, print and design, gaming, and lighting. Exhibitors in attendance at the expo included Dell, Apple, Panasonic, Adobe, MSI, Zoom, Sennheiser, and many more. So, Hank, what else has been happening?
Well, Scott, the ever-popular Full Sail Career Fair returned to Full Sail Live on Monday, giving students and alumni the opportunity to make connections and to network with top employers from across the country, such as Disney Cruise Line, Encore Global, Sweetwater Sound, and Cirque du Soleil Entertainment Group. Man, I really butchered that one up. Full Sail alumni and students who were within 90 days of graduation received exclusive access to meet with employers one-on-one in the live venue, while all students and alumni had access to special company overview sessions from entertainment, media, and emerging technology employers.
Guess what? We do these all over the country. LA to New York, Chicago, Atlanta. So be on the lookout for the next career networking event happening in a city near you. Be sure to check out the Full Sail alumni website for more information. Now, we're excited to announce the unveiling of a brand new facility that will bring the future of film production straight to our campus.
Yeah, and Full Sail Studio V1 virtual production combines Unreal Engine, live event productions, and filmmaking to help students and industry professionals create innovative storytelling on campus.
Unlike traditional film sets, virtual production allows creators to marry both computer graphics and live action footage in real time.
The studio will include high-end virtual production equipment like Brompton LED processors with hundreds of tiles, plus a massive LED wall with APG's hyperpixel LEDs.
It's pretty exciting that with all of this equipment, Full Sail Studio V1 will be one of the most technologically advanced on-campus studios in the nation. That's why we're great.
You know, another thing that's really very exciting is getting to see students show off their sick cosplay skills.
Yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at that cosplay contest on Tuesday. There were some great outfits.
Hall of Fame's annual cosplay contest, hosted by the Campus Cosplay Club, was held on Tuesday evening in the Full Sail University Health Fortress. Student cosplayers hit the stage and gave us all the looks we could have wanted and more. Students had the chance to display their unique interests, creativity, and originality to the contest panel of judges in the Full Sail community. Cosplay contest categories included video games, film and television, and anime. Great job to all our student cosplayers, and congrats to all of the winners. Now, what else has been happening all around this the campus?
A lot. It's Hall of Fame week, and during last night's Armada Connects event, Armada students past and present had the opportunity to gather in the treehouse for an evening of networking, food, Armada swag, and of course, a little gaming. Even I was there. Armada presidents past and present gathered to celebrate 4 years of collegiate esports at Full Sail, while current club members were able to interact with Armada staff members, meet fellow athletes, and connect with grads in the industry from companies including eUnited and Evil Geniuses. Want to get involved with Full Sail Armada? Join us on Discord by heading to discord.gg/Full Sail Armada and keep up with everything happening in the community.
Make sure you don't forget to connect with us on social at Full Sail on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and be sure to use the hashtag FullSailHoff throughout the week to see your post featured live during Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you know what? Let's read some tweets while we're at it. You know, it's the last day of Hall of Fame week, so let's see what interesting tweets have gone on this afternoon. So, first off, we have a tweet from @SkillsWasTaken. Had a great time tonight at the Full Sail Armada Connects event. Got to hang with @PotHoff and @SamTax and a whole bunch of others. They looked like they had a great time.
Yeah, it looks exciting. I wish I could have been there and to enjoy them. Next, we have Student Community Association @ConnectSCA. It's impossible not to have a good time when you run into the one and only Gary Jones at Full Sail University. Man, I met Gary Jones one time, and man, he's just an awesome guy to be around.
I love how happy he always is. Like, he always has a smile on his face. All right, the next tweet comes from Travis Gafford. He says, I'm at Full Sail this week for Full Sail Hall of Fame, checking out all their cool esports initiatives, including their huge esports arena. The Fortress, come say hi if you're here. #ad. It's okay, it's an ad, but you know what? It still gets the job done, and he's excited.
Next, we have @TheWalker289. She got a tattoo, a spray on, and she said this is an amazing experience at Full Sail Hoff. And I will say that it's a dope looking tattoo, and I got one myself with some skulls, and let me tell you, it was a lot of fun. I enjoy it, and I'd probably go get another one if I get a chance.
If I got a tattoo, I think my mom would,
oh, we won't tell
my tuition.
We won't tell it. It's all right.
Moments in time from a post from the Full Sail community. Here's another one. This is from Rider.m.Southern. I wasn't able to make it back to campus this year for Hall of Fame week. Thankfully, our amazing university streams sessions. First session of the day is going to be amazing with @Phil Palin. Yep, that's right. We stream them, and that's what makes this so good. And, you know, it's been a while since we heard from Tracy Wu. Let's see where she is now on campus. Tracy, where are you at this time?
Oh, shit. They're going. All right, you guys, it is the last day of Hall of Fame. We're hanging out. Look at all these kids. They are so hyped up. Apparently, the Swaggin' Wagon is hanging out here somewhere. Come here, buddy. This is Logan. Logan, how have you enjoyed your Hall of Fame time?
It's been absolutely wonderful. I've met so many cool people. The networking experience is on another level. I've met so many new people, both people who have already graduated, alumni, current students. I've been making friends at programs I didn't think I would ever have involvement with, but I've been learning a lot about this school.
That's awesome. What program are you in, Logan?
I'm in the Film Bachelor's.
All right, who's the best grad you've met so far?
Grad?
Or best panel you've done?
Ooh, I really enjoyed on Tuesday 10 a.m. workshop with Larry Katz and Stephen Barres. Stephen
Barris, actually.
Barris. My apologies.
That's okay.
And then I had a panel today at 10 a.m. Can't remember the name, but that was so informational. It was about life after Full Sail.
Excellent. Well, you know what, Logan? You were amazing. So you're going to be my Swaggin' Wagon helper. How's that? All right, what are we going to grab here, Logan? You ever watch Oprah? Do you know Oprah?
I don't, but I know her. I do know her, but I've never watched her.
He doesn't know who Oprah is, because how old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. So anyway, you could be my child. But I look young, right? Say it.
You do.
Thank you. All right, this is what Oprah does. She goes, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car. We don't have cars, but this is what you do. You get sunglasses! You get sunglasses! There you go, Logan. You're not smiling. I need you to smile. Smile. Are you happy?
Sometimes.
What do you want out of the Swaggin' Wagon?
The wagon.
You can't have the wagon. What else do you want?
I'll settle for the mug.
You wants a mug. Let's give this gentleman a mug. What is your name?
I'm Zeke.
This is Zeke. Zeke needs a mug. Zeke, ow! It just got really dangerous out here.
Might have to call the cops. Might need to call the cops.
The cops are down over. I got hit by a tumbler. Too much swag. It's chaos. The sheriff is down there. We might go get him. Do you think I'm okay, or is there bruising? Is there bleeding?
Oh, yeah, I think there's bleeding. We need to call the...
There's a little bit of bleeding. We got to call the ambulance. Do me a favor. Show off your awesome tumbler. I can't hear anything. We're going to show us this. Zeke, ow! It is dangerous. I swear to goodness, folks. Look at this incredible.
Oh, my God. This is the greatest thing that happened to me all year. Oh, my God. It changed my life.
Unbelievable. We're going to turn around and look because I can't hear anything. But this is the swag team. These guys are my favorite. These guys have been killing it all week. And I really just want to say thank you to all the volunteers, all the students for getting really involved, and, of course, all of our alumni. This is such an incredible week. I can't wait to do it again. But I'm going to keep talking, right? I'm going to keep talking. Yeah? All right. Who wants a tumbler? She does. Hand sanitizers. These are the best hand sanitizers in the world. You need some hand sanitizer. I can't. What's your favorite part of Hall of Fame so far?
All the music, the great artists performing. Wonderful.
You know what my favorite part of Hall of Fame is?
What?
Your eyebrows.
Thank you.
All right. All right, folks, we're out of here. We're going to go. Chili, something, chili. This is great. Good night, everybody. I'll see you at the ceremony. Peace.
How you doing, Chili? My name is Frank. I just had a brief question for you. I watched a couple of your interviews, and you talked about taking Clive Davis hostage. And I just wanted to, because we seen the movie, so I wanted
that happened.
Yeah, I wanted to just touch on that and just get the outcome of that,
like the real deal.
Yeah, what happened? What transpired
really
after that?
Okay, well, at that time, we had already left Pebbles, and so we had a lot of questions. We weren't making any money, and we were selling albums and all that, and so LaFace Records was, they point to Arista, and Arista would point back to them. And so we're like, well, shoot, let's just go to the head. And that is Clive Davis. Right. So Lisa met a few friends when she was, after the burning of the house and everything, she was in a little trouble. She was at this little center.
Oh, Lisa.
And she met some tough girls. They were big. No, I'm serious, like way bigger than you, like huge. Like you would almost think they were like dudes, but they were girls, like looked like this, but like, hey, like that. You remember them, I know you do. So she gathered her crew, and she and, she and those girls, and Tion drove.
And Tay-Tay.
Yeah, and Tay-Tay, which is Tion's cousin. Tay-Tay don't play. And they drove to New York. I got on a plane, met them there, and we had a plan. So, we didn't have any plaques. We didn't have nothing. So we instructed the girls. We said, all right, we're going to go up to Arista, and I said, we're going to call, and I said, I'm going to do the talking. And because, Chili's the sweet one. Okay. I am sweet. If you cross me, I'm not. So anyway, no.
I was about to say, she's sweet, but
don't mess with me. But anyway, so and we told the girls, when we go there, go on every floor. I can't remember how many floors there were at Arista at the time, and we said anything that says TLC, from the plaque to a regular poster, we don't care what it is, get it. And go and put it in the limo. We had already talked to the limo driver. He was ready. He was like, okay, cool, I'll park right here and I won't leave until y'all say so. So we call up, ring, 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 hey, it's TLC for Clive. He's like, hi, girls, how are you doing? I was like, hey, Clive, you know, we're in town. We miss you. We haven't seen you in a while. We want to come up and say hi. Yeah, girls, come on. Yeah. So we get there, and we got the girls going, and then we go in the room, and then, Lisa's cousin. I don't remember. What? No. Tay-Tay is Tion's cousin. Lisa's cousin was there, too. You know who I'm talking about. And we walked into Clive's office. Puffy was in there playing that's when he was Puffy, playing his music and stuff. And so, you know, we walk in, and of course, everybody's like friendly and ready to say hello. And Tion's cousin walks over. At the time, it was a tape, stops the tape, gives it to Puffy, and says, TLC's got a meeting with Clive, and you got to go. Your meeting's over. And Tough Puffy is like, I'm not lying. He didn't put up a fuss or nothing, but he was confused, of course. And so.
And what's funny is he told me the exact same story from him. His perspective is the funniest.
So he goes out, and we have one of the girls acting as security outside of that door, and we said, don't let anybody in or out unless we say so. Okay, so Clive is like, girls, what's going on? And so we're like, we need to talk to you, because we're broke, we don't have no money, and LA is talking about you, and like, we just going on and on and on. And there was another person that needed to be in that meeting who handled finances and stuff there. So he called him on, you know, on the intercom or whatever and said, come to the office. Then the guy calls back, he's like, those ladies or bodyguards won't let me in. So, and mind you, somebody's already called the NYPD, because the other girls are like going all around taking plaques down and everything. And so, of course, you know, can you imagine like working? You're like, wait a minute, what's happening right now? Are we getting robbed? Like, you know, and so, after that, you know, the other gentleman comes in, and I start talking, and then I get all emotional because I'm mad, I'm crying, and so this is like for real. And we said, you know, it's not fair. We're selling all these records, and we don't have anything to show for it. Like, this is not right. Because we thought, we got rid of Pebbles, so we straight. No. And so, so he actually saw how serious that was. Now, at this time, the police is there. Hold on, y'all. This is my son.
So the police was there. I wasn't there. I was in Atlanta. I ain't had nothing to do with it. I just heard all the stories.
I love you.
Pat, he's calling you right now.
I know, right?
There go Pat right there.
That's my mini-me. So anyway, long story short, the police comes in the office, like 2 of them, and I'm not lying. It was like a serious movie at that moment. The 3 of us just looked at Clive like, if you have us arrested, we are gonna F you up for real. Like, don't get us arrested. So he was like, because the officer was like, you know, is everything okay? Everything okay? And he was like, he looked at us, and that's when we gave him that look, and he was like, girls, why do we need all the security? And come on, girls. And we're like, okay, you know, then we turned into some sweet little things in front of the cops. And that was pretty much it, you know, like LA was called, Puffy called LA, like, yo, man, you don't, like the girls are going crazy and all this kind of stuff. But because we didn't have anything to lose, you know what I mean? We didn't care. We wanted to go straight to the source and say, hey, what is the problem? Like, can we be in something, give us something fair, you know? And then after that, that's when we started to renegotiate our contracts, the whole filing of the bankruptcy happened and all that kind of stuff. And in the end, we won, but we stuck it out because the lawyers that we had in Georgia was looking at the money that we were making and was like, what's wrong with y'all? And we're like, no, you can't look at what we're making. Look at the albums that we've sold and what we should be making. You know, and so we had to, you know, drill him and thinking that we got to fire this guy and start all over. I'm telling you, it was like really crazy. But doing that, it helped us, you know, as far as the deal and them giving us something fair. I wouldn't suggest that you guys go that far.
I was gonna say moral of the story.
Yeah,
don't
please,
do that.
don't do that. You know, there's another way, but you know, that's what we did. And so, and after that, if you wanted to go to air, so even if you were an artist, you had to sign in and they had to pat you down and all that kind of stuff because of TLC.
Security was heightened.
Thank you, Chili.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming.
Hello, everyone. Surprise, surprise. Look who we have here. We have...
There is somebody here, isn't there?
Yes, it's you two. You're the stars. You're the guests. 2000 computer animation grad Jack Geckler, and sitting right next to him, 1993 recording arts grad Gary Rizzo. We're looking right here. How are you guys doing today?
So good. Thank you for having us.
So good. Thank
I
you.
know I crashed the session. I appreciate your flexibility.
Of course.
We ran into each other. I said, hey, I'm doing this thing, and yes, you should come along. That's
Yes,
what it
and
turned
so
into.
I did.
You guys are old friends, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like we're old friends. I feel like we've met in a previous life. That's how
I think we
comfortable I am
did
with you.
feel that. Yeah, he actually reached out my Hall of Fame after I did my induction speech. We had never met because he couldn't come out, and you called me.
I did, because my dad always stays with me in San Francisco in January, February, March, and I wasn't able to be here, but I watched it with my dad at home, and you made reference to your dad, and it really moved me, and so like immediately after the ceremony, I tried to find a way to reach him.
He just calls me, and I knew of him, but we hadn't talked, and it was literally instant connection.
Yeah.
And that meant everything to me. And now with our shared experience with children, like it's
We're brothers.
Yeah, seriously, we're brothers.
Sincerely.
And speaking of connections, how is it being back and connecting with students? Because there's a new crop of students every year, every Hall of Fame.
There's a whole new sense of fulfillment for Hall of Fame for me this year. The student turnout has been fabulous. The questions have been deep and sincere, and I feel like I've reached more students personally on this trip than almost any other Hall of Fame journey I've had so far.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what Gary was saying. I we haven't been back in almost 2 years.
I know.
So this has been such a refreshing time for us to come back, and like honestly, it's rejuvenated me in a way that I just didn't know I was missing.
And after 2 years, what are you most looking forward to this week? I mean, it's almost over, but like, what has been your highlight so far?
Well, you know, you definitely get fulfillment when you connect with students, when you really feel like you've communicated something thorough that they did not know before. That is so rewarding. So I feel like I've kind of, you know, I got what I needed out of this week. It feels really good.
Yeah, I think the student thing is always huge to me, but I think also, like in our case, we love meeting our new Hall of Fame brothers and sisters, because a lot of time we have never met them before, so this is our first chance to like spend a week with them, get to know them, and like, you know, become the close family that we are, which is great.
And have you gotten to know everyone so far? Are you still
Almost. I'm still working my way through the line.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's the one
shy,
rub. You're
yeah.
trying to go through there, and people have come in at different times, but I'm always amazed no matter what field they're in, even if it's completely opposite, you find common ground instantly in our tribe.
Yeah, there's something in the DNA inherently that has this openness and an instant connection. It's hard to describe, but there is something common in the thread of the DNA that makes us all brothers and sisters. I'm convinced of it.
That's amazing. And you've been here since day one. You were in the very first class.
Damn, I'm an OG.
For all of the new
You
Hall of
really
Fame
are.
inductees out there, what advice do you have for them, the new class?
Oh, just get back as often as you can and give, because the more you give, the better you feel. At least that's what I get out of it, you know? Just, you know, communicate with the students. It's so helpful. It's helpful to everybody.
Yeah, I was going to say, I always say it pays dividends down the road. Like giving back, like Gary said, you feel so good about it, but it's amazing how even better you feel 2, 3, 5 years later, where some old student hits you up and they're killing it.
Oh, absolutely.
And then all of a sudden you're feeling amazing again. You're like, oh my, I didn't even realize I could feel this again, but like you feel really proud, like almost like they're your child.
Yeah. And it reminds me that I need to get to campus more often.
Absolutely. We come back anytime. We love having you guys have great energy and
take you up on it.
everything. Please, we got classrooms, boardrooms, everything. We'll stick you in there, give you a microphone. You know what you're doing.
All right. Sounds good.
And what advice do you have for the students to take away? Like, what should they be focusing on this week? as they're experiencing Hall of Fame for the first
it's
time?
networking. It's shaking hands. I want to believe it's a post-COVID world now. So when I don't mean literally shaking hands, but get to know the people, get email addresses, get phone numbers, be friendly, connect with people, sincerely connect without agenda either. Like, it's not a manipulation. It's a matter of growing your network and just making new friends.
Yeah, it's your week to not be afraid. Like, go up and ask the questions. We're here now. You know, you walk the halls, you see pictures of us, but we're here now, and we really want to hear your questions, you know. So utilize this time, because for me and Garrett, this wasn't a thing when we went to school, either one of us. So to have the opportunity to come back and, like, hear from people who are doing what you want to do is just, it's hard to explain sometimes to students how important that is.
And there was none of this at Hall of Fame 1. You know, it wasn't blown up to this magnitude. So you got to take advantage of this growth that we've had over the course of 12 or 13 years. There's a great opportunity to meet people you normally would never meet. So, you know, make the most of it. Yeah,
Have you been collecting business cards all week? And
I got a pocket full of them.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely, and my LinkedIn, which I'm going to probably look at tomorrow when I have a break, is just it steadily kept growing and growing and growing, and which is exciting. Because it's like I get to relive little meetings I had with people.
Sure.
And kind of reconnect with them when I leave, which is great.
I have one more question before we're going to get into a video showcasing everything that you've been doing in the industry so far. Jack's story. Oh, and then we have a video with you where you're doing the dangerous sounds.
Okay. Oh, no. Well, you guys put that together quick.
Game. Do you remember that?
They're on the ball. Which one?
The sound-off game, where we played different sounds.
That's wildly embarrassing, because I got a question wrong that I should not have gotten wrong. But that's okay. We'll let you
You're
play
human.
I am human.
I watched that.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Sneak attack. A sneak attack.
Pull up videos on these knuckleheads back, buddy.
How's it
Hello,
going?
everyone.
Oh, Rizzy.
Larry Katz,
We got
everyone.
Larry Katz.
Cully.
We got Cully.
This is great. Somebody take a photo.
If this stage collapses,
Right, we're in big trouble.
One of us will get hurt.
it's going to be bad,
Should we
yeah.
all like do a big group?
It might
big
be a
group
sprained
pose?
ankle.
Yeah, or two. How's your week been, everybody?
Oh, he's getting the interview.
Look at he just hijacked the program.
No, this is perfect. Go on, sir. Absolutely.
Shay, how has your week been? This is amazing that you guys are doing this. It's amazing you have this
I'm
whole
so
thing
glad
together.
to be back. Like,
yes, we're back.
I don't ever want to take a year off ever again.
I agree.
And she's been up here like the whole week.
I know.
Yeah.
Anytime I walk by, she is here.
I've not been here when she's
chair.
not been here. It's amazing. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. The production, everything that they've done to put this together, absolutely fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And the caliber of these individuals.
I know. This
You
is
are
like
too
the
kind.
best
You
of the
are
best.
too kind.
Let's be honest. He's right.
You have to be.
No self-doubt, sir.
Yeah. We've got a great panel coming up this afternoon, everybody. 106, 3B, come on in.
106.
Let's talk about virtual production. It's going to be amazing.
Oh, yeah. I want to
I'll
check
let
that
you
out
guys
for
get
sure.
back to your conversation, but
We love you, Barris.
so good to see you.
We love
so
you.
good to see you. So good to see you.
I'm very late.
Shay, it's a privilege.
It's so good to see you guys.
so good to
Thank
see
you
you.
for stopping by. I can't wait to
love
see
it.
how everyone's
Thanks
dressed
for letting
later
us-
for the
I love it.
ceremony.
All right.
Thank you for coming, Larry.
We love you, Cully. Look at that. Now we have a plethora of
Aw, brotherly love. I love this so much. All right, I think that's all the time we have for now. We're going to check out Jack Geckler's video to see what he's been doing in the industry and how he got to here to Hall of Fame.
Originally, I enjoyed movies and I enjoyed the medium and I enjoyed everything about that, but it was kind of like a kind of dream, but it wasn't like something that I thought was ever a reality. Like people I think who did this stuff were on some other kind of plane of existence, and you had to live in California, and it's just, as a kid, I think it was just outside my scope. I started performing at Disney in the mid-90s. As a character performer, and that kind of opened the door to some other kinds of roles within the parks, and one of which was puppeteering. And at the same time, while I was doing that, I was starting to really get into computers, and I had a roommate at the time who was really into computers, and we painted one of the walls in our rental with chroma key paint. I don't ever recommend people to do, so that we could basically take our puppets, put them up, and then comp in the background scenes of like Indiana Jones Boulder, or they're in space, or they're, anywhere we wanted them to be was kind of the idea behind it. And I lived in Orlando. So hearing about Full Sail was kind of all the time, but at the time it was mostly, for me, it was an audio thing. Somebody went, hey, they're doing this computer animation program. So me and my roommate at the time said, hey, let's just go down and get a tour and see what it's like. And, hilarity ensued. The hustle in general has got me at least 50% of the way there. I mean, hopefully I like to think the rest was talent. The hustle has certainly kept me employed, and I think it's allowed me to work on stuff that I never would have been able to work on if I had just made a choice to be like, I'm just gonna stay here. I think this is where I need to stay. I got a call from a game studio in Woodland Hills called Genuine Games. They were working on Fight Club, the video game for Xbox, the original Xbox, and PS2. And then I worked on the 50 Cent game Bulletproof, his first one. Yeah. Didn't think I'd ever be on a rapper video game. But I was about halfway into that when the opportunity came up to go over to Asylum for Sky High. It was too surreal for me to even think about working on film, not to go. I've worked on Sky High, which was awesome. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, we had got around the same time, so I worked on that. Apocalypto, Deja Vu with Denzel Washington. DreamWorks, I worked on How to Train Your Dragon, 1 and 2, Kung Fu Panda 2, Turbo. Here at Digital Domain, the first time I was here, I worked on Mummy 3, the G.I. Joe movie. Then I had an amazing opportunity to go to ILM and work on Episode 7, Force Awakens, which was awesome. There was a shot I did that was only supposed to be in the trailer. We call it the Apocalypse Now shot, and the sun's setting and all these TIE fighters are flying in, and there was no real place for it in the film up front. So here I am watching the movie, even the first time, and boom, they snuck it in, and it was like full screen and everything else. And I remember sitting at one of the first screenings with just a regular audience, and that shot came across. Everybody in the audience was like, oh, the sigh. And the goosebumps just went up my arms. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, and it just struck me. I'm like, this is why I love doing this. Like, two, and I even looked at it, I'm like, that looks way cooler when it's that big. Take a step back and go, I'm actually doing this. Like, I'm working on this movie that all these people are so amped to see every time it comes out. Like, that, it never leaves me. There's something about that to me that's like, it's almost like it's permanent, right? To me, I'm like, I feel like there's all these other mediums, but like something with film is permanent. You know, it's there. Once you've done it, it's there. And if you've done your job right and you're doing a really good job, like, it's there on a wow level too, and you can hear it in the audience.
Welcome back, Jess. As you can see, we have some big names here at the desk.
That was super fun. I was watching from the side, and I was just like, oh my goodness, like overwhelming amount of talent on the stage. That was so fun to see. I'm such a big Stephen Barris fan.
Oh, yes.
So to see him like sneak
up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just, I mean, at first I was like, okay, I can handle this. Jack and Gary, I know what I'm doing.
Sure,
I'm in the
sure.
zone. And then 3 more incredible Hall of Famers, like, and their energy that they bring.
Yeah, it's so great.
I know you watched the interview, but when Gary and Jack were talking about how it's kind of a brotherhood and how they all connect, and then just 3 more pop in, and you can see that they truly are connected.
It
they
really
weren't just
is.
saying
Right,
that.
right. It's not a lie. It's not a joke. These guys like develop a connection and they run with it after. So,
I mean, and then they're just bringing all of that back, all of that goodness here to campus to give back to the students. And Gary's like, I'm ready to come back all the time. Bring me back all the time.
Yeah, so good to see. Speaking of Hall of Famers, the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, it's tonight.
It's tonight.
How exciting, right around the corner. And maybe you're wondering what it's all about. Let's take a look at this video on what the ceremony is.
At the culmination of Full Sail's Hall of Fame week, students, grads, faculty, and distinguished guests are invited to celebrate the achievements of our newest class during the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Hear the stories of how these grads have made an impact in their industry and the Full Sail community, and witness their induction into the Hall of Fame. Wrap up the night by joining in on the block party with live performances, food, and swag giveaways. It's all a part of our Hall of Fame celebration, coming this March to Full Sail's campus. All right, now let's learn a little bit more about Hall of Famer and 2002 Recording Arts grad, Fela Davis.
I could be in the studio from 11 to 11, you know, but it's my world. I get to run it. Everything that I do centers around audio, even though it's in different aspects. Whether it's live sound was the bulk of my career so far, but now I've gotten into podcasting and doing more studio work. Now my current highlight more so in my life is the one-of-one production studio. 2 rooms, control room and basically a live room. But in the live room, we can do a 4-person podcast. We could take that table away and do a 5-piece band. I was in band class in the 10th grade, and I looked on the floor and I saw this magazine saying, best audio schools. I'm thumbing through and I find Full Sail. That was when I knew in the 10th grade, so my last 2 years of school, I was like, I know where I'm going. It was no other choice for me. It changed my life. It was such a creative space to be in, period. It was an amazing time. All the gigs that I really want to mix and the tours that I see come through, those guys were either from New York or LA. So I had to make a move, and I went to New York. I hear from Christian McBride on my LinkedIn and my direct messenger. I knew who Christian McBride was, who was at the time was a 4-time Grammy Award-winning jazz bassist.
I realized that all the sound engineers I knew, that most of the ones that I really enjoyed working with all lived in LA. And I was like, how could there not be anyone in New York I can work with? And I did what I have only done once in my entire life. I went to LinkedIn and I punched in, audio FOH New York. And the first person I saw was Fela. And I thought, bam, let me contact her.
That was it. He was like, oh, well, my big band is playing at 92nd Street Y. You got the gig. I was like, oh my goodness, LinkedIn? This is gonna crack people up. They'll never believe me.
Fela has the most striking laugh. It comes from here, and anybody that laughs that hard, that strongly, that says something about their heart and their spirit and their character. The first time I heard a board recording of one of our shows, she said, hey, I recorded the show, check it out, tell me what you think. And I mean, it sounded like an already mixed and mastered record. I remember thinking, man, we could put this bad boy out now. Let's print this bad boy.
For him to give me the opportunity, I was just like, okay, I'm gonna do stuff that other people aren't doing. And he recognized that. I can never thank him enough for that opportunity. And I look forward to doing that for somebody else as well.
When she becomes the big superstar that she is going to become, and I can't afford her anymore, she's still going to be one of my close friends. I just love her to death, and I'm so proud of her.
Getting inducted, I had it up on my vision board that I wanted to be in the Hall of Fame. This is just a culmination of all that sacrifice, sleeping in a car in between gigs, everything. It's just the grind. This is the celebration. Now to get to mark off something on the right side of my dry erase. It had been there so long that I had to use alcohol to get it out.
I could watch these Hall of Famer profiles all day. They give me the craziest goosebumps.
Oh, of
it's
course.
just so inspiring to hear their stories.
Of course.
How they were all just students at one point, right? And they all have that same dream, maybe not our first couple classes, but
eventually
I want to get in the Hall of Fame. That's where I want to be. It's just one more driving factor. We want to win awards and we want to get recognition out in the industry, but to get it from the place where you learned it all.
Oh, absolutely.
What could be better? And we're setting up in the back
now.
I don't know for the part. Ooh, clanking things. Things are getting clanky in the back.
We got balloons coming out. We're going to have some archways, all kinds of fun stuff. I'm super excited. I know we're going to have a little costume change.
Yeah, we're going to have a little costume change. I don't know if y'all are ready for it.
Not at
Be
all.
looking good. We look
I'm
good now.
super stoked. I mean, this is the home of our Hall of Fame lobby. So not only are we going to have part of the party in here, but all around the walls are memorabilia and items that our grads in the Hall of Fame have donated from their time in the industry. We have Oscars, Grammys. We have Oathkeeper from Game of Thrones.
Oathkeeper.
Jess, what are some of your favorite items?
I mean, you mentioned Oathkeeper. I love Erin Eberhardt. One of her items is like the notebook that she had when she was like an intern or when she was working with Sony. I think she has some notes from when she was a student, and then she's got another notebook from her time with Sony, and like so cool to like kind of see her creative process on paper. So even though it's like not the shiniest thing in the case, it's probably one of my favorites because like I can relate to that. I'm like an avid note taker, planner in my journal. I have to put pen to paper because it just helps me retain stuff. So it's cool to think like, oh, Erin has a similar process. So I love that.
It kind of shows that like no matter what the item, they all have meaning to these Hall of Famers, how they got here, their path to their success.
Yeah. And I mean also like one time, because we get to rearrange the cases every year to bring in new items for our new Hall of Famers. And last Hall of Fame, I got to touch a Grammy. I held it in my hand and pretended I won one, though that will never happen.
God. Well, let's focus back on the Hall of Famers and less on the shiny gold. Now let's take it all the way back to 2010 when Hall of Fame grad Troy Devald was inducted into our second annual Hall of Fame.
When I was a kid, I was definitely one of the odder children. I had concerns that other children shouldn't have to be burdened with. I had a fascination with old television shows, and I was always older than I should have been. When I was younger, I used to take a little tape recorder out on the front porch, and with some of the neighbor kids and my buddy Scott, we would do radio plays, which were uniformly awful. And no one ever heard them. We never bothered to play them back. Just the act of recording them seemed to be enough. And it was probably my first exposure to writing. When I was in about the 4th grade, I checked out a book called The Toothpaste Millionaire, and I read the book about 40 times. And I thought I could be a writer, could be an artist. I want to write books. I actually ended up falling over into the comic book arena around the time I turned 10 or 11. And I got fascinated with the people who wrote and illustrated comic books. I would tell you that the defining moment for me when I realized the power of the visual married to the narrative is the work that Will Eisner did on the old Spirit comics was very cinematic. And I started getting that idea of, writing with an eye for, with word balloon placement, where are people going to be in your frame? And comic books, just like TV, end up being a matter of, where you're choosing to frame your action and how to highlight it. So television seemed like a natural extension of that. There are shows like when I worked on Dancing with the Stars, there's quite a thrill about being able to work with certain celebrities that you've enjoyed since you were younger. Every week, trying to come up with some place to send George Hamilton, was a real treat for me because I loved the guy since I was a kid. And every week he'd give me flack about where I sent him, and every week when it was over, he'd tell me he had the time of his life. That's the glamour associated with reality television. When we were nominated for an Emmy for Split Ends in 2009, it is the first time that my name has ever appeared on an Emmy nomination. And I can remember when I joined the Academy in 2002, going to my first Emmy Awards and sitting in a room with 10,000 people at the Shrine Auditorium and looking around and thinking every person in that room took the risk to do this for a living. And I thought, how cool is it just to be a member of this thing? And to get nominated for an Emmy 7 years later. I mean, you can't imagine how great that feels. I find no shame in being close to my parents. I'm lucky enough that I have the kind of support system that you absolutely cannot move forward without. My folks were behind me when I wanted to go to art school. My folks were behind me when I wanted to go to film school. If I could think of another thing that is generally less useful, I'm sure they would stand behind me and I could get my degree in Elizabethan poetry. They are behind me 100% no matter what I do, and that's really, I kid around about it, but it's if I didn't have that behind me, I would not be anywhere near where I am now.
We always tried to give Troy enough rope to do the things that he felt a real passion for. Sometimes it was really hard, especially the stuntman episode, because the porch was fairly high and away from the ground. But you have to look at each individual and figure out that we're not all alike. People are going to have dreams, and they just have to go for them.
I will tell you unabashedly that I was a huge misfit as a child. Just nothing about me was similar to anything my peers were interested in. I was a freaking weird kid. And the best part is, all that weird stuff now just makes me funnier and makes the shows better. So it all comes full circle. Embrace being weird.
I want that on my tombstone.
Deal.
I love that. That's like my favorite phrase now. I'm like, oh, yes, writing that down.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we die on the same day at the exact same time, so I won't be there to help you plan.
Okay, that sounds deal. That's perfect.
Well, I was talking about Erin Eberhardt earlier.
Your hero.
What her stuff is in the case. One of my favorite grads, mostly because, she follows me back on Twitter. We're cool. Yeah, it's real. We're like low-key friends. I mean, I don't mean to brag about it, but but we could learn a little bit more about Erin right now, who is currently a project director at Insomniac Games and a 2010 game design master's grad. Let's learn some more about Erin Eberhardt.
When I was in high school, a friend of mine introduced me to StarCraft, and I just got hooked immediately. I loved the storylines, I loved the characters, I loved the gameplay. Once I got into college, I started playing Diablo, and that was the very start of my love affair with Blizzard games. Blizzard games are probably one of the reasons I got into gaming as a profession, and one of the reasons why it was the dream studio for me. When I entered into my master's program here, I knew that I wanted to take this more seriously than I had ever taken anything before. I was about to invest a lot of money into something, and it was an investment into me. And as it turns out, I did work harder than I had ever worked at anything before. And I think a lot of that was just because of the pure joy of just having the classes that I took, feeling like it was my calling, feeling like the professors and my fellow students just got it. They understood what it meant to have something that you just love so much and want to be able to make a career out of it.
I was working at a company in Florida called ZG Games that was partnered with Full Sail, and we had a partnership where instead of doing Final Project, you could do a 3-month internship with us. I'd been in the industry for a while, but I hadn't been a producer all that long when she came on, and so we've sort of gotten to grow together, both as people and as professionals. When we started, she would come to me with a lot of questions, and honestly, I didn't know the answers either, so we just kind of figured it out together.
Max is one of my best friends. He took a chance on me. He believed in me. He was extremely confident that this was going to work out. Everything was going to be amazing. I owe everything to my time and the people that I worked with at ZG and Disney and PlayStation. I would not be the same person without them. For me, esports, it's unlike anything else I've ever worked on before. I've never had so much fun working. Watching the people and watching the dedication and watching this incredible eternal pursuit of greatness, right? I mean, we see this all the time in our sports that that we watch every day. The NFL has this, the NBA, MLB, Major League Baseball. Finally, the people who were home spending all their time on those video games, the people like me who were just trying to beat this boss, who were just trying to achieve this thing, we finally have a way to express that, right? We finally have a way to earn prize money. We have a way to have the spotlight and hold the trophy up and feel this great sense of accomplishment. And so for me, this is my sports. This is my Super Bowl. This is my Olympics.
She just wears her emotions on her sleeve. When she's happy and she's excited about something, the entire room gets behind it very quickly. And it's been fun through her career watching her hone that so that when she's frustrated, channel that into something that can be more productive and just letting people know this isn't right and we have to fix it for the product, but still having that enthusiasm of saying, we're gonna do this, guys, let's do it, and getting everybody on board. And she knows what gamers want, she knows what she likes, but she's also able to step outside what she specifically likes and knows what users overall would want to do and would like, and is dedicated to the product.
My gut said that this is where you want to be. This is who you want to be with. This is the life that you want to have. And you get to have it. You actually get to have that life. And so now being part of Hall of Fame, it's just such an incredible honor and incredible validation that I could do it, you know? I could do it.
You okay, Shay? That one got you a little emotional.
It did get me.
I told you Erin's one of my faves. Up next, we'll be going live to a panel in the EB Auditorium. It's on virtual production featuring Bryce DeCristofalo, Hall of Fame 8 inductee Stephen Barris, Kyle Frazier, Chad Kendall, and this Hall of Fame 3 inductee Cully Bunker. Learn a little more about Cully right now, but stay tuned after that video for the panel.
I'm a visual effects artist. I get to blow things up and make pretty pictures. I'm a member of the Visual Effects Society. It's kind of like the Academy for Visual Effects. The highlight of that is getting to go to the award shows and seeing all the titans of visual effects. I've gotten to meet George Lucas and Dennis Muren. It's kind of, awe-inspiring and humbling at the same time. I work in Santa Monica, California at my company called Scully Effects. I started the company 5 or 6 years ago. Currently, I have a beauty reel that we've assembled with the top pop artists out there right now. Britney Spears, Gaga, Beyonce, Katy Perry, Mariah Carey, and the list just keeps going on. And that's kind of what I've become known for, making people beautiful. Some of the projects I'm most proud of, Lady Gaga's Bad Romance. It was a fun video because I had a little input on it. I was working with Francis Lawrence, and he's just an amazing director. Francis had an idea of having raining diamonds in one of the shots, and he just didn't like it. I don't know if it was we were doing a bad job, or he honestly just told us the shot wasn't working for the effect. I just never had a director give you an out like that, So you just like, no, we got to do something for you. But we came up with a substitute that he really loved. We actually froze the diamonds in the air, and it just really made the shot. It's kind of nice when you have input and it translates to the screen. Justin Timberlake's Cry Me a River, one of the more iconic videos of the last 10 years too. Justin Timberlake was doing these dance moves that were basically impossible to do. Men in Blue had a harness on the back of his jacket, and they were helping him to do these amazing moves that he could never do alone, and we removed all the characters. I just remember it was a really great experience, and the video result came out amazing. We have over 1 billion hits on those 2 videos alone. It's like you look up in the sky and you think each one of those stars could represent like one hit that somebody's seen my work. So sometimes you think about that, it's kind of awe-inspiring.
And now, everyone, please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to your host, Rick Ramsey.
All right. That's my Matthew McConaughey impersonation. How's everybody doing out there? Excellent. Good to hear you have a great audience here. Today we are here to talk about virtual production. What does this mean for the future of filmmaking? And to be quite honest with you, it's not just about filmmaking. All of you are familiar with virtual lots of things, right? For goodness sake, your education for the last 2 years has pretty much been pretty much that environment. With us today, we have an esteemed panel. I am going to introduce them to you, and then we're going to get started. Everybody good? All right. Well, sitting immediately right next to me, to my right, I had to think about what's right or left here. On my right is Bryce DeCristofalo, Full Sail grad, producer, and he is a virtual production consultant. So this is one of those few people who you can call up and say, hey, I want to put one of those in a studio, and he can show you how to do it. So that's super cool. Next to Bryce is Kyle Frazier. Kyle, as of March 1st, is now Full Sail's very own virtual production studio manager. So he is managing our facility here. He's been a teacher at Full Sail for how long? Just shy of 10 years. You do have a mic, and you do, yeah, we want to make sure we use
just
that.
shy of 10 years.
Just shy of 10 years, so that 10-year anniversary is coming up. Next to him, one of my absolute best friends. This guy changed my son's life by allowing me to take him to Ireland and actually visit the Game of Thrones set while they were shooting. We actually got to play with the weapons. Senior Vice President of Production at HBO. This is the guy responsible for Game of Thrones, Westworld, Sesame Street. Who doesn't love Sesame Street? A host of other shows. Give it up for Mr. Stephen Barris. And at the end there, absolutely somebody I respect, admire, and is just an all-around fun guy. If you can hang out with this guy for 5 minutes, it will change your life. This guy is the owner and CEO of his own production company called Scully Effects, and that company has done everything from television commercials. They actually worked on Westworld a little bit. Oh, I missed one. Sorry, I'm coming back to you. Cully's on the end. Saving the best for last. Does that work? Okay, saving the best for last. But Cully is just absolutely amazing. And you guys did work. You worked on Westworld, yes? And, of course, Steven is a producer there. Let's give it up for Mr. Cully Bunker, also a Hall of Famer, both him and Steven. And this is what happens when there's too many panelists. You forget the best ones. But I have to say, this guy, over the last several months, is just, for me, been a rock star. This guy is our program director for our Game Art. So where's our Game Art students again? Our Game Art program, which shares the same central track as a computer animation program. That's that section up there, right? And you're going to see some amazing stuff in the coming weeks if you come by the virtual studio, because we're shooting a film there with William Forsythe and Michael Pare called 9 Windows. And all of the scenes, all of the environments were designed by his team and students already getting film credits before they graduate the Full Sail way. Please give it up for my friend and colleague, Mr. Chad Kendall. All right, so we spent the first 4 minutes on intros. Now we're going to cut right into it. What I want to do is I want the students to have enough time for questions. But the first thing I want to do is kind of make sure we all understand what virtual production is, right? So I have a couple things to show you real quick. If you pay attention to the screens here. we have built, as you know, our very own virtual production studio. And here's a time lapse of that. And I'll just give you some notes about it. This wall is 16 feet high. It spans 40 feet over in building 4D. There's an 18 by 18 foot ceiling and 5 million plus pixels to create our very own virtual production studio, driven by the Unreal game engine and end display. And Brompton processors, which are at the very top of the line. I think any of these guys will tell you. And there you see Marcella and Jeremy, who have been absolutely instrumental in getting a lot of the stuff up on the screen. That's our very own virtual production studio. How many of you got to go to the tour, see it? Excellent. If you haven't, it's going to be very sketchy when we get in production, you know, SAG, right? Because all the rules they have. But try to stop by, right? We'll try to squeeze you in. Definitely this week's a great time. Look up on the screen right now, and what you're just seeing is something Kyle shot when he was in Scotland on the train. This is my example of something called parallaxing, and it's what we experience in a 3D world. Everything close to us when we're moving moves very quickly, and everything in the distance moves very slow, right? You gotta remember as kids asking your mom or dad why the moon is following you. It's not, right? But if we were to take a still image or even video and put it up on a screen and dolly a camera across it, it would be super flat because there's no parallaxing. There's no recognition of 3D. But in the game world, there is a 3D environment. And if we can get that environment onto a screen, then we can show parallaxing as we move our camera. And that is the essence of virtual production. And we haven't shown this much. This is a scene from one of our test scenes over in our own virtual production studio. This is a Victorian mansion. It costs $89.95, I think, on the Unreal Marketplace. Super cheap for a whole set. There are only 4 pieces of furniture that are real in this entire set. That's it. The center area, the big block there, is called the frustum. That is where the highest resolution is, and that is the camera's viewing area. So the game engine will display that so our camera can see the very best res. Everything else around is out of frustum. A little bit of lower res to save some of that rendering power. And the way this works is there's an infrared camera on our live camera, and it shoots a signal up into a lot of reflectors that are in the ceiling, sort of like stars. It calibrates the camera's movement by recognizing where those stars are in the grid. And that information is relayed into the game engine. Then the game engine replicates that movement and pushes that out into the frustum. And that's how we get a 3D element. And if you want to see what that looks like to the camera's eye, here is that shot. A little oversaturated because I did it with my iPhone, but here is that shot. Again, only that first table, that couch, that lamp, and the globe that is coming up here are actually real. Everything else is being created by the game engine. And there you have it, folks. That's what Virtual Production 101 is. So now what I want to do is I want to go quickly through the panel, and I'm going to ask to start with Bryce. Just give us a explanation of what your personal involvement is with virtual production. And we're just going to start there and then see where it takes us. All right? Cool. Bryce, you're up, buddy.
Yeah. Am I actually on? Oh, there we go. Yeah, currently, like I said, if we were going from the producing side or what this new category is really virtual production producers, you know, it's just kind of a new idea. So currently in that, but also in what Kyle is doing in the management side of things in another location. So I don't know. I feel like I could talk about this for hours. So I'm going to say that's what I'm doing right now. Virtual production producing.
No, we have 1 hour.
Right now. Okay, moving on to Kyle. There we go.
So as was discussed earlier, I'm going to be the manager for the virtual production stage here on campus. So my really entry into this is only a few months old. As I came in, as everything was just coming online. But I come from a film background like most of you guys with about 15 plus-ish years of cam opping and director of photography work.
That's awesome. I am Steve Barris. I work on a couple TV shows. Some of those TV shows have virtual sets now that we're rendering in real time as we're shooting. One that you can actually go and watch right now, and you should, because it's great. It is a show from our good friend Taika Waititi called Our Flag Means Death, which is essentially The Office, but with pirates. And the pirate ship sits inside of a J-shaped about 21-foot tall LED display, and is rendered virtually. And we have background plates that are in-game engine that allow us to shoot on the deck of a pirate ship a simple single-camera half-hour comedy, which wouldn't be possible without that technology. There's no way we're going to master and commander a ship out in the middle of the goddamn ocean and try to put a bunch of comedians on that. It's impossible. It's not tenable for the budget of something like that. And so I think for that reason, for that show, it's even more compelling than, of course, for a little show that we're calling House of the Dragon, which is your new favorite show coming later this year, all, of course, from the world of A Game of Thrones. And that is shooting a significant amount on our V stage, which is located at Warner Brothers in beautiful Leavesden, just outside of London. And at the time that we did it, and because this thing changes every day, but at the time we did it, it was the largest virtual stage in the world, and still the only one that anyone has let us set fires inside of. So we still have that. We still have that record. So very exciting stuff. Very exciting.
Chad Kendall. So my background is been real-time for 25 years. So I've been a real-time 3D artist. And so this is my first feature that I'm working on as well. So in my mind, in my perspective, the virtual production, what does this mean for my game artists? What does it mean for my 3D artists in terms of new opportunities? There's always been sort of a previs side in the film side of things. Maybe it wasn't as sexy as games for game artists coming out, but now we have this sort of explosion of content that needs to be made and people that need to be competent in engines. And since that's what we do in our program, then it puts you in a pretty good position. So I'm really excited. We are sort of just finishing up our stuff. I've been working on some stuff this morning myself in Unreal and lost a bunch when it crashed, because that's what happens. But yeah, it's exciting. So yes, definitely, like Rick said, come by if you can and check out the shoots and stuff.
Well, I'm Cully Bunker. I've owned a visual effects company and been a visual effects artist for about 22 years, and I saw the writing on the wall. And my company's getting into previs and post-viz, doing virtual production and virtual humans.
Excellent. So as you can see, there's a wide gamut of experience here, but the really amazing thing and a little bit daunting is I find that no one has the full gamut of experience. There's always somebody who's tried something different, right? So just to brag a little bit, Kyle and Chad, when we were running tests at Victorian Houses 1, and not downing wonderful shows like Mandalorian, but it is so much easier in a virtual environment to put a desert up, right? When you try to put a house up and you have all these different depths, it's a real challenge. And Chad's team built a whole basement for this movie, and we were doing some tests with it yesterday. It has a virtual staircase, and you would look at that through the camera and you'd swear the staircase was real. The parallaxing on every step was there. And if you were there, you heard the audience go, which is exactly what you want, right? So it is an amazing technology, and I find, Cully, on your end, I want to ask really, what are some of the more challenging applications? Because your company, you're all over the place when it comes to effects, whether it's movies, commercials, music videos, right? Yeah. Like, what have you found that has been, maybe one of the real gratifying experiences that you've had a challenge and you met it through virtual?
Well, it's very early. We've only worked on a couple projects so far, but we did a Pepsi campaign last year where we did the post-viz, and I could see that it was like a 5-day shoot, but we had 5 locations with a day each prepped and done on set with the foreground objects all ready to go, wheeled in. So they did what in 5 days I believe that it would take weeks in different locations, transporting crew, transporting gear. So the time savings, it took like a $5 million project and made it $1 million project. So, and us working on it afterwards, there was a lot of pitfalls and advantages. We have to make sure that we're eliminating any shots or defocusing areas of moire, which is something I'm sure you're going to talk about soon. You know, and just finding the places where it works and where it doesn't, and making sure that in post-viz that we make it look as possible. But, you know, the speed and the quality is just, you know, it looks like you're there. It's amazing.
Yeah, when you get it right, it's breathtaking because you know the magic trick and you're still taken away, right? Steven, you know, kind of almost the same question, but you have a real comparison because, you know, I was on set for Game of Thrones. Well, sets. I mean, you literally have to travel halfway across Ireland to do all the sets. What's the difference for HBO doing House of the Dragon with mostly virtual versus Game of Thrones where you were multiple locations?
Yeah, I mean, the original series, we would look at, you know, and specifically, Rick was there when we did the large boat battle in season 7, and a lot of that had to be green screen. That's all we had at the time. That's the only thing we could do. And one really specific example, I guess, of where there's a big difference, and I think a benefit, is that when we do a giant green screen shot like that, every second of footage that we capture is a visual effects shot. There is no way around it. We have a big giant green curtain encircling our boats, and everything we do inside of that space is a visual effects shot. Every extra pickup we get, every time we grab a little bit of green screen, it becomes a visual effects shot. Whereas for House of the Dragon, 80% or higher, I think in most cases, of everything that we shot in the volume space was more or less ready to go. There's probably a little bit more time that we spend grading it, but that's not nearly as expensive as the time we spend on scent. There's probably a little bit of time, to Kali's point, we spend fixing edges and fixing seams and moire and, you know, figuring out where smoke caused problems and stuff like that. But again, that is a few shots in, you know, several dozen versus every single shot that we shoot on green is just going to be a visual effect shot. There's no way around it. And so I think for that reason alone, on a show as big of House of the Dragons, it gives us the flexibility to be able to do more in that space, to simply spend more time on the craft, on the dialogue, on the characters that you guys will all fall in love with or hate or whatever. That comes from their performance. That doesn't come from us shooting them against green. And so we still spend a lot of time on location. We still spend an awful lot of time establishing locations, getting that amazing drone photography of a location, and maybe even coming into principal talent in that location. But then we're going to go inside in the volume, and we're going to have the LED screen slightly out of focus in the background, as opposed to, you know, the North Sea, which is loud and cold and raining and muddy sideways and every other thing, whereas we can be at Leavesden comfortable inside the stage. And there's challenges in there. There's some weird audio things and stuff like that, but those pale in comparison to the work that we would have to do to shoot a 3.5-page scene on the top of a hill in the middle of Northern Ireland. And Rick knows, he's been there. It is windy as all get out. It's rainy. It's, and that just had to be what Westeros was for the original series. It rains in Westeros a lot because it rains in Northern Ireland a lot. And there just isn't enough that we can go to cover for. So we just dealt with it. But that's not the best way to get the best performance all the time, and so it does allow us to be more flexible like that. And like I said, with the pirate show, that's 90% dialogue standing on the deck of a ship where we're going to have the ocean out of focus in the background. If every single one of those shots was a visual effects shot because there was green behind us, which we can do, we can put green on the LED anytime we want if we need something really fancy. But 90% of the stuff that we would do came out in camera. And that, for something like a comedy or something like You May Shoot Here, that's amazing. That gets you this incredible production quality without having to spend a huge amount of time in visual effects, which is not always, incredibly expensive, but it's almost always time consuming. And at some point that does equal dollars, and that can also be a qualitative trade-off. Whereas if you see it on the screen like Rick showed and it looks good, then it looks good. You're done. Like you may color correct, you may do some stuff, but for the most part, you've got what you need, and you can move through it. And lastly, I'll say, I also think it's huge for actors. Just like you said, Rick, when you step on that stage and you see it through the camera and you go, wow, this is so cool. But imagine you're an actor standing on that stage and all of a sudden the forest comes out around you. All of a sudden a throne room comes up around you. All of a sudden a spaceship comes up around you. And you are all of a sudden much more in that scene than you would if you were clouded by green. And you actually get the, I don't know if you've heard of this, you sort of the green haze, where people just start to, your eyes can't look at that much green for long periods of time. You really do start to kind of like wig out a little bit. It's hard, it's really bright. We light the crap out of the green screen so that we get a good key. And you're looking off into no horizon, into just all of this green and tracking dots and stuff for days at a time. It's hard, it's hard work. It's hard on actors to do that. And so being able to render them into a representation of a real space is just so much better for getting them into a better performance space, which ultimately, you know, it's a big job of us in production to put them in a performance space where they're comfortable.
Yeah, I have to totally agree. I know we were doing a session in the virtual studio yesterday in the basement scene that we're going to use in the movie, and you're sitting in there, and it's like, all you have to do is out of your peripheral, it feels like you're in another world. It's almost like step past the threshold and all this disappears, you know? But it was just such a really cool experience. Kyle, you know, Cully and Stephen have mentioned moire, and I don't know, how many of the audience know what that is? And so I'm going to ask Kyle if you kind of explain in virtual production, what is that moire effect, and what are you looking at, and what's causing that?
Okay, so moire is something that has been around since we started going to digital and got away from film. And you'll see it on your TV sometimes. If someone's wearing a real tight pattern on their shirt, it'll look like it's dancing, kind of jiggling back and forth. So that's moire, and that can happen with any type of shooting. But what you have to think about now is we're shooting a wall, but we want it to look like it's in 3D space. But if I focus on the wall, you're going to see all those tiny little LED dots, right? And the tiny little LED dots, if they're in focus, will create a moire. So that's why you need to, as he kept saying, it's an out-of-focus shot. The background's soft, and that keeps you from getting the moire, so you don't have to paint it out. And this is where your knowledge of depth of field really comes in, and understanding, you know, what your focal plane is, where that distance lies, because you need to work with that both in the game engine and in camera to make sure that you're not having to paint the moire out afterwards. And that's why a lot of the virtual studios are using large format, is because, as you know, the bigger the chip, the shallower the depth of field, the easier it is to kind of keep that moire from coming in.
When do you think pixel pitch on displays is going to be at the point where you won't have to worry so much and you will be able to make that part of the connective scene as opposed to having to sort of throw it out?
I think it's going to be quick. Like just from, you know, in the last year, the pixel pitch has dropped. So pixel pitch, if you guys don't know what pixel pitch is the amount of distance between the pixels. So the closer those pixels get, the less chance you have of moire, and it becomes more of a solid. So in the next, you know, couple of years, that pixel pitch is going to get down to the point where you'll be able to, if you want to have a wide depth of field, you'll be able to have that without outrunning the risk of seeing the moire.
So the other side of that, though, is not just in the pitch, but the camera technology and the enhancement there. My son, I will always brag about my son. So if you hear me, it's always going to happen because he works at a virtual studio in View, game development grad, by the way. But he just sent me a picture of the new Sony Venice 2, which is a 65mm chip, and he said they're 10 feet from the screen and no moire. So excited about that. Sony, if you're listening, we need to borrow one of your cameras. Thank you. No, not yet. Anyway, Chad, I am so thankful and dependent on your students and your staff to pull off what we're trying to do. And I want you to maybe illuminate a little bit for our students here. What does virtual production mean to the game art student? Like what opportunities are suddenly there for them that they may not have even thought were possible before?
Yeah, obviously it's huge. And the one thing that I've noticed the most is how many studios there are in all over, right? So game studios tend to be lumped in particular parts of the country or other countries, whereas we're seeing these things kind of pop up everywhere. So it's like, there's always going to be one like 50 or 100 miles away. There's kind of been that many that have been popping up. And they need people to go in there and do that stuff. And they'll have enormous setups and build these great things and have awesome film crews, and they'll be like, wait a minute, we don't have any Unreal Tech people to do any of this stuff. And there's a whole list of jobs, right? So you're going to have on-set TDs that are going to be running the stuff that's coming through, and then you're going to have people that need to digitize stuff, to scan stuff, to make it from scratch. You're going to have lighters. So you have all of these things, and it's using the same core skills that you would to make a game, but when you are sort of diving into virtual production, you have to think about things in terms of sets, right? So you're not thinking about collision and gameplay or level design, right? So you're thinking about things, you have to build things oftentimes in odd ways. Like our basement, for example, is like 10 feet tall because otherwise it just wouldn't, wasn't shooting correctly. So it's not like you're necessarily replicating life, but it's huge for game artists. I'm kind of a big evangelist for everything not games, even though I'm the game person, because I always want my students to know that there's tons of jobs for real-time artists, right? Whether it be simulation or architectural visualization. And then this one is huge. And I don't think I even realized when I was first looking into it how huge it was going to get and how everybody was going to adopt it and how fast. I think certainly COVID helped that along. But there's a lot of reasons just in terms of good production.
So I just as an example, where's any game development, game design? I know we didn't have a lot of game design. We did have a few game development students, right? Okay, so the hinge pin here for you is your experience with Unreal. So your computer animation students, your game art students, your game design students, game development students really have that experience. And you just put that on a resume, and some of these places will just eat you up immediately. They'll just scarf you up. And the pay is good. It's a little bit a Wild West, so big studios pay bigger than smaller studios, but the pay is good. I mean, I'm not, buying my son meals anymore, so happy about that. Not paying his rent, so it does seem to work out. Not paying his car payments. So I really encourage you to kind of look into that. Look at if you work in Unreal, you go to the marketplace. The environments are really inexpensive. Find you some decent environments. Download the virtual production ones and work with them, right? And then if there's any time, hate to put you on the spot, Kyle, shoot Kyle if you want to throw something up on the screen and see how it looks. Let's
I have one of these. Yeah.
Yeah, let's
drop me an email. Yeah.
We are, Chad and I have talked for the last several months about Full Sail building its own environment library. And honestly, I'm stoked because the environments that they've been able to build so far are like top notch, like absolutely top notch. So just encourage you to really do that. You can even be an entrepreneur. There's tons of stuff on CG Trader and Marketplace that have been created by other artists that you can put up there. And right now, Unreal's not taking a cut on virtual production stuff like they do with games, which is only 5%. I imagine that'll stop, right? Don't you think at some point? Yeah, they'll probably start charging. Last question, I'm going to throw it to you guys for Bryce. Tell me, from a producer standpoint, what's the economics when it comes to virtual? Like, is your crew size bigger? Is it smaller? What are some of the advantages on the financial side of that?
Well, as well as what Steven was saying about utilizing that example between producing two different shows, right? Now, when you have a controlled environment, right, and to give a little backstory, I was mentored by a Disney Imagineer actually here, Rhett Wickham. So these were magicians that learned how to make things in boxes. And by the way, the final image you see is going to be in that little box. Remember this. So the economic factor is what he was talking about is dailies as well. You're going to have your dailies lined up pretty much, again, I'm not saying calling final pixel for certain shots. It might have to be brought in through Maya assets or a little bit of color, this and that. But really, you're looking at about 80% every single day. So now your workflow, boom, is higher. The other thing is because the old studio systems were just like that. They used to have in tandem studios running productions. I mean, literally, you'd be sitting there having lunch and they'd be like, you're going to be an Army man today. and they would rotate you through, right? So if you have that thought process, it's not that you have less people. You do have a lot more skilled technicians, and you'll have skilled technicians that will be highly in demand, right? Kind of like that system was before, and because this is expanding, right? And it's becoming the new normal because of that. And it doesn't mean that you're not going to go see a James Bond movie or Transformers where they're not blowing up cars outside. And to explain this is what you're explaining is an optical effect. So really in the effects world, there really is optical effects, digital visual effects, and special effects. By definition, optical effects is just gone with the wind. They're going to shoot the plate. They're going to actually literally paint glass and then take another photo they shot, and they're rolling up to a house that you think is, beautiful. And no, it's just a piece of glass on a, thing. Then you have a special effect, which is actually in camera, but that's mostly pyro or animatronic is a special effect. Then you have a visual effect, which does take a lot of time. And it's extremely, the data management of this thing, pipelines, oh my God, it just takes money and time to do that, right? So I'm not saying visual effects go anywhere because we, of course, need them. Of course, we are going to need people in the digital arts community that also want to get into gaming and also get into this community as well. So I think from the cost-effective side, yes, this is more cost-effective on time, but also, again, when it comes to these skilled people, you'll be in a very high demand. So I think the job market will be becoming larger, right, than it would be. I don't see it going anywhere. It's only going to get bigger.
Cool. So we're gonna take questions in just a minute. I do want to say we did have Orlando Business Journal, Kyle and I. They interviewed us, and they asked us, what is your one frustration? There has to be something. And I can tell you, from my experience, and the thing that my son does call me the most about, is people, industry people, coming in for a shoot, and they don't understand the technology. And so you really have to take the time to explain. And so you are at a huge advantage because the technology is here. It's available to several degree programs. You can walk out the store having more knowledge than 90% of the people in the industry already. And that is gold. That really is gold. All right. We're going to take questions. Let me tell you how this is going to work. You'll line up at the back, and then you'll be brought down to the front, or you'll be directed to come down to the front to the microphone here, and then it will be one person at a time. So the line will be back there, so we don't block the camera. If you have a question for a certain panelist, please just say, hey, Steven, I was wondering. But if it's for the whole panel, you can say it's for the whole panel, and then we'll just take it from there. All right? Sound good? All right. So do we have any questions? If you do, just... The first one down to the microphone is the first one down to the microphone. The rest of you have to go to the back.
The first one with a broken ankle running down the stairs.
The rest of you have to go to the back. All right. So, camera, you guys, I know you're seeing people walking. That's great. We have tons of questions. Awesome. Sir, please state at least your first name, and then what's your question?
Okay. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm in Entertainment Business Masters. I did undergrad in film. So my question is, it sounds like overall this is so beneficial that almost the temptation might be to take it too far and just do everything virtual. So my question is, what do you guys see as kind of the limit of balancing that ease and maybe cheaper versus, this type of project should be done physically?
Yeah, I'll start. I think Joe Bauer, who is a very good friend and incredible visual effects supervisor, did Game of Thrones for us, always said, if you believe the fire, you'll believe the dragon, meaning that the more we can do real, the more we can actually pull off physically, the more the audience will buy it, right? So obviously the dragons are not real. Unfortunately, sorry to ruin it. But the fire is, to the point where we built an animatronic flamethrower that would animate the fire breathing of the dragon in the Mirren fighting pits. Because if you believe that spray of fire, you believe that stunt person being set ablaze, then the digital dragon behind it all of a sudden becomes way more real. And I think that virtual production, when used appropriately, is also that. that. You don't put the most important thing on the LED volume because it has to be out of focus for the most part now. So you put part of the spaceship in the foreground. But you do that for things that you couldn't build, you couldn't really go to for whatever reason, and cost is a reason you can't go somewhere. Just because the Sistine Chapel exists does not mean you are allowed to shoot your movie in there. And so there are aspects of production where you try to get to the most real that you can afford, that is feasible, and that is literally possible. In some cases, The Mandalorian's a great example. They're going to places that don't exist. And so the virtual environment allows you to make something that otherwise wouldn't exist. But I do think that, especially when it comes to close-up magic stuff, physicality is really important. And we've taken a big step backwards, I would say forwards, sideways, whatever, to physically fabricating props. We're using all of this amazing 3D printing technology, additive manufacturing to create props that work. Star Trek phasers that have all the lights and the buttons click and the things press. A, because it evokes a better performance. B, because I don't have to do any visual effects to do it. And C, because it's a real thing, and therefore we all buy it as a real thing. The actors buy it as a real thing. It's actually there. That's why we see a big resurgence of rubber work in monster movies and things like that. We see physical, as many physical characters, person in suit technology as we do fully digital characters. And it's because there's the realism to that you buy that you don't necessarily if everything is all digital, because that's just an easier way to do it. And then you sort of end up with like a Hallmark Christmas movie with a robot dog, and you're like, well, I guess, but I don't care.
I was gonna say to the benefit of what Steven's saying, I tell everybody I went to the school of Carpenter and Hitchcock. That's actually what we're making here is a Hitchcock movie, right? I love practical effects. I want as much practical, real things in camera as possible. This is just a tool. Remember that. This is just a tool. Everything here are just tools. They just are manipulated to do what you would like them to do. It's a great tool, but it will not take away the things we all love. Fair?
All right. Thank you for your question. Appreciate it. Next up, while waiting for the next person, this 9 Windows, the title of the feature we're shooting here, is 98% virtual. And the only reason is it's a big experiment.
Yeah.
It's a producer's dream because it's only a house, a basement, and a car scene. And the only 2% that's not is there's a fire. And we're not doing that on our stage. You can do that on your stage, Steven. We're not doing it on our stage. All right, sir, what's your question?
Hey, my name is Ryan Bolin, and my question for everyone is, do you think that these virtual panels will fully replace green and blue screens one day in the future? And if so, when do you predict that so?
Budgetarily, no. They're very expensive, and a green screen is very cheap. It comes down to that right there. If you have one and you need it for a reason and you don't have a background, you can pop it up real quick. If the director decides that there's a scene that they didn't really plan for, because this is a big thing, and a lot of clients aren't going to understand this. When you're using a screen, you have to prepare and make everything before you go instead of after. So I'm sure that it will be used, but a green screen is much, much, much cheaper.
I feel like to that point too, you got to start thinking about it a little bit differently. So if there's something that pops up on set that you didn't plan for, you can't really do it. So a lot of the stuff that you normally would do in post, because you just shot on a green screen, gets moved into pre-pro. So everything's there ahead of time. And if you have this like stroke of genius where you want to shoot up to the top of a building and they didn't make the top of a building, then you can pop in the green screen and it'll still be there. So, but the other nice thing too is he was talking about they would light the crap out of their green screens because it makes it easier to get a key. You don't have to light the green screen if you pop it onto your wall. It's just there. It's illuminated exactly as it needs to be, and you're ready to go.
They actually use a combination. I don't know if you saw the making of The Mandalorian. Sometimes they follow them around with a green square because they need to do stuff later. But they're getting all the lighting on the outfit because it's highly reflective, and that was the main reason for doing it in the first place. And now they've created this whole industry pretty much.
Yeah, we're a long ways off on creatures and things like that being able to be rendered in real time to the quality that you would expect it in film. And so that's one of the times where you're going to see backgrounds, but then the green screen pop up because there's a creature back there or something.
On the flip side, this is a great question, because when you're on set or doing your pre-production work, these are the discussions you have. How should we do this? I mean, we've had many of them with 9 windows. But one thing I will say in favor on the virtual side is the reflective quality. Anything that you have that's reflective, it's reflecting that environment. So instead of seeing green that you're going to have to fix later, you're seeing the lights on the ceiling or car headlight. You're seeing all of that in the reflections of the glass, of any tabletop surfaces, bottles, right? It all looks supernatural. So there's a real advantage if you can do it. But as Cully pointed out, it's super expensive. So it's not, green screen's not going to go away right away. It's funny, if you ever watch the Unreal teaser, they have all these different places. Some guy says with a French accent, there will be a day when we say green screen, your services are no longer needed. That day has not come yet, but thank you.
Non sequitur, we sometimes will have people show up on set that we can't crowd control out, like some guy who just wants us to pay him to get rid of him, and we have little pop-up green screens that we'll set in front of them so that we can comp them out. They usually go away after about 2 minutes of having a green screen in front of them, but for that reason alone, they'll always be around.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, great question.
He's trying to get the comport. He's trying to get the comport. Turn up your ghetto blaster and stand in the back. Let's green screen you out.
All
Hello.
right, sir.
First off, I want to say, hey, Steven, we met yesterday.
I remember.
Oh, there we go, everybody.
I remember the Spengler-esque hair. I'm a big fan. I'm a
Thank
big
you.
fan.
You see, me and him, we're practically best friends at this point.
Yeah, practically best friends.
Anyway, the question I have is, what do you say the learning curve is for virtual production? Because a lot of us here, we are film. All we care about is film. A lot of us have not touched Unreal Engine or a lot of this game developing stuff. So how difficult would you say this is?
Yeah, you're asking the same question that basically every filmmaker we work with is asking, honestly, because it's true. You approach it from the things that you know. I think, we talked about it on my panel yesterday, how I think it's unlikely that a Martin Scorsese will make the next great VR, the transformative VR work. That may also be true to a certain extent for folks who have been working in the traditional film industry for a long time, really taking advantage of the virtual production world in a really meaningful way. I think it will be emerging talent that will really do amazing, new, totally different things in that space. Things that we're sort of, a little weighed down by all of the legacy that we have attached to all of the work that we've done up to this point. And it is tough for creative to sort of understand where all the pieces move around, because we no longer have the art department hammering nails. We now have a virtual art department hammering virtual nails, except those nails get hammered 7 months before we end up on stage shooting something. And even the biggest sets don't take that long to build. And we don't have the same ability to sort of, as something's being built, see it coming together in the room and understanding like, ooh, that's not quite right. Instead, we have sort of rough mock-ups in computers, and it's hard for a traditional team to sometimes conceptualize that. So I think that's why it's so important to have new, fresh minds with a really good sense of the sort of underlying technology that makes all this work. You don't have to be able to do this in Unreal, because you are sitting, with those 3 people from the animation group.
Yeah, make friends with game art students.
Yeah, that's the point, right? That's exactly it. That's what we're doing. Yeah. We're making friends with our friends in game companies to get that art together. Sean McKay and I talk about it a lot, where we probably have more work going forward with Insomniac or something like that in the next 5 years on the non-game side than we do with the game licensing side, because that's a great place to start mining the people who are absolute experts at creating totally photoreal and incredibly efficient runtime stuff, because it's not just about making it look good, it's actually got to work in real time, which is something that I was certainly naive to a few years ago and now I'm acutely aware of. And that's a special talent as well. But you don't, just like every filmmaker that we work with, we don't have to learn that to the point where we can execute it. We have to learn that to the point where we can speak fluently with our colleagues in other disciplines, so that we can get to a shorthand. They understand my weird, nonsensical, nebulous film terminology, and I kind of know what it means to say something won't run in real time with that amount of reflection or something like that, right? And I think that's the key. You don't have to learn how to do it to the point where you're an expert and you can go and do it, because maybe that's not what you want to do. But like any good film student, and you've probably heard me say this before, you should know every position on set to the point where you're fluent to talk to the department heads of that particular position. That's your job as someone who works on set. Whether you're the director, the cinematographer, or an on-set PA, you should know what every department head does. You should know how to speak their language. You should know all the dumb names for film lights. You should know, all of that little secret code stuff, because then you can speak fluently, you can get to the point very quickly, you can help translate your ideas and hopefully help translate their ideas to folks that maybe aren't as fluent as you are.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That cleared a lot of things up for me. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great question. As our next question makes their way down, I just want to say, in my experience, is a short one, about a year, I have found there are 3 basic lanes in virtual production. So if we call virtual production a highway, there's a film lane, there's an IT lane, and there's an environment artist lane. And all of you are driving the same highway, but you all have to look out for each other. You have to work together. If you can get that to work, in film, your biggest connections are your cinematic skill sets and your lighting. Those are the 2 biggest things that are always being conferred with the gaming side and the IT side.
That was almost a Tom Petty song. You were like
almost, right?
Yeah, almost.
Something I want to recommend that's a collaborative workflow tool is called Omniverse. It's by NVIDIA, and it's kind of connecting a lot of these things together for collaborative workflow that can be done on the fly. It's really an amazing piece of technology that you should look into.
That's a great call. What's your question, sir?
Okay, first, I want to follow someone on Instagram, Steve.
Oh, wow, Steven, you're so popular.
10 points to Hufflepuff.
Thank you. I'm still searching for the rest of you. All right, but anyway, my question is, how do you see this actually escalating in the future, like industry-wise?
Well, that's a very nebulous question. Let's sharpen that pencil a little bit. Get a little more specific.
How do you think the companies will all slowly start to get this technology themselves that still haven't adapted to it just yet?
Yeah, good sharpening. Thank you. So I think there are 2 streams, and maybe this is your question, but this is the question I'll answer. There are studios like ours, like Warner Brothers, that are building because we have the space and we have the capital to do it, because we recognize that it's something that's really, really, really important to the industry going forward. And there are sort of outside enterprises that are building these spaces all over the place. One thing that the industry has recognized is this is something that we need to do fundamentally, because as I've said before, I think this is as changing a technology as digital cinema was, as the introduction in a large scale of digital cinematography into film and television about a decade and a half ago, and certainly so far as large scale drama television is concerned about a decade ago. I think this will enact the same type of change, the same type of democratization of the type of imaging that you can do on a television scale budget, certainly a network television scale budget. And so I think you'll see these places popping up, and then how we ultimately lean into that, I think that's yet to be seen, because right now just building the building full of LED panels does not a virtual production make, right? There is the art piece, there is making that art piece native to the show, and then there's the execution piece of that against the show. So all of these departments that right now, there's a virtual production department, just like a virtual cinematography department or a digital cinematography department, that eventually got absorbed into all of the different disciplines. I've said this about art direction because I think there's a lot of parallels here. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, no one had digital drawings. No one had AutoCAD drawings. People who had AutoCAD experience from industrial design started to get hired as consultants onto shows that were really big, building giant sets, and they could do construction drawings. Now, every single art department in the world has AutoCAD designers, AutoCAD, operators on their staff, and usually those are, the folks working natively in that department, because that department has become digital native as it relates to construction drawings. The same thing is going to happen with virtual production. The people that make these assets will become part of our art departments, and they will simply work in the art department, much like our construction crews do, much like our physical artists and set dressers and dramaturges and stuff do now. It will be the same thing, except they will work inside of a computer instead of inside of a Home Depot.
All right.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice meeting y'all, by the way. Really, it's an honor.
As our next person's coming down, we're getting close to time, so I just want to let you know we will have time for this question, maybe the next one. Yeah, it might be a little tough after that. So we will be here. I think we can hang out for a little bit after. But all right, go ahead. What's your question?
So I'm big into like grip and electric kind of work. And what are things like, this is more of like a department specific kind of question. What are things that grip and electrics don't do anymore on a virtual set or do?
That's a great,
yeah. So nothing, all the same stuff. The difference lies in the detail work, right? So right now, like if you're shooting on a set, you build the light from the ground up. In the virtual space, that base light is there, and then you use a lot more modifiers and a lot more small specular lights to accent and to recreate what you're seeing in the CG world in the real world. So you were there yesterday, you saw the basement scene. In the basement for the movie, there's a crack in a window that lets moonlight through, right? So to have that in our space, we have the ambient light, but now we bring in just a small little tweenie with some CTB on it and shine it on the talent, and now the light that's in the fake world is replicated in the real world. So it's all the same things. It's just dialed in a little more technique-based and a lot more modifier-based than it is.
And it even granularly goes down to the panels. You have an iPad with you, and you have a color chart and a luminance chart, and you can take that panel and make it a light if it's off screen to help you light your scene. It's really ingenious.
That's what I was gonna ask. Like, could you use the screen to like help light, like
Yes.
make it brighter in certain
100%.
areas?
They have
Is it
wheeled-in
an OLED panel?
panels.
Is it like OLED? Like you can light individual
Just an
pixels?
LED panel.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you can. Okay. Gotcha. So you can't just say you have pixels here and you want to only light those specific pixels.
Yes, they're modular, like little Legos. But again, it depends on what the engine you're working with, which is a whole other enchilada. Meaning what they had done with Disney, building their own proprietary system. If we're doing something in 4.27, or if we're again working in 5, 5 is where we want to all be at here on the stage, working constantly, because it's about lumens. Real-time lumens is where light becomes this before baking it in. But that's a whole other conversation.
The one thing I will add is it's great at fill light. We've actually put, as Cully suggested, we've actually put a light in the Victorian scene. You don't see it, but there's a light up in the ceiling panel, and it looks weird. It looks like there's a ghost floating there because we didn't put a digital fixture or virtual fixture. We just put the light to give us a little bit of fill. What it's not good at is focus light. If you want that shafting that you would get from a gobo, you're not going to really get that. So to Kyle's point, if you wanted to enhance that moonlight and there's dust in the air, you really probably should put a gobo and a Source 4, shoot that through the scene, because you can really control that focus
Yeah,
light.
in my experience, you grip the shit out of shit because like way more so than you would on a normal set, because everything is a friggin' 2-inch square of light over here that needs, so you've got, jungle gym worth of kit around every instrument to be able to do that. So there's actually, I would say, you need a much more sophisticated grip department that needs a lot more little shit than they usually carry. And that's another thing that people have to sort of come up to speed with. Plus, we use a ton of sky panels because you can grab the sky panel inside of not necessarily the engine, although that stuff is coming and ILM can do that. But they're, the next step is that, via DMX or whatever, you'll grab the sky panels and you'll actually drive sky panel along with the LED volume so that you can mix those actual punchy real lighting instruments along with the volume to be able to actually move your light reinforcement along with the volume, which is the sort of next step of being able to do some really neat stuff. Because if we just rotate light on the volume, it's just too diffuse to really punch on actors. It doesn't read the way you would want it to. So as soon as we can start really harnessing the ability to move DMX controlled lights, both physical moving wiggle lights and actual sky panel sort of wash lights, that's going to be huge. And that's all Genie stuff, right? It's all, there's a ton of friggin' cables and sparkies and all kinds of shit to make that stuff work. So I think it's actually going to be a major increase in work for Genie.
Give it up for the panel, you guys. We'll stay around and answer as many questions as we can. Happy Hall of Fame, Full Sail. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
welcome. So welcome everyone here in the Fortress, and welcome to everyone watching us through the stream. Today we have a great presentation coming, and I'm so honored to welcome our keynote speaker. So please join me in welcoming the godmother of the metaverse, one of the top women in tech, Kathy Hackle.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yes, I am popularly known as the godmother of the metaverse. I can share a story on why a little bit later. But before we go into my talk, I do want to say something about the next 100 years. I see the next 100 years as a new era of exploration and expansion, when we're going to be going into multiple areas, these three especially. We're going to go inward to better understand our intelligence and our brains, whether that's artificial intelligence or brain-computer interface. We're going to go also to outer space. Florida is very well positioned for that part of the exploration. And then also into virtual shared spaces or the metaverse. We're going to spend a bit of a time today talking about that blue circle. I do want to say that for us to do any of these things, we do have to take care of the physical world, because we're not going to be able to do the things that we need to do if we don't take care of that and address climate change. So yes, thank you. But yeah, what does Orlando look like in 100 years? Have you guys thought about that? What were maybe you guys might be alive, but what were your children or your grandchildren possibly? What are they going to be doing? So start to think about what their world is going to look like. We're going to go to the past, down memory lane first. This is when the internet was starting to happen. This is a clip, clip from Katie Couric in the Today Show, trying to talk about the internet. And you're going to laugh, but that's how we all sound today when we talk about the metaverse. So I'm going to play this.
Back now at 56 past, I wasn't prepared to translate that as I was doing that little tease.
Oh, that's
that little
right.
mark with the A and then the ring around it.
At.
See, that's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Katie said she thought it was about.
Yeah. Oh.
But I'd never heard
Or
it.
around
I'd never
or
heard it
about.
said. I'd always
That's
seen the
right.
mark, but never heard
Yeah.
it said. And then it sounded stupid when I said it. Violence at NBC.
I heard something around big or fight about. up in the lunchroom the other
See,
week.
there it is. Violence at NBC. GE com.
Well, Allison should know.
What
do you
is
say to that,
internet
Allison?
anyway?
Internet is that massive computer Right. network, the one that's becoming really big now.
What do you mean? That's big. How does one? What do you write to it like mail?
No, a lot of people use it and communicate. I guess they can communicate with NBC writers and producers. Allison, can you explain what internet is?
So Allison, that's all of us right now talking about the metaverse. So even though I'm up here as the godmother, that's what we all sound like. And at that moment, Allison, the producer, jumps in and talks about what the internet is. But many of us can't even imagine our lives without the internet. So this is the past, and this is a clip, I'm going to show you next, a clip of myself on 60 Minutes trying to explain the metaverse to an audience that tends to be older, right? So people that watch 60 Minutes tend to be a little older, and try to find a way to explain it to them in a very non-technical way. So this is a clip from the present, really the past, because this is from May, but let's call it the present.
I'm Lori Siegel, and I'm about to be turned into a 3D avatar. And then I'm going to be turned into an NFT. Welcome to the future of the internet.
And whether or not there's a market for her or it, there is a home. It's called the metaverse. And it's being referred to as the future of the internet. If the current version of the web is two-dimensional, think of the metaverse as three-dimensional. Kathy Hackle is a VP at Avatar Dimension, the company that owns this studio.
Can you explain what the metaverse is?
I think about it in the convergence of the physical and the digital, right? So to put it in today's terms, right now we have kind of a physical persona that we are in the real world, and then we have this digital persona that we're on LinkedIn or Instagram or TikTok, right? So in some ways it's kind of like converging those two. It's in some ways the next iteration of computing and the next iteration of the internet.
And it's already here.
So yeah, there I am trying. You can tell my brain's trying to figure out how do I explain this in a very simple way. But when we're talking about the metaverse, and we're going to get a little bit into what does the metaverse mean? What's the difference between metaverse and Web 3.0? What are the implications for society and for everyone? So
I'm Lori.
Hold on. Before I do that, I do want to, again, go down memory lane. So I want to tell you guys, even though I didn't study here at Full Sail, I do have kind of a history with Full Sail. And Full Sail has been a part of my journey as I've succeeded in my tech career. I've spoken here multiple times at Orlando IX. And you can see that picture there. And then also, when part of my journey was to actually go work for Magic Leap. So you guys know what Magic Leap is? I'm sure many of you guys know. When I went to work for Magic Leap, I went in thinking it was the next Apple. It didn't turn out to be that way, but it's still an amazing company. And it was here at Full Sail. I was keynoting an event called Orlando IX. I had tweeted that I was going to be in Orlando and I was going to be so close to Magic Leap, and I had ordered my first device. You have to understand, this device, people were just waiting to get their hands on it. No one knew, super secretive company, raised $3 billion, right? And I tweeted at the CEO and I said, hey, I'm going to be at Full Sail doing a keynote, and he literally messaged me, Twitter DM'd me. He slipped into my DMs, I guess, and he messaged me and said, hey, I'm sending my A-team to give you your headset. And we set up this whole thing here at Full Sail. So you guys were one of the first companies to actually get one of those devices in here. That was really exciting. And the team, yeah, I know, woo! Yeah, and those pictures that you see there, that's honest to God truth. I was so excited. And Full Sail was part of that journey. And they literally did send the A-team. They sent the person that usually did the demos for Beyonce, and people like that. So it was a truly exciting thing. And I don't think it would have happened if it hadn't happened here. So it was very exciting. So yeah, I went on to work at Magic Leap for a few years. And one of the reasons that I have a metaverse pedigree is that I worked at HTC Vive during the partnership with Steven Spielberg's adaptation of Ready Player One. So I'm sure many of you have watched that movie. Went on to work at Magic Leap as an enterprise strategist. And if you look at this picture right here in the middle is Roni Abovitz, who used to be the CEO of Magic Leap. To one side, you've got Neil Stephenson, who coined the term metaverse. Right? He was our chief futurist. And then the other side, you have John Gaeta, who created the bullet sequence for the Matrix. So those are the type of people I worked with at Magic Leap. And we really did think it was the next Apple. It wasn't, but it's okay. So now we're going to get into the gist of this. So Web 1.0 to Web 3.0. Web 1.0 connected information. That gave us the internet that Katie Couric was trying to explain. And that changed a lot of things, right? Web 2.0 connected people. And that gave us social media and the tech juggernauts of today. It also gave us the sharing economy and gave us e-commerce and many different things. And, many of us I can't envision my life without, certain social media sites. Not Facebook, though. Okay. And then the evolution that is happening right now is beyond going from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0. How many of you here have heard the term Web 3.0? A couple? Okay, perfect. So Web 3.0 connects people, places, and things, or people, spaces, and assets. And those people, spaces, and assets can be in fully virtual environments at times, so virtual reality sometimes, or gaming spaces at times, but they will also be in the physical world. And I'm going to be talking a lot about why the physical world is part of the metaverse as well. This is the evolution, really. This is kind of where we went, in the Web 1.0 times, it was brand.com. In the Web 2.0, it was @brand, and we got all the cats on the internet. And then now we're going into Web 3.0, which is brand.eth. So if any of you guys are into crypto and NFTs, you totally get what's going on there. So those are actual NFTs. So let's make sense of the metaverse. I will tell you, I do something every morning. I go to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, which sounds really boring, and I type in the word metaverse. And every morning I get the same message. This word is not in the dictionary. So it's really early, right? We are Katie Couric and Brian Gumbel trying to describe the metaverse right now. So if I play this back in a couple of years and be like, wow, that lady really sounded stupid. But that's not the case. We're just trying to define it. There's no agreed upon definition yet, but I think we all, in some ways, agree that it's the next, let's say the successor state to today's mobile internet. That's kind of where we're heading. It is about virtual shared experiences that happen both in virtual spaces, but also in the physical world, right? So it's kind of where we're heading. It's our digital lifestyles catching up to our physical lives. And there's many other definitions and many other ways to look at it. But most people agree that it is the successor state to today's mobile internet. So how do you enable this said metaverse? And what does it have to do with Web3? So in order to enable the successor state to today's mobile internet, we're going to need many different technologies. Right? Augmented reality, virtual reality, or mobile phones, those are entry points. I would say one of the biggest misconceptions that people hear the word metaverse and they immediately think virtual reality, Oasis, Ready Player One, and VR is a part of the metaverse, but it's not the only thing. Or they hear the word metaverse and they, think Facebook or Meta. And what I'll tell you is it's not one technology, and it's definitely not being built by only one company. It's being built by many different companies. And that is one of the exciting things about this new era, is that innovation is distributed, right? I used to spend a lot of time in Silicon Valley. That's kind of where Web 1.0 and Web 2.0 took off. With Web 3.0, what I am seeing is that it's changing. Innovation is distributed. I go more to New York and Miami now than I do to Silicon Valley because of all the crypto innovation and everything that's happening. But we're going to need AR, VR. We're going to need, I see gaming as the on-ramp. We're going to need Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6 and 5G. Blockchains and NFTs are incredibly important. Edge computing, artificial intelligence, you name it. We're going to need all these technologies. What is the difference between Web 3.0 and Metaverse? So they're intrinsically linked, but they're not interchangeable. Okay? The difference here is the following. For me, Web 3.0 has to do with how we connect those people, places, and things. Remember how I mentioned that? And the metaverse, to me, has to do with how we will experience the future of the internet. What does this mean for society, right? Many of us, look at the things that Web 2.0, the great things that Web 2.0 brought to our society, but the very negative things as well. So there are some anthropological questions we need to ask ourselves, and I'm of the mindset that we need to ask those really uncomfortable questions right now. So when you guys are working on your projects and starting to think about, what are we doing? If we're doing something in the gaming space, if we're doing VR, if we're doing AR, what data are you tracking, right? Where are you storing that data? What are you going to use that data for? Because we want to make sure that we get ahead of those questions and do things more ethically. One big thing for all of you, in this era that we're heading into, because of Web3, especially in that connectivity, there is a potential for the creators to share in the value of their creations like they have never done before, right? So you've got Beeple, a digital artist. He created digital art for years, posted it for free on Instagram for the likes, right? You know what happened last year in March? Many of you guys read this. He sold Everydays for $69 million. And it doesn't mean that all of you are going to sell. not everyone's going to become Beeple, right? But it does mean that because of blockchain, you are going to be able to share in your creations in a way you haven't done before. So, the world is becoming machine readable through the metaverse as well. What does this mean for commerce? I do a lot of work with brands around commerce, and I'm not sure how many of you here are sneakerheads, but if you are into sneakers, you're probably starting to see all the things that are happening with virtual sneakers, right? So my friends at Artifact just got acquired by Nike end of last year. They came to fame selling virtual sneakers. Each pair was the lowest pairs were $1,000 for virtual sneakers. Then there were $3,000 and $5,000 for virtual sneakers. They sold, I think, $3 to $5 million in a couple hours of virtual sneakers. Okay, and that's kind of where a lot of these things are happening. There's an evolution in commerce, and this is once again an opportunity for a lot of you guys. So physical to physical commerce has been happening for centuries. Virtual to virtual commerce has been happening for decades in gaming spaces. As you guys, I'm sure most of you guys are gamers. It's just really sexy now to talk about selling something on Roblox, right? But it's been happening for a while. The work I'm doing has to do with virtual to physical commerce. So let's say I'm in Roblox or in Fortnite, and I really need to buy something, and I have an opportunity to buy it, and then it gets sent to my house, or I see something really cool, like a really cool Balenciaga hoodie on an avatar. I can purchase that and get it sent to my house, or what have you. That has not been done at scale, right? So we're looking at architecting those solutions. And then there's the physical to virtual, where I'm at a physical place, like this one, and I'm giving a talk, and maybe hypothetically, I'm not giving away NFTs, but hypothetically, I would give a talk, and you guys would all get an NFT because you were here. There's already POAPs, for example, that you can get. It's proof of attendance. Well, not proof, similar, but you get an NFT, for being somewhere or doing something. So there are things happening, not at scale just yet, but those are definitely big opportunities. What does it mean for business, right? Many of you might go on to have your own studios, or you might go on to get hired by, a big gaming company or, a BFX company or wherever you end up. What does it have to do? There's going to be new ways of engaging with customers. There's going to be new revenue streams. And right now, for all the brands and the companies I'm working with, is a time to innovate. This is, if I work at a brand, this is the most exciting time because you're actually able to play again. Web 2.0 was starting to get a little boring, a little stale. And now all of a sudden, everyone's really excited about Web 3.0 and the metaverse and doing experiments. And it's this moment of kind of almost going back into the sandbox. What does it mean for customers? You eventually are going to have, customers, or you might already have customers. It means that you're going to be engaging with them in many different ways. It means that your customers are going to be exploring different identities as well, right? So it's really interesting. Last year, in 2020, I wrote an article for Forbes, and I said, is direct to avatar the next direct to consumer? I posed that question. Right? And I said, direct to avatar is becoming a new commerce model to reach audiences. And you can see it. $100 million were spent in virtual goods inside gaming platforms last year, and that doesn't include any NFTs. Right? And I'm sure, how many of you guys here bought something in a game in the last year? Most of you. And I see that with my children. Every time my children do something, whether it's first communion or like a birthday, and I go and ask them, what do you want? They never say, oh, Mom, give me some cash, right? No, they say, Mom, I need Robux, right? Or for some other kids that are older, I need V-Bucks, or whichever game they're into, but that's what they want. This matters to them. This matters to you guys. And you guys are proof of that, okay? So direct to avatar is a thing. If you ever come across the term, I will tell you that I coined that term myself with Ryan Gill. Okay? So, what does that mean for Florida, where you're based right now? Once again, Web 1.0, Web 2.0, very Silicon Valley based, and great stuff still happening there. But in Web 3.0, it is about distributed innovation. Innovation in many different hubs, not just one place dictating what the rest of the world needs to do. Okay? So that's an opportunity. You guys have Magic Leap, like I mentioned. Game design. You guys are doing a lot of amazing stuff around simulation and game design here. You've got Full Sail. Yay. A lot of different universities. And then, South Florida is becoming a bit of a crypto NFT area. Most people, I can't tell you how many of my crypto millionaire friends have moved down to Florida because of the incentives, of course, but a lot of stuff happening there. What is the metaverse market opportunity? Okay? There's tons of projections out there. How much is this going to be worth, and et cetera, et cetera. I think it's Bloomberg that says $800 billion by 2024. Like I said, it's 100 million, not billion, spent on virtual goods. I wish it was 100 billion, but to me, I look at these numbers and I'm like, well, you can make all the projections you want, but what does this really mean? I think in some ways it means that we're moving away from looking at gaming as something that's a niche. If you ask a lot of people in Fortune 500s, a couple years ago, they were like, oh no, that's something only young kids do, or like that's a niche, or gamers, they have an idea of gamers, in their basement playing or something. And the big thing for me is like, no, you need to evolve your concept of what gaming is and your concept of who is a gamer. Right? So just because I didn't grow up playing Call of Duty like my brother did not make me not a gamer, right? I play other stuff. First-person shooters aren't my thing. But, there's other games I like to play. I love playing Fruit Ninja, and I love playing a lot of other games. Like Job Simulator was one of my favorite VR things ever. So, what is really a gamer? And I think that that's part of what's happening. And you see there, a study from Newzoo predicts that by 2023, the number of gamers worldwide will exceed 3 billion. So that means that everyone from grandma to grandbabies are gamers right now, and that's going to evolve. Another thing that you're starting to see, I mean, obviously, many of you guys read the news about Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard, biggest gaming activation ever. The thing that I'm seeing happening right now is the following. Is at some point in Web 2.0, every company said they were a tech company. So for example, WeWork would say they were a tech company. It's like, well, are you really a tech company? I don't know. What's happening now also is I see all the companies saying, we're gaming companies. I don't know if every company is a gaming company or metaverse companies. So you're going to see that again. There's a little bit of a hype cycle. I have to be very honest about what's going on. Very important. What is the market opportunity? New jobs. All of you guys sitting here that are here at Full Sail, you guys are set. You guys are you guys have the jobs of the future. I cannot tell you how many people come up to me, say, hey, where can I find a game developer that can do Unity or Unreal or can create this world for me? I mean, every single day, every brand I talk to is like, oh, I want to do something in Roblox, or I want to do something in Fortnite Creative, or I want to do an augmented reality. You guys are so lucky. I don't know how to tell you, but you are so lucky right now. And it's just exciting to see that you guys are here. There's new jobs being created, like I mentioned. Things like hologram stylists, right? I do a lot of work around volumetric video and holograms. I'm very lucky to be able to produce that. And one of the things when you're thinking about the hologram, the person you're going to do as a hologram, is you're like, what are they going to wear? For example, this would be a horrible outfit to do a hologram, because most of the volumetric cameras hate black. They don't hate it. It's just it reflects and it doesn't. It depends on the color, and the sheen of the material. But shiny things, for example, you would have to tape everything down. You can't have like loose clothing. You can't. Normally the hair has to be in a ponytail. There's a lot of things that go into volumetric video, right? So there's going to be new jobs like that. There's going to be new opportunities. I was talking to a few folks from Full Sail a lot about the work I do in fashion. There's something called Metaverse Fashion Week happening at the end of March. I actually just got named the chairwoman for this year, first ever Metaverse Fashion Week, so big honor. And lots of things happening there. I see this moment for game developers, right, that are developing in games. Some of you guys might be interested in fashion as well, and outfitting avatars, right? But then I see the people that go to traditional design, universities that are used to using fabric, and then you ask them to help you design something in a game, and they don't get it, right? They're like, well, why can't the fabric do this? It's like, no, because Roblox Studio just can't do that right now. So I think that there is a bit of an opportunity there to get the gamers in with the fashion designers to create new fashion lines, right? Virtual fashion lines that only exist in the metaverse possibly, or potentially physically, but there's opportunities here. So the holy grail, to me, to be honest, is when we seamlessly blend the virtual world and the physical world. That's going to unlock even more possibilities, and you guys are set, let me tell you. So what role do you all play in the metaverse? If this is the future of the internet, what role do you play? At lunch, for example, someone was sharing that there's another alumni that's now a billionaire or something around that. And that was really exciting to hear. Maybe that's going to be you guys, the next billionaire, trillionaire, right? What is the role you play in the future of the internet, in the future of the metaverse? This is very, very exciting. You guys have so many opportunities, but are you going to be, for example, the telcos are going to be the infrastructure, the rails, they're going to build that. We're going to need the devices that are going to be the ways that we're going to access the metaverse. We're going to need content, right? We're going to need content, whether it's gaming or NFTs or, holograms or whatever it is. And we are going to need connectivity. So there's going to be a lot of different jobs and opportunities. I know that a lot of folks, normally talk about artificial intelligence, replacing a lot of jobs, and I am not naive. I know that AI will replace some jobs, but the types of jobs that you guys are doing are really important for the future of this convergence of physical and digital. So now we're going to go a little bit more into a more fun part of the talk. We're going to go from the Lumiere brothers to Little Nas X. So many of you guys know probably the story of the Lumiere brothers, I'm sure. okay? But for those of you guys that don't, at some point in the late 1800s, a pair of brothers called the Lumiere brothers, they were doing motion pictures. First motion picture was shown, I think it's 1895 in Paris. And when people saw the train coming at them, that was the first time they had seen a motion picture. They ran to the back of the theater because they thought they were going to get, run over. So I believe wholeheartedly that the Lumiere brothers or sisters are working on creating what comes after the motion picture, right? And it might be one of you guys right now working on this. Very important. And I know that I'm speaking to the crowd here, but it's really important for everyone to understand. I personally hate it when people say that something isn't real because it happened in a virtual space. They're like, oh, that's not real. And I beg to differ. Just because it happens in a virtual space does not make it less real. This is Lil Nas X in Roblox. Okay? My first concert was in a stadium. My son, who's 10, his first concert was Lil Nas X in Roblox. And if you ask him, he'll say it was Lil Nas X in Roblox. He lived it. It's real to him. So just because someone doesn't understand that, and many of your parents and grandparents probably don't, it is real. These are real memories. These are real connections. These are real people that you guys are playing with and that you're creating for, right? So just because it happens in the virtual world does not make it less real. And that's one of the things I try to teach every executive that I work with. Gaming is the on-ramp. Gaming is the parent to the metaverse. Unity and Unreal and other game engines, right? You cannot have that promise of the metaverse if you're not building those worlds. And those worlds, they're on, Unity, Unreal, and everything that's happening. Another big thing, we're going to need more users per instance, right? I think we can all agree on that. If we want those virtual shared experiences at scale, things will need to change, and technology needs to advance so we have more people together, right? Eventually, we're not talking about just 30 people, 32 people in an instance. We're talking about hundreds, or millions, or maybe billions of people in these virtual shared experiences, right? So this is going to change, and it's going to have to evolve. That's why the metaverse, is being built today. It's not here yet, right? This decade that's coming around, this is the decade where we're building the rails and building those first parts. So now we're going to use metaverse as a verb, because we can, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about I'm going to tell you how I metaverse. So I am going to flex a little bit. This is part of my NFT collection. So anyone here into NFTs? Okay, woo! Awesome. So I am a mutant ape. So I'm not a bored ape, but I am part of the family. I'm a mutant ape. So if you know anything about what's going on with NFTs, you know that Jimmy Fallon and Gwyneth Paltrow and all these famous people now have an ape as their profile picture. This is pretty much, it's artwork. That's digital artwork that lives on the blockchain. I own it. I own the IP to this. It's like owning a piece of the future of the internet. And it gives me access to a community and a group of people. But someone was saying, like, why would this weird-looking mutant ape be worth what it's worth? Right now, I think the floor price for those is $30,000, and the floor price for mutant apes is like $150,000 for the bored apes, because there is intrinsic value in this, right? You have, for example, the Mona Lisa. There's only one Mona Lisa, right? You can make a copy of the Mona Lisa. It's not going to be worth the same, but it is non-fungible. That's what makes it different. There's only one Mona Lisa, right? So it's a one of one, and I own this one. There's no other ape that looks like this. There's many that look similar. There's only one of one, right? I've also been very lucky to be able to, through the work I'm doing with NFTs and metaverse and world building, connect with a lot of amazing projects. Every project that is successful is because it is focused on authenticity and on community. Community has never been more important. And for example, Boss Beauty's role models. This is a new collection by Boss Beauties that I collaborated on. I'm actually an NFT. I'm right over here, next to my friend Randy Zuckerberg. But yeah, I'm an NFT now. So this is a collection honoring historical figures. It's going to be, launching pretty soon. And there's going to be historical figures as well as some role models of today. So these are all NFTs. There's a pretty big and active community of women and allies behind these projects. But once again, everything that you do, many of you guys are probably already thinking of launching an NFT project, I'm sure, because you see all the numbers and all the news. And if you are, community and authenticity have to be at the heart of what you're doing. NFTs and DAOs, if anyone's into decentralized autonomous organizations, those are long-term commitments, right? So I beg you, please, if you launch an NFT or do a DAO, don't think of it as a land grab. Think about it as a long-term commitment to a community. Ralph Lauren, this is actually a very important, case study that I can share. It's near and dear to my heart. I actually helped them create their foundational metaverse strategy. And if you've been following any news around metaverse, they've been doing amazing things. They launched the world in Roblox at the end of last year. That was very successful, very fun. They lean into the fact that it is gaming. They lean into the fact that it has to be fun. It can't just be a brand coming into Fortnite Creative or coming into Roblox and saying, hey, buy my thing, or look at me. It has to be fun. You have to lean into the culture, right? And that's one of the things that I do with the brands I work with. I'm like, you have to kind of almost make fun of yourself a little bit. This is about having fun, right? This is not about you selling your stuff. It's about having fun. If they buy it, and they will buy it because they have fun there, it's a great added value, but it's about creating these experiences. For me, Metaverse and Web3, it's not about ads. It's about acts. It's about experiences. It's about connecting with people on a different level. You almost could say that age of extraction, right? The Web 2.0 era of extraction, where all our data was being extracted for, in exchange for a free app, that's evolving. Who knew a makeup NFT could be so exciting, right? Look at that promo. So I co-developed the strategy for Clinique's first NFT. They were the first brand within the Estee Lauder companies to do an NFT, and their focus was on community. They didn't say, we're going to sell the NFT and make X amount of millions of dollars. They said, we're going to launch 3 NFTs, and we're going to do that for our loyalty community. We want to bring our loyalty community into the metaverse. So the NFT gives access, there were only 3, gives access to 10 years of makeup. So anyone here, male or female, that uses makeup, 10 years of makeup is pretty good. That's true utility right there. And then access to hero products. So like Black Honey, which is one of their lipsticks that went viral in TikTok, is completely sold out around the world. So the people that have this NFT actually have access to Black Honey and some of the hero products when they come back. So yeah, once again, focused on community, right? So I know that sometimes you guys look at brands and you're like, oh man, why do you keep advertising to us? But it's about doing things differently, right? This was a totally different approach, and we've gotten such great feedback on it. All right, so the next video I'm going to show you is another project I worked on. So this is a project I worked on with Procter & Gamble, one of the world's largest advertisers, for CES. They wanted to create a virtual world that was browser-based, where they could actually invite people to learn more about their sustainable beauty and responsible beauty initiatives. So, because it was a web-based world, graphics-wise, it wasn't as great as something you would see maybe in other platforms. But it still was a great experience. It was during CES, the Consumer Electronics Show, where a lot of people still went in physical form, but many people canceled. So this was kind of an alternative to finding out what they were doing with sustainable beauty. And we had Twitch streams, we had a lot of work, we had a lot of like panels with important people in the industry as well as female gamers. It was a great project. We're going to continue to grow this and make it even better. And once again, they were focused on their beauty community, right? This was not for people in other areas. This was really for people that were interested in the P&G brand, responsible beauty, and connecting with that community there. Another thing that I'm doing currently is in my company, we are creating offices in a lot of platforms, right? So if you see here, this is our office in the Sandbox, which is an NFT gaming platform, right? It's a little bit more boxy, as you can tell. The aesthetic is a little bit different. And on the other side is our offices in Fortnite Creative, and it's a yacht, yes, because we can, right? It's about leaning into fun. How many of you guys are developing in Fortnite Creative? Some of you guys? No one? Wow, y'all need to start. You are? Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. So with Fortnite Creative, you can create your own islands, right? So we're creating our own office in an island, and you can tell the aesthetic is very different, right? But yeah, those are kind of our offices. We have offices in Roblox, we have offices in Decentraland, Sandbox, Rec Room. We're working through a few other ones. Core as well, Core Game. We have an office in Core. So yeah, kind of developing this. I have a small gaming studio that I kind of manage. So another part of the work I'm doing has to do with social good. And this is not meant to be political. This is just about showing you the technology. But if you scan that QR code, what you're going to see in front of you is what I call the public service announcement of the future. You're going to be seeing Dawn Staley, who's a coach at University of South Carolina, and Aaliyah Boston, one of the top female basketball players in college. You're going to see them in front of you as a volumetric video or a hologram, for lack of a better word. And this was for a campaign that we did to try to drive more vaccination for athletes and young kids. So yeah, not trying to be political. It's more about showing you the technology. But there are ways to use technology also for social good or for nonprofits as well, because I'm sure many of you guys might go on to work for a nonprofit or are already involved in nonprofits. So yeah, you're going to see that in front of you. You can scale them, move them, all sorts of things. So that's obviously pre-recorded volumetric video. But this is where I get most excited, is the advancements that are coming, holoportation. And yes, that is a word, sounds like Star Trek, what have you. But that's a true word that's being used in the industry. So what you see here is a video. That is my office in Washington, D.C., where I live. And those are two people that are actually in a volumetric capture studio in Los Angeles. And I am looking at them live, right? They're doing this live. And I'm seeing them live in my office. I'm going to be hopefully doing some really interesting volumetric video for Metaverse Fashion Week as well. But yeah, pretty exciting. Those things are pretty close. I do want to mention something because this is kind of breaking news. But you see how it says Eighth Wall and 8i? So Eighth Wall, the company that does the augmented reality to be able to push the volumetric video, just got acquired by Niantic. Literally a couple hours ago, the news broke. So that's kind of another big gaming acquisition. So if you play Pokemon Go, you know who Niantic is. Another great thing, another cool innovation that I'm excited about, this is from my friends at Emerge.io. Emerge has been in stealth for a couple years. They just came out of stealth. You're actually able to feel virtual items. You're able to shake people's and avatars' hands, right? So there's a little device that goes, you see the little device? It's actually ultrasound. You don't have to wear a glove or anything. You can put on your VR headset or your HoloLens, and you can shake someone's hand, play games, touch things. So exciting stuff. And that's called Emerge.io. They're on Kickstarter right now, so exciting times. And then another thing, another way I metaverse is trying to merge the universe with the metaverse. I'm very much infatuated with space. So one of the projects that I'm working on is sending NFTs to the moon and to space. So that's really exciting. And actually, last week, there was a big announcement by Brooke Shields. She sent the first NFT that was minted in space. So I'm not sure who bought it, but it went up to space. So you're going to start to see a lot more of that when it comes to digital payloads being sent up to space using the blockchain to track those. And once again, community and authenticity are kings. Any project that you do, please keep that focus. That's what I tell every single company and person I work with is community. Community has to be your main focus, and authenticity has to be at the center of everything you do. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money, but if you're not doing it right, if you're not doing it with a mission and with community at the end of it, you're doing it wrong, in my perspective. So before we go into Q&A, I say this in every single one of my talks. In the metaverse, we are all world builders, and now is our time to build. So keep building what you're building. And to the women and minority folks out there, I am Latina, I want you to feel welcome building this future. This future is for all of us, not for just one single group of people. This is for absolutely everyone, and now is our time to build. If you have the technical skills, build worlds. If you don't, build community, or build what you can build both if you want. But building, this is the time to build. This next 10 years are critical. We're building the future of the internet. That's where Katie Couric was. Remember where we started? Katie Couric and Brian Gumbel sounding really silly. That's where we are right now, right? Imagine everything that's been built since then. This is our chance. This is our moment. We're at that cusp again where we're building the future. I do have a book coming out. So if you go to metaversebook.com, you can kind of check it out and pre-order if you want to, if you're interested in reading and studying more about the possibilities of Web3. And before I leave you, I hope I get to see all of you in the metaverse. So, thank you. So now we have about 15 minutes or so for Q&A. So I hope you guys have some questions. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. So do you have a microphone or no? Okay, I'll repeat the question. But the question was, what ethical concerns do I have about the metaverse and NFTs? With NFTs, ethical or more sustainable, or both? Both, okay. I'll start with the metaverse. All right. I think it's important with the metaverse for us not to try to replace reality. I think the physical world is beautiful. We need the physical world. I do see the metaverse being unleashed in the physical world as adding data and information to our lives, right? So not so much trying to replace it. I don't want, like I said, I do not want Ready Player One. I do not want the Oasis. Like, I don't want to escape reality because it's so horrible that I have to put a headset on. Regulation? Oh, yeah, there has to be some type of regulation. So you don't want to be regulated, or you do want to be regulated? Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
We're all trying to be free. Thank you.
I get what you're saying. Yes.
If we're all trying to be free, you know what I'm saying, in aspects of our lives and stuff like that, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm building towards an open, decentralized metaverse. That's what I want to see. Like investments I'm making, the things I'm doing is towards an open, decentralized metaverse. I am a realist, right? There is a big component over here of walled gardens. Are they going to want to go open and decentralized? They might go open. They might not go decentralized, right? So I do realize that we're probably going to have a big component of open, decentralized over here with ecosystems, with interoperability and everything. That's what I hope for. That's where I want to play. But I do think that there'll probably be some walled gardens and centralized areas that we might want to go to for some reason, right? So yeah, this decentralization I think is a sticky issue. Not for me. I want an open and decentralized metaverse. That being said, when it's open and decentralized, there's no customer service, okay? So if you get scammed and your NFTs are gone, that's it. There's no recourse, right? So there's no customer service for you to call and say, hey, OpenSea, they stole all my NFTs. So that is a point. From a regulation standpoint, I do think some tech companies should be regulated. I believe enough is enough. I'm tired of the age of extraction. to be honest. So anyway, yeah, over here.
My name is Focus. How do you envision the music industry evolving over the next couple of years? And with virtual reality, bubbling up, when do you see that like hitting like mass adoption?
Yeah. So the question is, where do I see the music industry and entertainment going when it comes to these things? I see several things, right? I see an opportunity. I also see a challenge. But from the opportunity perspective, you're going to be able to not just perform in a physical space, you're going to be able to perform also virtually, right? So I think, I can't remember the number, but it was like Travis Scott made, what, 20 million doing his concert in Fortnite? Like, just, that's one night, right? Yeah, of course, he had to rehearse, but right? But that's a lot of money for one night, right? So I think the artists are starting to look at that. The artists that are aging as well, like Ava, they have a show called Avatar coming. That's really old school, but they're making themselves younger and they're avatars, and they're going to be performing as avatars. I think the stars that are starting to get older and realize that they're not going to be touring much longer are starting to look at these technologies and how do I keep my legacy going and keep my music going. That being said, every artist now, whenever they sign with a label, whenever they sign even whatever it is that they're doing, there's going to be questions around NFTs, right? If in the era of the early movies, people would James Dean and all those would sign these contracts away, literally signing away their representation in current media and any media in the future. So there are going to be questions and ethical questions there, but there are also opportunities, right? Yes, yeah. I don't think we're there yet. I think gaming's going to continue to be a place where a lot of artists are going to start to play. It just has to be better. It has to, like whenever I talk about instances, the fact that you can only have 30 to 20 people in an instance, right? And if I go and I want to find my friends, it's really hard to find them. That's a problem, right? Because you want to have those virtual shared experiences. It has to be easier for you to find your friends. But yeah, for mass adoption, we're not there yet. I do see a lot of people in LA and like in Hollywood and the music industry starting to look at that. Snoop Dogg is all over this, everywhere. Like every day, every week, something new. I'm starting to get a little tired of him. No, not really. I can never get tired of Snoop. But it's every day, every week, it's something new. So I think that there are some artists that are leading the way and are doing really innovative things and testing. Sandbox. Now is the time, it's a sandbox. Now is the time to test and be creative and do all these experiments. So yeah, for mass adoption, we're not there yet, right? There's still a lot of things that we need to figure out, especially if you're dropping an album as an NFT. What does that even mean, et cetera? So a lot of things to be worked out there. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you want to ask a question, can you guys come over here? That might be easier. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Max. And you had said earlier that that all these different companies are going to be making metaverses. It's not just Meta, Facebook Meta making one metaverse or one company making all of them. Do you see it coming to a point where there will be one metaverse, kind of like the Oasis in Ready Player One, where we all just go in and do our own things in that one metaverse?
Great question. So I believe there is only one metaverse,
okay.
Right? I believe there is only one metaverse, just like there is only one internet. But within an internet, there's many domains, right? So I almost see this, it's either, you almost have to view this as the metaverse. When I talk about the metaverse, is capital M, the metaverse, the only one, right? And then there's going to be there are already metaverse platforms or lowercase m, right? So I always give an example and I say, like in New York, you have the greater tri-state area, which is three things, right? But one area. So it's almost like that. It's the greater metaverse. When we talk about the metaverse, it's the greater metaverse, but there's metaverses lowercase m. I tend not to use the word metaverses in plural. I tend to use the metaverse as one thing, just like there's only one internet in my perspective. But do you have a follow-up?
No, that was it.
Okay.
The same. Thank you.
Yeah, that's kind of how I envision, and a lot of us in the industry see it that way. So thank you.
Hello. In terms of, I have a question about NFTs specifically. I sort of see it moving away from like just kind of novelty, like profile pictures and like trading cards and stuff. There's still going to be that economy, but what do you think is the future for NFTs, specifically like bringing value to them? Because currently it's just trading back and forth. Where do you see that going, and how do you think people can bring value to their startup NFTs?
So I will say this, there is a bubble. I do think there's a lot of hype. Not every single one of the NFT projects that gets launched and dropped lately, right now, is going to be valuable. Some of them will hold their value, not all of them. You can already see it. That being said, utility, to me, is the biggest thing. Not just dropping, the image to drop it. Like, what is the utility? What does it unlock? What does it give me access to? Does this enable me to get, get access to new drops? Does it give me access to events? Does it, what is the unlockable content and the utility that it gives me, right? So I think that that's a big part of it. And then, how do you continue to bring value? Once again, when you're creating an NFT project, you have to create a roadmap, right? And you have to be serious about that roadmap. You're committing to doing this. If you mint, if you drop and the mint doesn't go well and you don't sell very well, then that's kind of sad. But it is a long-term commitment. So you're going to have to work at it. You're going to have to staff. That's another thing. People don't realize, like, once they drop and they, if you drop the project and you make a gazillion amount of millions of dollars, you got to deliver. You got to deliver. That's, if you don't, then that's a different issue. You're a scam artist. But but I think that there's ways to go about it. Utility, you're going to have to staff up. You're going to have to look at partnerships. What you're seeing right now with a lot of like the big projects is they're partnering with brands to, allow people to dress their ape in whatever or create different things. Another thing is if you do an NFT project, you need to figure out if you are giving the NFT holders the IP to that project, to what they own. Not everyone gives the IP. It's written in the smart contract, but not everyone has it. So with apes, for example, I own the IP to my mutant ape. I can do whatever I want with her. I can put her in a comic book if I want to, right? But not all NFT projects do that. So.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. You almost have to look at it. You almost have to look at it as like owning. If I could own a piece of Looney Tunes before it became Looney Tunes, right? So I own the IP to it. So, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. So Kelly, an aspiring student for web development.
Yeah.
They're joining us from YouTube. They are asking, what are your thoughts on emojis in the metaverse? Will they change? Will they evolve?
I think they're evolving. I always say this. I see, emojis have become emotional surrogates for how we express ourselves and how we communicate, and our avatars in turn become the future of emojis, right? I have 3 kids. I watch them, like the amount of time they spend outfitting their avatars is incredibly important to them, right? And they change their outfits all the time. And like my son, for example, during COVID, had a birthday party in Roblox. And like what he was wearing to that party was really important to him, more so than whatever I've seen him wear in physical form. So I do think that, they are becoming, avatars have been for a long time and are becoming further an exploration of identity or identities, multiple identities. So I think that there is an opportunity there. When I think about that, I think about Web 2 and I think about like Instagram and all the things that have come up around, body image and girls and men in general, thinking that they have to fit a certain image of beauty, right? Because that's what they saw on Instagram. I kind of like that in Web 3 and kind of, there's a bit of a counterculture there, right? You saw my ape. My ape is not very attractive, right? It's like a melting face. But it's okay. We're exploring identities, right? And I think that I like that in the virtual spaces we have, people have been exploring identities for a while, and that's just going to increase. And it's just something that I see my kids, they try something on for size in the virtual space and test those boundaries and try to explore who they are. So I think that there is something, wonderful there. So. Go ahead.
My name is Michael. I was wondering, what kind of resources would you suggest to somebody who's actually seen that coming before, but they really want to integrate I'm a game artist. I want to really get into that, but I don't want to be mass producing just the same thing with small changes. But I want to do one asset that's really unique, and then just keep moving on to the next asset like that, and then sell NFTs like that, not a whole. 10,000.
Yeah, so you don't always have to do a 10,000 PFP project, right? It could be a one-off. It could be a small collection you can test. The Boss Beauty's role models is not a 10K, right? It's actually, I can't remember the number right now, but it's like 30. It's smaller drops, right? So you can always test with smaller drops. If you do a 10K, you're probably gonna have to create an algorithm to be able, especially at Mint, for everything to get assigned, all the different properties and rarities and all that kind of stuff. But you can test it, right? And it's, you can go to, OpenSea or wherever your choice is, right? And you can mint something right now and put it on sale, right? So it is, I think if you have a bigger project, there's a lot more things to think about that. But yeah, you could always test and do like, I'm doing a 5 of 5 and testing it out. But once again, this is what I tell everyone. You can't just drop an NFT project. You have to have some type of community, right? Just because you build it doesn't mean they're going to come. You need to be able to communicate. It's a lot of word of mouth, a lot of sharing. This is the project I'm doing. So if you ever drop anything, tag me and I'll
Yeah, I want to do like
I'll
characters
retweet
with
it.
like their own skeletons and stuff, so
Yeah.
people can actually use them and stuff. So.
Oh, I love that. That's cool. All right, another question?
Hello. So yes, so Ricardo is joining us also from YouTube. They're from music production. So what are the implications of combining virtual and physical, and how do you think people will plan on dealing with it? For example, online bullying becoming physical. They do ask this because with many things that start off with good intentions, the community can find ways to abuse it and make a negative experience.
No, 100%. I think that's, I'm trying to start to do a lot of, I live in DC, I'm gonna go back. I live in DC, so I do get to go down to Capitol Hill at times and talk to lawmakers and try to educate them about these technologies. What I don't want to happen is for tech CEOs to go back into Congress and say, Senator, we sell ads. Right, that's been their business model forever, right? So I think it's educating lawmakers about these new technologies, but also understanding that there are things that we don't even know are going to happen that are going to be probably pretty bad, right? But we need to have those uncomfortable conversations right now to try to understand that. Another thing from, maybe not from that perspective on bullying, but the reality of the current situation is that there's multiple metaverses being created. Just like the internet is splintered, there's a different metaverse that many of us in the Western world are going to experience, as opposed to a metaverse, in China or kind of more on that side. They're going to be very different, right? So there are things that we need to kind of be realistic about. I do worry about something called diminished reality, where if we replace the mobile phones with glasses and I can actually have control over everything that I see, what if I just don't like certain people and I erase them from my reality? What does that do, right? How does that impact? So I think there are very uncomfortable things that we need to talk about. So.
They do have another question, and this is Ricardo as well. With decentralization being a factor you're going for outside of money, how can a person be protected with a threat of whatever form when there isn't a way that they're aware of, there's none, to find the source of said threat? And also they continued, or society, we've already struggled to keep key information when it comes to stopping bullying, terrorist threats, and much more. Wouldn't decentralization make it harder?
It could. 100% honest, it could. I don't have an answer to that question. If I did, I think I'd probably be doing something different, right? I would have a lot of solutions. But that's part of what we all need to create, right? Are those safeguards and ideas on how to solve these problems. So yeah, I don't have an answer on how to solve that. So
hi,
I can only do my best. I can only do my best by educating lawmakers and things like that I actually have a capacity to do. So yeah, go ahead.
Hi. So since metaverse is directly connected to our physical world, so is there a way that it can affect the corporate world also?
The corporate world?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
The jobs and everything. Like how it's gonna affect it?
Well, I think you're already, I think it's several things there when it comes to office work. I think that's obviously changing because of COVID, and we're moving more into a hybrid model. But I think it's also going to evolve. If I am a metaverse company, I call myself a metaverse company, I should be able to allow my employees to work from anywhere they want. Right? I think that's really important. Thank you. So yeah, I think that the sorts of things, it's almost an anthropological question about work. And for forever, work has meant something physical, something hard, right? Like when my grandparents were alive, it was hard. That was physical labor, right? Many of us are very lucky now that we do knowledge work. So we don't have to lift the boxes per se, but there are things slowly happening where work is becoming more gamified. There's a lot more knowledge work. There are teams of scholar, what they're called scholars, playing Axie Infinity, in Venezuela or in Philippines, making a living playing video games, right? So I think there's kind of an anthropological question there when it comes to what work is and what does work entail. So, yeah, go ahead.
All right. So my name is Lucas Spring. The one thing I had concerns about, because you said that the metaverse shares everything. How are you going to combat that with copyright laws, or is copyright laws not going to be a thing?
Yeah, I think that there's several startups working on creating what the digital watermark becomes in the metaverse, and how do you track that? Blockchain is also a big component, I think, of how we're going to track assets. But yeah, there's still going to be a lot of issues. There already are a lot of issues when it comes to IP. You have Nike suing certain companies for, launching things. You've got Birkin suing some creators that launched a Meta Birkin project. So there are already issues. I don't have the answer to that. I think blockchain is part of the answer, but it's going to be really, really complicated for the next couple of years. So there's another big job there. I think lawyers are going to be quite busy. So if anyone's going into law school, you might want to go into blockchain law or something like that. So. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, I have another question through YouTube. Michelle, in terms of NFTs, what about the carbon footprint and energy usage of NFTs?
Yes. Not all NFTs are created equal. There are different blockchains, right? There are different ways to do this. So for example, the Flow blockchain, I think they had said something like minting an NFT on Flow is the same as doing a Google search, like from an energy perspective, right? But if you're minting on Ethereum, Ethereum does have an energy problem. We cannot hide that. That is the truth. Anyone that's buying NFTs knows gas is crazy when you're buying an NFT on Ethereum. Yeah, sometimes you pay more gas than for the actual item, which is crazy. There is, I think, a goal to move to what's called layer 2, which is going to move away from proof of work to proof of stake. But, hopefully that happens. There's still an environmental cost. So, if that is, the brands that I work with, for example, the Clinique project that you guys saw, we did that on Polygon, right, which is a lot more energy efficient. Like environmental and sustainability goals are really important to them. They weren't going to do something on Ethereum. So every brand's going to have to make that decision and figure that out. So yeah, but there are different solutions like Polygon. I mean, there's many other blockchains, not only Ethereum. So. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm Gabriel. I got really intrigued by your virtual offices. Do you see virtual spaces as offices or even schools or supermarkets substituting partially or completely the physical ones?
I don't think they're always going to substitute it. Like I'm still going to meet with my colleagues, in New York or Miami where we have offices. But we do meet in our virtual offices at times. We meet clients there, especially if we're doing world building for them. We want to show them what we can do. I'm seeing them also like for recruiting. When we start recruiting more and as we build my company, I'm probably going to meet people there because that's going to be an environment that they're going to know, they're going to feel very comfortable in. So I might meet them there first before asking them to meet in person. So I don't think it's going to be replaced. I think we're still physical beings in a physical world. I still need to go buy detergent, right? So, or at least get it delivered to my house, but I still need detergent. I think it's going to be an evolution. Once again, I don't think it's going to be, in my perspective, I don't want it to be the Oasis. It can look as the Oasis. The Oasis look beautiful. I just don't want to have to go into the Oasis because the physical world is so horrible. I don't want it to be Wall-E either, right? Where you had like the adults in these little carts driving around watching TV and with Slurpees. So that's not the world I want to create and leave for my kids. So when I ask you guys, what does Orlando look like in 100 years? I seriously mean, think about what you want to build, what do you want to create. So. Thank you. And I don't know if I know we're at time, so do we have time for more questions or back there? Yes? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bobby, and I'm a music business student and Latina content creator. And I was wondering, how do you think the metaverse is going to affect or benefit social media influencers?
Ooh, that's a good one. I haven't thought about that too much, but I will say social media influencers as creators, if they start creating and doing content that is, of utility to their community, they can benefit from it too. I just think it's going to change from having to do it for, likes and shares, right, where you make a percentage of everything, right? Most of the money actually goes to, the people that are benefiting there are the Web2 companies, right? So I think that there is an opportunity to share in the value of their creations. So that will change. I also see there's something happening, and I don't have an informed decision on whether this is a good idea or not, so don't take this as gospel. A lot of creators are looking at creator coins, which is kind of tokens for people to support them. So Patreon, but on the blockchain, something like that to kind of have people, their fans monetize as well from a blockchain perspective. But I haven't done enough research on creator coins to tell you to do it or not do it, so don't, it's just not financial advice. So, thank you. You're welcome. Yeah?
Yes, so Jonathan from Virtual Gaming, will it look like the Oasis where we walk through doorways to different games and applications, or will it be a standard menu option?
I hope it's portals, right? I think it's going to be easier to portal from one place to another. If we do have an open, decentralized metaverse with interoperability, then yeah, it could be really cool to go from one place to another wearing the same thing. So yeah, I mean, it's still going to be menus for now and pop-ups, at least for the foreseeable future, right? But as things get better connectivity, better graphics, better everything, it could potentially be portals. So we'll see.
Well, thank you. And I have a question from Justin. They're from Entertainment Business. How can an indie artist with, say, 10K of a fan base or less start their NFT journey? Seems as of now, unless you're Snoop, it's more challenging.
Well, I mean, start, you guys are already on Discord, I'm sure. Like, go to some of the projects. Start to connect with different communities. Start getting into Twitter spaces, listening, participating. I mean, find what type of NFT communities you're interested in, and I'm sure there'll be someone there that might be interested in your project if it's the same type of tribe. So yeah, I mean, it's very community driven, a lot of word of mouth right now if you want to succeed.
Hi, I'm El. I'm in the computer science program here, and I was wondering, since the metaverse is getting so big, do you ever see it going to the point where we'll be able to have our loved ones that have passed, like not recently, but the ones that do pass in the future, like us and our grandkids and our kids, us being able to transfer our conscious to the metaverse where we can interact with them one day again?
Yeah. So those are two big questions.
I was thinking that too.
I will tell you, I'll say the first one, the people that we love. As weird as that sounds, I do think that we need to preserve historical figures for the generations of the future. And like one of the projects I work on is using volumetric video or holograms for historical preservation. So I'll give you an example. Once again, I live in DC, and I have access to a volumetric studio over there. One of the projects we were thinking of doing was, and this is before she passed away, but we wanted to do a volumetric video of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Right, she passed away, so we didn't get a chance to do that. Right, that's very sad. It's a race against time sometimes with these historical figures. But imagine if you could have preserved some of her stories in volumetric form. And I'm not trying to be political. I'm just trying to be. She's a historical figure, right? So I think that trying to use these technologies for historical preservation for the story that the generations of the future, they're going to consume content in a different way. I'm not going to say books are going away because they're not. I think books are still going to be around. But what is the printing press of the future? Like, what is the way we will consume content in the future? And the stories, right? It's going to be very different if I read about Anne Frank in a book than if I actually saw a volumetric video of her, right, of the real person, right? We can't do that, obviously, but I think like that. I'll be very honest. One of the things I'm planning to do is volumetrically scan my dad reading my kid's favorite book, which is Llama Llama Red Pajama, but him sitting reading them their favorite book so that they can keep that memory forever in volumetric video.
And do you think that we can ever make ourselves like a living AI into being able to just like, what if one day we do create that AI as a history and we just get smarter in the AI verse as well?
I mean, that's kind of already happening with some of the things that are happening out there. I know several startups working on those sorts of things. You already have Replica, for example, which you can text with, and they become kind of your best friend. But I think there is a place, though. As creepy as it sounds, I think there is a place for human-centered artificial intelligence. At Magic Leap, we had a virtual human called Micah. that was, she's a virtual human. You would put the Magic Leap on. You would sit in a chair at a table in front of her. You would do a collage. Like, you had this experience with her, and it was AI. But it was interesting. Like, when she smiled, people would smile back, right? Or I saw someone, she yawned, and people would yawn. And like, there was this different, for me, it was a very important moment of understanding that we can engage with technology in a different way that doesn't make it the enemy, right? It doesn't have to be Terminator. And as far as the brain-computer interface, I mean, uploading your brain, there's an article I wrote for Forbes. It's called, like, 10 companies that are trying to read your mind and your pets. There's a company there, a startup there, that is actually, right now, you can sign something with them where they will take your brain as soon as you die and store it for the potential of you being able to upload it to the cloud. That's not possible yet, but if that's something you're into, you can definitely, it's like $15,000 or something. So welcome to reach out to them, I guess. Not an endorsement, please, not an endorsement. But yeah, there are, I think there are people trying to solve that. I have done brain-computer interface for I've tested about 3 or 4 of the external devices. I'm not ready to get anything in my brain implanted. I'm not there yet. But it is pretty life-changing to see those technologies. So.
Awesome, thank you.
And do we have time for 2 more? Yeah, we're good? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Leo. I'm an entertainment business student in the bachelor's degree program. I had a question for you in regards to if I want to create a R&D company and has a startup to develop something that is non-existent, so I don't really have a business plan to base my concepts off of. What would you recommend since you're in, who would I talk to and who would be the best website, best people to contact for that?
So you want to launch something, but it's an R&D company. Can you walk me through it again?
It's R&D company. It's going to be called ME. It's going to be for military, educational, and entertainment processes to develop new technology and algorithms for those independent sectors.
Yeah.
So it's going to be called ME, not me, but so that's kind of where I want to do and what I want to do with my life, but I don't really have any business plan or anything to look at. So my question was, since you've been in the industry and you kind of know people, who would be the people to talk about? Because that's all it is going to be. It's not, I can't be like, hey, here's my business plan. It's like, hey, let's talk about this, and where do you see this going?
So, I mean, I'm not sure. I think looking at maybe some grants, maybe, to get you started. There might be some grants, especially if it's government-related, that you could look into. I mean, that's really hard, because most of the people that I talk to, have a business plan. They're presenting to VCs or looking for angels. I mean, you're going to have to kind of do the rounds, go to different conferences. If you were to tell me it's an NFT metaverse project, I tell you can raise money pretty easily. You can go down to, Miami, and I'm sure lots of crypto bros down there would give you money if it's an NFT thing. But yeah, that's just the factor of where we are today with raising funds for Web3 and metaverse. But yeah, I don't know.
If I implicated the NFT process for me to kind of raise awareness.
Some people do that. I have seen some companies launch an NFT component to it to raise funds and not have to talk to VCs. I don't know if that's necessarily always the right way to go. I think that's a personal decision and a business decision, right? Just like back in the day, I don't know, whenever that was, everyone was doing an initial coin offering. I mean, most of those coins are worth nothing today, right? So it really depends. So yeah, I mean, funding is always an interesting question. I do a lot of investment myself as an angel, but I try to. I try to focus on specific areas that are of interest to me. So yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carson, and I was wondering what kind of opportunities are there to evolve or advance our current systems for creating or consuming stories with the metaverse?
Yeah, I think so. I think the way we share stories is going to evolve, right? So there's 2 components here, right? There's what I call story living in virtual reality, right? Because you're no longer just a passive recipient. You're no longer just a passive recipient. You're an active participant. I think as headsets get better, lighter, better optics, we're going to consume those types of experiences more so, right? It's about experiences. I also think that whatever replaces the mobile phone, whether it's glasses, that's going to change how we consume content, right? The world around us is volume and is 3D. Like, do I want to put glasses on and see everything like flat screens in front of me? No, that makes no sense, right? I'm going to want things that have volume. Like, if I'm going to be seeing a virtual sneaker in front of me, I want a 3D model. I don't want to see a flat surface in front of me, right? So I think that will evolve in how we tell stories. Yeah, but I do see us moving into what's called story living, where we're telling stories in a very different way. So thank you. All right, well, thanks, everyone. I was happy to be here. Hope you enjoyed it, and feel free to connect with me.
Hello and welcome back. We're almost there, almost time for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, but we still have a few more treats up our sleeves.
That's right. We're joined now by Travis Gafford, an esports interviewer and personality. Travis is an independent content creator focusing on League of Legends and Genshin Impact. He also formerly ran Yahoo Esports. That sounds pretty cool. So yeah, we're just going to chop it up with Travis a little bit. How you doing today?
Very good, very good. I live in Los Angeles, and it's very wet outside. So if any of that is showing up as I made the mad dash over to this building, that's what's going on.
If you know anything about Florida, you know that it rains an awful lot. So
very true. It's I'm getting used to it, I think, is what's going on.
Awesome. Well, tell us a little bit about your experience in the esports industry.
Yeah, so I've actually been working in esports for over a decade at this point in time. And so I was there right at the beginning of basically League of Legends esports, which is where I've predominantly worked most of my time. Creating some content now in Genshin Impact because I've gotten really into that. But yeah, formerly worked at GameSpot, if folks are familiar with that, and then ran the Yahoo Esports team for some time. And now I've been independent for the past couple of years, covering different stuff, telling different stories. And so very excited to be at Full Sail this week for Hall of Fame to talk about, to not only learn about Hall of Fame, but also to talk to folks here about all the different esports initiatives that are happening at the school, like Full Sail Armada.
Yeah, we're big fans of Full Sail Armada.
Absolutely.
So,
I was going to say, as your first time being here for Hall of Fame,
yes.
What do you think? What are you taking away from this?
Well, it's just, I think for me, obviously I was fairly familiar with Full Sail just because of the esports initiatives, but I think what I was not aware of was just how crazy stacked the alumni list is in terms of accomplishments. I mean, walking through, even in the room behind us, seeing just like Emmys and Oscars sitting behind glass cases, walking around the university and seeing all the different folks that, people would point out and be like, oh, that person worked on this and this and this and this. And so I think that that's been really cool for me to be here at a time that really celebrates the different folks that have left the university to go on and do really amazing things.
Awesome, awesome. So for any students who are watching this and they may want to find out what their path to a content creator on sites like YouTube or Twitch or other channels, what's a piece of advice that you would give to them?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people right now are learning how to be creators in their own right and how to do different types of things that really appeal to them. And so I would say double down on that. Like the folks that are right now trying to find something that they're passionate about or do have something that they're passionate about and figuring out how to create content around that and share that with the world, that's really where you want to lean into and find things that you can authentically talk about and really let your passion drive you. I think, worry first about doing what you want to do and what you want to create, and then about like the career aspect about it afterwards. Find something that allows you to pay your bills while you're learning more about how you want to approach this stuff. And so that's what I've always said. And just make sure you're doing things. I mean, I know it's like the cliche, like writers will tell you to write, singers will tell you to sing. That's how you get good. But it really is about just going and putting yourself out there and like forcing yourself time and time again to to really test yourself in terms of how you create a video or how you stream or how, creating something on TikTok or whatever, memeing on Twitter, all that stuff. It's just about the repetition, because you'll learn a lot about that and you can be reflective of what you're creating and go from there.
Awesome. Love that. So if you had to pick one moment so far from your week, like highlight of the week, do you have one, or do you think maybe it hasn't happened yet?
Well, the food trucks have been fantastic. I've really enjoyed the food trucks.
We're big fans of the food trucks.
I think it's, for me, it's really just been about meeting the different folks that are involved in the esports program. I got to meet Takaso a little while ago, who has been at the university and now works here, but also is part of the esports program. And Bennett, who also is helping to run all that.
Yeah,
There's just, I think, a lot of really cool folks that are here that just are passionate about the same things that I'm passionate about. And anytime I get a chance to connect with folks, that's always something I'm really excited about. So it's cool to see that here at Full Sail.
Oh, great. And then just as like an independent creator, can you talk about a little bit about that transition from being with, an organization and having all those benefits that come along with being in a full-time steady job to the push to independent, and what that was like for you?
Yeah, I mean, so I think I was lucky enough to basically spend time working for these bigger companies and developing a bit of a following that way, right? Like I was pretty privileged in that way to have that opportunity to build out a group of people who really like my content. And so then when I did go independent, those folks were thankfully loyal enough to just come find me at the places where I was going, finding my own channel and subscribing to me there and doing all that type of stuff. So I think it's just been wonderful developing the following there and learning everything I needed to at these different places with different folks before going independent. And so I've just been really lucky. I think there's a lot of people who also try to just out the gate go independent and do their own thing, and I have a ton of respect for that, and there's a lot of people that do make it work that way. But I think sometimes it's also just about learning what you can at the places that you're at before making that jump.
And if people want to see your content and support you, where's the best place to follow you? Where can they find all of that?
The best place to find me? Just by Twitter. Travis Gafford, last name Gafford. There's a link tree there. Everybody's gotten really good at promoting all their stuff and connecting it all. So if people find me there, they'll be able to find where to talk to me and connect with me there.
And what's your favorite type of content to make? You mentioned memes and all of that.
I mean, I really love my work on Twitch and streaming on Twitch. I think it's a really exciting platform to have that kind of immediate interaction with the audience, where you can have that direct connection. Because as much as I like creating stuff on YouTube, and it's quite nice to be able to spend the time editing something, making it really polished, making sure that there's no downtime, that's fantastic. But actually just being able to immediately have that feedback and interact with people. Because, whenever I create a piece of content and it goes on YouTube, I might have forgotten something, or I might have made an argument, and people say, well, what about this? And you can't really go back. You can leave a comment or something. But on Twitch, you have that immediate moment where you can see something in the chat and react to it. And it creates like a more, it's just like a different type of content where it's not just really you creating content at that point in time. Like if you're very engaged with your audience, it's almost more of a collaboration where you're reflecting a lot of the things that they're throwing at you, answering a lot of their questions. Maybe something that they say creates like a meme or something for your community. And so I really like Twitch. I love that live format.
Oh, I love that. And then I've got another question for you here. I want to talk a little about League of Legends, right? League of Legends is a game that's got like tenure in the gaming industry is the way that I would put it, right? I mean, we're talking about a decade plus at this point, right? Of league players online, competitive league. It's one of the biggest esports in terms of viewership.
Yes.
So what do you say to creators who maybe are like, I don't know what game to get into, where to go? Is it good to go with a game that's got a long-standing reputation like League, or is it cool to like hop into what's hot right now, what's trending?
Sorry, and you're speaking specifically for content creaters?
Sure. For our Twitch streamers, that kind of thing. Yeah.
I think it's very important to play and stream what you like.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it depends on what your long-term goals are. So if you want to create a career out of it, it might be kind of difficult to do that with like a game that doesn't have much of an audience. But at the same time, like you don't want to get stuck in a situation where you're spending hours playing a game that you're not enjoying. Because that's how you can start to become kind of toxic or bitter or frustrated. And we see that oftentimes. Unfortunately, there are some creators who they build up their audience, and then they start to lose interest in the game, or they start to become frustrated with it.
Yep.
But they don't know what to do because it's like, oh, this is the content that I make, this is what people want.
Right.
And so I just think, especially from the onset, finding the game that you really like. If you like playing League of Legends, create content around that. Sometimes you can be the big fish in a small pond. If you're streaming a game that not many people watch or not very many people play, but everyone who watches that watches you because you are the creator for that, you can really build something out of that and become known in that community, and then perhaps leverage that one day to go on and do something else. So I think it really is about just picking what you are passionate about and what you enjoy playing.
Oh, I love that. Great advice, Travis. Thank you so much for
thank
joining
you
us.
so much.
Travis
Thank you
Gafford.
so much.
Make sure that you look him up on Twitter, Twitch.
Yes, Twitter.
Check out his
Twitch,
content. Alrighty, thanks, Travis.
And now we're going to get into a video to get to know one of our Hall of Fame inductees. We got a keynote right here. If you check it out on the screen, this lovely lady right here is a 2006 film graduate, Stephanie Dawson. She's a producer, line producer, and production manager for narrative, unscripted, and branded content. She is currently a producer for the PBS series Great Performances with WNet Group. Stephanie is also a founding member of Women Independent Producers, a networking group for New York producers, and serves as the Producers Guild of America East Green Committee co-chair.
Next up, we've got 1997 graduate of the digital media program, Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones is the founder and CEO of Purple Rock Scissors, a globally recognized strategic creative agency partnering with culture-shifting brands across wildly different industries, including Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, Lego, Universal, NBC, Hard Rock, Siemens, NASA, and more. An advocate for innovation and an influential leader, Bobby pioneers Purple's ever-growing team of strategists, creatives, and engineers to deliver best-in-class innovative experiences for clients.
As the current senior producer at Zynga, Nadi K is a 2011 game design graduate who began her career as an intern at ZG Games before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working in quality assurance on AAA titles like Loadout, Transformers Rise of the Darkspark, and Star Wars The Old Republic. She has gone on to become a producer in indie games for Wicked Fun and casino gaming for Scientific Games, and now mobile mogul Zynga.
2000 show production graduate Justin Rathbun has been the front-of-house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning Broadway musical Hamilton since its stage inception in 2013 before it landed on Broadway. Justin has also worked with Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda on the 4-time Tony Award-winning musical In the Heights, where he served as the A1. Justin was recently inducted into the Cinema Audio Society after winning an Outstanding Achievement in Sound Mixing Award for his work on the Hamilton theatrical release.
After graduating from the Entertainment Business program in 2011, Phil Palin began his branding business immediately and has evolved into a leading brand expert with international media appearances on CNN, Access Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight, and The Daily Mail, and many, many more. He has delivered keynotes on 5 different continents, and his non-conventional approach to personal branding and digital marketing has amassed a global audience.
With a degree in recording arts, Tom Todia is a sound designer, field recordist, audio engineer, and game audio director at Electronic Arts Tiburon in Orlando. In the recording studio, Tom has experience in both major label and independent markets. His interactive credits include Maneater, Depth, NBA Live Mobile, Madden NFL, Tiger Woods Golf, NCAA Football, EA College Football, Deep Sea VR Orca 360, and more. Whoa, talk about an impressive
impressive
credits
class,
there.
right?
Yeah, all across the board. And I just shout out to In the Heights, because my mom is from Washington Heights, New York represent. So, I'd love to hear that one about Justin Rathbun. Every time I get to read that, I'm like, yes, In the Heights, let's go. The party is happening here in the Entertainment Business Building. Look at this place, all decked out. We've got grads, notable guests, all hanging out behind us. Looks pretty good.
That's right, Jazz. We are currently in the thick of it as we get ready for the 12th annual Full Sail University Hall of Fame ceremony.
We're about an hour away from seeing a new class of 6 incredible grads being inducted, and we are so, so excited.
I know, I'm so excited to see, especially what everyone's wearing. Everyone's dressed to the nines behind us. I think it's time to check in with Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting grad Ellie. Where are you, Ellie? What are you doing?
What's up, everyone? I'm here at the Orlando Health Fortress at Full Sail University, and we are officially 1 hour away from the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. To get us started off, we have some students here. The doors are just opening, and we're going to kick it off with some trivia. We've got some prizes to give away. We've been doing it all week, but now we're hitting the big prizes. So let's go ahead and bring on our first student. Alrighty, what's your name and what's your program?
I'm Dion Delpit, and my program is Film in the Masters.
Alrighty, and how have you been enjoying Hall of Fame week so far?
I've pretty much been here every day, doing a lot of events, having a lot of fun, for sure.
And what was your favorite activity?
That's a tough one. It might have been, I'm not sure what it was called, but when we was in here and all the technology was in here, that was amazing to see how technology is like evolving. That was really fun.
And are you ready to win a prize?
Yes.
Okay. What 2021 blockbuster, directed by Full Sail alumni Adam Wingard, was the 4th installment of the MonsterVerse franchise?
You said Monsters?
The MonsterVerse franchise. Do you want a hint?
Sure, if I can take one.
Okay, so the biggest hint that I can give you is he's a big brown-looking dinosaur.
Brown-looking. All right, give her the answer.
I can give you a different question if you want.
Okay, different question.
Alrighty, let's give you a different question. Okie dokie. This might be a different one. Or this might be a little bit easier. Are you into music?
Somewhat, yes.
What classic composer was deaf?
Stevie Wonder? Classic composer.
A classical music composer.
Beethoven.
Ding, 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 ding. See, there you go, right there.
Okay.
Alrighty, go ahead and collect your prize, and then we are going to go ahead and bring out our next guest. Congratulations. I promise you I'm not scary. Alrighty, so what's your name and what's your program?
Hi, my name is Reginald Gibson. I'm in the Film Production Masters.
Awesome, and how have you been enjoying your week at Full Sail's Hall of Fame so far? Favorite activity?
Favorite activity would probably be like trying to fight to get to the lines because you really will miss out if you're not there like an hour early. So.
Okie dokie. So, in the Saw film series, what is the name of the main antagonist portrayed by actor Tobin Bell? It was directed by film grad Darren Lynn Bousman.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna need a hint for that one. The Saw antagonist.
Hint, it's a type of puzzle.
Jigsaw.
Ding, 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 Jigsaw and Jigsaw Killer. There you go, we have another winner. Alrighty, we're gonna go ahead and bring on our third student. Yep, okay. What's your name, what's your program?
Hi, my name is Daniela, and I'm in the Master's Film Program.
Master's Film Program. Okay. Who was the very first American Idol winner?
Can you give me a hint? No.
She's a female.
I don't know.
Starts with a K. We can give you another one. This superhero-themed cinematic universe boasts a family of 23 films spanning over a decade of production time. Which franchise is this?
Marvel.
Perfect, there you go. See, easy done it. Alrighty, so as you can see, a lot of excitement's going on here. We're gonna go ahead and toss it to see what it was like at the first Hall of Fame in 2009.
Jason, it's your buddy Gary Jones.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great, my friend. How are you?
All right, what's going on? There is a box. The box is in front of me. I have not opened the box.
I would love for you to grab that for us and go ahead and rip into it and grab the brown envelope that's inside.
You're nervous?
I know. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Okay, what have you guys done?
I'd like for you to read that to us if you don't mind.
In honor of more than a decade of outstanding contributions to the world of entertainment, media, and art,
As well as a heartfelt commitment to the students and graduates of Full Sail, it is our distinct privilege to announce your induction into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
What a moment, what a morning, what a time to pause and just look at all that your hard work and your dedication to our students has allowed us to become.
You know, I want to thank my family, my kids, Nicholas and Gabe, who not too long ago, Nicholas woke me up blasting AC/DC Back in Black on a Sunday morning. I said, yeah, you know, good job. Don't turn it down.
Two reasons that have allowed me to pursue such a rewarding and prosperous career. I have followed my dreams and I have pursued my passion in the entertainment industry, no matter what obstacles arose.
Do what you love. I don't care. Dancing, singing, bang a drum. Dream big, do what you love. You are destined to be successful if you do that. And I would like to thank Ampex, the maker of the VPR6. My entire career revolves around the fact that this recorder was so incredibly complicated they had to hire an intern to use it.
I've had the good fortune of working with a lot of very talented individuals over the years. I am the direct result of all the educators' efforts, hard work, and dedication, and I'm just one of many.
Never say you can't. You can do anything you want, and I've taken that with me every step of the way. If you want it bad enough, you can do whatever you want. And take that from me, if you have it, you can do it.
The premiere of the Full Sail University Hall of Fame happens in 3, 2, 1. Each inductee into the Hall of Fame has dedicated more than a decade to the fields of entertainment, media, and the arts, advancing their careers while consistently giving back to the students and the graduates of Full Sail University. We are proud to honor these 6 graduates as the first inductees into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
I'm not emotional. You're emotional.
Wow, can you believe believe we've been doing it this long. We started with 6 grads, and now we're up to 72 Hall of Famers. Well,
That is an
after tonight.
incredible, impressive number. And think about the list of credits and also the variety.
Right. Really, really amazing. Across so many industries in entertainment, media, the arts, technology, our grads just keep getting out there and making big moves in the industry.
Just stacking those accolades like, all right,
So
let's bring out the awards, let's bring out all the recognition.
Crazy thing, most of them are in this room right now behind us. And they used to walk these halls as a student.
Exactly.
And now here they are being honored for their incredible contributions to not only their industry, but back to the Full Sail community. That's really like one of the biggest things. Do we have anybody in the room close by?
I don't know. I'm like, who can I snag?
Oh,
I mean, the fashion alone.
I see Jack
I would
Decker
love to
over
be able to
there
take a live
talking.
shot of just the fashion.
Yeah, can we get like a runway thing going on?
Like, seriously, like, I've seen so many clutches, so many, like, purses that I want.
Yes, there's one super close by that we were just like totally eyeing, like, oh.
I'll just say Susan Rose is the goth queen I always wanted to be. Like, she looks stunning. She looks amazing. Troy Devald, always on point. Always
yeah.
on point.
Yeah, Troy looks great. Like, always just like a fun energy with Troy's
Absolutely.
outfits. Yeah, what a good day we're having. What a good time we're having. I see demo eating. Everybody seems to be like getting into the food and enjoying themselves.
I think we should take another look back at
Ooh,
Hall of
back
Fame.
into
Throw
time,
it all the way back in time. Take a little time machine.
And we're going to check out a little more about Hall of Fame 3.
3.
Years. Happy birthday, Full Sail. Wow.
Bravo.
Wow, I feel the love. It's great to be with friends who go 600.
Each inductee into the Hall of Fame has dedicated more than a decade to the fields of entertainment media and the arts, advancing their careers while consistently giving back to the students and the graduates of Full Sail University.
You know, that video was created as a trailer for Hall of Fame 3. And now look at this place. We're in Hall of Fame 12 in the EB lobby.
It's popping.
It's
Everybody's having a good
poppin'.
time. I'll tell you, until I watched that just now, I had no idea that that was when we built the archway. I was like, oh,
Did you think it
okay.
just existed since
yeah,
like the dawn
didn't
of
we
time?
buy the property with a big archway like that?
We were like, oh, look, that one already says Full Sail. Let's build our campus right there.
It was made for us. Love it.
Like,
love
we came
it.
all the way down from Dayton, Ohio, and we were like, you know, Winter Park, Florida, they got an archway.
This bus is not working for us, but look at that place right there. It says Full Sail already.
So I think we're going to go into the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress for a live look at what's happening in there. The students are starting to gather in. This is where we're going to have our student viewing party.
Yeah, block party. They all get to chill out. There's free food over there. Ooh, yummy.
I'm
yummy.
waving back. They can't
Music
see me, but I'm
playing. You
waving
can watch the ceremony, hang out, celebrate our awesome grads. How fun. The Fortress is my home away from home, so I've got to be honest, I'm feeling a little FOMO that I'm not over there right now.
Why don't you give us some fun facts about the Fortress? Like, I heard it's pretty big.
The Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress is the largest esports arena on any college campus in the United States.
They got all the LED pixels up in there. The wall
Big
is
screens,
huge.
beautiful. And we got to have an awesome event there this past week.
Oh, I feel like they're starting to make announcements over here. They're starting to corral and gather. Oh, I'm seeing more fashion. I just want to turn around and look at all the fashion and be like, I love you. I love you all. Hopefully, we're going to be able to interview a couple Hall of Famers. But of course, you know, some of these people haven't seen each other in over 2 years because we didn't get a Hall of Fame last year. So they're mixing and mingling.
Yeah. Everybody wants to network, even when you're a pro in the industry, okay? It's not just when you're a student. Even when you get out there, each networking connection can lead to your next opportunity. So here's a great place for all of us to get together. But I think we're going to throw it over to my buddy, Scott, a sportscasting student who's live at the Fortress. Take it away, Scott.
What's up, guys? It's Scott Kirk here. I'm here in the Orlando Fortress. We are 45 minutes away from the Hall of Fame ceremonies. I am pumped up, and so are the students. So guess what? We're giving out even more big prizes. All right, let's get the first contestant up here. Go ahead. All righty, what's your name and what program are you in?
Hi, my name is Cujo, and I am in the creative writing program.
Awesome, Cujo. So Cujo, that's awesome. So what's been your favorite memory so far of Hall of Fame week?
It was meeting the head of HBO, and also meeting Troy DeVold, like in person. I talked to him before, and I thought it's actually really cool to actually see him in person and not see him on Zoom.
So Cujo, if there's one thing you can take away from the whole experience, what would it be?
If you put in the work, you will get to where you want to be, for sure. And creative writing and writing in general is really fun.
That's awesome. You ready to answer a question?
Yes.
All right, here's your question, Cujo, for a chance to win a big prize. Which Super Bowl halftime performer was upstaged by a dancing shark?
By a dancing shark?
Yes.
Super Bowl performer.
It was a halftime show.
I think it was Mary J. Blige.
Incorrect. You want to do one more question?
Yes.
All right. So, a sporting event is held every year on Memorial Day. Which one is it?
I think it's a hot dog eating contest.
Incorrect. I'll give you a hint, okay? It goes really fast, and it's in Florida.
Oh, Daytona 500.
Correct, Cujo. You have just won a prize. It's a Samsung HDMD Odyssey VR headset. Cujo, what's the first game you're going to play?
I don't know yet. I will go home and figure this out.
Guess we'll have to figure it out. Let's get the next contestant up here. Welcome aboard. Huge chance to win a prize. What's your name and what program are you in?
My name is Jade, and I'm in music production.
Awesome. So what's been your favorite Hall of Fame memory?
Probably, honestly, just like meeting a bunch of like people. Everything's been online, so like seeing everyone on campus has been really cool. And like the Hall of Famers, for sure, they have really good advice and like wisdom to share.
Of all the events, what was your favorite?
What's my favorite event? Probably, I liked the tech fair that they had. It was cool, like seeing all the like different companies and stuff. And I just like going to seminars and like hearing about like life after Full Sail and like different like DAWs and stuff like that.
So many people love the tech fairs. It was really awesome to see. So first off, let's get your question. Hopefully you can get a prize. Okay. So, who was the very first American Idol winner?
Kelly Clarkson.
Correct. You get a prize. It's going to be a big one. And guess what? It's going to be an Aris E5 set of speakers. My, oh my. That's going to be a big prize for you. What song are you bumping with this?
Probably some Taylor Swift, to be honest. Or like something I mixed, probably. Something I made myself. Found on SoundCloud. Jade Wu.
Good to hear. All right. Do we have time for one more? We have time for one more? Let's get one more up here. All righty. So what's your name and what program are you in?
Taraji Hunter, and I'm in the film bachelor's.
Awesome. So Taraji, what's kind of your goal with Hall of Fame Week? What was it like?
I learned a lot going to the different panels and stuff, especially from people that's already in the industry that I'm looking to go into.
All right, that's awesome to hear. All right, so here's your question, okay? The Michael Myers mask used in the movie Halloween was used off of what male celebrity likeness? I'll give you a hint. He's a captain, and he's in a spaceship.
An astronaut?
Incorrect. He's an actor. The hint is he's a captain, and he's in a spaceship. Comparable to Star Wars.
Darth Vader.
Incorrect. Can we get him a swag pack, though? Do we have any? All right, so we can get you a swag pack. Incorrect, but thanks for playing along. We really appreciate it. But for now, let's wrap it back to you guys back in the studio.
We're back, and we're joined by two incredible Hall of Famers, 1993 recording arts grad Gary Rizzo, and 1997 recording arts grad Fernando Delgado. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you
for having us. Yeah, thanks for coming by. How you doing? How's the night treating you?
It's been a great week.
Yeah.
It's going to be an amazing night.
So exciting.
It's been a fantastic week. I got to say that the students have really shown up. It's been great. They've been asking good questions. They've been really respectful. It's been a really great turnout.
Awesome. Do you have like a highlight so far, best moment of Hall of Fame, or has it not happened yet?
That's a tough question. I feel like every day is filled with highlights.
Yeah.
It's just like Gary said, that talking to students again, getting to see each other face to face. It's just been an overwhelmingly amazing week.
Yeah, the honesty of the questions has been really astounding. You know, some real sincere, deep questions, asking about motivations, and you know, that's when the best energy comes out of the room. So I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah,
really grateful.
Well, I'd say, like, you know, this last 2 years it's caused a lot of us to kind of lose our motivation. So this is like a great kind of kick in the rear end for all of us to get back into our creativity.
Yeah. The sense of community was huge over the past couple of days. And I really feel like people want to come out of their shell and they want to be in the classroom together and they want to check out these panels. And I think it's really brought a really good result. Really good. I'm really glad that everybody's starting to come back to campus.
Awesome. And then another question I have for you guys is just, you know, networking is like the biggest buzzword at Full Sail. We say it all the time. And I was talking about this here at the desk. Shay and I were just kind of chatting a bit. And how important is it for all of you, the Hall of Famers, to kind of keep in contact with each other and network with each other? Is that as important as it was when you were a student?
Well,
go ahead.
This family that I was kind of brought into and that I've inherited have been my staple. They've been my rock, my anchor. Anytime I'm feeling a little bit lonely, and Gary will tell you, I'll just pick up my phone and I'll just start text messaging people who I'm thinking of and just, yo man, just thinking of you. Just want to let you know that I'm thinking of you. And just the act of doing that was real therapy for me. And, you know, I mean, really, I lean on these guys for everything. You know, personal advice, business advice. Yeah, they're my group. They're my peeps.
It's really the most magical public but private support group that you can possibly dream up. It's spectacular. It's absolutely true that I'll pick up my phone on any given day and I'll see a message from Fernando, just saying hi, just checking in. I want to know how you are. Like, that gets me every time. And I try to stop what I'm doing and really take some inventory and show some gratitude and share the love. It's an amazing group. I'm completely honored to be part of it.
Yeah, likewise.
Awesome.
Likewise.
Well, let's learn a little bit more about the year that Fernando was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame 9. Let's check out that class.
Between February 10th through 16th, our campus in Winter Park, Florida completely transformed for Full Sail University's 9th annual Hall of Fame celebration. The Full Sail Live venue hosted a series of events beginning with tryouts for our official esports team Armada, followed by a career expo on Monday and a technology expo on Tuesday. We sectioned off an area of our parking lot for the return of our interactive creative challenges. Students had the opportunity to get their face painted, battle it out in Mario Kart RC, jam out at the silent disco, contribute to the expansive art mural, and catch live musical performances. This week was about honoring graduates while also giving back to students, and several graduates and industry experts came to campus to host educational panels, hands-on workshops, and portfolio reviews for current students. One of the highlights of the week included speaking with Hall of Famer and Oscar winner Gary Rizzo. You just got done playing a game where you had to guess sounds from the movies that you've worked on. How do you think you fared?
I think I did pretty well. I missed one, only because I believe that it used a moment with a little device that we use in a variety of mixes, and there's a little technique that we use that was replicated there, and I actually guess it was one film versus another. But the students did exceptionally well. They were able to pick out some nuances and details that I was really impressed by.
We also caught up with sportscaster Dan Patrick, who recently collaborated with Full Sail to develop the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting.
We're meeting with the students, Q&A, just let them, if they have questions. We're going to simulate doing some highlights, being a sportscaster. It's exciting, and the people who signed up took a chance. We're going to make them great and hopefully get them ready for this crazy business we call sportscasting.
The entire week culminated on Thursday with the induction ceremony, where 6 graduates were inducted into our Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Bob Cohen, Brett Novak, Fernando Delgado, Grant Schonkweiler, Sheena Fowler, and Tremaine Williams.
Again, thank you so much for joining us all week long as we covered everything going on at Full Sail University's Hall of Fame 9 celebrations. But don't forget, we're doing this again next year, and it's going to be big with Hall of Fame 10, so we'll see you there. And we're back. We have a new crew with us. What's up? We got Larry Katz, we got Stephen Barrett, we got Demo all the way behind me. How are you guys doing?
Everybody. Oh, doing so good, so good. What an amazing night. What amazing people. Look at this. We got Demo.
Here are my brothers.
Oh, my
brothers. We were just talking about the Hall of Famer, brotherhood, sisterhood, family.
It is. Much like the traveling pants, I think, similar.
Oh, okay.
We have one pair of Hall of Fame pants that we all share.
And they fit you all.
They fit us all. It's magic. It's magic. Yeah, it's magic. Jack Eckler and I, same pants. Amazing.
Anybody ever washed those pants?
No, nobody's ever washed. If you wash the pants, you lose the magic.
Yeah,
so
that's the whole thing.
I apologize for all the sand in there. That's on me. That's on me. Yeah.
So we haven't had you in the hot seat before. How are you doing? How is your Hall of Fame week going?
It was awesome.
Yeah?
Epic. What a great week. I'm fulfilled. My heart is open. It was amazing.
Do you have a highlight from this week?
Just jam-packed panels, lights turning on with students, bringing back graduates for the first time and watching them give back and unlocking that part of their experience. Doing a fun thing with my buddy Steve.
Larry produced what is, I can only describe as somewhere between a scavenger hunt and an escape room for about 60 students. We were expecting about 20, and 60 showed up. And Larry had concocted a treasure hunt along the back lot to teach them about reading your call sheet and reaching out when you need help and reading all the directions. And it was so much fun. And all the students absolutely loved it. I loved it. I loved being a part of it. Some grads helped us out. They played amazing. It was wonderful. Next year, we're going to radically expand it, and we may have some guest stars help us out. Yeah, we're going to do it. And maybe we'll bring a doc crew with us. We'll shoot it. Maybe. You know?
I mean, we had Tracy Wu as our live field reporter, so I think if she was following you guys around and doing that,
I think so.
Absolutely.
I think it'd be great. I think it'd be great. It's all Larry, though, man. It's amazing. This guy, I'll tell you, you put a task in front of him, and it's getting done in an incredible way.
Thanks, buddy.
That's happening.
So, I mean, we're collaborating. There's students are getting the value. The recent grads are getting the value. We're all together again for the first time in 2 years. Wow, what a win. What an amazing
oh my gosh. And I'm so glad to have you guys back. Are you ready for the induction ceremony?
Ready.
Who's crying?
Ready to
100%.
Ready to grow the
I'm already
family.
crying.
I'll be crying too.
I'm already a little.
Oh, Demo, me, Steven, we're crying.
Yeah, I'm crying right now. Crying together.
It's crying together.
Yeah.
Because you
I
all
have some
shared
tissues.
pants.
Tears of
I
joy.
always bring
Tears of
tissues
joy.
for these guys.
Tears of joy. I got soaking wet in the golf cart earlier, but it's
Florida
okay.
weather.
It's all right. It's all part of it. So.
Well, I think we're going to look at the journey of how you guys got here with this amazing Hall of Fame 8 recap video. Let's check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, welcome to Full Sail University's 8th Annual Hall of Fame
induction ceremony. Soon, we are going to have past Hall of Famers walking right here on the red carpet, as well as our 6 new inductees. Hundreds of faculty, staff, students, and alumni filled the seats in front of our stage as we inducted 6 grads into our Hall of Fame. The ceremony was a stunning visual display, and the audience participated with LED wristbands that lit up the night and really brought the ceremony to life. Full Sail University also presented the Industry Icon Award to Al Schlesinger, esteemed entertainment attorney, and Bruce Swedien, the Grammy Award-winning audio engineer behind many of Michael Jackson's greatest hits. On behalf of everyone here at Full Sail University, thank you for hanging out with us all week as we celebrated our 8th annual Hall of Fame. From panels about entrepreneurship to live mix sessions of Grammy-winning songs and interactive creative challenges, we spent this week giving back to students while honoring all of our Hall of Famers, including our newest class. We are thankful to each and every Hall of Fame inductee for their involvement this week, as well as throughout the year. Not only do they do incredible things in their industry, but they also take time out of their busy schedules to come to campus and give back to the Full Sail community. And a very special shout out to all of our sponsors who help make this spectacular week happen, including Adobe, Apple, Google, HP, Murphy Lighting Solutions, Sony, Universal Orlando, and many more. A big congratulations to the 2016 Hall of Fame class. Andrew Coleman, Albert Perez, Jack Geckler, Martin Potosny, Stephen Barris, and Stephen C. Miller. Each Hall of Fame presents an opportunity for us to be bigger and better than ever, so we can't wait to show you what we have in store for Hall of Fame 9. We'll see you next year.
Guys, we are just 30 minutes away from the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. We are so excited, and everybody else is so excited. Let's hear it for everybody. 30 minutes to go. I'm going to turn it over to my boy, Alfonso McCree Jr.
We got some trivia. What? Yeah, 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 yeah. Listen. We got some trivia. We got some more prizes that we got to give out. Let's get our first contestant up here. Let's do this. Let's go over here. What's going on, man? What's your name and what's your program?
I'm Christoph Robinson. My program is recording arts, but I'm also a rapper. I go by Glitchin', the man on a mission. Nice to meet y'all.
Hey, man, cheap plug. Let's go. When you graduate?
I already graduated, actually. I'm an alumni.
Congratulations, man. Yeah. All right. So I got the perfect question for you. All right, you ready for this one? This artist won the 2021 Grammy for Best New Artist and the Best Rap Performance with her hit song, Savage. Who was the artist?
Megan Thee Stallion.
Ding, 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 ding. You're correct. You won a prize. Yes. Hot start, Brandon. Hot start. Yeah. All right, who's next up? Bring it. What's your name? What's your program?
My name's Jacob Koopman. I'm part of the film
program. When you graduate?
July, actually.
July, man, that's coming up soon. Congratulations on that. Okay. So,
I'm nervous, but...
Which popular Battle Royale style survival game features the iconic purple surprise cache known as a loot llama?
That's easy. Fortnite.
Ding, 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 ding. Another prize. You win a camera bag. Yes, sir. Congratulations. Who's next? Who wants to win some more prizes? It's Hall of Fame. We're almost here. What's your name? What's your program?
Sierra Evans, and I'm in film.
Film. When you graduate?
June 2023.
June 2023. Long time ago. Yeah. This is an awesome school, so you're going to enjoy it. Okay, here we go. This popular technology company is best known for its search engine featuring temporary alterations of their logo known as Doodles. Name the company.
Doodles? Oh, man.
It's a search engine. It's a very popular search engine. You know this.
Wait, a search engine?
Yes.
Doodles?
They use doodles as different, illustrations of their logo to, for different holidays and things like that. Which popular search engine is this?
Is it Google?
It is Google. Yes, it is. You won another prize. Let's go. We're rolling right along. Congratulations. Next up, I'm sorry, man. She was here first. Come on up. Welcome. What's your name? What's your program?
My name is Alice. I'm in the Game Design Master's program.
Game Design Master's program. When you graduate?
I think September? I can't remember
You think?
anymore. 6 more months.
You graduate when you graduate, right?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Okay. All right. So, which highly anticipated sequel follows Joel and Ellie's fight for survival against the Infected and was Game of the Year at the 2020 Game Awards?
Last of Us?
Yes, Last of Us. Winner, another prize. All right, we got a big prize coming up. He was here first too, man. I'm sorry. Look, if he doesn't get it right, maybe somebody else will get a try. What's your name? What's your program?
My name's Patrick, and I'm a film student.
A film student. When do you graduate?
I graduate in May of 2023.
May of 2023. Y'all are here forever.
I know, man.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is to win a brand new shiny iPad. Are you ready for this? You feel the pressure? All right. The Michael Myers mask used in the movie Halloween was of what male celebrity likeness? Who's the mask modeled after?
I don't know. You gotta give me, I don't know, man. What? I don't know.
You don't have any guesses?
I want to say Mike Myers, man. I want to say fucking. Give me one more question. That's a tough one.
Okay. We'll go next person. I'm sorry, man. We gotta go next person.
All right.
Richard Moss.
Not you.
But you get a consolation prize. You get a consolation prize. We don't want you to walk away with nothing. Okay. All right. Richard Moss. The pressure's on you, man.
All right. What's the
All right.
question?
We're not changing the question. You gotta get it right for the iPad.
All right.
The Michael Myers mask used in the movie Halloween was of what male celebrity likeness? Basically, who was the mask modeled after?
I'm gonna go David Hasselhoff. Final answer.
I'm gonna go wrong.
Damn.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But you get a consolation prize. You get a tumbler.
Thank you so much.
Who wants to take a shot at this? You do? You do? Okay. What's your name? What's your program?
Blake McCullough, entertainment business.
Entertainment business. When you graduate?
2023, probably late.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's just y'all take forever. Okay. The Michael Myers mask used in the movie Halloween was of what male celebrity likeness?
An athlete of some sort, right? Because Michael Myers.
We don't do hints around here, man.
Oh. Dang, couldn't give me a new one. Oh. Michael Myers.
Yeah, give me a guess. Come on, what you got?
Dude, that's before my time, man. Oh. It's a hockey player.
No, not a hockey player. Not a hockey, but you do get a consolation prize. I need somebody new. You. Okay, we're gonna change the question up. Okay, here we go. First of all, what's your name? Mike, nice to meet you, Mike. Let's do this. What astronomer is name dropped in Bohemian Rhapsody?
Galileo,
he got it! The winner of a brand new iPad, Mike, let's go!
That was absolutely incredible, guys. A lot of great trivia. We are so excited to get to the Hall of Fame induction ceremony, but for now, we're going to kick it back to the desk at the Fishbowl as we conclude our action here on Hall of Fame Live.
Let's go!
Thank you so much to our Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting students for holding it down over in the Fortress. And right now, we're joined by the incredible Troy DeVauld, a 1996 film grad and part of the second Hall of Fame class.
Yes.
Hi, Troy.
Vintage.
Vintage. I like that. Troy, you came up with this incredible ring. Can you tell me a bit about the ring that you're wearing?
The ring I'm wearing is I started out at MTV 21 years ago. So I got a little MTV logo on the ring. Got that just for the occasion.
I love it. I was like, ooh, the bling when you walked up here.
Well, usually I'm wearing something with sequins on it, and since I don't have anything, something else got to be sparkly.
There you go. I love
always say
sparkly.
you are the best dressed person at Hall of Fame every year.
I try. I'm going with this sort of Pointer Sisters vibe with the shirt today.
Oh,
absolutely.
I love that. That's my favorite. So how have you been having a good time so far?
I've been having a wonderful time. Does it even need to be asked?
Honestly,
Can't you read it
no.
on my face?
It's such a silly question.
I know. This is the best.
Give me a highlight, though. What's been the best part of the week for you so far?
One of the highlights for me is you have an on-campus group called Loud Ladies. I was able to see Dia Morgan speak with them at 10 o'clock earlier this week.
Oh, fantastic.
She's been a friend of mine for about 5 years out in Los Angeles. I haven't seen her since she moved to Nashville, so we've been getting caught up again here.
Oh, how fun. That's a good highlight.
It's a good time.
Yeah. So what's some advice that you would give to the inductees tonight? What should they expect? Lots of crying or just good feels? What's your advice to them?
Yep. Have a good time and cry all you want to.
That's right.
This
It's your
comes but
party.
once. Weep it up.
Yeah. Did you cry when you were inducted?
Of course I did.
Of course.
I can't begin to tell you how much this place means to me. I mean, this is where everything started. This is where my confidence in my ability to do anything started.
And it's been 2 years, or at least a year. We took a year off from Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
We didn't have one last year. So how would you describe the energy and the vibes on campus now that it's back?
It's fantastic. I no longer have to rely on a cardboard cutout of Gary Jones in my living room to feel like I'm home.
Oh, I love that so much. And
That's my favorite answer. I'm sorry. I'm like reeling from that one. That was really good.
have you been able to see any other panels from any of your fellow Hall of Famers?
I have. I was able to see Carlton Lynn and Leslie Brathwaite speak. I always love the two of those guys. Leslie was inducted right before me in Hall of Fame 2, which feels like 1,000 years ago. So I always like to see what he's up to. I like to just come to see whatever Marcella's wearing.
She's right behind
She's
you.
always better dressed than she was the year before, and it
Fantastic.
just keeps going.
I saw her wearing a Balenciaga fanny pack, but a crossbody, and I was like, money.
Yep, bright colors and bold patterns, you can count on her.
Absolutely.
Over 100 special guests, countless memories, and endless impact. This is Full Sail University's 10th Annual Hall of Fame. Truly the highlight of our year, this week represents the best of Full Sail, honoring our graduates' accomplishments while also focusing our energy on giving back to those who deserve it most, the students. What are you hoping to give back to students this week?
So I think the students, one thing I'd like for them to understand is that we were all in that position. We were all students once. We all had the same concerns, all had the same fears that they had, and just kind of set their minds at ease and really help them feel comfortable about what they're getting themselves into, and really just go out there and be the best they can.
I hope they take away perspective. I hope they get some great advice from all the Hall of Famers. Hope they get some networking, get a lot of contacts. There's more people here than I've ever seen before, so it's pretty incredible.
I did one with Charity Lomax and Tyke Santos and Leon, and we talked about touring and the touring life, and kind of what to expect and kind of what they've experienced in their years. I think combined we had probably about 80 plus years of touring experience combined, so I think it was well worth it.
How does it feel being back on campus for Hall of Fame?
This is crazy because this is my first time being back for Hall of Fame. I've never been to a Hall of Fame before, but there's no way to describe the feeling I get every time I do come back. It's one of those, anytime I talk to people about it, there's just no way for them to truly understand it unless they've been here and experienced it. It is truly a family environment like I've never seen before.
I always get inspired when I come back to Full Sail. I get re-energized, seeing all this life and movement around here. This whole area just bubbles with creativity and inspiration for me. I honestly learn a lot by just talking to students and talking to other graduates and getting information from them, learning from them, hearing their stories, and trying to adapt those into my current story.
You get to meet amazing alumni every time you come back here, and even more amazing students, and it's like an amusement park for adults or something, or professionals. You're like, I want to do this thing, and it's really fun.
Just as Margaret said, this amusement park for professionals took over every inch of our campus. Creative experiences could be found in our classrooms, sound stages, and the entire length of our backlot. Industry experts visited our campus to provide career insight, including music producer Timbaland. The final event was the highly anticipated induction ceremony, where we welcomed 6 graduates into our Hall of Fame. Our week concluded in true Full Sail style. Fireworks, lasers, and a trip down memory lane. A restored version of the Dream Machine, Full Sail's original mobile recording studio and teaching lab.
And we are back. Hello.
And we're joined by more Hall of Famers. We have 2002 recording arts grad Marcela Arequia. Did I say it right? I worry.
Areca. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I was like begging everybody to tell me the right way. I didn't want to mess it up.
That's okay.
You look fantastic.
Thank you.
We also have 2004 film and 2005 entertainment business grad Michael Cardwell.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Are you guys having a good time?
Very much. Great time. This has been an amazing week.
Isn't it good to be back after so long?
I mean, more than great. Especially what we've all been through worldwide.
Oh, absolutely.
You know? So I've missed these guys and everybody, the staff, the alumni, the students, so much.
Yeah.
So it's been an awesome time.
We were talking about what a family it is for all of you Hall of Famers. So did everybody keep in touch over? Was it like, are we doing Hall of Fame? Were you guys like asking each other if it was coming back? Or?
Yeah, I mean, like, we have a Facebook, little page that we all kind of keep in touch on. But beyond that, many of us kind of just checked in on each other throughout the pandemic, which was beautiful. Just making sure you're okay, and so that was, you definitely get the sense of family from this. There's no, we see each other here and then we don't see each other for 365 days. It's ongoing. So absolutely. What about?
It's a great support system being a part of this family. And last year I got inducted, so I was so busy I didn't even get to meet everyone. So I made it my goal this year to spend time with all the people I haven't met yet. But everyone's just so nice and so welcoming, and I just love Full Sail. I live here, so I get to come here a lot more often
You're really
than
good friends
everybody
with your
else.
wife, so
yeah,
I graduated
exactly.
from her program,
Okay,
so
yeah,
she's my fave. Shout out Kathy Craven. We love you, Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy Craven. What's been your highlight of the week so far?
The students. I mean, all day. Like, I love just coming here and, coming in and doing the panels, but beyond that one-on-one interaction, like, they all kind of swarm on you afterwards, but I personally don't mind it. It's just, that's the time, That's the time where you can just really, if you're like shy and you don't want to be the one asking the questions in the room, you can come face to face and just have that one-on-one interaction. I embrace it. I love it. To me, that's the best part of this.
Yeah, that's why we're here, is to help the students and give back to them. And when you can see they like get something, or like, oh man, that was so helpful. I'm gonna go do that thing like that you taught me. And then sometimes you hear back from them later on, hey, I tried that thing and it really worked, and thank you so much. And so that's what makes it, I mean, it feels really good just to be able to help people. So, and that it works for them sometimes.
Absolutely.
Right.
I love that about the Hall of Fame model, like the qualifications. It's not just did you go out in the industry and, but win a bunch of awards, do a bunch of stuff, but did you come back and enrich the people here, which is like, you all remember what it was like to be students. So,
oh, yes.
Yeah, and it's not easy.
No, not at all. It's not an easy thing, and I've been coming back to Full Sail for way before Hall of Fame. Yeah, like I would just come back, and certain directors would reach out before there was even a Hall of Fame and just be like, would you be willing? I'm like, absolutely. For a person that, I am a ground zero student. I came into Full Sail with like the knowledge of nothing and came out with, just equipped to enter the industry. And for me to like learn and kind of be in that world, for me to kind of come back and give whatever insight I can from my experiences, because these students are going to go through the same exact thing. And I know that feeling of just like, it's almost like you're worried, you're scared, you're not sure. So I just want to be able to at least kind of give some assurance, Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh my gosh,
hello. Hey.
How are you?
Ready to go in? Oh, we are? Okay. Well, do you want to ask Justin a question?
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
We haven't been.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be over there
already?
That's
There you go.
yelling in my ear. Why
A
is it
gift.
here?
Here is a gift.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for stopping by. We thought you would be too busy.
I saw everything happening, and I was like, hey, why not?
Come on.
Absolutely.
Like,
Come on, it's a party.
It's been happening.
We are here for you. We are celebrating you today.
Yeah.
Very excited to be here.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm great.
Yeah.
No nerves?
Not at the moment.
I've been asking all the inductees so far this year, you gonna cry?
No.
No? No? He's a showbro grad. He knows what he's doing. He knows
Exactly.
I've done a lot of award shows.
There we go.
Yeah, exactly.
So like the tables are now getting flipped on me a little bit, where I'm not the one actually like. I'm the one usually telling them what to do, and now I'm being told what to do.
Okay, how about this
Yes.
one? First time you saw Hamilton, and it's as you're working on it, did that make you cry?
As a matter of fact, it did.
Yeah! I think it made us all cry.
Got him. Got him.
It's Quiet Uptown, like, crushed me the first time I saw it. Crushed me. Like, I'm trying to mix it, I'm like shaking.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm so glad you could take a break.
Yes.
You would be too busy.
Yes.
You look fantastic. Absolutely.
You do. Great colors. Great
See you in
colors.
the room where it's going to happen. Ding.
Ding.
That was a good one.
Oh my gosh, well, I'm so full of emotions and excitement now. I think we're going to take it back to Hall of Fame 11 recap video.
Michael's here.
He's here. Let's take a look at your journey.
It's that stellar time of the year when Full Sail University makes its mark during the 11th Annual Hall of Fame. In this episode of All Access, we are launching straight into things and talking all about the best highlights of the week. It's no secret that Full Sail University's 11th Annual Hall of Fame was out of this world. With stellar educational panels, galactic gaming events, cosmic career networking opportunities, and supernova special guests, there was something to do every day of the week. The week kicked off with a big bang in the Fortress with the Worlds Collide gaming event that brought gamers of all genres together for an epic day of button mashing, prizes, and friendly competition. Monday featured the Career Networking event in the Full Sail Live venue, as well as the Technology Expo in the Fortress. Throughout the week, the backlot was jam-packed with creative experiences, including a silent disco, paint-by-numbers mural, Jeep karaoke, selfie walls, and a towering fun slide. Students lined up early for the popular panel, A Discussion with Tyler Perry Studios, where members from their creative team discussed the daily operation of the major production studio. Panels, workshops, and presentations were featured across the entire campus, including several esports panels held in the Fortress. We also spoke with the 6 newest Hall of Fame inductees.
I mean, this is like a giant party all week long at school where you get to meet cool people and do what you love, so I don't know why anyone wouldn't want to come.
Meeting all the fellow alumni that I looked up to, and now we're calling each other brother and sister. So I'm like, they were the ones that inspired me to do this, and to now be a part of the club is just amazing.
Oh, just get the access. You know, you have so many people that have flown in here to come and speak directly with students. That's what we really love. That's what actually excites us and gets us up out of bed in the morning.
The energy that the students come in with is so good. It really sends me back home recharged and motivated, and sort of like getting back in touch with that excitement for the creativity that is just always abound at Full Sail. It always makes me feel great.
I just hope I can help them find their way a little bit better and avoid the mistakes we made. So to me, that's kind of what it's about, is sharing knowledge and giving back, you know, the way others have given me info in the past when I was getting started.
We are accessible people. It's not just about what we share up there. It's the fact that we're not, you know, super rock stars. We're people that students can come up and talk to and ask questions of, and we actually absolutely love doing it. That's the biggest takeaway.
The festivities of the week culminated with the induction ceremony, where we welcome 6 new inductees into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations to Chris Kelly, Aaron Eberhardt, Fayla Davis, Mark Kilborn, Michael Cardwell, and Sean McCabe. Campus students ended the week in style at the Student Block Party, where they celebrated, won some sweet prizes, and danced the night away. And that's all we have for this very special edition of Full Sail University's All Access. What was your favorite part of Hall of Fame? Leave a comment below to let us know. And you guys know the drill. Like and subscribe. Click that bell to be notified for the next video, and we will see you next time. I gotta go dance now. Bye.
Hey guys, what is up? We are here pre-ceremony party hanging out with Super Hall of Famer Larry Katz. We don't even care what number Hall of Fame you are. You're just Super Hall of Famer. What do you think about that?
I agree. Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, very humble as well. Larry, you're a Hall of Famer, but then you came back to teach here on our campus. How weird is that, being a Hall of Famer but being an instructor here as well?
It is the best. I love it. I feel so blessed and so lucky, and to be honest, all the other Hall of Famers are jealous, and they want to do it. They just haven't pulled the trigger yet. But I don't think I'll be the only one for very long. I think we'll get some more Hall of Famers down here because it's so fun. It's so fulfilling.
Well, yeah, you get to give back to the students every single day, but do you ever feel like you're just walking down the halls and people are like, oh my goodness, it's Larry Katz. He worked on Planet of the Apes. Are they like that?
No, it's not like that at all.
Really?
In Hollywood, in LA, I'm just another guy on the crew. So I am actually have that humility, and nobody should approach me like that. I want all the students here to have the same kind of experiences that I had, and it's my joy to explain to them how to do that.
That's awesome. So we're going into the ceremony now. Any advice for our new inductees on how they should take tonight in?
I've spoken to a few of them. I'm like Hall of Fame tech support for a couple of them. And so, I've walked them through it. We've seen some acceptance videos that weren't so good, and, some that were good, and people, maybe they want to write a speech, or maybe they want to be off the cuff. So everybody, I think, is ready for it.
All right. Well, Larry, I'm super excited. I'm very happy that I get to work with you almost every day, except, the past 2 years that we're all hiding. But this is awesome. Have a great night tonight. And any advice, last-minute advice for those guys doing their speeches tonight?
They can do it. Just stay focused. Feel the love.
That's all it is. Thank you so much. Larry Katz, everybody. I'll let you go so you can go hang out with your friends. And folks, that is it. We are going into ceremony very, very soon. It's going to be such an exciting evening. And I'm so excited that we've been able to share this whole week with you guys. So back to whatever is happening next. I have no idea. There's so much going on.
Thank you so much, Tracy. We are here with homies from our 3rd annual Hall of Fame class. We got Jameson Durrell, we got Cully Bunker, and I heard that you guys are besties.
No?
Way back.
Yeah.
No?
Long time now. Well, like 10 years.
Depends.
At least 10 years. How are you guys today? How's your week been?
Fantastic. It's great getting back here to Full Sail and all our friends and family. Just can't... the blip happened, and it feels like it didn't happen at this point. COVID, I don't want to say that. I don't say it's not over, but it feels like it's over, guys.
Yeah. This is the best week of the year. Ever since I was inducted, I've felt that way, and family's the right word. Like, come back, and it just always feels like you're at home. It's great.
And we're just about to get into the induction ceremony. What advice do you have for the Hall of Famers who are about to become a part of your class, about to be with you guys?
This is a really intense week for them, and I always tell them, you're gonna be the spotlight now, but next year you're gonna come and you're gonna enjoy it even more, because then that family part starts to develop.
That's so weird. I tell them the same thing.
Yeah.
This is the year you're gonna be stressed, and and next year is when you have fun.
Yeah.
And what has been your highlight of the week so far? Since you're done with the stressful part, it's just the fun part, the networking part.
Unfortunately, the fun part's almost over. Hanging with the students.
Oh, hanging with the students.
It's so great to see these guys. Like, we haven't been here in like 2. Well, you've been around, but I haven't been here in 2 years. To see the students, and I feel like this year they're even more excited than ever.
Absolutely.
Like, we're back, we're talking to them, and I can just see the gleam in their eye, wanting to get out there and just get in the industry and do amazing, creative, wonderful things.
Yeah, the excitement from them is absolutely the same for me. It energizes me to come back and see them so excited to talk to us about what we've done, but more specifically, how they can also get there. I love having those conversations.
Is it weird? I feel like we're sportscasting for students. And over here, we've got Johnny. He's going to come in, and he's going to do wonderful.
And you, Jameson, have been a huge part of Full Sail Armada, our collegiate esports team. What did you think of Hall of Game on Sunday?
Oh my gosh, that was an awesome event. Right? Coming in, and first of all, the Fortress is, every time you come in, is absolutely amazing. Then all of the, the branding and the look, the room just looked absolutely fantastic. And just, I always love seeing people play games competitively, having a good time, being good sports. It's just a lot of fun.
I mean, coming from an old G place, old guy. I can't believe what's going on with esports. Like, who would 20 years ago playing my Atari, who would know that you would have professional and amateur sports leagues for games?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
And what is your favorite game?
I'm Fortnite. I play Fortnite
All right,
with
all
my
right,
son.
all right,
I'm
all
getting
right.
better. Took years and years, but I can win a match now and then.
Do you ever challenge Jameson?
We have not played together.
We have not. We should.
Do you play Fortnite?
I'm terrible at it.
I'm
It'll be fun.
terrible too. So we'll, my son will kick both our butts.
There you go.
I would like to pitch right now a Fortnite battle royale with all the Hall of Famers.
Do it.
Make it happen. Put it together.
Shay.
Esports, Hoff style.
That's right.
Ooh, I like this. Can we get the branding
bragging
on?
rights.
Let's go.
All right.
All right, we got the first thing for next year. Already got a panel booked. Let's go. All right, I think we're gonna check in with everyone's favorite, Miss Tracy Wu. What you doing, Miss Wu?
Okay, I'm hanging out here, EB Lobby. We are getting ready for the ceremony. I'm here with Tremaine Williams. They say he's super tall. I don't think so.
I think we're the same height now.
I think I'm slightly taller than you, actually.
You're right. 6'8".
So we're about to start this interview, and this guy's on his phone checking his Instagram. What is up with that?
I'm seeing all the students that tagged us that came to all our panels today.
Okay, but was it important enough to prep for our interview?
Yes, because I'm going to repost all of them. I love all of you. All of you.
So, Tremaine, these guys are going in there right now. How was it for you when you were about to go into your ceremony?
I was terrified.
Were you?
Yeah, it's the nerves because you don't know what's coming. I'd never been to a ceremony before.
Okay.
So I didn't even know what to expect. I'd only watched online, and I was scared.
That's really you've worked with Mariah Carey at You're Scared of Our ceremony?
Mariah Carey's the one on stage singing. I'm in the back. At this point,
True.
I'm in the front, all eyes on me, and I have to give a speech and try not to cry.
Did you cry? I don't remember.
I didn't. I broke a little bit and I held it in, but
All right. Tremaine, who do you think we should interview next? Yeah, what about those boys? You see those boys? Let's go. Tremaine, you can go to the ceremony. Oh, well, yep, I'm not as tall.
We know that Leslie Braithwaite's not allowed.
I'm going to go hang out with these boys. Come here. Can we do this, or is it too backlit? I'm going to do this. These are two of my favorite people here. These guys are Armada alumni. I have Nathan Duke and Chantoni Grant. Chantoni, you graduated when?
Last year in the pandemic season, baby.
Oh, yeah. And what are you doing now?
I'm the director of esports at North Carolina Wesleyan College.
Oh, yeah, just a little tiny job. This is Nathan Duke. When did you graduate, Nate?
2019.
And what are you doing now?
Manager of esports operation and facilities operations at Butler University.
I mean, do you see what's happening here? These are Armada grads now working in the esports industry. Okay, well, you guys were just babies when I met you. I mean, you're still babies, but now you're here, and you were invited to Hall of Fame. Do you feel like a total rock star?
Of course. I feel like I'm in Hollywood, baby.
Okay, Nate, who are you wearing today?
Who am I wearing? A little bit of Days In, a little bit of Kenneth Cole, you know.
Kenneth Cole, he just graduated. He's already buying Kenneth Cole. Who are you wearing, Chantoni?
I don't even know, but hi, Mommy. This is what I'm wearing. I think she picked this out. I think. So it looked nice, right? Right?
You look fly, Tony.
Say he looks fly. I don't even know what fly means because I'm so old. But do you guys have, I mean, you guys were Armada. You guys were part of the teams. You guys were athletes. I mean, you still are. But any advice for our future Armada athletes, like what they should be doing to get jobs in esports after here?
Working. Like, just get after it. Like, whatever avenue of esports it is that you want to do and that you want to pursue, like, get after it. At any level you can get your foot in the door, it matters. Do it. You will get there. I promise.
How about you, Chantoni?
Networking is a big thing. A lot of people hear it, but you have to understand how to network. And like, my boy Pride said, get after it. You got to grind because there's levels to this, and it will definitely show once you put in the work.
Awesome. Well, that was great, you guys. I'm so proud of both of you. I just want to give you both giant hugs, but I can't because I'm holding a microphone and an IFE. But, oh, yeah, give me a hug. Oh, Okay, that's what's happening. But yeah, we're gonna go back to the stage, and hopefully we'll get to the ceremony very, very soon. It's such an exciting evening. Peace, Armada for life.
Again. We have so much going on over here right before the induction ceremony. Let's go down the line. We have Susan Rose, we have Brett Novak, we have Kim Alpert, we got Leslie Brathwaite.
Here.
All right here, present.
Present.
How are you guys? How is everyone doing?
Fantastic. We are
So
doing
good
well.
to be back. So good to be back.
Yeah. Everybody's good? We're all happy?
Good,
all
we're good.
happy?
No, I thought maybe somebody's
We
going to be a
had so
bummer
much
or something.
energy.
No? Okay.
No, this is all tens, all day.
All tens, all day.
I love it.
All day long,
All day
night
long.
strong.
You know it.
That's right.
So give me highlight of the week. What's been the best part of the week so far for all of you?
Oh my God, getting to smell my family again. It's not the same online. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Worth the wait, though. The smell is worth the wait.
Seeing everybody in 3D instead of 2D on Zoom.
Ooh.
It's
Yeah.
been awesome seeing everybody in person again and hugging. Oh my God, hugging people.
Been having some really good, deep panels. We've been going deep, not just surface, not just, hey, how you doing, but really good, deep, rich topics. I love it.
What about you, Kim?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I got into a lot of really intense conversations about having that artist heart. You know, like pushing through all of the like, oh my God, I love this work. Oh my God, are you gonna love this work? Like big, deep talk of putting it out there, getting out there and putting it out there.
Brett?
I'm into that one. Yeah, no, I'm actually really impressed this year with the students in particular. Yeah, it's been amazing the type of questions that they've been hitting my way and the engagement that they have, and they're as hungry as we are to kind of have this again. So.
And did you bring your skateboard back?
I didn't bring my skateboard because I knew it was going to rain.
What?
No, I got my skateboards in the wall over there. I was just like,
I know.
there you
I
go.
see it all the time.
Break in case of emergency,
break in case of
right?
emergency.
For skateboard
Keep it dry
emergency.
here, you know?
All right, I think it's just about time to wrap this up. I'm sorry we couldn't keep you longer.
Are we ready to see the induction? Well, they got to get over there and cheer on
We're
their
going to take a
fellow,
selfie real quick right here
Oh, wait,
on
we're
camera.
going to do a
Boom,
selfie first.
Let's go.
Oh, hey.
All right.
All right, now we're going to take a look at the Dream Machine video, the mythical legend, the Dream Machine that helped start Full Sail and got to where we are today. Let's take a look.
So I remember walking through, I guess it's the hallway outside of the Audio Temple with Gary Jones, I don't know, sometime in the past, a year or two ago, and walking by the photograph of the original Dream Machine, I asked Gary, where is it? Like, what happened to it? And he said, well, I don't know. We donated it to a school in New Jersey, and, we didn't need it anymore.
You know, I've always had this idea of, okay, we got to do something big for Hall of Fame 10 for the 40th anniversary.
Those are big milestones. The Hall of Fame is now 60 plus people. There's 60,000 students now worldwide. It's just such a significant growth over what the original Dream Machine was. A few crazy guys in a motorhome driving around the country teaching people how to make their music sound better.
I don't even remember who said what. I just remember we built the framework for what we're doing now.
I was all in. Without hesitation, I was in.
Absolutely just wanted to be part of it.
You know, I just kept thinking about, wow, we could actually do something really nice, not just for the school to give back, but, for Gary and for John and for Ed and for Bill.
We felt like it would be appropriate to find the Dream Machine. Initially, it was hard for me to kind of figure out, okay, what are all the logistics behind this and how are we going to track this thing down?
The only way to really track it down was to hire a private detective. So I called him and I said, listen, Full Sail University lost this piece of our history and we want to get it back. We want your help finding it.
We realized that the fate of the original Dream Machine was that it had, was no longer something that we could get.
He got the report that in sometime in the late 90s it was shredded. So the actual original Dream Machine doesn't exist anymore.
I think then the wheels start turning about, we can just go find one and restore it.
Let's find a 70s GMC motorhome. How hard can that be?
It was impossible.
We started looking online for all different kinds of vehicles.
We had to search. We had to be diligent about our search, and not everybody has a selection to choose from.
And it has to be the 26-foot version with the windows in the right place, and we found a viable one in Northern California. And so we're gonna send Rizzo up there to check it out, and then we're starting to think about, well, if we get that one, how do we get it back to Florida, and could we do a road trip?
It made us put our dedication into motion. Once we did that, the universe showed us the way.
Right about that time, the one came up in St. Augustine, and it was sitting there just wishing to be returned to its former glory, you could tell. Quickly we realized we probably could not find a better candidate for this project. And it happens to be, less than 2 hours away. We realized we had a lot of work to do.
It's a very aspirational name, right? The Dream Machine. You make dreams in there.
This vehicle started the journey. It's had many representations through time.
The current students who may not know anything about the Dream Machine, it's going to bring back that era of what Full Sail was in the beginning.
This is where it started. This was the dream that someone had. Showing something physical of this is how this school started was in the back of that thing.
The idea of having something on wheels was to take the knowledge to the people.
I remember being a student. I remember being in the actual Dream Machine. And so a whole rush of memories and emotions came back.
What a great symbol of how the whole thing got started.
A dream can start small and bloom into something that changes the world.
The dream that created a million other dreams. The dream that created this place for everybody.
Thank you for this place. It's unlike anything I've ever been a part of.
This is one small way of us telling them how much they mean to us.
You had a dream that helped me realize mine.
This is us now getting to say thank you.
Your decision has affected the trajectory of all of our lives.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you give back not only to us, but to the community and the students.
Thanks for everything, guys.
To think that that's just an idea, like a seed, to have grown into this giant forest of possibilities and dreams is the monument to me.
Dreams are curious things. What began in 1979 with a GMC motorhome is now a global network of dreamers, a family that stands a testament to the original spark. We thought it was lost, but in the end, we found it right where we left it. In the hearts of those we sought to inspire, who inspired us in turn. This is a dream we all share, one that represents our future and honors our past. So let's keep dreaming together.
To our Ukrainian students and graduates, we at Full Sail remain here with and for you during the most difficult of times. Please join us in a moment of reflection to honor all those who are impacted by the events continuing to unfold across the nation of Ukraine. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting our 2021 Full Sail Hall of Fame inductees. She is a producer, line producer, and production manager with credits that span feature films, scripted and unscripted television series, as well as commercials and branded content. Currently a producer of the 49th season of the award-winning PBS series Great Performances, and founding member of Women Independent Producers. 2006 film graduate, Stephanie Dawson. He is the founder and CEO of the globally recognized strategic creative agency Purple Rock Scissors, an advocate for innovation and an influential leader. He has partnered with culture-shifting brands that include Facebook, Cartoon Network, Disney, and Lego. And his work has been recognized with numerous awards, including Addies, Webbies, W3, and more. 1997 digital media graduate, Bobby Jones. She began her career as an intern at a small game company before moving on to work at BioWare and Edge of Reality, working for AAA titles like Star Wars, The Old Republic. She continued to develop her career, working on indie games at Wicked Fun, casino gaming at Scientific Games, and today she's a senior producer at Zynga, a leading developer of the world's most popular mobile games. 2011 game design graduate, Nadi K. He is a brand strategist and keynote speaker on personal branding who has evolved into a leading branding expert with international media appearances that include CNN, Adweek, and Access Hollywood. He has helped hundreds of clients position, build, and promote their brands, including former White House staff, multinational corporations, and recognizable personalities on shows like Shark Tank, Project Runway, Dancing with the Stars, and more. 2011 entertainment business graduate, Phil Palin. He's an A1 and production sound engineer on Broadway, who has been the front of house engineer for the 11-time Tony Award-winning musical Hamilton since its debut in 2013. He has worked on other Broadway shows such as In the Heights, Cinderella, and Porgy and Bess. And he was recently inducted in the Cinema Audio Society for his award-winning work on the Hamilton theatrical release. 2000 show production graduate, Justin Rathbun. He's a sound designer, field recordist, audio engineer, and game audio director at Electronic Arts Tiburon in Orlando. He also co-founded Engine Audio, a game audio contracting group that works on all kinds of interactive media. Across both ventures, he has a wide range of credits on games like Maneater, NBA Live, EA College Football, Madden NFL, Google Blocks, Deep Sea VR, Orca 360, and more. 1997 and 2012 Recording Arts graduate, Tom Todia.
Davey! Hey, pal, did I catch you at a good time? You're on mute. You're still on mute.
You would think after 2 years, I'd remember to unmute. Ugh.
I hear you. I hear you.
Gary, are you ready for Hall of Fame 12?
Oh my gosh, Dave, I am having such a good time. I've been on the back lot with the current students. I've been dropping in on the grad panels and visiting with them in between sessions. You know me, this is my favorite time of year, my favorite week of the whole year. I'm having a blast. And I got a new jacket, so I'm ready to jump in on the Zoom for the ceremony anytime you need me. I'm just standing by.
Gary, this is not on Zoom. Like, we have a huge audience ready for us live in the venue.
Come on. You've got it. This, oh my God, Dave. Like it's now, right? Is it now?
Gary, we need you right now. Come on. Yeah,
I'm on the way. I'm so sorry.
Gary, 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 Gary. It's Gary.
Look, one mistake, one time. I feel bad enough already. Okay, I got this.
All right, Gary. See you guys.
Oh, boy. Wow, you're here. This is awesome. And I see jealousy all over your faces for my shoes. Don't you wish you were this comfortable? Oh my gosh, what a week we have had, ladies and gentlemen. Those of us in this room, those of us over in our esports arena, the Fortress, the Orlando Health Full Sail University Fortress. Hi over there, good buddies. It's so good to be with you today, too. Glad that you're joining us as well. And for all those watching online, it's so great to be with you. Man, what a week we've had. Graduates, what a week we've had. Amazing. You guys are heroic. And students, what a week we've had, huh? Oh my gosh. It has been the best of the best of the best. And I'm reminded so much, man, I'm so glad to be with you. Looking in your faces just brings me joy, every single one of you guys. So I'm reminded, you know, this is the first time many of us have been back in full assembly in a place in 2 years or 18 months, right? And it's been so long coming. Hasn't it felt good to be with humans right in the same room, the same places? We made it, everybody. We made it. And something that you see on the screens with the incredible logo that Craig Daly and the Platinum Creative team put together for this. And in our conversations this week, it's been about time. Our conversations over and over again all week with the graduates returning, with the students that are back on campus, with the parking lots full, thank you very much. The conversations has been, it's about time. We need this. Humans need social interaction. We crave the ability to show our affection and our love for others by being in places where we can share time in those same places. And so many things in this world are timely, right? But then there are other things in this world that are timeless, that don't change, like the love of God never changes. And in all the years, my 4 decades, did I sell it? Okay, in my 4 decades of being in this world, that's one thing that has been such a constant in my life, is just the simple love of God. And even when Jesus was here, he said, you know, of all the gifts that God presents and provides for people in this world, the most important and precious one is love. It's love. And that's so much of what is timeless, timeless, timeless in and around us and the human experience. Something else that's timeless is the passion and the dreams of our graduates and our students. It starts with students, right? Those who make their way here. They scratch and save and claw and convince and find their ways to Full Sail because their passion to do something of their choosing, to have a career of their choice, to not happenstancely choose something to go after, but to purposefully select a career path. And for our students, it's entertainment, it's media production, it's emerging technologies. And so what is timeless is the dreams of our students. And we've known that since day one, 43 years ago, that the whole reason for our existence, this thing called Full Sail, is to serve the desires, the dreams, the passion for careers of choice in the industries that we support. And therein lies the timeless commitment of Full Sail University to both our students and our graduates continuing on. A third thing that's timeless, my beloved friends in this room, and I like all of you, by the way, and those online, and those in the other esports arena. The third thing that is timeless is the generosity of our graduates. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Our graduates, and this week we're celebrating, there's many graduates on campus this week. There's a couple of hundred graduates on campus this week giving back. But as you know, this is our 12th annual Hall of Fame, and so much of this is about the Hall of Fame members, including the 6 new inductees. New inductees, would you stand for a moment? Where are you? Yeah! Yes! Awesome, awesome, awesome. My goodness. And you guys do not disappoint, I'm here to tell you. You join 66 other amazing Hall of Fame members that have represented you well right up until this point, inductees, and today you become a part of that incredible family of people. And these people give back time and time again. They don't get paid. They don't ask for money. They give back of their skills, their time, their expertise, their knowledge because they want to, because they love. That's even better. You guys are a great audience. Because they love and because they choose to. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just divine work, isn't it? To give of yourself with no expectation for something in return. Graduates, you inspire me over and over and over again with your commitment to those coming behind you. I could fill the afternoon with stories of things that our graduates have done for other students. Students they didn't know, just because they believe in helping those coming behind them. And the last thing, there are many things that are timeless, but the last thing I'll speak to today is the faculty and staff of Full Sail University. Yes. They are timeless because their commitment to serving those very students I referenced, to respecting those students' dreams, to partnering with those students in the classroom, but more importantly, our faculty and staff do things that do not appear on their job descriptions every single day. Again and again and again, because they love serving and taking care of our students. And therein lies a few of the timeless things that I've had the privilege and that you have the privilege of experiencing and knowing about this amazing place. So we have a show to do. We have graduates to induct, right? Please welcome Orlando, the city of Orlando's Poet Laureate, Sean Welcome, to the stage.
Let me tell you what I wish I'd known when I was young and dreamed of glory. You have no control who lives, who dies, who tells your story. Lin-Manuel Miranda. The past be a precious X, a valuable unknown. It's often difficult to calculate pain into a product, but the raw materials are there in every circumstance, waiting to be pieced together for our future and present days. It is before the making of things to come. The past is a scentless gas, lingering in the garage or in a lab or in the kitchen waiting for a spark. It is the dark quiver where arrows dwell, stretched back on a bow. The blows of life is what got you here. Every present action produces the past on the assembly line of potential. Every seed needs good ground. The dirt is what got you here. A dark Atlantic abyss is the foundation by which you build your ships. Forget not yesterday's gems. The past somehow propped you up to now. Stephanie Dawson's an example of how. Bobby Jones sat in similar seats you warm up today. The past is the substance of things that create a naughty K. The great before, the core of burning stars, echoes of light, traveling at the speed of hope like Hamilton. I know that we can win. I know that greatness lies in you. Just remember, from here on in, history has its eyes on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the monitors to meet our first inductee.
So I am a producer for Great Performances, which is a long-running show on PBS. We focus on ballet, opera, orchestra. I don't know what's always going to come at me. I have an idea, but I'm dealing with things as they come at me, and that's the growth, that's the experience, that's kind of the joy and the excitement of it. Film and television was not something I felt could be a career. I was doing the thing that my parents wanted me to do. I had a good job, and when I decided to leave that job and go to Full Sail, like Stephanie in movies, like, of course, everyone was very happy for me, but also kind of envious that I had the courage to take that leap and to pursue my dream. Right after I graduated from Full Sail, I thought I should stay. But eventually my dream, my eye was on moving to New York City because I really loved independent film, and that was the mecca for independent film. Then I started gigging, got into the industry in New York, and slowly worked my way through reality TV, through commercials, through feature films, through television series, just kind of gaining new skills with each new job. When I tell my parents or friends and family that I worked in film and television, they had like a vague idea. They like, oh yeah, you know, maybe you do this, maybe you do that. Like, no one ever really had a clear idea. But when I said I worked for House Hunters International, suddenly everybody was like, oh, I love that show. And they totally knew what I was talking about. It was a great career experience because Damon Gambudo was the executive producer of the show when I joined the show. And he allowed me to get my first producing credit. He also, when I applied for the producer position of House Hunters International and I did not get it, I shared with him that I was disappointed, and he told me that I didn't need that position. Somewhere else was more worthy of my skills as a producer, and I was so surprised to hear him say that. I don't know what I thought he was gonna say, but when he said that, I immediately called my parents. I was like, Damon said I could do better somewhere else.
The reason I told her no is because I felt like that position was a trap. I hope she understood what my motivation was, which was to say, I believe in you so much that I don't want to give you this thing that feels like, in the short term, career advancement, because I think it's actually going to derail you from becoming your fully expressed self professionally.
it really gave me the courage to leave House Hunters and to be more of an actor in my own journey. Like, I was going from gig to gig, and if somebody called, I would take the gig. Somebody else called, I would take the gig. Realizing that, oh no, you're better than this. Really let me know that, oh wait, I should be doing jobs that allow me to do more than the thing that I know how to do. I should be growing.
Something that's incredibly exciting to me about Stephanie receiving this honor is that it's affirming to see that an award such as this acknowledges somebody so deeply deserving. I'm so proud to know that Full Sail is acknowledging Stephanie and her achievements professionally. It was an honor that I felt like was so deeply deserved by somebody that I think so highly of.
I think being inducted into the Hall of Fame is like a full circle moment for me, because coming to Full Sail was me turning 30, leaving a job that I had for many years, pursuing a dream that I had for many years. And now to be recognized by the place that helped me launch that is tremendous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to induct Stephanie Dawson, executive producer Damon Gambuto.
Good evening. It is my honor, my genuine honor, to induct Stephanie Dawson into the Full Sail Hall of Fame.
I am so full up. My cup runneth over. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to my lovely family, my village, who is here in the seats to be here to celebrate. I try to warn everybody that my family will be the loud ones. To everyone who's watching online, I mean, people who are gonna watch it later, I'm just so full. I have been telling my story kind of over the course of the time I've been here this week, and it's allowed me to reflect that, you know, I felt like from an early age, film and television was something that was in my blood. My mother loved Hitchcock movies. My dad loved movies from the golden age of Hollywood, and I would watch those films and TV shows with them and see how they were thrilled or afraid or just moved or just loved what they saw. And I was like, if I can be a part of creating something that makes people feel that way, I wanted to do that. And then when I like kind of branched out, I learned that my dad's dad had a job as a projectionist in a segregated movie theater in South Carolina. I was like, this is generational. And then on my mom's side, my grandfather had an 8mm camera. He had 13 mouths to feed, but he paid $100 for an 8mm camera and was directing family in these home movies. Like, this was in my blood. But one of the realities is, though talent might be evenly distributed, opportunity is not. So I did the things that my loving parents and family wanted for me. I went to a traditional school. I got a good job, that good job. And I did. I was living that life. And I think it's wonderful that Damon mentioned that, you know, you can kind of get trapped. Having that every day I was surviving, but I was not thriving. So I took the leap. Full Sail said, if you're serious about your dream, we'll take your dream seriously. I was in. And now, recognizing being inducted into the Hall of Fame is not just an honor, it's a responsibility. I'm meeting graduates who are giving back freely and consistently, and not just out of an obligation, but an internal need to connect with future students, to hone and craft and mold that next generation of folks, because we do what we love. We're not working that 9 to 5, we're not punching the clock, we're doing what we are passionate about. And I was told it was a family, and now you've all shown me that this is a family. I feel so embraced with open arms. So, I mean, thank you to all the previous Hall of Famers. Congratulations to my fellow inductee class of this year. I'm just so full up. And just to the students who are currently in school here, I just feel like you're taking the right steps. You took that leap, you invested in yourself, you are gaining the skills and tools that are going to support you in your career, but you're also developing the relationships that are going to make that opportunity much more available to you. Because again, talent may be evenly distributed, but opportunity is not. And you're making strides to build that opportunity. So take advantage of every course, take advantage of every professor. I stayed late. I said, I'm gonna get my money's worth and somebody else's money's worth out of Full Sail. So. And so I have so many people to thank. I just want to specifically call out my sister, Tanya. She not only encouraged but insisted that I quit that good job and come to Full Sail. She said, I mean, and when I doubted, she was steadfast, and I will forever be grateful. Thank you to my mom for being my biggest cheerleader and my stylist. Thank you to my dad for being able to put up with us, the three of us, and being that supporter and introducing me to the love of film at an early age. Thank you to Damon for, it kind of stole my thunder to tell that story, but it means so much to me that Damon gave me the opportunity to be a producer, even though my title was production coordinator. You saw beyond that title, you saw potential, and you were the springboard and the foundation that helped launch the rest of my career, and I am deeply grateful. So. And he keeps hiring me after that, so that's a sign. And just, again, I am so full. My cup runneth over. Thank you to my Full Sail family of the past, my Full Sail family of the future. It's just been an honor meeting all the students, and I hope to make this a thing where I come back every year. And I've already introduced Damon to people who he wants to hire, so let's just keep this circle going. Thank you again, and have a good night.
I thought I was building a company, but I didn't know what building a company meant. I mean, I think building a company to me was like, it was me and I may be one person. And while that is a company and that's a great place to start, I had no idea it would ever turn into what it is today. I grew up on like a citrus farm in a small town called Sanford. We lived on just a little over 10 acres and most of it was orange groves. And as you can imagine, the closest neighbor would be on the outsides of those 10 acres. There was this level of autonomy that my parents gave me, really encouraging me to just be outside, kind of getting lost in the woods, if you will. And I think that's where a lot of the imaginative component and critical thinking and the way that I sort of operate today. Exploring has been a major component of that from my childhood. I was really drawn to the computer lab at my high school. I knew I didn't want to be a developer per se. I just was always kind of gravitated back to this idea of how can I create art on a computer? At that moment in time, it just wasn't a thing. I remember finally hearing about Full Sail and I got so excited. There was this moment of like, I've never felt so much like I found myself.
the minute I entered the campus. Everything from the environment to the people and things you get to actually interact with set you up for this trajectory that's kind of unbelievable.
In 2008, I had the good fortune of meeting Bobby Jones. I was part of another agency here in town, and we did not have a digital presence in our office, so we were able to convince Bobby and his team to sublet space from us and provide digital offerings with us. Bobby worked with us for about 2 years in that space, and that's where we became lifelong friends.
We now, I can proudly say, we've been working with Disney, we've been working with Facebook, Warner Brothers, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. So these are our clients that we're super proud to engage with on a daily basis and do our greatest work. When I arrived at Full Sail and there was this moment of, I found my place, I wanted to build that. If people are gonna like work 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours a day on something, I wanna create an environment where they're absolutely safe to be who they are and do their greatest work.
The really important part about the culture for Bobby is the people. He likes to say, be humble, care deeply. This is an ego-filled business. We just don't have time for that. Bobby won't stand for it. We're just a group of people that really cares for one another, and no one cares more for our team than Bobby Jones.
So to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, the moment I heard about it, I was like, I want to be part of this because it just feels so ingrained, all things Full Sail, and really what it has done for me in my career is almost overwhelming to even explain.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to induct Bobby Jones, please welcome President and COO of Purple Rock Scissors, Rich Wall.
Good evening. I'd like to first congratulate all the inductees here tonight. What an honor. I am absolutely thrilled to be part of this incredible journey with you, Bobby Jones. This has just been an inspiring week, and it's a memory that I will cherish forever, so I can't even imagine how you feel. But before we begin, I'd like to share a few of your cheerleaders.
Bobby Jones is one of my favorite people. Of course, he's in the Hall of Fame, because duh. One of the most creative people I know. Also, one of the best business minds that I know. Most importantly, one of my best friends. I really wanted to be there tonight, but alas, I am here. Bobby, love you. Congratulations. You're awesome. Enjoy tonight. You deserve every bit of it. See you soon.
Bobby, congratulations on your induction into the Hall of Fame for me and all your friends at Facebook/Meta. Just wow, like such an incredible honor. It's been so amazing working with you and your team over the past, 8 years? Again, huge congrats. And I hope to see you the next time you make it out to the West Coast.
Hey, Bobby. Wow. What a journey. Who would have thought the 5-person company I joined back in 2007 would turn into such an empire? I can't believe it took this long, but I'm super stoked that you're being inducted in the Full Sail Hall of Fame. It's very well deserved. I'm very excited and happy for you. I know you're going to be an ongoing inspiration for students like myself into the future as well by being in the Full Sail Hall of Fame. So enjoy the celebrations, and I can't wait to see your name up on those banners, man. Congrats again.
Bobby Jones, congratulations on your induction into the Full Sail Hall of Fame. It is a well-deserved honor. You've been an ever-evolving beacon of knowledge in the digital space and have always been willing to share your wealth of experience with those around you. Thank you for the many years of mentorship and friendship and for bringing me into the Purple family 12 years ago. I can't wait to see what the future has in store for us. Congratulations again.
Bobby Jones, congratulations. This is Darren Boutsman in Dublin, Ireland. Right now, I wanted to just send you a quick video message and say congratulations on getting inducted to this very exclusive club. You know what? It's not even a club. It's a family, as you're soon going to see. I wish I could be there with you and celebrate and toast in your honor, but I'm shooting a movie right now. Congratulations, enjoy your day, and I will have a Guinness in your honor.
Hi, Bobby. Congratulations. What a tremendous honor, and no one deserves it more than you. Take a moment, celebrate today. You are such a light and have impacted so many lives. We are all better off for it. Congratulations.
Hey, Bobby, I just want to say congratulations. This is such an amazing accomplishment, and you should be so proud. You know, as the owner, you set the tone for Purple, and it's a testament to your commitment to doing the very best work. And also our culture is a direct reflection of you. It's that people first mentality. It's what keeps employees and clients coming back. So congratulations. We're so excited for you, and we can't wait to celebrate with you.
I can't imagine anyone who deserves this recognition more than you, Bobby. You are a true visionary. You're an inspiring leader. You're a loving husband and father, and you're my friend. And it is my great honor to induct Bobby Jones into the Full Sail Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much, Mia Justice. I'm not quite as tall as Rich. Wow, what an honor. Can I just take a minute and soak this in, right? This is from me, right? This is unbelievable. Yes, yes. You know, I want to say first and foremost, I want to thank my Father in heaven for the gifts and abilities that he gave me that are being recognized here tonight. So that's number one. And then next, I got to give a huge shout out to the Platinum creative team. What a blessing to work with them. They made me look way better. I mean, that is unbelievable. I mean, I can't even begin to tell them how much I'm grateful for that. Just the way they captured the essence of not only me, but the rest of the inductees. I cannot wait to see the rest of them. I mean, they're beautiful. So thank you guys, Platinum, for that. Man, such an honor to be included in this family. It is a family, and they've shown that to us this week. It's not made up. It's so real, and it starts at the top, right? Like, it starts with the leaders, the leadership at Full Sail. It just embodies. It's made me who I am. It's made this group that is already in this who they are. And you know, I fundamentally believe leadership can come in so many forms and titles. And while that's all fun and great. I think in its purest form, it always looks like loving and serving others. And that is what this leadership team, I mean, I'm not kidding, from the very top all the way down. And, I'm going to take a few minutes. Obviously I have things I want to say and I'm grateful for, but I want to continue to thank some of the people that really helped inspire me to be here. And, I'm going to start with some of Full Sail's team. I mean, I can't thank, I want to thank Gary Jones. Is he out here, or is he off and doing his thing? Anyway, I want to thank Gary. There he is. I love you, man. I love you. I want to thank Gary. I want to thank his dedication to the university, and and honestly for making it what it is today. Not only on campus, but in our community. He is just a light. He is a pure light. And I just am so grateful to learn from him and be mentored by him throughout the years and be able to luckily be here in Orlando, be able to come back to campus. It's such a gift. And I really want to thank, John Phelps for being such a pioneer. I want to thank John for being such a pioneer and for risking everything so that we could all be here today. Because without him, we wouldn't be here. So thank you so much, John. We love you. I want to thank, obviously want to thank my entire, Purple family who is here. A lot of them are here tonight to represent. I love you guys. You guys are my Hall of Famers. Like, without you, the way you've lifted me up and let my light shine has been, I'm just so grateful for each and every one of you. You saw Michael Parler on there. He's a Full Sail alumni. He's been with me 15 years. And we would not be here without Mike. I mean, he is an amazing human being. I want to thank the whole team, though. I want to thank Tanya, everybody that's here. I love you guys, and I'm so grateful for who you are and making this company what it is. I also want to thank Rich. Rich, thank you for trusting in me. I mean, I've always looked up to Rich, and it's so awesome how you can end up, you don't ever know what life's going to bring you or how you're going to get where you're going to get. And, our paths crossed early on, and now we're actually business partners. And again, the company would not be what it is without people with the heart like Rich has, the tenacity that like Mike has, and the rest of my team. So I'm so grateful for that. And then, the one where I'm going to do what Brian says, I'm going to ugly cry on you guys up here, which I love that. That's the most awesome saying. My deepest, obviously, inspiration comes from my beautiful family. But I'm so blessed with 5 beautiful children. I have 4 boys and 1 girl, and they are my inspiration every single day. Just watching what they bring, the light that they share, the empathy that they have, the things they bring to the world, and what they're going to do is just mind-blowing to me. And I'm so proud of them, and I love you guys so much. And then, yes, this is for my boys that are here. I love you guys. And then the big one, I want to thank my beautiful wife who is right here. Stand up, stand up. Yes. Yes, she is like who keeps me. Yes, thank you. I love you. She keeps me. I can be all over the place if you guys can't maybe figure that out. And she keeps me so grounded, and it's amazing. Like when we first met, I would try to, brag a little bit, like, yeah, I got this company. And she's like, okay, yeah, so what? And I'm like, what? Okay, I don't have anything else. So anyway, but she keeps me very humbled and grounded. And I just am so grateful for you, babe. And thank you for everything that you do. The last thing I want to say is there is legit to the students. Where you are today, we've all been there. And because all this stuff that you see, these highlights, that where we are today, we were where you were. You really have the opportunity to do anything you want to do. And it's just, you got to set your mind to it. And you already did that, right, by coming here. Like, you don't show up at Full Sail without already saying, I'm not following the traditional path. Like, I have a passion that you want to pursue. So you're already on the right track. Just stick to it. And I mean, think about everybody here, right? We all have family, we all have kids. Today, your kids played some game that probably half of these people over here worked on. You used a navigation system that companies like mine work on in your car. All the apps in your phone, the movies you watch, it all comes from this school. There's no other school like this. There's no other university. There's nobody Nobody's putting out what this school and university has put out. And I'm so honored to be part of it. And, you know, the work ISIS and the rest of the team are doing to elevate the school even further is tremendous. And I am so honored and blessed to be part of it. And the last thing I'll say is, like, that thing, I will cherish it. And I want you to know I'm going to be a good steward of this school and this university. You know, the big bonus for all the students, we're in Orlando. I'm here to mentor you. I'm here. I want to be here. And you know, we're going to be back every year, but we're here. Reach out, and you know, I'm going to be on campus. I want to make sure that you guys get everything you need. So I'm so grateful and honored. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate everything.
I love that I get to work with people and play games. That is like the easiest and simplest way that I can put it, because you mention one game and you can have like 10 people from out of nowhere and they're like, I play that too. And then before you know it, everybody's on the server and we're all playing together. I'm currently a senior producer at Zynga. The fun thing is that we always say that it's cat herding. Because we always have to get a lot of people together and to make sure that we're meeting the deadline at the same time. But we're also the people who are kind of the first line of defense in terms of scheduling and meeting those deadlines. So we are also lovingly called the party poopers. We kind of make sure that everything is getting delivered within a certain scope and on time. I definitely discovered video games when I was very young. The first thing that I remember playing is Snake and Caterpillar when I was like 5. I didn't know what was happening. All I knew is that there were a lot of really bright colors and there's a lot of things that were moving around that was super fun. I used to get Game Informer magazine all the time because I wanted to know, you know, what the latest games were. So I was like, okay, journalism will be my foot in the door for video games. At least I'll be able to work around it. So I did that, and then 2 years in, they closed the program. A majority of us just went into the English program, and I finished out my undergrad as an English major. So I started doing a bunch of research and looking for other schools that had any kind of game program, and I was able to find Full Sail. And since I already had a bachelor's degree, I was more than happy to see that there was a master's program here. So I applied, and I was able to get in, and I couldn't start fast enough. Once that was over, I was able to get my first job at BioWare, working on Star Wars. It was cool because we were basically raiding the whole time, so it was just like a team of 16 of us, and we were all just like raiding all the time. So I did that for quite some time, and then kind of bounced around a little bit. All the different like industries that I've been able to kind of dip my toes into, it's all been very interesting, and I would definitely say that it rounded me out to be the producer that I am today, for sure.
Nadia is always very giving with her time and her experience. She's always willing to help out an intern or a person that's new in their career, give them guidance, help them network.
With Jared Jeffrey, I met him at an IGDA event that was being held at Full Sail, and then he and I just continued to run into each other at all the various different game conferences. Once we both started working in Austin, really connected. He's just such a great human being.
When Nadia said that she was being inducted in the Hall of Fame, I was just like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Through our careers, we've always been trying to help each other with just getting to the next step, getting to the next point. And Nadia is always looking out for me. She's awesome. She's very thoughtful.
So far, my career philosophy has always been to always make sure that you're bettering your career and also your life, right? Because that's very important. When I first started out in the games industry, work-life balance wasn't really a thing, right? But now I'm so happy to see that it is definitely pillars for a lot of big companies and small ones too. So the thing that I did is that I knew my worth and I knew what I wanted and my goals in life. And I knew that either it was going to happen at certain companies or it wasn't. So always with respect and always with grace to try to move and elevate yourself. So the induction into the Hall of Fame, I never thought in a million years that I was going to get it, because I always just generally thought that it was people who worked for, big name companies and things like that. Obviously, like, internal monologue is like, oh, they made a mistake. Like, obviously they're gonna, realize what a fraud I am and take it all back. I love that it's not just about having a successful career, but it's also about giving back to the community. How can I help the students succeed? How can I help them get their foot in the door? It's still surreal to me, but I just feel absolutely honored and, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to induct Naughty K, please welcome Senior Scrum Master at Cvent, Jared Jeffrey.
Thank you. It's my distinct honor to induct my friend, my family member, Naughty K, into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Bobby, I think you left your phone up here. Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, oh no. Oh no. Hi, everyone. Hey. So I can't wing it like some of us have. So I definitely need to have something written in front of me. Otherwise, I'll kind of go off the rails. So, hello, everyone. Such an honor to be here with the other esteemed inductees and Hall of Famers. Can we please just get a round of applause for the people who are in here? That is awesome. What a room. What a room. So everyone I've met this week has been super humble, incredibly warm, and very genuine. And I'm so grateful to be part of this family. It's amazing. So thank you all so much for your warm welcome. I'd first like to thank those for whom all of this wouldn't be possible. So Jay Noble, I know he's not here tonight, but thank you so much, Jay. And then, of course, Gary Jones. And then Platinum Creative Team, like, how amazing is that? Love you guys. Love you all so much. And then my wonderful and amazing professor, Robin Coleman. And then Katrina Green, because without her, I wouldn't have eaten. I wouldn't have known where to go. I probably would have been just wandering around in the parking lot. So thank you so much, Katrina. And then for all of those who participated and helped make this week super amazing. So thank you all so much. So looking back, oh, sorry, I think I was supposed to do this, my bad. Looking back, if you would have told my younger self that one day I have a master's degree in video games, get to work on video games, and then also travel the world because of video games, I'd have been like, all right, whatever, sure, whatever, yeah. I've often referred to my career as a choose-your-own-adventure, which I'm sure my family can attest to. It's been a lot of ups and downs, new faces and towns, and even now, a new country. But each place has definitely taught me something and made me a better person and professional. I'm able to say that I've worked on a lot of really fun projects, but more importantly, some really super cool and awesome people, some of which are here today, and of which I am so grateful for their love and support. One memory I'd like to share with everyone is with my mom. So I can't remember what year it is, but I was sitting on the couch playing God of War 3 on the PS2, and and my mom walks by, and she is watching me rip the wings off of the harpies. And my mom is like, oh my God, what are you doing? Why are you playing that? It's so violent. Why don't you try to do something else? So I have no idea, but she like left, and then she came back. No idea how long that time period was. But I sit there, and then I feel her sit down next to me. I'm like, okay, she's probably gonna talk to me more about how I shouldn't be playing this violent video game. But as I'm going there, I'm struggle busting through a level, and then my mom, all of a sudden, I hear her start saying, watch out, that guy's gonna hit you. Why did you let that guy hit you? You need to shoot him, you need to kill him. And I was like, oh my God, who is this woman? Who is she? So it was really awesome to see her go from, my God, that is a violent video game, please do something else, to don't let that guy kill you, I can't believe you let him hit you. Like, what are you doing? I could do this better. So that is such a great memory and one of my highlights. So I want to say to my mom, Amma, 너무 고마워. 아마 때문에 나 여기 있고 하고 아마 때문에 나 이 사람들 보고 Hall of Fame 안에 들어가는 거야. So for those of you who don't speak Korean, I just said, thank you, Mom, so much. It's because of you that I'm standing here and being inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I love you. I'd also like to shout out to my dad. Parenting is difficult, but parenting someone else's child is a whole different ballgame. You never, ever made me feel like I was your stepchild. And in fact, you're such a great dad that people are shocked when I tell them that you're my stepdad. So thank you so much for all the laughs. We've laughed so hard on a lot of things. And then always being the first person that I'll be able to call if I need any help. And for overall, just being there. Love you, Dad. So I knew I wanted to be in video games, but I have something called dyscalculia or dysgraphia, which is dyslexia with numbers. So obviously, like anything with engineering or design is out of the picture, and my artistic abilities is stick figures. And even some of those are a little questionable. So with that, I went into teaching, just like you saw in the video. And so I taught high school English for 2 years. Then I decided to explore the possibility of getting a game degree. Enter Full Sail. So the most appealing things about Full Sail, aside from having a game degree, was that it was a master's and it promised real world experience. And I was so serious about getting this master's degree that I quit my high-end rating guild in WoW to make sure that I could focus. Yes, and yep. For those of you who know, it's almost like a second job. So it was saying a lot. And then around month 4, I was able to be in Robin's class. I knew when I met her that she was a kind and special soul. And in her class, we learned a lot about diversity, player motivation, and understanding game design. She really opened my eyes to how it's our responsibility to bring our unique perspectives and stories to the characters and games that we could influence. Little did I know that I had gained a special place in her heart as well. I remember the first time Robin reached out to me asking if it was okay to put me in contact with students that needed some guidance or a mentor to help them after graduation. So in my head, I was like, she mistyped the email. That's not me. But obviously, she did reach out to the right person. And then after chatting with that student, I realized that I had a real passion for mentorship and making sure that the other students at Full Sail had that extra foot in the door to help them get through the industry. So hopefully over the years, I've been able to convey how much you've impacted my career and life, the magnitude of respect I hold for your opinion, and that I consider any student or person that you recommend to me to have a golden seal of approval. Two other very important people that Full Sail have brought into my life are my inductor, Jared, and his wife, Beth. I first met them at the IGDA. I feel so bad because I'm like repeating what I said in the video. But I met them at the IGDA. You know, it was a really large event, and then it's also a very fast-paced industry. So I didn't really think that I'd ever see them again. But throughout my career, I just kept running into him, and I'd like to think that I had a hand in him moving out to Austin, because like I tried to subliminal message that all the time. So fast forward to me moving back to Austin from various steps along the way. I was very grateful when they opened their home to me to let me come and crash until I found a place for myself. I strongly believe that it was during this time that our bestie achievement was unlocked. So when you live with people, it's easy to get pulled into their world. So whenever Jared is looking for Beth or wants to ask her a question, he'll call her wife. So he'll always be like, wife, so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. So after a few weeks of hearing Jared continue to call Beth wife, I find that I was also trying to call Beth, and so it came out as, what, Beth? So we had a really good hearty laugh, and now I just call her wife. So Jared and wife, thank you so much for all the laughs, for being here, for being my sounding board, for grounding me, for being my chosen family, allowing me to be my authentic self, and for helping me love myself through your love. Thanks for being the passengers on my choose my own adventure, and always making sure that I have thought about and am equipped with everything I need. And lastly, I'd like to thank my husband, Tim. I don't think you quite understood what you signed up for when we first met. You're one of the only people outside of the entertainment industry that I didn't have to explain Full Sail to, and it was because of wrestling, of all things. So, so I don't think I knew about the wrestling when I was going here for the master's program. So I love that when I brought it up, we both learned something new about the university. Thank you for being the most chill and go with the flow partner anyone could ask for. You helped me slow down and appreciate the fact that I'm one of the lucky few that gets to say that I work in video games. So to all the Full Sailors out there and those joining us online, be sure to enjoy your time here. Soak up everything you can. Build connections, never stop being curious, because we are in the craft that never sleeps. It never stops growing, it never stops changing, and it never stops surprising us. If anything, we are the few that truly understand that time flies. So thank you all so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Full Sail University President Gary Jones.
Hey, Mayor, good to see you. Where's Tremaine? Tremaine? Oh, I walked right past you. Tremaine, I know how much you love really hip shoes, so I want you to have these. From my heart to you, brother. So we have these little earpieces so we can hear the producer and people talking to us, right? And giving us cues and that sort of thing. You should have heard Eric Saperstein. What he said to me when I came off stage last time made me blush. He scolded me because I forgot to invite everybody out there that's participating and sharing on social media, Katrina, to use hashtag HOF, Hall of Fame, hashtag HOF, when you go to your social media to make sure we get a nice thread going. I'm very sorry, Eric, but you didn't have to be so mean about it. So, with this organization, Full Sail is unique. Unlike any university or institution structure I've ever seen, we manage and lead from the top down. We manage and lead from the bottom up. We manage and lead from every point in between, because every one of our 2,200-ish faculty and staff members have something to bring, some good ideas, things that make us better. But I want to take just a moment to recognize our three senior-most friends, leaders, the co-chairmen, the co-CEOs of Full Sail, John Phelps, Ed Haddock, Bill Hebner, who are here. Don't stand up yet, please. I want to talk about you for a second. These three guys have been together, friends, associates, partners, for decades. I've lost track, 30, 40 years, somewhere towards the 40-year mark, maybe longer. And the thing that is so great about their leadership is that they believe in the legacy of this institution. They believe in what we do on a daily basis. They believe in what has gone on historically, and they are fearless about leaning into the future. Look at this campus. Like, we just launched our virtual production studio, 1 of 3. Am I not supposed to say that, Casey? I'm so sorry. Recently, just this week, matter of fact, we did ribbon cutting, right? They're fearless about investing back into the infrastructure, whether it's software, replacing tired equipment, building new studios. We built a veterans center last year during COVID, for crying out loud. Yeah. And so with that kind of ownership, with that kind of leadership, and with that kind of commitment to the student experience, to providing a campus and the most extraordinary online system I've ever seen in my life, thank you, Isis Jones, a unique learning management system. Oh my goodness. It's just extraordinary. And so John, Ed, and Bill, thank you from all of us, your students, your graduates, your university, for believing so deeply in what we do here. You make all the difference in the world. Yeah, so now please stand up. Awesome, awesome. Another thank you that goes out right now is to the sponsors of Hall of Fame. These guys, these entities, these businesses, these technology companies, these friend of ours, Rick Veers, which many of them are a friend of yours too, right? These people are already engaged with us all year long in supplying, again, the technology for our various over 100 degree programs here that our students need to do the work that they want to do. So they're already engaged, but they stepped up this week and said, hey, we want to do more. Let us co-sponsor Hall of Fame with and for Full Sail. And so they did. If you'll look at the 2 screens in front of you, those are a list of those who stepped up. If you could give them a warm round of applause as a thank you. Dr. David Franco, your co-host today. If you like me even a little bit, you have got to love David Franco. That man is the epitome of taking the heart and soul of bringing the culture that you're enjoying in this award ceremony. Are you enjoying it? I don't even know. Okay, good, good, good. He is the Mac Daddy. He is the most extraordinary example of taking the culture that we all revel in to the streets, to the classrooms, to the hallways, to the students of Full Sail. He's the first guy in and the last guy out around here. He lives it, right, Larry Katz? He lives it. He just lives it. And so I just needed you to know that before I bring it back out. Now you know it, so please welcome back to the stage Dr. David Franco.
Wow. Holy cow. Woo. Woo. Thank you, Gary. It's an honor to be here as always. What a fantastic week it has been. In fact, yeah, give it up. I think we've seen the most participation from all of you, our students, faculty, and staff in the 12 years. Hall of Fame is an enriching experience, of course, for our students, faculty, staff, and of course, our alumni alike. So let's get a look in real time of what happened this week at some of what happened throughout the entire week. Take it away.
Hall of Fame, a time for professional reflection, growth, networking, making connections, and honoring our accomplished graduates. But above all, this is a time for students to learn, absorb, and focus on their career goals. We spoke to a few students attending Hall of Fame 12 to understand this event through their eyes and see just what it's like to experience this week as a student.
Hall of Fame, I feel, is just the best embodiment of what Full Sail is, just networking, really learning and growing from each other and getting to experience like new technology, new innovative ways of doing all these different things. Everyone here wants you to succeed, and like I genuinely feel like that. So it's just such a welcoming, it almost makes me tear up because I'm just like, I feel so welcome, you know, so.
Well, for me, it's all of like the events here for gaming and seeing all the alumni talk about their stories. Find that is really inspirational, and it kind of gives you everything you need to go forward.
My favorite to work on this week was Hall of Game because we got to see all the Armada kids bring in people from out of state that are online, as well as just see some alumni that stopped by.
I think my favorite part is the art stuff, making like the little beads things.
That pizza truck was amazing.
Oh, the pizza one was so good.
Silent disco is very fun. Everyone's super friendly here and very open to help you with whatever you need. So I found that like really, really helpful.
I made a cosplay, so I'm entering the cosplay contest. I'm not fully dressed because it would be a hazard. I am going to dress as Chainsaw Man, where he has a giant chainsaw as a head.
So far, I'm just like loving seeing everybody, you know, getting to connect with each other and, you know, meeting different people and engaging in like the stuff that they really like love and want to do as a career. So it's fun.
My favorite part so far has just been honestly doing all the stuff around campus, like networking. Yesterday I did the career fair, got to pass off my resume to some companies like Cirque du Soleil and Warner Media, so it was really cool. Because I'm actually an online student, I just live locally, so I don't get many chances to come here except for like big events, so it's nice to like actually get to experience campus and like everything it offers.
Having our community here, because we're all here for the same thing, like to be creative, and it's just really amazing to have that community back.
The networking that we've been doing all around Hall of Fame and campus, and helping each other as friends, because me and my friends have been helping each other building resumes and doing portfolios. We've been even doing business cards just to help each other out, and it's been like a cool experience for everyone.
I brought business cards today just in case. You never know. You never know who you're going to run into at Hall of Fame, so.
Woohoo! Yeah! Super fun to see that in real time. The students always love the pretzel truck and the pizza truck too in those videos. It's amazing. What's great is tonight's music and exit music was created by our very own students. We had over 100 submissions, and 5 winners were chosen for all of tonight's entrance and exit music. Let's have those students stand so we can recognize them and hear some of their music. Where are you guys? Right there in the front. Woohoo! Yeah. Woohoo! Fist bump. Very good job. Awesome. Wow, great work. Beautiful. Surrounded by such talent. I love it. Tonight's announcer is also a student from the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. Let's say hello to Austin Dillingham. Say hello, Austin. Hey, Austin, you're on mute. I know how that feels.
Okay. Happens to the best of us, right, Dr. Dave? No, happy to be here. It's an honor. Congratulations to all the inductees.
Fantastic. Give it up for Austin. Thank you. You have a much better voice than I, Austin. Very good. We also have 11 online students with us tonight that won an essay contest answering the question, what would attending the 12th Annual Hall of Fame mean to you? We received over 331 submissions, so congratulations on being picked to join us. Could our 11 online students stand up? In the back there. Hey, guys. Woo! Now I want to just share a few other accolades from the past 2 years. Newsweek named Full Sail one of America's best online learning schools of 2022. Jackie. Jack says he believes me. All right. In Animation Career Review, ranking the top 10 animation bachelor's program in the U.S., and Full Sail was ranked number 1. In the Variety 2021 Entertainment Impact Report, Full Sail was ranked as one of the top 50 film schools and instructors from around the world, and Full Sail grad and film instructor Carl Verna was highlighted. Thank you, Carl. In 2021, the National Center for Simulation inducted our buddy Rob Caddo, who's our program director for Game Design Masters and Simulation and Visualization Bachelors, into the Modeling and Simulation Hall of Fame. Robbo, please stand. There he is. Robbo. Super proud of you, Rob. Through our relationship with Orlando Health, 50,000, yeah, Orlando Health in the house. $50,000 in scholarships were awarded to Armada students at the end of last year. Thank you, Orlando Health, for that. On Tuesday, we celebrated our brand new lab here on campus. We celebrated the official opening of our new virtual production studio with our ribbon cutting. Virtual production uses software packages to marry computer graphics along with live action footage in real time. It would allow our students and partners to tell stories in even more creative ways, and I know everybody in here cannot wait to use it, right? Woo! Gary's going to use it. This one just came hot off the presses. I just received this backstage. It's a good one. You're going to love it. Our current show production student, Gary Fleming, was the grand prize winner of ACT Entertainment's Grand MA3 Lighting Programming Contest. This national contest had entries from multiple universities and was judged by 6 industry professionals. Here you'll see his winning digital lighting and design entry. And you got to see, look at that. Woo! Good job, Gary. And if that wasn't enough, he's here now working on this very Hall of Fame. Let's give it up in the back. There he is, Garen. Hey, buddy. I wanted to give a big shout out and hello to everyone in the Fortress who's watching us live. And don't forget that after the ceremony, we have the huge student block party in the Fortress. So I'll be over there shortly, and everyone, stay put. We've got a lot more show to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayor of Winter Park, Florida, the Honorable Phil Anderson.
Wow. This is frickin' amazing. Holy cow. You know, it really blows you away to know that y'all are out here, you know, really bringing in the next century. You know, I'm over in Winter Park protecting the last century. But, boy, it is really a pleasure to be here. I am so honored to be a part of your celebration for Full Sail University and its annual Hall of Fame. I want to thank you to Full Sail, your students, your faculty, and for everything you do to take the human experience in new directions. And I really want to thank those of you who built whatever game my 2 sons have been playing for the last 2 years. They don't do phone. They don't do the phone thing, but they do online gaming. And from Bozeman, Montana to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, that's how my 2 sons stayed in touch during the last 2 years. So I want to thank you. But I'm really here to join the celebration. And in recognition of this great event and your honorees, I'm proud to proclaim March 10th, 2022 as Full Sail University Hall of Fame Day in the Winter Park community. Woo! And it comes with a proclamation suitable for framing. So I'm going to read this very quickly. Whereas Full Sail University is a tremendous community partner, adding to the vibrant quality of life in Winter Park, celebrating decades of continuously providing a one-of-a-kind, innovative, award-winning education centered on supporting its students while helping to propel its graduates into their careers in the ever-expanding world of entertainment, media, arts, and technology. And whereas Full Sail provides an education like no other institution in the world by offering immersive teaching methods in both real-world production studios and classrooms, as well as an unmatched online learning environment. And whereas Full Sail is honoring its most distinguished graduates and Hall of Fame inductees, Stephanie Dawson, Bobby Jones, and I'll bring your phone back, Natty Kay, Phil Palin, Justin Rathbun, and Tom Todia. Woo! Now, therefore, I, Philip Anderson, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Winter Park in the state of Florida, do hereby proclaim Thursday, March 10th, 2022 as Full Sail University Hall of Fame Day. Congratulations. Thank you for all that you do for our community and for my sons.
Ed Haddock, before Phil Anderson became mayor, you told me, you know, Gary, you need to know Phil Anderson. He's really a good man, and he's a very excellent leader. And by golly, you were right. Phil, Mayor Anderson, it's just been such a privilege to get to know you, the way you lead and the way you care about others as you move forward with the leadership of our city. And I'm humbled and grateful for who you are and what you do for all of us last generation folks. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Hall of Fame members, current, 6 new inductees today, which all of you know at this point. I don't have enough words to tell you about how meaningful your relationship is to all of us at Full Sail, our current students, to me, to everybody, the faculty, the staff. You bring such vibrant new information to us from the front lines of our industries that we serve. You bring a soulful approach to every conversation. You're thoughtful, you're wise, you're just simply good human beings about the business of doing good work and respecting others. And there's nothing in this world that could be better than that, in my humble opinion. And so before I ask you to stand and be recognized, I just wanted to do one thing, a symbolic thing. There was a time, this is a brief story, there was a time when you came to us to seek knowledge, to seek an understanding of the industries that you guys want to be in, to seek advice on where to find jobs in those industries. You came to us seeking to elevate your quest in life. And look at the beauty of life. Here we are asking the same of you today. Would you help us with your wisdom? Would you help us know what the current things in these industries and in this world are that our students should be focused on today, and that your institution, and it is your institution, by the way, that your institution should be thinking about and providing. So Stephen Barris, this is a nod to your leadership on the incredible series Game of Thrones, and we're very excited about the prequel you're working on right now to Game of Thrones. And so, yeah. And so, channeling our Game of Thrones knowledge, when it's time to pass respect, you bend the knee to the new king or the new leader. So we at Full Sail bend the knee to you. You forgot to stand. Stand up. All 66, 72 of you, stand up and be recognized. Woo-hoo! Heroes, heroes, I tell you. Speaking of heroes, you may not remember this, but there was a thing that happened, a pandemic in 2020 and 2021, and it wreaked havoc on our world, didn't it? In every imaginable way. So I'm here to tell you that Full Sail was unable to survive that pandemic as an institution, as a higher institution of learning. Instead, the staff, the faculty, our current students during these 2 years, and all of you graduates insisted that we thrive through the pandemic. Thrive. Thrive. You did it with courage, you did it with tenacity, you did it with commitment. You rolled this institution from a place-based educational home for about 5,000 students, campus students, into totally virtual learning over a long weekend. Come on! Over a long weekend. Our students stayed. They remained committed to their dreams and their graduation dates and plowed forward, believing that the industries would still be there waiting for them on the other end of this crazy, tragic thing. They continued. There were no layoffs at Full Sail University. People continued moving forward. And once we saw how great we were doing, our faculty and staff, especially our virtual, our online educators, said, Gary, it's not the same for the rest of the world out there, especially the public school systems that are under-equipped and weren't ready for this. Many of those teachers have never taught online before. We have to stand with them. What can we do? They said, we know what to do. We're going to put together weekly tutorial webinars, free webinars for K through 12 teachers across the face of our nation, and offer it to them every single week. We'll take questions, we'll have discussion groups, we'll share our knowledge that we've gathered since 2008 when we entered the virtual world, and we will share everything we know with them to help them create engaging content and better serve their students during this very difficult time. And wait. And the co-chairman said, hey, why don't we go ahead and put together some scholarship money to enable some of those K through 12 teachers to come and take our Instructional Design and Technology Master's Program, which is a program that's designed to help teachers leverage technology in their classrooms. Let's put together $1 million in scholarships to help those people come our way. And so we did. And then throughout our healthcare agencies around the community, our master's degree students worked hand in hand with Advent Health, Orlando Health, to help them bridge the gap. Our students, with their teachers, rapidly designed a way to train ER nurses, ICU nurses, virtually, because the hospitals were no longer to bring students into their hospitals due to COVID exposures. In a fraction of the time that it took to do this, we partnered. Another thing we did with our leading health agencies in the region is when hospital beds became scarce and people were afraid the hospitals would become overrun, our master's degree students worked with their teachers, partnered with our healthcare professionals around this region, and developed a way for a central communication system to be brought online. Am I right about that, Isis? Close? Close. So that ER drivers could communicate in real time about where these hospitals were. So that's close. Virtual visualization of the occupants of ICU beds, occupancy of ICU beds. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership on that, Isis Jones. So, thank you, Orlando Health. Thank you for all of our necessary essential workers that stood in the gap for all of us. At Full Sail, thank you for the essential workers that kept this campus alive, the lights on, ready and waiting for us to return. And man, is it good to be back. Well done. So 2 nights ago, Tuesday night, we inducted Dr. Pat Bishop into the Icon Award Club at Full Sail University. Every year, one individual is chosen that represents a front-facing, amazing job of pioneering and leading. Well, let me read it to you. So here's what the Icon Award is about. The Icon Award honors industry icons who serve to inspire countless others with the commitment to sharing their success for the benefit of those who wish to follow in the icon's footsteps. Additionally, this award recognizes those who have truly given a wealth of heart and dedication to the faculty, staff, student body, and graduates of Full Sail University. And so Pat was recognized. Let's see a little brief video that went into that ceremony.
Pat's fearlessness led her to take on a challenge out of love for her students and faculty. And this is what an icon does. We were witnessing student heroes from around the country having a Full Sail education experience. Pat launched the first online degree for Full Sail, and she was fearless and energized. From her first fearless steps, our online community now boasts 17,000 students. Even now, Pat is breaking ground by being the first woman to receive this award. It's amazing.
We love you, Pat Bishop. You're here, I'm not sure well, but if you could stand, we'd love to just thank you in person. There you are. Awesome. Whew, what a night, huh? What a lot to celebrate. Let's welcome back Orlando's Poet Laureate. Sean, welcome.
Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. Today is a gift of God, which is why we call it the present. Bill Keane. Can't help but kick off these poems with these quotes. An estimate of how you will spend your future right now keeps fading into the background with millions of memories. The gift of time is in your hands. Talents like soft ceramic on a potter's wheel, spinning with time like earth, like molding this present gift is so priceless. Idly passing it by just might be crimes against your own humanity. It is the shortest distance between yesterday and tomorrow, yet the strongest instance predicting tomorrow and forever. What do you want to do forever? What decorates your soul with Christmas lights that will leave your neighbors blinded? Find it now. Taking serious the now makes a Phil Palin later, or a Justin Rathman with favor. Now is what Tom Todia must have had to now have every right to brag. It is always all we will ever have. Protect that egg like a hen. Today you've never seen before and will never see again. If you believed in this gift, let all the Creator's people say, amen.
My business is such a lifestyle that I've become accustomed to. If I had to go work for someone else, I would be fired. Are you kidding me? I would be the worst employee because I'm so used to doing what I want. I wake up when I want. I mean, I have deadlines. I still have to work, but I do it on my terms. I am a brand strategist, which means I help people position, build, and promote their brands all over the world. I love what I do. If you had asked me, Phil, what's your dream career if you could choose anything, it would probably be what I do now. Because if I had to sum up what I love most about it, it's the fact that in this job, I get unprecedented access to the most fascinating people. All different industries from different countries. I learn so much. I feel like I've worked in what feels like almost every industry at all different levels. I could be working with someone who is just getting started in their industry with lots of enthusiasm and curiosity to learn. And the next minute I'm, advising world leaders or ex-White House staffers that are building their brands. And it's crazy how many people keep me in their orbit, and I feel really humbled by that. Even in high school, I loved drama, which is not a shocker to anyone. As I got to university, I stayed in Canada for my undergraduate degree. I was keen on studying media, broadcast journalism. I started to do radio, and we even created at the university a TV program, actually that still exists to this day. The first day of college, the first day I met my dear friend Lauren.
When Phil tells you this story, he's gonna tell everyone that we met on the first day of college, which sounds great, but in fact, we met on the second day of college at university in Canada.
And I don't know what it was. We were best friends from the minute that we met. And we took a lot of the same classes. We spent a lot of time together as friends, but also it wasn't long after that we started to work together on projects.
It was really the first time that we got to dip our toes in the water of what we'd eventually be doing together for the rest of our careers.
I am so happy to have Lauren as my inductor. Listen, I'll take all the credit for it. I'm the face of the brand, but she's the brains behind this operation, okay? She really runs the show.
He always sees the potential in everyone around him, and really in me. There's something really freeing about being able to work with someone who really sees you for who you are and who embraces it.
Full Sail is probably the closest thing to home that I have, right? I mean, I live out of a suitcase for the most part. To come back here really feels like homecoming. To see familiar faces, friends that, are just so amazing and so accomplished and so humble. I just love the culture that exists at Full Sail. I mean, it's just so important to me to make sure that I'm showing up, that I'm available, and that I can give even a little piece of guidance or affirmation to someone who's maybe not as confident or in those early stages of building a career or a brand. People say, Phil, thank you so much for all you do for Full Sail. I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? I come back here, I'm embraced. Full Sail is so incredible at making me feel special and appreciated that it's the best of all worlds. I'm so humbled to be joining this amazing group of esteemed, accomplished, incredible people. To be in this group, many of them have become close friends. It just feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to induct Phil Pallen, please welcome brand strategist at Phil Pallen Collective, Lauren Moore.
Hi, everyone. I wasn't planning on going off script, but the other inductors have set a really high bar, so I guess I kind of have to. For the past 10 years, I have seen Phil dedicate his life to helping others earn the recognition that they deserve. And it is so amazing to finally see Phil get that recognition himself tonight. I don't want to, really go for the pun here, but I have to. It's about time. Now, before I invite Phil up to the stage, some of Phil's friends wanted to give some recognition to his amazing work.
Congratulations, Phil. I feel so happy, proud, and not so surprised because I firmly believe you deserve the Full Sail University Hall of Fame Award. In all these years of knowing you and having you work on so many of my projects, I've learned 3 key elements from you. Number 1, show your work with absolute creative courage. Number 2, trust the unknown. Number 3, no matter what, never lose your sense of humor, even during a chaos. Thank you for your work, Phil. Today I celebrate you along with many others.
Hi, Phil. Congratulations on being inducted into Full Sail's Hall of Fame. It's incredible, and you are incredible. I still remember the day I met you at that conference, and I felt so freaking drawn to you. I knew I needed to work with you. And ever since then, 2.5 years later, you have changed my business and you have changed my life. And the whole world should know about Phil Pallen. Congratulations on this accomplishment. No one deserves it more than you.
Hi, Phil. It's Judy. Congratulations on winning the Hall of Fame award this year from Full Sail University. What a great accomplishment. You know, you and I met 9 years ago in 2013 when you were first starting to build your clientele and I was first starting to build my artist development company and needed a marketing brand specialist. Well, I found the best. The impact you have made on my business and the way I look at branding has been so meaningful in its continuous development. And the way I'm seen and heard throughout the industry, I have you to thank for always making sure that I was portrayed authentically. And along the way, wow, we had a lot of fun. And as you can see, I'm a good student. Even my yoga mat now has branding on it. So from your biggest fan, from someone who is proud to call you my friend, I love you and congratulations.
He means more to me than words can describe, and it is my honor to induct the one and only Phil Pallen into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Yeah, this feels good. Thank you. Some of you said, well, Phil, this is going to be easy. You speak for a living. This is very different than what I do for a living. It is so amazing to be recognized in this way. It's incredible to be standing here. I think I've had dreams of this. I've had daydreams of this, every possible dream. Like, I have gone through this moment, and it's finally here, and I can't believe it. How on earth do I encompass or summarize what Full Sail means to me in a sentence or two? That's really tough. A lot of people might not know this, but I discovered Full Sail a long, long time ago. We got time for a story, right? We got time for a little story? I was 12 years old. I had just started middle school. And shout out to Albert College in Belleville, Ontario. They had an international school fair. And I was in the youngest class. They brought us all in because it was a big deal. And I walked into this gymnasium and thought, wow, I hadn't really started to think about what I wanted to do for university. I was in grade 7. And I walked in there and I looked around and I thought, okay, this is cool. Math, science. Wait a second, what's that in the back corner? The biggest, fanciest, splashiest booth? Where I could study, wait a second, where I can study what people do for fun? Video games, movies, television. Wait, it gets better, that's not even it. In the place my family went on vacation every year, where there's no snow. That was my introduction to Full Sail. It took some patience and some waiting for the right moment. I'm very proud to say that Full Sail has now been a significant part of the majority of my life. And as I said in the video, I love to take credit for things, but I cannot stand here without giving some shout outs, some specific mentions of people that have had a huge, huge impact
in me getting to this exact moment where I stand right now. The first one, are you ready for it? It's going to go to Katrina Green, who I have known for longer than half of my life. Katrina, I remember every detail of every moment when I finally made it to Florida and sat in your admissions office, and I just knew that this was going to be my future. And I'm so grateful for you, and I'm grateful to have you as a friend. There are some people at Full Sail that I have to name specifically because they are hugely impactful. Those people are Jess Pollock, Pat Remington, Alexander Repetto, who is here, Ken DiGilio, who showed me branding is probably what I should do, Josh Mora, who gave me a huge opportunity to kickstart all of this, and Tracy Wu, you get a shout out too, okay? All of you know, because I've told you, but I mean it when I say you've made a significant impact on me, and I thank you. I've made some Full Sail friends after graduating. Friends like Heather Torres, Danielle Dawson, Carol O, who I know is streaming this with wine in Brazil. Peter Jervis, I have just loved getting to hang out with you the last few months leading up to this. We're friends now, we're gonna be lunching. Donna Dowlis, you are here, and I am so proud to have you here in my VIP section. Oh, yeah. I also need to name specifically some incredible people in leadership roles at Full Sail that are personal friends. You've heard it before, but the culture that exists here, as I said in that video, I mean it. It is unlike anywhere else. Gary Jones, Isis Jones, Dave Franco, Nell Thompson, Jay Noble, we miss you, but we know you're streaming as well, and we're thinking about you. Craig Daly, Kenny Goldstone, John Phelps. Thank you to all of you for seriously inspiring me and making a huge impact. Damn it, I'm gonna lose the bet. Someone just won some bets, or is about to. Pat Bishop. Whew. Pat, you know how important you are to me. You are my bestie. Thank you for your mentorship, your friendship, and for all of our adventures. We are just getting started with those, by the way. Thank you. The fact that we get to share this week together is something I will remember and cherish for my entire life. Thank you. I did not cry. Did you notice that? Just pointing that out. So maybe actually the bets didn't go as planned. I think we should give a shout out now to Sue Palin. Doesn't that feel like the right moment to do this? Mom, stand up, stand up. Yeah, get up. I know you hate this, but you gotta do it, Mom. My mom, we love her. Not just me, Mom, it's everyone here. You've earned the nickname Hoff Mom. That pretty much says it all. Thank you. I know I get a little bossy at times, but I love you, I appreciate you, and take all this in, because we're doing it together. Some other family, Kevin is here. Kevin helped me pay for my tuition to Full Sail. Listen, thank you for that and for all of the support you've given me over the years. Javi, my sister Kristen, Gamby and Gumper, my grandfather gets a shout out right now, 87 years old and is streaming this live from Canada. I definitely got my charisma genes from him, so give him some love as well. Finally, for shout-outs, my team and my clients, and specifically this lovely lady right over here. It is so fun. Normally I come here and Lauren mans the fort for the week of Hall of Fame because I ignore my inbox, I ignore everything except for all of you for the entire week, and the fact that you get to be here and share in this. You deserve this. You deserve this recognition because none of this would have happened or would be here without you. So thank you. Here's what I've realized. Everyone here at Full Sail is a risk taker. We're pursuing dreams that, quite frankly, might not work out. We're choosing to study subjects that aren't safe. We're doubling down on our own ability to create a career of meaning. Here's what I've learned. Every risk we take in life is softened when you surround yourself with people who see you for who you are. People who believe in your potential, who hear your dream, and then challenge you to do more. This is what Full Sail has given me. The firm belief that everyone has the ability to build a career and a life that they love. The trust that my career would unfold exactly how it was supposed to. The motivation to take leaps where I didn't know if I would fall or fly. The community that is so familiar and meaningful that it feels like home. I'm here, my purpose is to challenge you to push, jump, and fight for the career of your dreams. It's what Full Sail has inspired me to do, and I am only just getting started. Thank you.
For me, like the 2.5 hours is like the zen part of my day. Like when I get behind that desk, mixing the show is the easy part. It's dealing with all the outside stuff that is the most challenging. As the head audio engineer on Hamilton, I'm responsible for many, many things. I really feel like getting it right, you know, right in front of you is very important, and it's a big challenge for me. But if the audience is great, then you're still going to have a great show. So there's a lot of variables to making it all work and making that magic happen. My first experience with sound was back when I had first picked up the guitar. I got to the point where we had played several different gigs and the sound was never right. I realized that there was a void there where there were a lot of people that were out there doing live sound that really didn't know what they were doing. So at that point, I started investigating into schools for that and came across Full Sail. I started in the recording arts degree, and I was over there. We were over there for a while, and I was seeing some of the show production guys doing all the setup and tear down and all the special event live sound, live production things, and I was like, this is what I want to do. So it was at that point that I decided to transition into the show production department. Back in the early 2000s, Acme Sound Partners was a fairly large name as far as sound design here in New York City. They called and said, well, we need somebody to go take over the Dirty Rotten Scoundrels first national tour. Would you be interested in doing that? And this is a golden opportunity to work with these guys, and I still, to this day, do not regret going back out on the road with them, because it has really led to where I am today.
I met Justin when he was hired to mix for my old partnership. I was a member of Acme Sound Partners, but we really got to know each other when he came back to New York and took over on the Broadway musical In the Heights. And that's where Justin and I became real colleagues and compatriots in making theater here in the city.
I was one of the few people that he kind of took along with him when he decided to go off in his own direction. And that was amazing, and I'm kind of honored that he would even consider me for such things. He's great. He was at my wedding. He was there when I proposed to my wife. He's been there for a lot of important milestones in my professional career.
Engineers don't get a lot of opportunity to be honored. There's not a lot of awards for live sound engineering. It just doesn't exist. So that, Full Sail has found a way to recognize him and how important he's been to the industry in his relatively young career, and has been part of so many big Broadway productions and has done so much good work in such a short time. I think feels really appropriate and exciting, and yeah, it was thrilling to hear about that.
Being able to create something that's only going to happen once, and in that moment in time, if you can get it just right, if that millisecond in time you can just get it right, is so rewarding to me. And whether it be a reaction of a laugh, whether it be a reaction of a cry, whether it be a reaction of, oh God, what just happened? Generating that emotional response literally at your fingertips is kind of amazing to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screens as Justin Rathbun is inducted into our Hall of Fame by sound designer Nevin Steinberg.
Hi, Justin. I'm so sorry I can't be there with you and your colleagues at the induction today, but I just wanted to let you know that we don't get a chance to tell each other how important we are to each other very often. And I'm going to take this opportunity to make sure that you know how much I value you and your contributions to my work, my career, and my life, and all of the shows we've done together. You should be very proud of this honor. I am very proud of you. Congratulations. It is my honor to induct Justin Rathbun into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Congratulations, brother. Well done.
Oh, man. I'm not going to cry during my speech, but I almost cried during that. I have prepared remarks because, as you can imagine, I'm usually behind the scenes, not in front of the microphone, so this is very different for me. Thank you so much, and I'm so incredibly honored to be here today. I must say it's nice to have my name spelled correctly on all of this content. During my graduation ceremony 21 years ago, my name was misspelled on all of the graphics, and I'm talking all of them. Go figure, you pay a ridiculous amount of money to go to school and then somebody misspells your name. My classmates and my instructors got a kick out of it, and I hold no grudges, I promise. I'd like to thank Nevin for that wonderful introduction, for the time that he's been able to spend on this Hall of Fame process. He's an incredibly busy and talented designer, and for him to even spare a moment of that is incredibly touching. Of course, thank you to my mom and dad, who are right over there, for supporting me through school and ever since. You guys are both rock stars, and I appreciate and love you both so very much. I wouldn't be here at all this week without the love and support of my wife, Christine, my daughter, Elizabeth, and our newest and most recent addition, Catherine, who is 18 days old today. 18 years. Yeah, I got a while for that, right? And I'm very grateful that my wife even allowed me to come down here, especially with a 2.5-year-old and newborn to take care of. Thank you to my mother-in-law, Yvonne, for helping with our new little family while I'm away. I miss them very, very much, and Dada will be home soon. I'd also like to give a shout out to all 3 of my classmates who unfortunately could not be here today, Mark Betcher, Nate Bloom, and Brianne Heights. Yes, I had a total of 4 people in my class. Needless to say, we got all the information that we wanted and needed from our instructors, and we're each very successful in the career paths we have chosen. I'd also like to give a shout out to the audio team at Hamilton on Broadway. Thank you for covering me while I'm here. Special thanks to several of my Full Sail instructors and collaborators. Tink Abraham, Mark Johnson, Susan Keller, Mike Stewart, Dana Round, Sean McCune, Dave Dean, who are not only instructors, but friends. Last but not least, I'd like to thank Bethany Williams for all of her communication and wrangling of me during this process, as well as the Platinum Creative team here at Full Sail. They were amazing in all the production elements that we did in the ramp up to this, and I'm truly impressed by their professionalism, knowledge, and camaraderie. I could go on with the thank yous for the rest of the evening, but I'll stop there. I do want to take this opportunity to speak to the students that are watching right now. You will find that during your career, there are a multitude of people that will contribute to your success. Even the smallest amount of applied knowledge gained from someone else can instantly propel you from being the novice to a respected professional. I really do want to encourage all the students here that there is a light at the end of the tunnel when you graduate, and that you will most likely have to charge at it. If I had one message for you today, it would be this: Full Sail will give you the keys to the career, and the keys only. You are the one that drives the bus after you get those keys. Take advantage of every opportunity, be it learning or socially, that you may have here at school. Use your instructors, get to know them, get the knowledge from them. Some of them have been doing this for longer than you've been alive and have an incredible amount of real-world experience to share. Some of that isn't in the curriculum. Ask questions, get to know the history of your profession. Know that technology changes daily, and that means that even the information that was taught while in school may not be the same when you graduate. That being said, you will learn so much more when you get your first job, your second job, your third job. You get the idea. Acquire that knowledge. I can assure you that while you are introduced to most of the basic and advanced techniques and procedures, an in-class setting is not always the best way to absorb that information, and will not totally prepare you for all the situations you may encounter. Find that ability to critically assess your situation and use the data you have available to address it. Full Sail is the foundation of your career, the base. Know that you have to go out and earn the respect of the folks in your industry. It's not automatically given. Getting into the industries of every program represented here today is tough. Hard work, a passion for your craft, dedication, and even more hard work will pay off. Once again, thank you for having me, and I'm so proud to be representing the show production folks here at Hall of Fame 2022. Thanks.
No one in the family was allowed to touch Uncle Joe's equipment, but one day I got into trouble for playing with his 31 band EQ, and he walked into the room and my aunt said, "Don't touch that stuff, that's Uncle Joe's." And Uncle Joe said, "No, it's okay, Tom can use it." They said, "Why are you gonna let him play with that?" He said, "He's not playing with it, he's using it. Look at what he's doing. He's actually fascinated by it." And since that day, he was right. I love technology almost as much as I love sound. Getting to work in a career where I have access to high-end and new technology all the time that someone else is responsible for paying for is an absolute dream. Even at a young age, I knew that I wanted to revolve my life around sound and technology. It just took a long time to figure out how that was going to work.
Listening to music with Tom is an interesting exercise. You peek behind the curtains. Sometimes it's not as much fun for the listener, I think. But he is an audiophile. Tom likes the sound of sound. He's in the pursuit of audio experience. I've seen him go to a football game, not to enjoy the game, but to capture the audio of the moments or the crowd. He's one of the few people that sometimes is turned backwards to the action on the field. He loves audio, and that was really brought up here and manifested itself during his time at Full Sail University as a student and then eventually as faculty.
So just after I got out of school, my first job was an internship at Crescent Moon Studios in Miami. And I'll never forget that internship. I spent as much time there as I was allowed to until they would basically ask me to leave. And I made a habit of getting there close to an hour early every morning just because I didn't ever want to be late. A little neurotic, but it worked. So when I was just finishing my internship at Crescent Moon Studios, there was an engineer there. His name was Bob Rosa. He told me that he was opening his own recording studio and would I like to come and work for him. He taught me some really important lessons. The first night that I was working with Bob in the studio, and I remember around 8 p.m. asking Bob and saying, you know, some friends of mine are meeting up. Do you know what time we're going to stay here till? He stared at me and he turned around to his desk, his back to me, and he didn't answer me. As years went on, I realized how important that lesson was, is that we're part of a project. We're part of a production. We work as a team and we leave as a team, or we wait until the project is done at the end of the night. I was part of a production team that really never stopped. I would get comments from people that I knew like, this is crazy. How can you work like this? And I thought, what do you mean? I'm lucky. I know people that are looking for work and I'm so busy I can't do anything but work. So I felt very privileged at the time. After a few years, the hours were just more than I was willing to do. I came to a point where I realized even if I could become as prosperous as someone like Bob was, I would probably still be working those same hours. And although I loved working in the studio, it just wasn't the right thing for me at that point. So I made the decision to move on, which was extremely difficult because I absolutely love working in the recording studio. It was like walking away from a dream. How could you do that? But sometimes you have to recalibrate, and that's what I did. I've been playing video games my entire life, since I was a little kid. Never thought that maybe I could do what I did in the studio on video games, but I realized there was so many connections between the two that it was certainly worth a try. And it's something that I share with people as often as I can that are in our industry, that there are infinite number of ways to recalibrate and reinvent yourself with your prior knowledge and make something new out of it. The old Turkish quote, which is one of my favorite quotes ever, which says, no matter how far down the wrong road you've traveled, just turn back. And that was what I had to do. But I don't regret anything about it because it taught me so much about working with people and about how you can push yourself further than maybe you had ever realized.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to induct Tom Todia, please welcome curriculum writer at Google, Mike Connor.
Thank you so much to everybody at Full Sail University for this week, this experience. I get to share it with my dear friend and all of the colleagues that I've worked with as an instructor here. You're all beautiful. I love you guys. Thank you. But I just have to say, I've been hearing about the family, but I think it's more like it's like a multiversity. It's so huge what we've become. And those of us who have left to pursue other things, I take Full Sail with me. I told Gary that the other night. I'm like, you're with me. You're with us on the journey. So thank you to everybody involved with this place. We love this place. We all do. It is humbling for me to ask, first of all, for permission, by the power invested in me by Rebecca Todia and the Todia family. It is my utmost honor to induct my friend and colleague, Mr. Tom Todia, into the Full Sail University Hall of Fame.
Wow. Did I say wow?
You said wow.
This is crazy. This is Through the Looking Glass. Here I am. It's now time. Thank you, Mike, so much for that introduction. Mike teared up a little bit. I don't know if you saw that, so he lost the bet. I am next. It's coming for sure. In that video that they just played of me, I wasn't sure which cuts were going to be added to that when we did that video. And one of the things that I said was about being an hour early to one of my first jobs ever, no matter what. I have to point that out, that on Monday was the day that I was being introduced with my 5 fellow colleagues, and I was 25 minutes late to that introduction. It's the first thing I had to do this week. I'm not joking. And I want to say right now to Sherry, Patrick had nothing to do with that. I want everyone to know that. He paged me 5 times, texted me 5 times, and anyway. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I have some notes to make sure that I stay on track, but before I even look at these, I want you to know that I was an educator here for close to 14 years. The reason why I say that is because all of us are educators. All of us that work in film, in TV, in radio, in movies, in graphic arts, in video games, in design, we are all educators, and we're all students all the time. And the educators that taught me when I went back to school here a while ago, I came here originally because I fell in love with gear in the same way that I fell in love with music at a very young age. And that's not unique. It felt unique to me, but as I got older, I realized everyone loves music. It's there for us in all of our moments. It's there when we're heartbroken, when we're happy, when we're sad, when we're angry. It supplies love, it supplies emotion. It means so much, and I knew at a young age all I wanted to do was be around it. Not be a musician, just be in the room with the musicians, be there when they performed. And I heard about this school, Full Sail, and I thought I could actually just handle gear, equipment and gear and expensive gear, and spend time around amazing musicians, like personal concerts that I got to be part of. Nothing sounded more exciting to me. So I came here to school and I loved the gear. I was one of the people that loved the overnight labs. 1 to 5 a.m., we would have labs in the studio. 5 to 9 a.m., we would have labs in the studio. And then sometimes lecture at 9 a.m. immediately after that. People who I knew thought that's the craziest way to exist in a school. How could you do that? I was so excited by it. It felt like such an outside rebellious thing, and it just took me places, and I never forget that. If you have a chance to do overnight labs, do them. Ask to be invited to one if you haven't had one before. They mean a lot, and they also prepare you for what happens when you get out of here. I want to take a moment and mention, there's so many people that I want to mention and thank, because honestly, this doesn't really feel much like it's about me. It feels so much about the people that helped me get here, and I've had a lot of help. Since I was very young, I've had a lot of help. There are a lot of educators in this room right now that meant a lot to me, and I can't say every single name because it would take too long. But if you are currently or were ever an educator of any kind, please do me a favor and just stand up. And let's all applaud those people right now. There's a lot of you in here, all of you, please. Oh. Full Sail isn't just about teaching students. It's about mentorship. Mentorship never ends. It's like that word networking. We hear it a lot. We wonder what it really means. But you'll know as time goes on. I am insanely humbled by this. I'm excited by this, but the excitement is really nothing compared to the humility I feel. And why is that? Because of the people that have come before me in this group, the caliber of the people in this group. I just thought, you gotta be kidding me. I'm one of them now? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's very humbling. And even more so than that, all the graduates that I know, that I've worked with over the years, that have done incredible things, that also deserve to be on this stage right now as well. That's humbling, just to think you might be picked out of that group. It's amazing, and it hits me very, very hard. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge all the people that make this happen. Platinum Creative, the leadership at school, the teachers, everyone that makes this happen. If you look above us, there's lights, there's LEDs. Someone dragged this piano here physically. It hasn't been played yet, but it's a beautiful lacquered thing right there. There are people running around with cameras, streaming this to other people live. It takes a lot of effort to do this. I know, because I've spent my time doing that kind of work. And if we could all just give a round of applause to the people that are doing that. Thank you. Thank you. And to the Platinum people that made that video, thank you so much for having both my wife and Hank, our dog, in that video. Two of the most important people in the world. My children and mom are here too. I will talk about them. I'm not leaving them out. I spent a lot of time working in recording studios in the beginning of my career, and it was a dream. It was beyond a dream, and I was lucky enough to hook up with some people that were very busy, so I got to tag along. You know, the music industry can be a little bit like a shark. where the shark eats and there's smaller fish that follow the shark and pick up bits. That's kind of the way music tends to work. And I was lucky to be around some really big sharks. So I had some great projects that I got involved with. But I transitioned my career like lots of us, like many people who spoke up here today before I got here. I had no idea I would ever get into video games. I've played video games since the Atari was in stores, because I'm older than most of you. Yes, the original, yeah, I had an Atari. I've loved games my whole life, but the idea of doing that for a living, it just never really occurred to me until much later in my career. And I want to acknowledge that a little bit because my business partner and also a dear friend is here. He traveled down from Atlanta. Chris Latham, will you stand up? Where are you? Yeah, there he is. Chris is like 8'9", so he didn't really have to stand up. You would have seen him anyway, but he did, and thank you for doing that. Chris and I started working together late nights for free when we were teaching here, doing some game audio production. We just wanted to learn how it worked. And it was the most complicated thing I ever did in my life. Little story, he and I was trying to make sound work inside this game engine that we got a hold of, and there was a plane, and we wanted to make the sound of the plane engine happen. So when it took off, you would hear it. And this was our goal, just to make this one sound work in this game. And it took weeks. We just couldn't do it. We tried everything. We were pulling the system apart. And then one day, we did it. It worked. The plane engine sound made sound in the game, and we heard it. It was fascinating. And then the plane took off, and the sound just stayed in this invisible place, and it didn't work. And it was like, oh. The point of that little story is that the frustration of that was so extreme, most people probably would have thought, well, don't do that for a living. That's got to be a terrible thing to do. But Chris and I are very simpatico. The next thing we said immediately, we weren't taking a break, how are we going to make it stick to the plane? Let's start digging through that right now. Making games is the hardest game I've ever played, and I absolutely love it. And also to that point, I want to acknowledge some counterparts of mine, some friends that are joining me here in the audience that work with me at EA, one of whom was a student here, got a master's degree. Darren and Ryan, will you guys both please just stand up for a second? Do it and let everybody clap for them. The reason why I wanted to embarrass them for a moment along with me is because, we work in teams. The work that we do takes a lot of people to get it right. And one thing I would love to say to graduates and fellow alumni and people who are about to get out into the world is that don't only concentrate on yourself. You're going to be on teams of people that are smarter and better and faster than you. And at some point, you're going to get paid to learn at an accelerated rate instead of the other way around. And you're going to be around just these amazing characters that always lift you up, always make you feel proud to be part of a really awesome team. And something I think we should all acknowledge is to learn to celebrate other people, not just yourself. I've seen people refer to this as like a Kool-Aid effect. You're always being positive, always telling somebody how great they are. You don't really mean it. That's not true. Don't be cynical. You're surrounded by people doing amazing things. Say that to them, acknowledge it, ask them if they could help you learn something about it. You'd be amazed what you get out of those conversations and how it'll make you feel and how it'll propel you forward if you keep, thinking that way. I do not have a lot of answers that I could give to fellow students right now that might fix your future or make everything work out quite right. I've had a great time this week speaking to old friends, making new friends, but I do have one simple message on that, and I know this sounds ridiculous, don't quit. Right? That doesn't sound like it's that impressive, but it's the most important thing. Do not quit on yourself, ever, no matter what you do. Because what happens is someone's going to ask you one day, how did you do that? How did you get to where you are right now? That's amazing. What's the plan? What's the formula? And you're going to think to yourself, I don't know. I just didn't quit, and here I am, surrounded by awesome people doing amazing things. So do not quit on yourself, and don't have these insane expectations of exactly how success is going to arrive or in what fashion. It will. Success usually arrives when you're not looking for it, and you're just working really hard. One day, there it is. It reminds me of a quote as a 20th century, one of the best cellists from the 20th century, his name was Pablo Casals, but at 83 years old, he was in an interview, and the interviewer asked, how do you still practice 4 to 5 hours a day, 7 days a week at the age of 83? You're the most accomplished cellist, you've played everywhere. And he said, that's a good question. I think I'm making progress. There's so much genius in that. I just want you to hold on to it and think about it because it occurs to me quite often. So before I get done, the real reason I'm standing here is I just need to acknowledge some people, fellow teachers, friends. There's a lot of people I need to speak about, but more than anything, it's my family. My family is, they're my support staff, they're my love. My mother is here, and this is gonna be tough. Mom, will you just wave or let them know where you are, sitting over there? There she is. There's Mom. My mom is my personal hero. She has been my entire life. My family has just been me and my mom when I was growing up. We were just a duo. My mom worked very hard. I was the 80s latchkey kid, made myself grilled cheese, watched a lot of Looney Tunes, played a lot of video games. I was one of those people. No matter where we were or what was happening or what struggles we went through, I never knew we were struggling. I never. My mom showed me love, compassion. She kept me healthy, she kept me safe, and no matter what, I always felt like everything was gonna be okay, even though she probably felt like it wasn't and would go into her room and deal with stress and cry, but never put any of it on me. Let's all take a moment sometime soon to say something like that to our parents if you haven't, and just acknowledge what it is that they've done. I know now because I am a parent. My two amazing children are here, Tommy and Lucia. You wave also, so let them know. These two kids are the light of my life. I know all parents say that about their kids, but they really are. It's hard for me to explain how much they mean to me. And I was always driven, but when they're around, I'm driven even more because I want them to see that example no matter what. You can tell kids anything you want, and they're usually going to ignore you. But they will learn based on how you treat them, based on how you treat other people, based on how hard you work. That's what they really learn from. And it's an absolute privilege to be your father. Thank you. And lastly, so we can all go off and have some fun after this and not sweat underneath this jacket anymore. I want to take a moment to acknowledge my best friend, absolute love of my life, my wife, Rebecca Todia. If you could please wave, honey, just so they know that you're over there. Oh, Rebecca. When Rebecca and I met, we've been together 22 years now, married 21 years. And when Rebecca and I met, thank you. Lucky me. When Rebecca and I met, it was love at first sight, for me. And eventually I wore her down and we had a date. I used to work 100-hour weeks. When Rebecca and I met, I was working in a recording studio in North Miami, and I had nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean nothing. I slept in an Orlex foam box. I've told people this story. If you don't know what that is, that's some of the foam we put on walls for acoustics. And I had one that had one piece of foam left in it. And some friends of mine that were nice enough to let me stay with them on South Beach because I had no money for rent. I lived under their dining room table for a long time inside that box. It's so crazy. I didn't own a car, I had a scooter, and she pretended that it was a Porsche and would get on the back and, you know, we'd ride around South Beach and it was a magical time in our lives, in my life. She stayed with me the whole time, through 100-hour weeks, through me pushing into new avenues where I had to work weekends and nights just to study and learn something new. She was always there, always looking after me, always looking after our family. And I honestly don't think I would be here right now or doing any of this if I didn't have that emotional love and support. If you have someone like that in your life, that's great, but no matter what, remember to do it for yourself. Remember to love yourself and give yourself the emotional support that you need, because it's the only thing that gets you through the modulations of this kind of crazy career. So once again, let me just say how much I'm humbled and honored to be part of this group and to be able to be here and interact with fellow students and alumni again. Even though I'm not part of the campus anymore, now I get to be here and be a torchbearer, and that means more to me than I can possibly explain. And I hope everybody has as much of a great evening as I know I'm going to have. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Orlando's Poet Laureate, Sean Welcome.
No man is my enemy. No man is my friend. All men are my teachers. Credit the quote to Florence Shin. Painting a dim glimpse into time, we can deconstruct and learn from the past, remain present in the presence of greatness beyond a certain stratosphere. Weight becomes weightless. Consider the stars. Consider the future. The ones we honor today shimmer like glaciers at sunrise. Consider these icebergs, just keeping the world cool. As cool as we can against all odds. Even when the winds don't give us a full sail, we still find a way home. Home as in where the heart is, as well as where it all started. Right here. Where the future can feel like an unfocused lens until the imagination makes it sharp as a razor's edge, cutting into conventional ideas of success. It is what sets us apart from the rest until that which sets us apart becomes the norm in a cyclical purple creative time and space storm where so many might lose their way. But not today. Today, we celebrate expanded domains, embodied in our honorees in Full Sail University's 2022 Hall of Fame.
You are amazing. My goodness. My goodness. What a day. How about one round of applause, final round of applause for the new inductees? Would you stand again? Woo-hoo! Hall of Fame number 12. Amazing. Amazing. Tom, I hadn't noticed the piano till you mentioned something about that. I made some quick calls backstage. I found that Darkchild Records recording artist Jack Ross happened to be in the building, and he said he would play for us. So would you please welcome Jack Ross to the stage?
How's everybody doing this evening? Good, good, good. Listen, can we give all of the Hall of Fame inductees a big round of applause if you really are proud of them? Awesome. My name is Jack Ross. I'm a product of Rodney Darkchild Jerkins, and I'm from a small town called Live Oak, Florida. And I just want to sing for you a little bit tonight, if that's all right. So everybody say, sing, Jack. All right, I'm going to do that, all right? was born by the river in a little old tent. Oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. And then I'll go to my brother. Yeah, I'll say, brother, oh brother, help me please. Yeah. But then he winds up knocking me. Yes, he does. Back down on my knees. Oh, there've been times that I thought I couldn't last for long. Somehow I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Trying, but I'm getting nowhere. Looking like heaven, but I'm feeling like hell. Bills keep coming, but the money ain't there. Baby need milk, so everything's for sale. Whoa, yeah, it get hard sometimes, but I gotta keep pushing, pushing. Pushing, pushing. I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. Still I gotta keep pushing, 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 and pushing. When you lose it all, when your well burns dry, when you can't break the fall, and give yourself another try, 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 try. Oh, get back in the fight. Try, try, try. Give yourself another try. When you lose it all, when you ever try, you can't break the fall. And give yourself another try. Try, try, try. Oh, get back in the fight. Try, try, try. Give yourself another try. Thank you. You can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the king, come banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock. You can move mountains, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you're gonna find yourself standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name, 'cause you burn with the brightest flame. And the world's gonna know your name. Yes, they will.
standing in the Hall of Fame. Oh, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame, yes you do. And the world's gonna know your name, know your name, know your name. Everybody's gonna know your name. Burn with the brightest flame, yes you do. And the world's gonna know it. Oh, and you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
My goodness. My goodness. What a gift. Awesome job, you guys. Oh, my stars. Angels. Woo! Well, I think it's time to wrap the ceremony and begin the celebration. Continue the celebration, I mean. So I got a few directives I've been asked to share with you. Number one, tonight's inductees, please stay with us. We need a final photograph here on stage with all of you. And I think we need the presenters as well. Is that right? Jackie, do we know if we need the presenters? If you would, just stay. Presenters too, just in case. Number two, all of our VIPs that are here, all VIPs, but all of our VIPs here in that seating, you can begin making your way out the back doors as soon as my number 3 is done. This is number 2. And make your way out, and we have transportation available to take you to the reception tonight. Did I say that right, Jackie? Yes, okay. And third and last, all of our great students over at Dave Franco. Dr. Dave Franco, I know things are going swimmingly over there with you guys. Bless your hearts. Thank you for being with us today. All of our virtual audience, thank you for being with us today. So students, hang tight. Dave Franco and I are going to get together over there. I'm going to join you and Dave at the Fortress, and we're going to kick off the block party for all the students tonight. So I'll be over in just a jiffy. And that said, VIPs, please begin your transition to the celebration and the events lined up for the evening. I guarantee if Isis has her way, there's probably going to be some karaoke over there. Thank you, everybody. What a day. What a day. Wow. I'll be here. Yes.